Chapter 1. You wicked old man. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Lin Fan regained consciousness in a pitch-black world, his mind a chaotic jumble, completely devoid of any sensation of his body. However, he soon recovered his memories. Unable to contain himself, he erupted in expletives. You wicked old man. You were spot on, weren't you? After cursing, he couldn't help but reminisce about that fateful day. He had initially planned to go out for hot pot and karaoke, but unexpectedly encountered an old fortune teller near the hospital who insisted on reading his fortune for free. Lin Fan thought, why not? It would be foolish to pass up such a chance. The old fortune teller scrutinized Lin Fan closely before smiling broadly and proclaiming, young brother, today the stars are in your favor. You are surely blessed by fate. In less than an hour, fortune will smile upon you. Furthermore, you will rise to greatness and achieve remarkable things in the future. Fearing Lin Fan might doubt him, he patted his chest and confidently added, I guarantee that if my prediction is inaccurate, you may strike me at any time. This left Lin Fan utterly bewildered, but he dismissed it with a few idle remarks and departed. However, he had barely crossed the intersection when a large delivery truck suddenly lost control and barreled straight toward him, leaving no opportunity for escape. No matter where he ran, the vehicle pursued him relentlessly. In the end, he could only utter, so this is how I hit the jackpot. Before being struck, his body sent flying through the air, spinning 360 degrees before crashing to the ground and skidding for several dozen meters, resulting in a complete blackout of memory. As he recalled these events, Lin Fan pondered his current predicament. What is this place? It is utterly dark, and I cannot perceive my body. Could it be that I am alive, yet reduced to a state of vegetative existence? Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and a system interface materialized before him. Ding! Host consciousness detected system, binding commencing 305090. The ultimate Demon Blade system has been successfully bound. Would the host like to activate the beginner's gift package? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback before excitement surged within him. A system? This is really a system? Activate the beginner's gift package for me. Familiar with systems from countless novels, Lin Fan knew exactly what this entailed. Ding! Beginner's gift package activated. Congratulations, host! You have received one chance to draw a Demon Blade template, an indestructible eternal buff, and 1,000 emotional points. As Lin Fan gazed at the rewards displayed on the system interface, he tentatively inquired, what are the uses of these 3 rewards? The system quickly provided an explanation. Ding! The Demon Blade template draw opportunity allows you to select one from all Demon Blades across myriad realms to serve as your template. You can unlock all abilities of a chosen blade using emotional points or participate in a system lottery to draw techniques, abilities, or items. As for the indestructible eternal buff, it ensures that the host will never suffer any form of harm, even if the world perishes. You shall remain unscathed. Lin Fan grasped the general idea, but continued to ask, then how does one acquire emotional points? Ding! Emotional points can be obtained by eliciting emotions from any living or non-living beings. The stronger the target, the greater the emotional points accrued. Notably, negative emotions yield more points than positive ones. Having understood this, Lin Fan spoke decisively. System, I want to draw the Demon Blade template. Ding! Would you like to commence the draw? Following the prompt, a grand spinning wheel appeared on the system interface, adorned with various Demon Blade templates. Without hesitation, Lin Fan pressed the draw button, and the wheel began to spin rapidly, ultimately landing on a Tai Chi with a jet black blade adorned with emerald green patterns. This blade seems familiar, yet I can't quite recall where I've seen it before. The system swiftly provided the answer. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Black Demon series, Ashura Maru. With that, a Tai Chi with a black blade covered in green patterns manifested within the dark space, becoming Lin Fan's new form. At that moment, he recalled where he had seen it. Isn't this Ashura Maru from the anime The End of the Seraphim? The blade was impressive in every regard, save for one flaw that was not truly a flaw, but that was a matter for another time. Ding! Template draw detected the first world transfer will lead to the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Initiating transfer. A dazzling beam of light enveloped Lin Fan's body, completely shrouding him until he vanished from this space. When Lin Fan regained consciousness, he found himself hanging at the waist of a young boy. This boy bore short, dark red hair, a prominent scar on his left forehead, and was clad in a somewhat dull white kimono, draped with a green and black checkered cloak, carrying a wooden box covered in white cloth. On either side of his waist hung an axe and a Tai Chi. He was walking along a forest path with his back to the setting sun. This boy was none other than Tanjiro. and the Tai Chi at his waist was Lin Fan, transported from another realm. Ding. Transmigration successful. A reasonable identity has been fabricated for the host, the ancestral blade of the Kamadu family. The host is bound to the Blade Master, Tanjiro Kamadu. Assist the Blade Master in eliminating Muzan Kibutsuji to avenge his family, and you may initiate the second transmigration. The brief notification faded. Lin Fan paid it no mind. Perhaps the assurance of never facing death or injury rendered him more composed. He quickly shifted his focus to other matters, having watched Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba. He was keenly aware of the unfolding narrative. Noting Tanjiro's current attire, he deduced that they were likely en route to the Misty Mountains, indicating that the story was just beginning. If all went as expected, they would soon encounter a man-eating demon feasting in a temple. However, Lin Fan had little concern for this. What he truly wanted was to establish contact with Tanjiro and, in the process, attempt to accumulate emotional points. With determination, he set his plan in motion. Lin Fan harnessed the power of the demon blade, emanating a black mist that gradually formed tendrils, which latched onto Tanjiro's forearm. Tanjiro noticed the ancestral blade at his waist suddenly sprouting numerous black tendrils that ensnared his forearm. The unexpected occurrence caused him to freeze, his face etched with fear. What is this? Before he could react, his consciousness was ensnared in the illusion crafted by Lin Fan. Within the illusion, Tanjiro found himself back at the familiar entrance of his home. Yet before he could collect his thoughts, he beheld a woman stepping out from the doorway, a figure who filled him with an overwhelming sense of warmth and nostalgia. Chapter 2. A flaw that is not a flaw. It was none other than Tanjiro's deceased mother. Upon seeing her again, tears streamed down Tanjiro's face, momentarily blurring the line between reality and illusion. Yet, deep down, he understood that everything here was but a fabrication. Yet even so, he could not restrain his cry. Mother. Observing the unfolding scene, Lin Fan began his performance. Controlling the illusion, he manifested the mother figure, who calmly inquired, Tanjiro, why did you abandon us? Though her words were gentle, they cut to the heart of the matter. However, upon hearing this, Tanjiro's expression turned serious as he retorted, though you look and sound just like my mother, you are not her. Do not impersonate my beloved family. The woman feigned surprise before dropping her pretense. I had intended to strike at your most vulnerable heart, but you remained steadfast. How intriguing. Yet Tanjiro suddenly pressed her. Who are you? Did you bring me here? This time, the woman offered no response. Instead, her lips curled, releasing a torrent of black mist that transformed into countless blades piercing Tanjiro's body. Yet he felt no pain. He was rendered immobile, bound in place. Conversely, the source of the numerous blades coalesced into a 2-meter-tall, swirling mass of black mist. Upon this mist, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on him, demanding, I can sense your yearning for power. Do you seek vengeance for your deceased family? Seemingly struck by the core of his desires, Tanjiro replied earnestly, I seek power not only for vengeance, but also to restore my sister to her humanity. That is indeed a daunting task. However, should you desire revenge, I can grant you sufficient power, Lin Fan coaxed. Is that true? Though Tanjiro was naive, he was not foolish. The black mist continued its persuasive discourse. However, from that point on, you will live solely for revenge. If your resolve wavers, I shall not lend you my strength. With that, the black mist dissipated. Tanjiro fell into silence. If he were to live solely for vengeance, what would become of Nezuko? Always placing others first and considering their well-being, that was his essence of kindness. That at this very moment, the woman before him spoke once more. Tanjiro, do you not wish to avenge our mother? No, Tanjiro attempted to retort, yet the presence of several children emerged around him, his deceased siblings, who began to voice their grievances in unison. Brother Tanjiro, why did you not return to save us? Are you trying to escape, brother? I have long known that you do not care for us. Do you wish to abandon us? Tanjiro struggled to protest. No. Yet, the onslaught of their words persisted. We are family, are we not? Brother Tanjiro, do you not yearn to avenge us? Live for revenge. As the last words echoed, Tanjiro trembled violently, shouting with fervor as if he had resolved upon a crucial decision. Silence. My family would never resemble you. The power I seek is the strength to protect everything. Lin Fan observed all of this, unable to suppress his admiration for Tanjiro, marveling at how he remained unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat excessive himself. However, the incessant notifications from the system reverberated in his mind, shattering Lin Fan's conscience. Ding! Detected Tanjiro experiencing anguish, gaining 7 emotional points. Ding. Detected Tanjiro feeling despair, gaining 15 emotional points. Ding. Detected Tanjiro experiencing regret. Listening to the continuous stream of system notifications, Lin Fan recognized the time had come to intervene, promptly wielding his power to erase all of this. Simultaneously, he transported Tanjiro's consciousness into the enchanted blade. They found themselves at the juncture of sky and sea, enveloped in a haze, with Tanjiro collapsed upon the ground, facing a swirling mass of dissipating black mist. From within the black mist, a melodious voice emerged, declaring, "I take great liking to you. As long as your heart remains steadfast, I shall obey you. However, should you waver even for a moment, I will seize your body. My name is Ashura Maru. If you desire power, simply call for me. Do you have any questions?" Tanjiro gradually comprehended the situation, but still harbored one query. "Are you the blade that has been passed down through my family?" "Indeed," Lin Fan, without reservation, candidly affirmed. Having received the answer he sought, Tanjiro exhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing his features as he extended a hand, saying, "Then I look forward to our collaboration, Ashura Maru." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan exerted his power, allowing the black mist to seep into Tanjiro's being, while the mist that had once shrouded him began to dissipate, revealing Lin Fan's current form. Before Tanjiro stood a figure barely 5 feet tall, with flowing dark purple hair framing a striking visage, red eyes reminiscent of an ethereal being, and elongated ears. Adorning a black hair band, 2 white horns protruded from his forehead, half of his face obscured by cascading locks, and he wore a gown of purple and white that danced in the breeze. This appearance was a predetermined aspect of the system template, a feature that could hardly be deemed a flaw. Tanjiro gazed in a state of astonishment. Lin Fan merely extended his right hand, continuing with authority. "The pact between us has been forged. I shall be your strength, your blade. Open your eyes and realize all your desires. Kamadu Tanjiro." As the words fell, Tanjiro, standing upon the forest path, suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if awakening from a mere illusion. He surveyed his surroundings and, spotting the katana hanging at his waist, cautiously called out, "Ashura Maru, are you there?" From within the blade, Lin Fan responded with irritation. "Is that not an obvious question? Speak quickly if you have something to say." "My apologies, I merely wish to confirm," Tanjiro hurriedly apologized. Lin Fan, disinterested in further quarreling, turned to open the system panel, examining his personal information. Host, Lin Fan. Template, Ashura Maru. Demon Power, 100. Ability Extraction, Eternal Level Buff, Indestructible. Template Ability, Blood Weeping. Inflicted damage can inhibit self-healing and inflict a bleeding effect. This ability unlocks at 5,000 emotional points. Devour. Killing a being allows for consumption to enhance oneself. This ability unlocks at 5,000 emotional points. The initial unlocking of these 2 foundational abilities requires merely 1,000 emotional points each. Healing. You can heal the host's injuries, as long as they are not dead. Consuming Demon Power for restoration, this ability unlocks at 10,000 emotional points. At the bottom of the list lay the lottery options. Divided into 3 tiers, Silver, Gold, and Diamond. Silver allows 1 draw for 100 emotional points, Gold for 1,000 emotional points, and Diamond for 10,000 emotional points. The rewards are plentiful, with the Silver tier capable of yielding the highest reward of an eternal level buff, albeit with a significantly lower probability than the Diamond tier. The higher the tier, the greater the chance of drawing valuable items. Chapter 3. The first encounter with a malevolent demon. However, Lin Fan did not consider himself a gambler according to the plot. He would soon encounter a man-eating demon. Though the storyline suggested he could navigate this safely, Lin Fan was not naive enough to assume all would unfold without peril. Caution was paramount. Fortunately, the 1,000 emotional point from the novice gift package could unlock one of the template's foundational abilities, and Lin Fan's first choice against the man-eating demon was Blood Weeping. System, unlock the Blood Weeping ability for me. Ding. Consuming 1,000 emotional points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the template ability. Blood Weeping. Inflicted damage can inhibit self-healing and inflict a bleeding effect. With the ability now unlocked, Lin Fan swiftly mastered Blood Weeping. Any wound inflicted by his blade could consume demon power to render the flesh unable to heal, continuously causing blood to flow. Against a demon with extraordinary regenerative abilities, this was nothing short of divine. This meant that Tanjiro, wielding his own blade, could effortlessly slay the man-eating demon. Yet, glancing at the dwindling emotional points, now less than 200, Lin Fan sighed. The road ahead is long. I wonder when I shall unlock all my abilities. Tanjiro, with a bamboo basket on his back, continued his journey, facing the setting sun as he made his way towards the misty mountain, not pausing until nightfall. However, his sister Nezuko, who had been hiding within the bamboo basket, crawled out to accompany him. The two traversed the narrow forest path when they suddenly spotted a faint candlelight ahead and hurriedly approached. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro grasped his sister's hand, exclaiming, "It's a temple. The light is still visible. There must be someone inside. Let's go see." Before he could finish, he caught a whiff of something that caused his expression to shift. There's the scent of blood. The path of this mountain is treacherous. Someone must be injured. Having spoken, he grasped Nezuko's hand and ascended the steps, hastening towards the temple. Lin Fan, observing this, refrained from deliberately reminding Tanjiro. His sole intention was to ensure that Tanjiro would confront and slay the man-eating demon himself. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, Tanjiro immediately pushed open the door and called out with concern, "Is everyone inside all right?" However, as the door swung open, he was met with a horrific sight, a floor strewn with dismembered corpses, blood saturating the ground, and a figure with its back turned, ravenously gnawing on something. Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan immediately responded, "That creature is a man-eating demon. I shall lend you my strength. Draw your sword and slay it at once." Tanjiro's face was etched with terror, yet upon hearing Lin Fan's voice resonate in his mind, he promptly reacted. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he unsheathed it with both hands. In stark contrast, the ghoul, without turning around, sensed the presence of its kin and expressed palpable irritation, declaring, "This is my territory. Dare to disturb my domain, and I shall not spare you." With that, it turned to face Tanjiro, licking the blood from its hands, and with a peculiar gaze, remarked, "You evoke a rather strange feeling in me. Are you truly human?" Tanjiro remained silent, gripping his katana firmly. The atmosphere froze for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Lin Fan seemed to sense something and swiftly warned, "It's coming." No sooner had the words left his lips than the candles in the temple extinguished. The ghoul lunged forward, seizing Tanjiro by the shoulder and crashing through the temple doors into the courtyard. One hand aimed to pierce Tanjiro's skull. However, forewarned by Lin Fan and prepared, Tanjiro swiftly drew his sword and executed a horizontal slash. The demon, taken aback, attempted to evade but was nonetheless met with the blade, which cleaved through its throat. Crimson blood gushing forth in an instant. The two distanced themselves from one another. The ghoul pressed a hand against its throat, sneering with razor-sharp fangs. "A blade, is it? Quite impressive, but this wound is trivial. It will heal in no time." Yet, contrary to its expectations, healing did not occur. Instead, the wound bled profusely, transforming into an eruption of blood. The crimson liquid surged forth like a fountain, gushing uncontrollably. Both the ghoul and Tanjiro were taken aback. "What? Why isn't the wound healing? What is happening?" The ghoul clutched its throat tightly, desperately attempting to halt the flow of blood. Tanjiro gripped his katana tightly, his gaze fixed anxiously on Nezuko, who stood outside the Fudo Hall, her eyes transfixed on the human corpses, drooling incessantly. Observing this, Lin Fan once again spoke gently, urging him, "It seems your time is running out, Tanjiro. Only by slaying this ghoul before you can you hope to save your sister." "Tanjiro, surely you do not wish for your sister to consume human flesh? What would you do if Nezuko succumbed to such a fate? Would you slay her and then take your own life in despair?" Upon hearing these words, Tanjiro's gaze momentarily wavered, but it soon transformed into an unwavering resolve. "I will never allow such a thing to transpire." At this moment, Lin Fan's mind was once again filled with the system's notification chime. Ding. Negative emotions detected in Tanjiro. Emotion value gained, 5. Ding. Intense negative emotions detected in Tanjiro. Emotion value gained, 10. Ding. Intense negative emotions detected in the man-eating demon. Emotion value gained, 2. Initially, Lin Fan had felt a sense of elation, but upon witnessing the meager emotion values provided by the vile demon, he realized he had celebrated prematurely. It appeared that, aside from Tanjiro, the rest could contribute only a paltry amount to his emotional gain. The mere thought of this possibility filled Lin Fan with a sense of melancholy. Meanwhile, in the external world, the demon had also come to understand that the issue lay with the blade in Tanjiro's hand, feeling the warm blood gushing from its throat. If this continued, even a demon could not endure for long. All it could conceive of was eliminating the wretch before it. In a furious rage, the man-eating demon released its grip from its throat, its eyes blazing with wrath as it exclaimed, "Cursed wretch, I shall devour you completely. I shall not fall prey to the same trick twice." With that declaration, It charged forward with blinding speed. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. However, thanks to Lin Fan's timely reminder, he swiftly grasped the situation. Strike with your blade, sever its neck. Tanjiro promptly complied, wielding his blades with determination as he struck forward. At that precise moment, the ghoul approached, and his neck was once again slashed. Fortunately, it managed to brace itself with both hands against the blade, narrowly avoiding decapitation. However, its arms were rendered useless, and the wound on its neck deepened significantly. The ghoul's face contorted in agony, as though it had been dealt a crushing blow. It had just proclaimed that the same technique would not work a second time when it was struck again. Enraged, the ghoul's visage twisted grotesquely as it opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs that clamped down upon the blade. Its inky green hair seemed to come alive, wrapping itself around the sword. Lin Fan, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth are you doing? Why bite me instead of Tanjiro? Although the damage was minimal, the discomfort was undeniable. Chapter 4. This system can indeed deliver. It truly provides. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Tanjiro was acutely aware of the fleeting nature of his time and the insurmountable strength of the ghoul before him. With a fierce roar, he declared, "I will rescue Nezuko. So step aside." He tilted his head back, determination etched upon his face. The ghoul, witnessing this audacity, smirked disdainfully, mocking the mere human's attempt to strike it with a headbutt. How laughable. The moment your head aches and your focus wavers, I shall effortlessly end your life. Yet, contrary to the ghoul's expectations, Tanjiro charged forward without hesitation, delivering a resounding headbutt that struck the ghoul's forehead, producing a dull thud. The ghoul's eyes bulged in shock. Mouth agape, its visage contorted in agony and disbelief, as it was sent reeling, its hair falling limply. Even so, it could not quell the burning desire to bellow in outrage. How can your head be so hard? Is it made of iron? Lin Fan, observing the scene, felt a surge of exhilaration but quickly reminded Tanjiro, now is the time to sever its head. Tanjiro hesitated for a fleeting moment, but then, with unwavering resolve, he swung his blade. As the edge of his sword glided across the ghoul's neck, the creature, still reeling from the blow, found itself decapitated. Its head tumbled to the ground, rolling a short distance, while the headless body fell stiffly to the earth. In its final moments, the ghoul's gaze was filled with venomous resentment directed at Tanjiro. Ding! The system detected the ghoul's negative emotions at the moment of its demise, granting an emotional value of 100. Furthermore, it noted the first successful hunt of a ghoul and to better integrate into this world. The system had equipped the host with the corresponding functionality of the Nichiren blade. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. 100 points of emotional value? And it granted me the ability of the Nichiren blade? This revelation shifted Lin Fan's perspective on his system. It was indeed capable of providing tangible benefits. He also gleaned a crucial insight. At the moment of a ghoul's death, its negative emotions peaked. Though this was a one-time harvest, it was far more efficient than the gradual extraction of emotional value. In the external world, having endured this battle, Tanjiro gasped for breath, his grip on the katana trembling slightly. The ghoul's corpse, seemingly affected by Lin Fan's activation of the Nichiren blade's properties, began to rapidly disintegrate into ashes carried by the wind. Does a ghoul leave no trace upon its death? Tanjiro cast a surprised glance, and then immediately rushed towards the temple, intent on preventing Nezuko from devouring a human. However, just as he took his first step, he noticed that Nezuko, who had been standing at the temple entrance drooling over the corpse, was now suppressing her ravenous appetite and approaching him instead. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro let out a long sigh of relief. He truly harbored a deep-seated fear that Nezuko might succumb to the urge to consume human flesh. Recalling the words of Ashura Maru, he pondered the dreadful possibility that, should the day come when Nezuko did indeed take a life, the only course of action left for him would be to take her life with his own hands, followed by his own ritual suicide to atone for such a grave sin. As Tanjiro sought to relax his mind and return his blade to its sheath, a large hand suddenly emerged from behind him, resting upon his shoulder, accompanied by a deep, aged voice that inquired, "May I have a look at your sword?" Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Tanjiro's forehead as he swiftly turned around, only to find an elderly figure donning a Tengu mask with a hood. This individual moved with an eerie silence. Despite the elder's request, Tanjiro instinctively felt the urge to consult Lin Fan. However, the elder effortlessly seized the sword from him, examining it with great seriousness, while the nose beneath the mask twitched slightly. He then promptly returned the sword to Tanjiro and asked, "Where did you acquire this blade?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro proclaimed, "This sword is a family heirloom." The old man, upon hearing these words, chose not to say anything further and instead turned to walk towards the direction of the Buddha Hall. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro sheathed his sword. At this moment, dawn was approaching, and Nezuko instinctively felt a surge of fear and aversion. She shrank her body and swiftly retreated into the bamboo basket to evade the imminent rising sun. By the time Tanjiro regained his composure, the sun had already ascended, and the elderly man had emerged from the temple, carrying the broken corpse to bury it outside. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro hastened to offer his assistance. "I shall help you." Together, they interred the individuals within the courtyard of the temple. Their backs turned to the rising sun. At last, the elderly man spoke again, inquiring, "I am Sakanji Urokadaki, and you must be the one introduced by Ju Tomioka, correct?" It was only at this moment that Tanjiro realized this elder was indeed the person Ju had urged him to visit that day. "Yes, I am Tanjiro Kamadu," he replied, gesturing towards the bamboo basket he carried. "Inside is my sister, Mizuko." However, Urokadaki appeared oblivious to this introduction and posed a piercing question, "Tanjiro, what would you do if your sister were to consume a human?" Perhaps he had already heard of this from Lin Fan. Tanjiro had long been mentally prepared. Responding resolutely without a hint of hesitation, "I will slay her and then commit seppuku, but I shall never allow such an occurrence." Upon hearing this declaration, Sakanji Urokadaki couldn't help but nod slightly in approval, expressing his satisfaction. "It is commendable that you possess such resolve. Next, I shall test your suitability to become a demon slayer. Carry your sister and follow me." Thus, the two of them proceeded, one in front of the other, towards the misty mountain, halting only as the sun dipped below the horizon. At that moment, Tanjiro, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Struggling to suppress the intense heaving of his chest, he inquired with difficulty, "So, have I passed the test? The examination is only just beginning. After you settle your sister, we shall ascend the mountain together." Urokadaki pushed the door open, removing his hood as he stepped into the wooden cabin ahead of Tanjiro. This left Tanjiro in a state of utter shock. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was merely an observer, simultaneously harvesting emotional energy. Within the span of a single day, Tanjiro had unwittingly provided no less than 100 points of emotional energy, and with Nezuko and Urokadaki combined, the total yield approached 150 points. At this rate, unlocking abilities would not remain a distant dream. After securing Nezuko, the two ascended the mountain. The misty mountain was shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility nearly impossible as night fell. However, upon reaching the midpoint, Urokadaki, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted and turned to Tanjiro. "From here, you must return to the foot of the mountain alone." With that, his figure vanished into the mist, disappearing completely. Hearing this, Tanjiro scanned his surroundings, intending to utilize his keen sense of smell to trace Urokadaki's scent back. A couple of cautious sniffs confirmed his direction. This way, just as he took a few steps, Lin Fan's warning echoed in his mind. "Be careful, there are traps here." No sooner had the warning been issued than Tanjiro stepped onto a rope. In the next moment, several stones flew towards him, striking his face unexpectedly. He stumbled back, only to fall into a pre-dug pit, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Chapter 5. The final selection begins yet. He still managed to struggle out of the pit, his face bruised and battered, but his expression remained resolute as he stated, "Thank you for your reminder, Ashura Maru." Lin Fan could only respond with exasperation. Continuing, "The path down the mountain is riddled with traps. Proceeding recklessly is tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing Lin Fan's warning, Tanjiro finally grasped the true difficulty of this so-called trial. Although the path was fraught with dangers, he recalled. "But isn't your sense of smell extraordinarily keen? Traps set by human hands must surely leave behind a trace of scent." With a gentle nudge from Lin Fan, Tanjiro swiftly grasped the situation. "I understand now, Ashura. I am truly grateful to you." He emptied his mind and utilized his sense of smell to absorb the myriad scents surrounding him, soon perceiving the subtle differences. Advancing cautiously, he noticed the bamboo on the ground, slightly bent and bound by ropes. Stepping on it would likely send him flying. Tanjiro felt a chilling sensation. "Do not let your guard down. Press on." Lin Fan seized the moment, continuing to urge him forward. Tanjiro gradually acclimated to the circumstances and began his descent towards the foot of the mountain. However, despite his ability to detect scents in advance, his body remained unresponsive. Along the way, he fell into several traps, resulting in an array of new scars adorning his skin. Each time he stumbled into a trap, A notification from the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Negative emotions detected in Tanjiro, earning 7 emotional points. Ultimately, Tanjiro persevered through his arduous journey and reached the wooden cabin at the mountain's base, pushing open the door. Tanjiro nearly collapsed at the entrance, gazing at Sakanji Urokadaki, who was diligently watching over the slumbering Nezuko within the wooden cabin. I have returned, he declared. Urokadaki's expression, concealed behind his mask, momentarily froze. He had not anticipated Tanjiro's swift return. This revelation was wholly unexpected. He would have been surprised had Tanjiro arrived before dawn. But to witness him arrive so much sooner was nothing short of astonishing. I acknowledge you, Kamadu Tanjiro. With this affirmation, Tanjiro could no longer withstand the weight of exhaustion and succumbed to slumber. The following day, within the misty mountains of Asakusa, Urokadaki spoke leisurely. From ancient times to the present, demons have existed, and the Demon Slayer Corps is an organization unknown to the world and unrecognized by the government. Dedicated to the hunting of these fiends, I serve as a trainer, quite literally a cultivator of swordsmen. If you wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps, you must survive the final selection held on Mount Fujikase. Your eligibility for this selection will be determined by me. If there are no objections, I shall take it upon myself to guide your training from this day forth. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro responded affirmatively. Subsequently, he embarked on a prolonged and tedious journey of training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Not only did he engage in physical conditioning, but he also mastered the art of breathing techniques and the 10 forms of water-breathing swordsmanship. At long last, on this day, Tanjiro earned the recognition of Sakanji Urokadaki, who presented him with a fox mask. Meanwhile, Lin Fan experienced an epic enhancement. The system activated, revealing his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan template, Ashura Maru demonic power, 100 extraction ability, eternal level buff, indestructible. Template abilities, blood weeping, unlocked, devour, unlocked, healing, unlocked, body control, unlocked, refeeding, can allocate a portion of devoured power to the wielder for physical enhancement. Unlocking requires the expenditure of 10,000 emotional points. Curse, upon striking a target, a curse is applied, potentially poisoning them. Unlocking requires the expenditure of 10,000 emotional points. Sky manipulation can control the sword to fly. Unlocking requires the expenditure of 10,000 emotional points. Demonic transformation can infuse the wielder with a significant amount of demonic power for comprehensive enhancement, theoretically limitless. Unlocking requires the expenditure of 30,000 emotional points. Golden Horn, blowing it activates the Seraphim form, codename Salt King. Unlocking requires the expenditure of 500,000 emotional points. Emotional points, 8,000. Gazing at the panel, Lin Fan noted that while there were numerous fundamental abilities, none captivated him as much as the Golden Horn. The prospect of activating the Seraphim form was enticing, yet the price was exorbitant. Additionally, Lin Fan felt compelled to voice his frustrations. Although he held a fondness for the Golden Horn, it was not inherent to Ashura Maru's capabilities. Nevertheless, one must admit, the system was quite astute. With the final assessment at Mount Tingshi looming the next day, Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. Despite the considerable emotional points Tanjiro had provided over the past 2 years, the efficiency was somewhat lacking. It was not as swift as slaying demons. This time at Mount Tingshi, he was resolute in his intent to annihilate every last one of them. No one was to survive. However, it would be prudent to enhance his abilities further, especially since he had yet to draw a prize since arriving in this world. He opted for the Golden Roulette, initiating an 8-time draw. Ding! 8,000 emotional points expended. The lottery commenced. Congratulations on acquiring the silver ability, Natural Pair. Anyone who holds you will feel you are their destined counterpart. The silver ability, as if an extension of the arm, when wielded by another, it will feel as if it were an arm. The golden ability, Perception, you will gain awareness of your surroundings, and the silver ability, Sharpness, you will become markedly sharper. Thank you for your patronage. In this 8-time draw, 4 abilities and 4 expressions of gratitude emerged. It was an even split. Lin Fan remained unsure of his fortune, having never drawn before. Yet he felt content with these 3 abilities, believing he had not suffered a loss. Now prepared, he would engage in a frenzy of slaughter the following day. The next day arrived, with a fox mask adorning his head and dressed in a blue kimono embellished with white clouds. Tanjiro stood with the Ashura Maru hanging from his waist, bidding farewell to Sakanji Urokadaki. Before departing, he cast a glance at Nezuko, who had been ensconced in a deep slumber for 2 years without any signs of awakening. Additionally, he left behind the Nichiren blade that had accompanied him during his training. He set forth towards Fujisaki Mountain with unwavering determination. Upon reaching his destination, as dusk approached, the perimeter of Fujisaki Mountain was adorned with an abundance of wisteria blossoms, resembling a vast sea of flowers. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he discovered that no fewer than 20 individuals were already gathered, clearly there to partake in the final selection of swordsmen. At that moment, a pair of twin girls emerged from the entrance, one with black hair and the other with white, both holding lanterns and speaking in unison. We express our gratitude to everyone for attending the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. Within this Fujisaki Mountain lies a multitude of demons captured by the swordsmen. You are required to enter and survive for 7 days to fulfill the qualifications for the final selection. We wish you a safe journey. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan could hardly contain his eagerness, urging Tanjiro, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and enter. I can hardly wait to unleash my fury." "Very well," Tanjiro replied. Without any hesitation, Tanjiro charged headfirst into the depths of the Mount Fujisaki. Lin Fan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Tanjiro, surely you do not wish for those who have come to partake in the final selection to perish here? Then let us together eradicate all the man-eating demons in this place. For these fiends, it is a form of salvation as well." Chapter 6. Old Man. Are you eager to know more about me? Though I am uncertain whether I can achieve it, I shall strive with all my might. Tanjiro harbored little confidence in his own abilities, and this marked the first time in 2 years that he once again wielded the Ashura Maru in battle. As he ventured deeper, the scent of demons began to permeate the air. Instantly halting his steps, Tanjiro grasped his sword with one hand and felt an unprecedented sense of mastery, far surpassing the weapon he had previously used. Lin Fan, attuned to his surroundings, promptly cautioned him of an impending attack from above. Tanjiro swiftly lifted his gaze, leaping into action as he unsheathed his blade to confront the foe. In an instant, the edge of his sword severed the demon's neck completely. Just as he landed, another demon emerged from behind, attempting a surprise attack. Lin Fan promptly alerted him, "Behind you." Tanjiro swiftly turned and delivered another precise strike, severing the head of the demon once more. The 2 corpses of the demons were reduced to mere ashes. Ding. Negative emotions detected from the demon at the moment of death gained 100 emotional points. Ding. Additional negative emotions detected from the demon at the moment of death gained 80 emotional points. A total of 180 emotional points effortlessly accrued, a sum that would typically take an entire day to amass. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. If one wishes to earn emotional points, slaying demons is indeed the swiftest method. As Tanjiro landed and gazed at the Ashura Maru in his hand, disbelief flickered across his face. This blade not only felt as natural as an extension of his own arm, but was also extraordinarily sharp. He hadn't even employed the breathing techniques or sword skills, yet with a single swing, he could easily behead a demon. Observing Tanjiro's moment of daze, Lin Fan felt an urge to hasten him, exclaiming, "Hurry. I sense a demon approaching us." Understood. With a sword held firmly in one hand, Tanjiro detected the scent of fear and turned his gaze in that direction. Before him, a figure was fleeing in terror, pursued leisurely by a colossal creature. Encountering such an adversary for the first time, Tanjiro's breath quickened slightly. Fortunately, Lin Fan urged him on, stating that the creature's attention was not on them. "Strike swiftly at its neck." Tanjiro understood the command. With both hands gripping his blade, Tanjiro exerted force through his feet, his chest slightly swelling as he concentrated all his attention, his breath becoming rhythmic. The massive flesh-eating demon, adorned with numerous arms, was seen devouring a corpse from one of its limbs, which then coalesced. In an instant, like a coiled spring, several arms were launched forward, swiftly targeting the fleeing man. Effortlessly grasping his ankle and pulling him back, Lin Fan seized the opportune moment and exclaimed, "Now is the time." Upon hearing these words, Tanjiro no longer hesitated. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared into the air, and as he breathed, a mist formed at the corners of his mouth, while a gentle stream of water danced upon the blade of his sword. Second form of water breathing, water wheel. His body spun, and the flowing water on the blade swirled in harmony, resembling a water wheel. The demon had scarcely registered the movement before its head was severed, soaring away and landing a short distance away on the ground. Both its body and consciousness began to dissipate swiftly. In the end, the only sight left for the demon was Tanjiro's silhouette, adorned with a fox mask upon his head. How infuriating it was that he was a disciple of Sakanji. With that thought, its head too faded into nothingness. As Tanjiro gazed upon the dissipating corpse, his eyes brimmed with compassion, only to be swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Negative emotions detected from the demon before its demise, earning an emotional value of 170. In just this fleeting moment, it equated to the accumulation of 2 or 3 days of effort. Such a fortuitous opportunity is rare, and Lin Fan was unwilling to squander even a moment, urging himself to press on. Indeed, Tanjiro sheathed his sword without a moment's pause and delved deeper into the mountains. Relying on his keen sense of smell and Lin Fan's perception, he ensured that any demons lurking nearby would be unable to escape. Within a mere span of 7 days, this solitary warrior wielding a blade unleashed a relentless massacre within the confines of Fuji Mountain, encountering virtually no worthy adversaries. In the initial days, some demons dared to emerge. Yet as time progressed, they retreated into hiding. After all, a harbinger of death roamed the area. They were merely hungry, not foolish, and venturing out now would be akin to courting death. Nevertheless, they could not evade the relentless pursuit of this lone swordsman. He carved a path of destruction, leaving no survivors in his wake. Correspondingly, the notifications from the system within Lin Fan's mind incessantly chimed. Ding. Detected the negative emotions of a ghoul before its demise, earning 100 emotional points. Ding. Detected the negative emotions of a ghoul before its demise, earning 150 emotional points. In just 7 short days, with the Nichiren blade in hand, Tanjiro meticulously purged the entire Fuji Mountain, leaving no stone unturned as he dispatched several foes without allowing a single one to escape. In this endeavor, Lin Fan directly accrued a remarkable 18,000 points of emotional value, thereby achieving a perfect manifestation of 7 days to riches. Furthermore, his demonic power experienced a dramatic surge, escalating from an initial 100 points to a staggering 400 points. At this moment, Lin Fan possessed the extraordinary ability to conjure a tangible doppelganger in the outside world. As the group returned to the foot of the mountain, Tanjiro surveyed his surroundings and noticed that those who were able to return were now less than half of those who had initially set out. This realization filled him with a sense of guilt. However, the 2 young maidens soon reappeared before the gathering, and after providing a brief explanation, each individual was bestowed with a crow, specifically tasked with relaying information. Following this, they proceeded to select Tamahagane for the crafting of Nichiren blades. As everyone approached the table laden with the precious steel, they were met with uncertainty, for none had encountered it before. Only Tanjiro, after a moment of contemplation, chose a piece of Tamahagane positioned at the center. Once the selection was completed, they were permitted to depart from the location. Tanjiro, without any hesitation, hurriedly made his way back to Mount Sajiri, eager to share the joyous news. In less than half a day, he returned to the mountain. Before the wooden cabin, he was once again greeted by the radiant smile of Sakanji Urokadaki. "I have returned," he declared. A hint of a smile also appeared on the aged face concealed beneath Urokadaki's mask. "It's good that you are back." The two then entered the cabin. Tanjiro recounted all the experiences he had encountered along his journey. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Tanjiro, that sword you possess is quite extraordinary. It is neither an ordinary blade nor a Nichiren sword. How much do you truly understand about it?" Faced with this question, Tanjiro found himself at a loss for words and instead mentally asked, "Ashura Maru, may I reveal your circumstances to Mr. Kagaya?" Regarding this inquiry, Lin Fan also fell into contemplation. Based on his understanding of Kagaya Ubuyashiki, he knew that even if this fellow was aware, he would not conceal it. Yet he certainly had his own considerations. It could be said that he possessed a great sense of propriety. Utilizing him as a means to convey information was not a bad idea. It would not only spare them from many troublesome matters, but could also facilitate an exchange of benefits. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan made up his mind. In the external world, amidst their gazes, the blade of Ashura Maru at Tanjiro's waist suddenly drew forth a dense black mist, gradually forming into a silhouette. Upon closer inspection, the figure revealed itself to be an extraordinarily beautiful maiden, her crimson eyes and haughty expression adding an alluring charm. "Old man, are you quite eager to learn about me?" The sudden appearance of this enchanting figure startled Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Fortunately, Tanjiro promptly clarified, "Mr. Kagaya, this is my friend Ashura Maru." With this explanation, the tense atmosphere began to ease. Facing Ashura Maru directly, Kagaya Ubuyashiki's piercing gaze scrutinized Lin Fan from behind his mask. Lin Fan understood the old man's intentions and retorted with displeasure. Is it not rather rude to stare at me so intently? Moreover, I am not the demon you presume me to be, but rather a being born from the sword, known as a sword spirit. This was the first time Kagaya Ubuyashiki had encountered such a notion, yet he had indeed heard of similar myths and legends. Could it be that those tales were not mere fabrications? However, he was not one to accept such claims readily, and instead inquired sternly, I apologize. But if you are akin to the legendary swords, do you possess similar abilities? Testing me, are you? Lin Fan placed a hand thoughtfully against his chin, replying with a calm demeanor, that is only natural. However, I have slumbered for far too long, and my powers have significantly waned. Moreover, the sword-bearer is rather weak, rendering many of my abilities dormant. Beside him, Tanjiro, upon hearing this, wore an expression of guilt and said, I apologize, Ashura Maru. I will strive to improve. Yet, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, faced with this declaration, did not simply acquiesce. He pressed on with further inquiries. What abilities can you still utilize? Might you demonstrate them? Still probing, Lin Fan was not perturbed. After all, he would rely on this individual in the future. What harm was there in showcasing a bit of talent? My current abilities are rather limited, one of which is known as weeping blood. Enemies struck by me will find it arduous to heal and remain in a perpetual state of bleeding. In addition, I possess the capability to mend wounds. As long as one is not entirely deceased, I can revive them, and even the regeneration of a severed limb poses no significant challenge. Moreover, the greater the strength of the wielder and the more enemies slain, the swifter my power is restored. These simple words rendered the expression of Kanroji Mitsuri, hidden behind her mask, momentarily vacant, soon followed by an unmistakable astonishment. If this were indeed true, the protracted stalemate might finally be poised for transformation. The difficulty of humans in overcoming demons is attributable to two primary factors. The first is the challenge humans face in healing from injuries, and the second is the horrifying regenerative capabilities of demons. Yet now, this blade seems capable of reversing that paradigm. How could one not be astounded? Nevertheless, he did not succumb to blind faith. Instead, he approached respectfully and inquired if a demonstration could be provided. Please. Tanjiro also cast a pleading glance. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan reluctantly nodded, indicating it would be a one-time event. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kanroji Mitsuri eagerly stepped forward, taking the Ashura Maru from Tanjiro and grasping the hilt. In that instant, he felt an uncanny sense of unity with the sword, as if it were his destined companion. Drawing the blade from its sheath, his keen perception allowed him to ascertain its extraordinary sharpness at a mere glance, yet that was not the crux of the matter. He then deliberately inflicted a wound upon his palm, observing intently. Initially, there appeared to be no unusual occurrences. However, he gradually discerned a troubling truth. The blood showed no signs of abating and, with the passage of time, flowed ever more profusely. Is this what is termed weeping blood? Kanroji Mitsuri mused, then promptly requested, might you heal my wound? At this, Lin Fan inclined his head slightly, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the wound began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, and aside from the bloodstains as evidence, it appeared as though he had never sustained any injury. This was nothing short of miraculous. Setting aside the effects of weeping blood on demons, the mere ability to heal wounds was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. Were a Hashira to wield this blade, its impact would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. With this thought in mind, Kanroji Mitsuri sheathed the sword and turned to the exquisite maiden before him, unconsciously adopting a tone of reverence. Pray tell, Lady Ashura Maru, how do you regain strength? And will you ever change your wielder? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro also realized something, yet he refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting Lin Fan's response. As soon as Lin Fan heard this, he understood the crux of the matter had arrived. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brows in displeasure and stated, to regain my strength, there are two methods. The first is through time, allowing myself to recover gradually. The second is by vanquishing wicked beings, from which I can absorb malevolent energy to swiftly restore my power. The so-called demons you speak of are, to me, a source of immense nourishment. Furthermore, do not entertain the thought of changing the master of my blade. I have forged a bond with Tanjiro that cannot be altered, even in the event of his demise. This fact remains unchanged. With a mix of seriousness and a hint of pride that seemed genuine, Lin Fan added, should Tanjiro truly perish, I would merely descend into slumber once more, awaiting the next worthy soul to awaken me. Hearing this, Kenroji Sakanji grasped the general idea. In essence, slaying demons would facilitate rapid restoration of power, and any attempt to change the blade's master was futile. No one but Tanjiro could wield it. However, he remained undeterred, altering his approach. Under the condition of not changing the master, can others still utilize your power? Naturally, Lin Fan replied, but it requires Tanjiro's affirmation. Before the words had fully left his lips, Kenroji felt a rush of breathlessness, immediately wondering if the curse upon their leader could be lifted. Yet, Lin Fan's next words doused his hopes with cold water. Of course, anyone else lacking my approval cannot wield my power either. With that, Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, conveying his impatience. I have spoken enough. If you have further inquiries, direct them to Tanjiro. As soon as he finished speaking, his form dissipated, vanishing from view. Regaining his senses, Kenroji Sakanji found it hard to believe what he had just witnessed, yet the blade in his hands compelled him to accept the reality. Having acquired such a wealth of information, he still felt it insufficient. He approached Tanjiro and presented the sword with both hands. I apologize, Tanjiro, for not considering your feelings earlier. Upon witnessing this, Tanjiro promptly extended his hands in a gesture of reverence to receive it. Mr. Urokadaki, there is no need for concern. Azurumaru and I are not master and servant, but rather friends. Its decision to remain or leave is entirely its own, so you need not apologize for this. Upon hearing these words, Urokadaki couldn't help but reflect inwardly, Tanjiro, you always think so selflessly of others. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and, through the veil of his mask, inquired with a tone of earnest seriousness, Tanjiro, could you elaborate on Azurumaru's abilities? The more detailed, the better. This is crucial for us both. In response, Tanjiro recalled Azurumaru's previous statement and nodded, saying, I will share everything I know. Following this, Tanjiro recounted everything he knew about Azurumaru. Particularly, he expressed astonishment at how Azurumaru could enhance his physical abilities in a remarkably short time, leaving Kenroji Sakanji in a state of continual surprise. However, what intrigued him most was the revelation that this blade could continue to grow stronger. Chapter 8, Eternal Sister Tanjiro. As the two conversed, evening descended upon them. In the adjacent room, a subtle sound suddenly emerged, prompting Tanjiro to glance over. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing his sister Nezuko, who had finally awakened after 2 long years. Tanjiro, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward to embrace Nezuko, tears streaming down his face as he joyfully exclaimed, Nezuko, it is truly wonderful that you are safe. Nezuko held on to Tanjiro, remaining still, seemingly offering him comfort. Nearby, the ever-watchful Urokadaki couldn't help but feel elated for the sibling duo. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, within the sword, turned his attention inward, contemplating which ability to unlock that would be most fitting. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided on the ability of nurturing, for it would enable Tanjiro to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. As Tanjiro grows stronger, his efficiency in slaying demons increases, allowing him to accumulate emotional energy at an accelerating pace. Thus, a virtuous cycle is established. Tanjiro, do not let my expectations go unfulfilled. In the blink of an eye, another 15 days have passed. During this period, under the guidance of Sakanji Urokadaki, Tanjiro has hunted several man-eating demons, witnessing firsthand the power of the Nichiren blade. Demons struck by this sword cannot recover from their injuries, their vitality steadily diminishing alongside the significant loss of blood. Moreover, the blade is exceptionally sharp, effortlessly severing the heads of demons, akin to slicing through tofu with ease. In every regard, this sword is truly the nemesis of demons. Sakanji Urokadaki also holds high hopes for Tanjiro. Meanwhile, along a forest path, a man adorned in a yellow kimono decorated with sun patterns approaches. Carrying a rectangular box wrapped in canvas on his back, and wearing a straw hat adorned with a circle of wind chimes, his face obscured by an unsightly mask. Just as he encounters Tanjiro, before any inquiry can be made, the man steps forward and proclaims, I am Tanjiro Kamido's swordsmith, Kanetetsu. Tanjiro slightly bowed. I am Tanjiro. Please come in. However, Kanetetsu did not respond to him. Instead, he unfastened the bundle from his back and opened it, then spoke to himself. This is the Nichiren blade, crafted by me, and the material for the Nichiren blade is. After listening to him for quite some time, Tanjiro finally entered the room. By this time, Sakanji Urokadaki had been waiting for quite a while, and the three of them sat together. After handing the sword to Tanjiro, Kanetetsu continued. The Nichiren blade is also known as the color-changing sword, which alters its hue according to its wielder. as a descendant of the Iro lineage. Your sword may very well turn red. Draw it out and let me see. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro swiftly withdrew his blade. The next moment, the Nichiren blade in his hand began to transform into a deep black hue at a pace visible to the naked eye. Black. Witnessing this, Kenroji trembled with rage. Tanjiro, sensing something amiss, hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong? Is it inauspicious?" Fortunately, Hinakami Kagura was nearby to elucidate. "No, it's just that we have rarely encountered such a pitch-black blade." Meanwhile, Kanata seemed to have reached his limit. "I expected to see a vibrant red blade. This is truly vexing," he exclaimed, lunging forward and pinning Tanjiro to the ground. However, this action drew his attention to the sword at Tanjiro's waist. With a swift motion, he seized it, releasing Tanjiro and stepping aside to scrutinize the blade meticulously. At first glance, the eyes behind the mask ignited with fervor, and even his breath quickened. This sword, with its keen edge, flawless curvature, and green patterns, was of unparalleled quality. The grip was exquisite, and he marveled at the material. It was the most perfect piece he had ever encountered. His hands incessantly caressed the blade. Lin Fan observed, feeling overwhelmed. "Could you kindly move away? I am not interested." Yet, recognizing that this was not the moment for revelation, he communicated telepathically to Tanjiro, "Tanjiro, stop dawdling and reclaim it." Understood. Tanjiro regained his senses, sheathing his sword with haste as he approached Kanatetsuka, imploring him to return the blade. However, Kanatetsuka remained entirely unmoved, fixated on the sword in his grasp as if it were an unparalleled beauty. Observing this, Tanjiro resolved to advance and seize the weapon. Yet, in the very next moment, a raven flew in through the door, landing steadily within the wooden dwelling as it folded its wings. It opened its beak and spoke in a gravelly voice, "Tanjiro Kamadu. I come bearing a message." Tanjiro looked at the crow with a hint of surprise, astonished that the bird could speak. The crow continued, "Proceed to the town in the northwest. There, a young girl is vanishing. Uncover the hidden demon and vanquish it. Be mindful. This marks your inaugural battle as a demon slayer." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's expression grew solemn. An inaugural battle, indeed? He turned to seize the Ashura Maru once more. But Steel Tomb stubbornly refused to relinquish it. The two engaged in a tug-of-war, and Lin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to step in and strike Steel Tomb. Meanwhile, Kenroji Sakanji observed quietly from the side. Time passed, brimming with tension, and before long, dawn broke on the following day. In his Demon Slayer uniform, Tanjiro donned a green checkered shirt, with two swords elegantly suspended at his waist. The scar on his forehead had inexplicably transformed, though none paid it any mind. Lin Fan observed, uncertain whether it resembled a pattern. Before departing, Sabito entrusted him with several tasks and produced a wooden box for Nezuko. Once all preparations were complete and Nezuko had shrunk and nestled within the box, Tanjiro unlocked the title, Eternal Guardian of Sister. Lin Fan quietly scoffed, yet his spirits lifted slightly at the prospect of slaying demons. However, upon reflecting on the unfolding narrative, he recalled that they were soon to encounter Muzan Kibutsuji. At that moment, he would embody Tanjiro and mimic the words of Yorichi. He wondered just how much emotional value Muzan might provide him. As for whether Muzan would retaliate, that was utterly improbable. He was a coward through and through. Even if he were to make a move, it would only be a tentative probe. How he eagerly anticipated Muzan's expression at that time. Lin Fan smirked, suddenly realizing something. Perhaps it was due to his current embodiment of Ashura Maru. But he found himself reveling in a rather dark sense of humor. It was amusing to think that he had once been an upstanding young man. With a wooden box strapped to his back, Tanjiro embarked on his journey, descending the mountain under the watchful gaze of Kadaki Sakanji, steadfastly heading northwest. He continued onward until midday. Tanjiro finally arrived at the so-called town. As he crossed the wooden bridge before him, he was greeted by the sight of a bustling city. The streets were alive with a continuous flow of people. This must be the town located to the northwest, he thought, with a hint of uncertainty. Tanjiro remarked as he strode directly into the town. Chapter 9, a single blade, triple kill upon entering the town. As he walked along the road, he could overhear snippets of conversation from the bystanders. Their voices grew more animated when a disheveled man, battered and seemingly lost, approached. "Look, isn't that him? He has become so haggard," they whispered. "I heard his fiancée was abducted, and now young women have been disappearing every night. It's truly terrifying. I fear that yet another young lady will vanish tonight. I cannot fathom when this nightmare will end." As Tanjiro passed by, he overheard a conversation among several individuals and seemed to grasp something significant. He hurriedly turned around to pursue the forlorn man, promptly calling out to him with a serious expression, "Mr. Waki, I have some inquiries I wish to make. May I?" The despondent Waki, upon hearing these words, turned around, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed his face as he faced Tanjiro's earnest inquiry. They exchanged a few brief words, after which Tanjiro, under Waki's guidance, ventured into a narrow alleyway. It was Waki who spoke first, his voice tinged with despair. "Though you may find it hard to believe, my fiancé, Iriko, vanished right here." Yet Tanjiro replied resolutely, "I believe you." With that, he knelt down, his nose twitching slightly, and indeed caught a lingering scent of the demon. However, this scent felt markedly different from those he had encountered before. It carried an elusive quality that was unsettling. Following the trail of the residual odor, Tanjiro continued his search until the night descended. With the streetlights illuminating the deserted street, no pedestrians could be seen. At last, Tanjiro discerned the relatively fresh scent left behind by the demon on a certain street, prompting him to hasten towards it without delay. Lin Fan observed from the shadows. When Tanjiro arrived at a courtyard, he finally confirmed his suspicion. The demon was indeed here. Moreover, there lingered the fragrance of a young girl, indicating her proximity. Yet he could not locate her at that moment. He prepared to draw his Nichiren blade and surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. However, Lin Fan interjected at that moment. "Draw me out, Tanjiro. I sense the demon concealed beneath your right side." "Understood, Ashura Maru." With this guidance, Tanjiro promptly unsheathed Ashura Maru, his eyes scanning the right side as he inhaled deeply, detecting the most potent scent. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade downward. In an instant, the blade pierced through the surface like a knife through water, erupting into a cloud of black mist that coalesced into a circular shadow, from which emerged a fainted young girl. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro swiftly lifted the young girl into his arms and retreated, hot on his heels. Emerging from the shadowy ground was the upper half of a grotesque creature, a cannibal with blood-red eyes and 3 horns atop its head. The wound inflicted by his earlier strike still oozed with crimson, blood flowing incessantly from the gash in its arm. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Tanjiro immediately recalled the teachings of his master, Urokadaki. The demon before him had undoubtedly awakened its blood demon art. As he made this assessment, he inquired, "Where are the abducted girls?" No sooner had he spoken than the cold yet melodious voice of Lin Fan echoed in his mind. "Do you even need to ponder? They have surely been devoured." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's expression transformed into one of profound indignation, though he could not entirely relinquish his glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, a series of notifications reverberated in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Negative emotions detected in Tanjiro, earning 17 emotional points. Ding. Further negative emotions identified in Tanjiro. Meanwhile, the ghoul emitted a chilling sound, the grinding of its teeth producing a sharp, piercing noise akin to the scraping of glass. Upon witnessing the situation, Tanjiro took several steps back, turning to face the startled Hagi beside him. With a serious expression, he instructed, "Mr. Hagi, please hold on to this person and take shelter nearby. You must remain within my reach. Only then can I protect you. Leave it to me." Although Hagi was initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and accepted the girl that Tanjiro was carrying, closely following at a short distance. Meanwhile, Tanjiro gripped the Ashura Maru, speculating about the demon's abilities, with one crucial realization being that the demon, even when lurking, could not conceal its scent. In light of this, Tanjiro twitched his nose, attempting to discern the demon's location. Observing this scene, Lin Fan appropriately conveyed a warning through thought. "Tanjiro, I sense 3 demons nearby. They are just behind you, likely preparing to ambush you from below. You should employ the second form to ensnare them all." Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Tanjiro harbored no doubts. Simultaneously, his nose detected the strongest scent emanating from just behind him, precisely where Ashura Maru had indicated. Tanjiro swiftly turned around, gripping his sword with both hands. His footsteps were like the wind as he rushed toward the source of the most potent scent. Yet, just a split second before he could close the distance, Lin Fan reminded him once more. Now, upon hearing this, Tanjiro, without a moment's hesitation, leapt into the air, his body executing a lateral strike as he unleashed the water-breathing, second form, water wheel. The blade shimmered with flowing water, ceaseless and vibrant. At that very moment, the 3 demons appeared on the ground, as if summoned within an instant. They did not even have time to react. The gentle streams of water glided across the necks of the 3 demons, and as Tanjiro landed, their heads were simultaneously severed and sent flying, landing on the ground. In their eyes, a mixture of despair and disbelief flickered. How was this possible? Before they could finish their thought, their bodies and heads gradually turned to ash, dissipating entirely, leaving behind only an inconspicuous cloth pouch. Meanwhile, Lin Fan also heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Negative emotions detected from the demon at the moment of demise, earning 300 emotional points. Ding. Absorbing 50 demon power. Would you like to bestow this power upon the Swordmaster Tanjiro Kamado? Upon receiving this prompt, Lin Fan did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired, "Can I decide how much demon power to transfer to Tanjiro?" Ding. Yes. After receiving the system's affirmative response, Lin Fan pondered briefly before providing his answer. Return 31st, and let me observe the effect. Ding. Bestowal ability activated. Returning 15 demon power, enhancing the corresponding physical attributes of the Swordmaster Tanjiro Kamado. As the notification sounded, just as Tanjiro was about to sheath his sword, he suddenly noticed the hilt of the Ashura Maru manifesting strands of black smoke that entwined around the back of his hand. Before he could utter a word, he felt a peculiar transformation within his body, akin to completing half a month's training in an instant. Chapter 10. What do you value human life as? Tanjiro gazed incredulously at his own hands, and as he regained his composure, he hurriedly inquired, "Ashura, what have you just done to me?" In response, Lin Fan replied leisurely, "This is one of my abilities. Whenever you slay a demon, I can absorb its power and bestow it upon you. Therefore, if you wish to grow stronger, go forth and vanquish demons." After providing this simple explanation, Lin Fan could distinctly sense Tanjiro's enhancement through his control over this ability. If converted, the 30% return to him could be equated to the arduous training Tanjiro had undergone over the course of half a month, resulting in a comprehensive augmentation of his physical form. However, Lin Fan still harbored a question. System, are there any limitations to this enhancement? Ding. The stronger the Blade Master's physique, the greater the amount of demon energy consumed to enhance their body through absorption. Lin Fan understood this well. Thus, it would indeed become more challenging to achieve further improvements. Nevertheless, overall, the situation appeared manageable. Meanwhile, in the outside world, after a brief period of adaptation, Tanjiro finally sheathed his sword and bent down to retrieve the cloth bag that had fallen to the ground. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with an assortment of hairpins. This sight evoked memories of the young girls who had been taken away. In Tanjiro's heart, a vague suspicion had already begun to take form, to the extent that he could almost ascertain that those young maidens had all met with misfortune. Yet, by nature kind-hearted, he turned and approached the bewildered Hagi, presenting the fabric pouch with both hands. "I must take my leave. Please accept this. Perhaps one day you shall encounter that young lady again." Upon seeing this, Hagi's eyes brimmed with tears, and his trembling hands received the pouch. As he unfurled it, he was greeted by the sight of the all-too-familiar butterfly hairpin. At that moment, he comprehended the implication of Tanjiro's words, yet he refrained from voicing the bitter truth. Allowing a flicker of hope to remain within him, his vision blurred by tears, he could only cry out towards Tanjiro's retreating figure, "Thank you. Truly, thank you. I believe that day will come." In response, Tanjiro simply turned back, smiled, and waved his hand. "I entrust that lady to you." With that, he turned and walked down the empty street, leaving behind a desolate silence. Tanjiro furrowed his brows, a nameless fury igniting within his heart upon witnessing the unfolding tragedies. The source of this turmoil was the deep-seated hatred for Muzan Kibutsuji. In the mind of Lin Fan, the figure within the blade, the system's prompt reverberated. Ding. Negative emotions detected in Tanjiro. You have gained 20 emotional points. Lin Fan gazed at his clearly displayed point balance, realizing that he was on the brink of unlocking a new ability, prompting him to ponder which capability would yield the highest value for his investment. As for the external world, the sun rose, and a raven circled the skies before finally alighting on Tanjiro's shoulder. Once settled, it opened its beak and declared, "The next destination is Asakusa, Tokyo, where rumors of lurking demons abound. Proceed immediately." This announcement left Tanjiro in a cold sweat. Oh, must we embark on a new quest so soon? The urgency of the situation caught him off guard. Nevertheless, he resolutely set off towards Asakusa. Upon arriving at the task location, darkness enveloped the surroundings once more. Tanjiro stood on the bustling street, accompanied by his somewhat drowsy sister Nezuko, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Has the town truly developed to this extent? Lin Fan, observing the town, could not help but reflect. If his memory served him correctly, they were in the Taisho era, a time that seemed to straddle the aftermath of the Great War, having birthed considerable advancements in technology. This town exuded a sense of transition between the old and the new. However, now that they had arrived, it was only a matter of time before encountering Muzan. What should he say when that moment arrives? Strolling through the throngs on the lively street, Tanjiro resembled an outsider, much like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Marveling at everything in sight, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity, he donned his hood and swiftly led his sister away from the town, reaching the outskirts where a solitary street lamp illuminated the darkness. Beneath the glow, a food cart was parked, with a bald proprietor seated behind it, occasionally puffing on his pipe. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro hastily took his sister's hand and approached, speaking in a lackluster manner. "Sir, could you please prepare a serving of yam puree udon for me?" The bald proprietor promptly replied, "Certainly." Before long, Tanjiro sat on a wooden bench outside the shop, receiving a bowl of soup noodles from the proprietor. He took a sip of the broth, savoring its warmth, when suddenly an unforgettable scent invaded his nostrils. In an instant, Tanjiro's expression shifted, and he stood up abruptly, causing the bowl of noodles to tumble to the ground, shattering into pieces as he gasped for breath. He hurriedly sprinted in the direction of the alluring aroma. Why had this scent appeared in such a place? It was reminiscent of the scent from his home. Navigating through the dimly lit alley, he emerged onto a bustling street. Weaving through the crowd, the fragrance grew increasingly potent. Muzan Kibutsuji. Among the throng, he spotted a man clad in a black suit and a hat of black and white. His back turned towards Tanjiro. The source of the scent was undoubtedly him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro's hand shot out, resting firmly upon the man's shoulder. Waiting in the wings, Lin Fan seized the opportunity, swiftly commandeering Tanjiro's body. Yet Tanjiro remained conscious, observing the unfolding events as if from a distance. In this peculiar state, he could still communicate. He urgently inquired, "Ashura, what is happening to me?" Lin Fan, fully engaged in the moment, responded, "Be cautious. A single misstep could be fatal. Leave the rest to me." Back in the external world, the man turned his face, revealing his signature ruby-red eyes, reminiscent of precious gems, beneath furrowed brows. This was undoubtedly Muzan Kibutsuji. Lin Fan, maintaining his composure, withdrew his hand and removed his hood with an impassive expression. The two locked eyes for a fleeting moment. However, in the next instant, a youthful voice broke the tension. "Daddy, who is he?" Upon turning, Muzan revealed a little girl with twin ponytails, whom he gently comforted in his arms. He then turned back to Lin Fan with a soft smile, inquiring, "What brings you to me?" Having anticipated this moment, Lin Fan swiftly adopted a cold demeanor, betraying an air of disdain as he spoke with barely concealed anger. "What amusement do you derive from toying with human emotions? What is so entertaining about it?" The deeply etched voice resonated within Muzan's mind, coupled with the sight of Tanjiro's scar and the adornment on his earlobe, conjuring a haunting figure from his past, a man who had lingered as a nightmare throughout his life. At that moment, Lin Fan coldly pressed on. "What do you consider human life? Why can't I remember?" Upon hearing these words, Kibutsuji Muzan's soul trembled in terror, and his body quaked uncontrollably. The fear of that man magnified infinitely within him. Chapter 11. Muzan's Escape. Coupled with the familiar earrings, illusions danced before his eyes, as if the inescapable figure merged with the person before him. That nightmare long since deceased, Sujikuni Yurichi. His pupils constricted, fear causing his chest to rise and fall violently. At this moment, Muzan yearned to abandon everything and flee this place immediately. But just then, a soft voice suddenly broke the deathly silence from behind him. "Oh dear. What is wrong?" Turning to the sound, he beheld a woman in a flowing white dress approaching. Seeing her, Muzan promptly placed the child he held on the ground, forcing a smile through his terror as he said, "I'm sorry, I just remembered something urgent and must leave." Without another glance, he turned and melted into the crowd. Ignoring whatever the woman said, he used her and the child as a shield, staying close to them, preventing Tanjiro from drawing his blade. Lin Fan watched quietly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, for the system had finally delivered a notification. Ding. Negative emotions detected in the Demon King Kibutsuji Muzan, earning 5,000 emotional points. Ding. Fear detected in the Demon King Kibutsuji Muzan, earning. In just a moment, Lin Fan amassed over 10,000 emotional points, rivaling Tanjiro's harvest after 7 days and nights of relentless effort on Mount Fujicasein. Yet, seeing that Muzan had already fled, Lin Fan relinquished control. Returning the body to Tanjiro, while specifically reminding him, the one who just escaped is the source of demons, Kibutsuji Muzan. He is the mastermind behind the slaughter of your family. Do you not seek revenge? However, at that moment, Tanjiro seemed oblivious, merely gasping for breath, his pupils trembling, one hand tremblingly covering his mouth. Agony, fury, and shock washed over him in waves. Lin Fan, wielding the blade, could distinctly sense Tanjiro's emotions. He was genuinely astonished and in pain, shocked that such a demon as Kibutsuji Muzan lurked among humans, pain that his enemies stood before him while he felt utterly powerless. All these negative emotions transformed into Lin Fan's emotional points. For a time, the system's notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. Meanwhile, Muzan, in his flight, continued to provide emotional points, albeit not as abundantly as before. Yet, it was still far beyond what ordinary demons could compare. Amidst the chaotic notifications, Lin Fan acutely sensed something unusual. Ding. Excitement detected in the man-eater Tamayo, rewarding 10 emotional points. Ding. The sound of 2 consecutive prompts alerted Lin Fan to the presence of Kibutsuji Muzan, evoking memories of the 2 individuals. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, who had been momentarily frozen in place, gradually regained his composure. However, following the recent events, his resolve to eliminate Muzan had only intensified. He murmured, "No matter the distance, I shall hunt you down." Amidst the crowd, 2 figures emerged, hastily approaching Tsugumi and Kibutsuji Yashiro. Tsugumi quickly reached Tanjiro, her eyes betraying a barely contained excitement as she softly inquired, "May I ask what your relation is to Yurichi Tsujikuni?" She hesitated, apprehensive, for only 3 souls knew the words she had just spoken, and the expression Tanjiro wore resembled that of Yurichi himself. She wondered if this could be the spirit of that legendary figure, or perhaps his reincarnation. Tanjiro, however, seemed oblivious to her musings, his nose twitching as he caught a scent that caused him to furrow his brow. "This scent," he began, but before he could finish, Yashiro, with a serious demeanor, instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Tsugumi. Realizing her initial concern had been unfounded, Tsugumi sensed that Tanjiro harbored no malevolence, and thus spoke calmly. "Indeed, I am both a demon and a physician. Yet, my desire mirrors yours, to eradicate the source of all this chaos, Kibutsuji Muzan. But are you not a demon as well?" Tanjiro harbored skepticism rather than belief, which rendered the expression of Yashiro, standing in front, rather displeased. However, Tamayo exhibited no change in her demeanor. Instead, she continued to speak with remarkable composure. "This is due to personal grievances, and I have transformed my own body, rendering human consumption unnecessary. I require only a small quantity of blood to sustain myself. Furthermore, I have freed myself from Muzan's curse." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro inhaled lightly, perceiving a refreshing scent that bore no trace of deceit. He was thus convinced that this individual was worthy of his trust. Meanwhile, Tamayo cast a glance at the bustling street filled with passers-by and continued, "This crowded place is not suitable for conversation. I kindly ask you to accompany me away from here." In response, Tanjiro surveyed the throng of people around him and, belatedly realizing the urgency, replied, "That is acceptable. But my sister is still waiting for me on the outskirts of the town. Would you mind waiting for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Tamayo expressed her concern, saying, "Of course, let Yashiro accompany you. Once you locate your sister, he can guide you both to my residence, where we can continue our previous discussion." "Very well," Tanjiro affirmed. With a smile, Tanjiro responded, while the expression on Yashiro's face darkened like a stormy sea, prompting him to turn and express his concern. "Lady Tamayo, your safety." Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tamayo's dismissive wave. "Do not worry about me, hurry along." With that, Yashiro had no choice but to obediently follow Tanjiro away from that place. Meanwhile, the departing Muzan Kibutsuji found himself alone in a dimly lit alley, haunted by an unshakable visage in his mind. He murmured, "It is impossible. That man was undoubtedly dead. This cannot be. Yet how can I explain that demeanor and those words? Was it Tamayo?" At this moment, Muzan's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, yet he began to regain some composure. Facing the pitch-black alley before him, he coldly declared, "Regardless of any connection to that individual, my identity has already been discovered by him. It would suffice to eliminate him, indeed, to slay him." Nevertheless, the essence of his being was encapsulated in one word: cowardice. Otherwise, he would not have remained hidden while his adversary, Yurichi, still drew breath. Since he could not risk himself, he would send his minions to do his bidding. Conveniently, there were 2 nearby. He would grant them blood and instruct them to probe the situation. Suddenly, his previously sluggish mind sparked with clarity, and he promptly summoned the two demons. Chapter 12. Who is the master of the blade, you or I? In a shadowy alley, Muzan snapped his fingers, and two ghastly figures appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. Without turning around, Muzan spoke in a low, commanding tone, "Go and kill the demon slayer adorned with the Hanafuda earrings, and bring me his head." "At your command." The two demons replied in unison, before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on another front, Tanjiro led Yashiro to the dimly lit streets outside the town. Meanwhile, Nezuko sat on a bench, drowsy, while the noodle stall owner behind them wore a frown, displaying his displeasure. This sight caused Tanjiro's heart to tighten, prompting him to approach the vendor and bow slightly, apologizing profusely for having stepped away due to an urgent matter, assuring him that he was ready to settle the bill. However, the vendor, with a cold expression, retorted angrily, "Is this about money? You took a sip of the soup and discarded it on the ground? You clearly look down upon my craft." Faced with the vendor's accusations, Tanjiro expressed his sincere apologies and requested another bowl of udon, vowing to finish it this time. Lin Fan, observing Tanjiro from within the blade, heard the system chime, announcing the acquisition of emotional points. However, he found the repetitive sound tiresome and wondered if the system could adjust or mute it. Upon hearing his thoughts, the system replied, "Ding. The notification sound can be turned off or adjusted." Lin Fan, slightly exasperated, retorted, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" The system replied matter-of-factly, "You didn't ask." Left speechless, Lin Fan finally managed to suggest, "Please adjust the notification settings for emotional points, so that notifications for amounts below 1,000 are unnecessary." "As you wish." The system complied with the changes. Lin Fan then opened his personal panel, noting that he was on the verge of reaching 30,000 emotional points, and began contemplating which abilities he should unlock next. Outside, Tanjiro, under the vendor's watchful gaze, savored a bowl of udon, finally able to leave with his sister Nezuko. They reunited with Yashiro, who led the way as the trio departed from the stall, navigating through the narrow alleys of the town. They arrived at a corner at the end of an alley, where paths diverged on either side. Under Tanjiro's watchful gaze, Yashiro cautiously glanced around with peripheral vision before heading directly toward the wall ahead. Just as Tanjiro thought Yashiro would collide with it, Yashiro's figure mysteriously passed through the wall, vanishing from sight. Witnessing the spectacle left Tanjiro astounded. Tanjiro extended his hand towards the wall, only to find it devoid of substance. With a single step forward, he effortlessly passed through the wall, accompanied by his sister Nezuko. Before them lay an elegant mansion. Tanjiro could not help but exclaim in surprise. Behind the dead end stood a grand mansion. However, Yashiro, who was walking ahead, turned around, wearing a somber expression, and said, "Listen closely. If you show any disrespect to that esteemed individual, I will not spare you." "Ah, understood." Tanjiro paused momentarily before hastily responding. The three of them then pushed open the door and entered the residence. Before them lay a brightly lit room. Tamayo stood there, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing them, she candidly posed her most pressing question. "Do you know of the person named Yoriichi Tsujikuni?" Upon hearing that name again, Tanjiro could only honestly reply, "I do not know the person you speak of." Observing the clarity in Tanjiro's eyes, Tamayo sensed his sincerity. Yet she continued to press, "Then why did you display such a demeanor, and why did you utter those words to Muzan Kibutsuji? Your every action mirrors that of the former Yoriichi Tsujikuni." This inquiry struck a chord with Tanjiro, leaving him at a loss for words. Internally, he sought counsel from his companion, Akuzuru. How should I respond? Faced with this request for assistance, Lin Fan felt genuinely exasperated and could only retort, "Do as you wish. Don't come to me with every question. Are you the sword master, or am I?" Tanjiro was on the verge of losing his composure. Yet, the implication of Ashura Maru's influence suggested that one could articulate their thoughts freely. With this realization, he gazed thoughtfully at Tamayo before arriving at a resolution in his heart. The demeanor he had just exhibited was not his own. It was the blade named Ashura Maru at his waist that dictated his actions. Hearing Tanjiro's candid admission without any pretense left Lin Fan at a loss for words. However, with someone like Tamayo, sharing such information seemed inconsequential. Yet, upon hearing Tanjiro's response, Tamayo's expression grew somewhat dazed, leading her to question whether Tanjiro was mocking her. After all, the notion that a sword could control a person seemed utterly fantastical, a scenario fit only for the realm of myth. Meanwhile, Yashiro, who stood nearby, wore a cold expression and angrily questioned, "Are you mocking Lady Tamayo? This is unforgivable." He made a move as if to confront Tanjiro. Fortunately, Tamayo regained her composure and interjected, "Yashiro, cease at once and refrain from resorting to violence." As soon as she spoke, Yashiro suppressed his anger and obediently stepped back. "I understand, Lady Tamayo." Tanjiro hurriedly clarified, "Though it is difficult to believe, this is indeed the truth." His words were resolute, devoid of deceit. Nevertheless, doubts lingered, and Tamayo fixed her gaze on Ashura Maru at Tanjiro's side, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she inquired, "Then from where did you acquire this sword? Might it control you once more?" "I wish to pose a few questions, if I may. Ashura Maru is a blade that has been passed down through my family." Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro voiced his thoughts. As for the latter inquiry, he owned to ask but anticipated the likelihood of reproach. Thus he resolved to make the decision independently. "The truth is, I am unable to command Ashura Maru. The prior control over my body was a voluntary act on its part upon encountering Muzan. I can certainly inquire on your behalf." With that said, he posed the question within his mind. As expected, Lin Fan responded with a succinct phrase, "Get lost." Very well then. Tanjiro found himself at a loss, grappling with the predicament surrounding his blade. What could he do? His helplessness weighed heavily upon him. He could only recount the earlier events to the expectant Tamayo, apologizing for the harsh words directed at him. Upon hearing this, Tamayo nearly lost her composure but managed to steady herself, responding, "It is perfectly acceptable if you do not wish to see me." Chapter 13. Muzan's test. In retrospect, it was indeed I who acted abruptly, neglecting to consider her feelings. This revelation left Yashiro, who was observing nearby, on the brink of gnashing his teeth in frustration. How could it be that Lady Tamayo was the one to apologize? At this juncture, Tanjiro could no longer contain himself and finally posed the question that had long occupied his thoughts. "Miss Tamayo, may I inquire if there exists a method to transform demons back into humans?" Tamayo responded with unwavering certainty. "I believe there is a way to revert demons to humanity. Every ailment or scar bears its corresponding remedy. Although we currently lack a solution, I firmly believe that one day it will be achieved. However, before that moment arrives, I must entrust you with two tasks." Tanjiro listened intently, for this matter was pivotal to Nezuko's potential return to humanity. Tamayo continued, elucidating her request. "I need to analyze your sister's blood, and additionally, I require you to gather samples of blood from demons with a notably high concentration of Muzan's blood." Upon hearing these two conditions, Tanjiro promptly assured her, "No problem, leave it to me." Just as the conversation unfolded, Lin Fan, within the blade, sensed the approach of two demons heading towards their location, likely aware of their presence. He immediately cautioned, "Tanjiro, be on guard. Two demons are approaching, and they have clearly detected your whereabouts." Tanjiro immediately stood up. Opposite him, Tamayo appeared somewhat perplexed, only to hear Tanjiro's urgent reminder, "Miss Tamayo, a demon has discovered our location." Startled by his words, Tamayo quickly responded, "Follow me to the basement." With that, she turned and led the way. However, as soon as she pushed open the door, the two demons launched their assault. The wall was violently breached from the outside, and two colorful orbs surged into the room, rampaging like cannonballs. They wreaked havoc, shattering the space around them into fragments. Yashiro swiftly shielded Tamayo beneath him, while Tanjiro similarly protected his sister Nezuko. As the two orbs departed the room, amidst the swirling dust, the silhouettes of Tanjiro and the others emerged. Lin Fan, within the blade, could hardly contain his impatience, urging, "Tanjiro, what are you waiting for? Draw your sword and slay these two demons now." Tanjiro swiftly regained his composure, drawing the Ashura Maru from his waist and brandishing it with both hands as he focused on the swirling orbs above. Perhaps due to his enhanced abilities, his gaze quickly sharpened, allowing him to precisely track the colorful spheres dancing in the air. Spotting one that was hurtling towards Yashiro, he struck decisively, cleaving it in two. The orb shattered instantly, dissipating into a cloud of crimson mist, and another orb soon met a similar fate. Outside the mansion, two demons, one male and one female, had been dispatched by Muzan to hunt Tanjiro. The male demon donned a monk's robe, adorned with prayer beads around his neck, his closely cropped hair framing his tightly shut eyes, while two eyes sprouted from the palms of his hands. The female demon, with her short hair and a yellow kimono, bore no distinctive features. She quickly sensed the destruction of her two orbs, her gaze cautiously shifting towards the fragmented room where Tanjiro stood. After assessing him, she spoke first. "You must be the demon slayer adorned with the Hanafuda earrings." Without hesitation, Tanjiro understood that these two demons were likely sent by Muzan to eliminate him. In light of the current situation, he turned away and urged, "Miss Tamayo, you must leave at once. I will handle this. Do not worry about us. Focus on the battle." Tamayo promptly responded. At that moment, just as Tanjiro prepared to step out of the room with his sword, Lin Fan suddenly interjected. "Have Yashuru lend you his vision. Let them deal with the female demon while you take care of the one hiding behind." Heeding Lin Fan's advice, Tanjiro immediately called out, "Yashuru, please lend me your perspective. I leave the female demon to you." Yashuru was taken aback by Tanjiro's knowledge of his blood demon art. But there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly produced a talisman and placed it on Tanjiro's forehead. As a faint glow emanated from it, a unique pattern began to materialize. Meanwhile, Tanjiro felt no discernible change, yet he resolutely stepped out of the room. The female demon, observing this, boldly stripped away the upper half of her garments, leaving only a small tank top. Then, before the eyes of the onlookers, her body sprouted 4 robust arms on either side, reminiscent of a spider. In each hand, she conjured a colorful orb. "Are you prepared to meet your demise at my hands?" she exclaimed as she simultaneously hurled the orbs. However, to Tanjiro's eyes, strange arrows appeared on the orbs, seemingly guiding them through the air. Lin Fan, sensing the presence of another demon, quickly urged, "Eliminate the one hiding in the tree first." Understood. With a single hand gripping his sword, Tanjiro disregarded the approaching colorful orbs, his form weaving skillfully as he advanced towards the demon perched atop the tree. The female demon, sensing the impending threat, attempted to intervene. However, Nezuko and Yashiro acted swiftly, intercepting her before she could succeed. In a series of agile movements, Tanjiro reached the base of the tree, leaping into the air with both hands wielding his blade, executing a graceful somersault. Second form of water breathing, water wheel. A lateral torrent of water surged forth. The male demon, perceiving the danger, immediately sought refuge, yet the very trunk it had occupied was severed by the furious waters, sending splinters and dust cascading onto its form. With a disdainful snarl, it exclaimed, "Damn it, I've gotten filthy." As it spoke, it plummeted to the ground. Tanjiro followed closely behind, wielding his sword as he struck downward towards the creature's neck with astonishing speed, catching it completely off guard. Just as he was on the verge of severing its throat, the creature managed to raise its right hand in time, the eye within its palm closing momentarily before unleashing a crimson arrow. The arrow flew straight and found its mark upon Tanjiro's chest, while simultaneously, the blade of his sword made contact with the demon's neck. Both forces collided at once. Tanjiro was abruptly propelled into the air by the arrow, his position uncontrollably shifting amidst the descent. Meanwhile, a deep gash marred the neck of the ogre. Crimson blood began to flow profusely, staining its monk's robe. "You've sullied my attire with blood, you wretched creature," Tanjiro exclaimed, even as he plummeted downwards. Lin Fan, unwilling to squander time, promptly advised him to employ sword techniques to adjust his position, mitigate the impact, or guide the arrow to amplify the power of his swordsmanship. As he spoke, he unleashed his demonic energy, providing Tanjiro with a slight boost. Chapter 14. Is there anything more delightful than frightening Muzan? Tanjiro's mind raced as he swiftly contemplated his next move, ultimately wielding his sword downward with both hands. 8th form, water wheel. His blade, infused with the flow of water, descended, unleashing a torrent that enveloped his body, counteracting the force of his fall. He deftly pivoted mid-air, landing with minimal discomfort. Thanks to the prior reinforcement and the surge of demonic energy coursing through him, he was now far more formidable than the Tanjiro of the original tale. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Fan realized with a start, have I unwittingly become Tanjiro's golden finger? Shouldn't I be the protagonist? However, the urgency of battle took precedence. Lin Fan refrained from over-involvement, recognizing that while he possessed a slight advantage from knowing the plot, he was still inferior to Tanjiro without the narrative. Ultimately, the onus of combat lay upon Tanjiro himself. A simple reminder would suffice. During the battle, Tanjiro needed to engage his own intellect to hone his experience. The ogre, too, was slowly coming to terms with its situation. Incredulously clutching its neck, it murmured, "How is it possible that the wound has not healed?" As confusion washed over it, clarity dawned. This was the work of the demon slayer. Enraged, it raised its hands and bellowed, "You filthy wretch, perish!" Its palms blinked with eyes, and simultaneously, several arrows hurtled towards Tanjiro. Having grasped the essence of Lin Fan's counsel, Tanjiro began to evade while contemplating his strategy. Soon, a resolution formed in his mind. Utilizing the vortex created by the sixth form to attract the arrows, he would swiftly advance using the third form's footwork. With that thought, he was resolute. Tanjiro moved with remarkable agility, his body twisting forward in a unique gait, pursued closely by a flurry of arrows. As he approached, he wielded his blades with both hands, summoning the swirling currents of his breath technique. The streams of water erupted from the blade, encircling him like a vortex, drawing in the arrows behind him. Feeling the weight of his arms, Tanjiro murmured to himself, "The blade is quite heavy, yet still within my capacity." With a powerful thrust, he stomped the ground, causing it to crack beneath him, and the water coalesced around the blade once more as he prepared to unleash his sword technique. The second form, horizontal water wheel. This time, bolstered by the arrows, the techniques might far surpass his previous efforts. The demon before him had no time to evade as the blade, along with the flowing water, severed its neck completely, its head flying off in an instant, scattering the prayer beads at war across the ground. As the headless body of the demon collapsed, Tanjiro found himself teetering in midair. But Lin Fan swiftly took control of his body. Executing an illogical maneuver, he corrected their unbalanced form and landed smoothly. In the next moment, he unsheathed the Nichiren blade from his waist and hurled it with great force. The blade sliced through the air, piercing the demon's cranium, extinguishing its life and reducing it to ash. Though Tanjiro, under Lin Fan's forceful control, was somewhat bewildered, he trusted that Ashura Maru meant him no harm. Nevertheless, he could not help but urge, "Ashura Maru, let us swiftly defeat another demon. Nezuko and the others are still in peril." Lin Fan regained full command of the body. Deeply sensing the terrifying nature of this complete control, he could harness the breath technique as if it were inscribed upon his very flesh. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly declared, "Since it is the request of the Blade Master, I shall oblige." With one hand gripping the blade, he approached the ongoing battle not far away. There, he observed the female demon in confrontation with Nezuko and the others. The demon, sensing the commotion beside her, turned and beheld Tanjiro advancing slowly, along with the remnants of her companion dissipating into ash. How can this be? She is dead? Meanwhile, Muzan Kibutsuji, who had been closely monitoring the situation, finally exhaled in relief. Observing the recent skirmish, he saw no trace of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Just as he pondered this, through the demon's gaze, he once again glimpsed Tanjiro's figure. The sight of him, holding a blade with one hand, seemed to coalesce into a singularity. His aura transformed utterly. It was evident that this was no longer the same boy. In the midst of the night, Tanjiro spoke in a deep voice. "Muzan Kibutsuji, I know you're watching. Remember, I have come for you, and this time, I shall not fail." Upon hearing these words, Muzan Kibutsuji's expression betrayed a moment of terror. Momentarily losing his composure, however, as he was not present at the scene, he quickly regained his calm. Could this truly be Yoriichi Tsujikuni? Had he transformed into a powerful demon, possessing this young boy to pursue him once more? How could this even be possible? And what of that overwhelming strength? The more he pondered, the more his mind spiraled into chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already taken control of Tanjiro, urging him forward, channeling the full extent of demon energy into his body. Third form, flowing dance of water breathing. As his figure twirled and shifted, the blade, imbued with a gentle stream of water, swiftly severed the demoness' arms. In the shared gaze between her and Muzan, Lin Fan raised his sword high above his head. This movement mirrored that of Yoriichi Tsujikuni from years past, as if the scene were being reenacted. The demoness had no time to evade. Her head was swiftly cleaved from her body, and in her final moments, she could only behold her own headless corpse. Sheathing his sword, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected negative emotions from the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji, earning 5,000 emotional points. Ding. Detected the demon king, adding another income to my account. Is there anything more delightful than instilling fear in Muzan? Not far away, Tamaya witnessed the entire scene unfold. As she gazed at Tanjiro in that moment, the image of Yoriichi Tsujikuni resurfaced in her memory. With a quivering voice, she asked, "Are you Lord Yoriichi?" Lin Fan merely cast a sidelong glance at her, then fell silent as he relinquished control, returning autonomy to Tanjiro. Regaining control, Tanjiro felt as though he had been hollowed out, unable to restrain the violent heaving of his chest as he gasped for breath. Overcome with exhaustion, he sank to his knees, feeling as if his lungs might burst, every part of his body aflame with pain. Chapter 15. Muzan is my treasure trove. Seeing this, Nezuko hurried forward, her hand tenderly brushing Tanjiro's forehead in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. Observing this scene, Tamayo was finally convinced of the truth in Tanjiro's words. That sword was indeed one that could only exist in legend. Yet, how could it possess knowledge of events from that time? This enigma lingered in her mind like a persistent riddle. The knife was shrouded in mystery, compelling her to delve deeper into its secrets. Nevertheless, she swiftly approached Tanjiro to examine his condition, with Yashiro following closely behind. Meanwhile, Muzan's gaze was fixated on the moment Lin Fan struck down with the blade, merging completely with the figure of Yoriichi Tsujikuni from his memories. After all, it had been cut. No one understood that strike better than it did. Once or twice could be dismissed as mere coincidence, but this time, Muzan was truly apprehensive. The young man before him was no longer the same. If he wasn't mentally deranged, he had undoubtedly inherited Yoriichi's essence. Though it was plausible that this was a facade and his power appeared relatively weak, who was Muzan? A man whose life was riddled with cowardice. Even with a minuscule probability, he would never place himself in jeopardy. Yet, the threat this youth posed was considerable, and he could not simply disregard it. Muzan's eyes narrowed as he stared into the darkness before him and commanded all demons, regardless of their location, to hunt down a demon slayer adorned with earrings and bring him his head. This order reverberated among all the demons. Those scattered across various regions were taken aback by the command. Even the upper moons were intrigued. What had this demon slayer done to provoke such a targeted response from Muzan? However, their interest was fleeting. A weak demon slayer, who wasn't even a Hashira, hardly piqued their curiosity. In contrast, the lower moons were already eager to engage in the hunt for Tanjiro, hoping to earn Muzan's favor. Meanwhile, Lin Fan opened his system panel, gazing at the 30,000 emotion points acquired from Muzan, unable to suppress a slight smirk. Truly, Muzan was a veritable treasure trove. Yet, contemplating the abilities displayed on the panel, Lin Fan pondered briefly before decisively unlocking the ability for demonification. He invested all the hard-earned 30,000 emotion points into this enhancement. Nonetheless, it was a necessary expenditure. In the near future, Muzan would likely unleash a frenzy of demons, and Lin Fan's task was to assist Tanjiro in overcoming them. The more demons he vanquished, the stronger he would become. However, considering Muzan's cautious nature and the current positioning of the upper moons, it was unlikely that they would intervene for the time being. This period represented an optimal opportunity for growth. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan felt a sense of bright promise for the future. Observing his current demon power at 600, he inquired, "System, have you transferred demon power to Tanjiro?" Ding. 30% of the acquired demon power has been transferred. The system promptly provided a response. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the outside world. He beheld Tanjiro, who had managed to stand, suddenly freeze, as a surge of power washed over him once more, a sensation far more potent than the last. Though he understood the source of this phenomenon, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Ashura Maru, thank you for lending me your strength." Enough with the chatter, Lin Fan retorted succinctly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After observing for a moment, Tamayo interjected, "There is no significant harm. You merely have a muscle strain that requires some rest." Then, she shifted the conversation abruptly. "Was that blade controlling you just now?" Indeed, it was so. Tanjiro harbored no intention of concealing the truth and confessed straightforwardly. Upon hearing his words, Tamayo exhaled deeply, deciding against further inquiries. Since the blade refused to engage in conversation, there was no point in pressing the matter. As long as it was confirmed that the sword was indeed as Tanjiro had described, that sufficed. Tamayo suggested, "The dawn is fast approaching. Let us retreat to the basement." Noticing the imminent rise of the sun, Tanjiro snapped back to reality and promptly agreed. All right. The group descended into the basement to evade the sunlight. In the brightly lit subterranean chamber, Tamayo gazed at Tanjiro and calmly articulated, "We must depart from this place. It has been discovered by Muzan Kibutsuji. If we do not leave our hiding spot swiftly, we shall be in grave danger." At this juncture, Tamayo paused momentarily. "Furthermore, Mr. Tanjiro, would you be so kind as to entrust Miss Nezuko to us?" As her words hung in the air, Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Yashiro widened his eyes, his lips twitching in a manner that suggested impending disgrace. Tamayo remained unfazed, calmly articulating her thoughts. While she could not guarantee Nezuko's absolute safety, it was undoubtedly a far safer alternative than bringing her to the battlefield. Upon hearing these words, Tanjiro slightly nodded, his heart beginning to waver. For the truth was indeed as she stated. However, when Nezuko grasped Tanjiro's hands and he beheld her earnest and resolute gaze, his resolve began to solidify once more. Within Tanjiro's heart, the answer was already clear. Thank you for your concern, Miss Tamayo, but we shall not part ways. Upon hearing this unwavering declaration, Yashiro exhaled in relief. Tamayo also disowned Tanjiro's resolve and, with a tranquil demeanor, responded, in that case, I wish you a smooth journey. However, Tanjiro suddenly recalled something and hurriedly bowed slightly, saying, I sincerely apologize, I forgot to collect the blood of those two demons. No sooner had he spoken than Yashiro, who had remained silent, crossed his arms and turned away, stating, I have already collected it. You need not worry excessively about gathering the demon's blood. Tamayo observed this interaction, a smile finally gracing her lips, for it indicated that Yashiro had come to acknowledge Tanjiro. Thank you so very much, Tanjiro replied with a radiant smile. Turning around, he and his sister Nezuko exited the basement and, after locating the box, resumed their journey. As they walked along the path leading away from the town, they embraced the road ahead. Tanjiro, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, Azakamaru, do you know who Tsujikuni Yorichi is? In response to this question, Lin Fan did not provide a direct answer. Who he is now matters little. What is significant is that an unrelenting horde of demons will soon be seeking you. Prepare yourself. As he spoke, a raven landed beside Tanjiro and spoke, southeast. The next location is southeast, where demons are lurking. Upon hearing the raven's warning, Tanjiro sighed, reflecting on the excessive demands of his vocation as a demon slayer. Since setting out, there had been no respite. Chapter 16. Is there something wrong with this kid? After departing from the town, they traversed a rural path towards their destination. Perhaps the distance was too great. From the break of dawn, they walked until nightfall. In the pitch darkness of the night, walking along the countryside path beneath the moonlight, Tanjiro suddenly caught the scent of a demon and halted in his tracks. Withdrawing Azakamaru from his waist, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Lin Fan, sensing the impending danger, warned, Tanjiro, 3 demons lie in ambush ahead of you. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 demons, seeing Tanjiro's hesitation, emerged from the shadows by the roadside. Among them was a grotesquely large and corpulent demon. Reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, its crimson eyes fixated on Tanjiro, drool dripping from its mouth. With those Hanafuda earrings, you must be the demon slayer that our master seeks to eliminate. Your keen awareness has revealed us. Your flesh must be quite delectable. Beside it was a peculiar demon, crawling on all fours, sporting 4 eyes and a twisted, glistening tongue. It resembled a humanoid gecko. You better back off, fatty. This prey is mine. Do you wish to perish? It hissed, a greedy expression etched across its face. The sumo demon retorted coolly, refusing to back down. Tension mounted between the two. The third demon, a female, observed the squabbling with a sense of disdain. What are you two bickering about? We should seize this demon slayer first before arguing over who gets him. What if he escapes in the meantime? Both demons conceded to her logic. The long-tongued demon spoke first. Let us eliminate this demon slayer. Then we can determine who claims the head based on our abilities. Agreed. The sumo demon concurred. The female demon, disinterested in further debate with her dim-witted companions, urged, time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly. That said, the female ghost did not act immediately. Instead, the sumo spirit advanced steadily, lifting its broad and powerful arms. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro maintained an impassive expression, adjusted his breath, and with a single hand wielding his sword, propelled himself forward with great force, subsequently leaping into the air. A torrent of water erupted from the blade. Water breathing. Fourth form, striking tide. With the swing of his sword, it was as if a tidal wave surged forth. In the face of this deadly strike, the sumo demon, still oblivious to the impending danger, arrogantly raised its hands, intent on seizing Tanjiro. Did it truly choose to confront him head-on? Such audacity. I shall crush you. Yet, scarcely had the thought left its mind when it caught a fleeting glimpse of the water's resurgence, and in an instant, its head was severed from its body, rolling upon the ground. This spectacle instantly astonished the remaining 2 demons. Particularly, the long-tongued demon, upon witnessing this, turned to flee in alarm. It was no jest. Though reluctant to admit it, the sumo demon, and it were of comparable strength, had Tanjiro aimed at it, it too would have met its demise beneath that very strike. Only a fool would remain in such a perilous situation. Nevertheless, Tanjiro landed gracefully, firmly gripping his sword, and executed an unusual dance of steps as he unleashed water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance to the long-tongued demon, and with swift, decisive strikes. The latter had no time to utter a cry before its body was cleaved into multiple segments. Having completed this feat, Tanjiro momentarily halted his movements, a look of astonishment gracing his face as he gazed at his hands, which still clutched the blade. He had not anticipated such significant progress. However, his remarkable advancement in strength was undoubtedly attributed to Ashura Maru. With this thought, Lin Fan's abilities were once again activated, resulting in a reciprocal enhancement. As Tanjiro sensed the changes within his body, a mixture of joy and sorrow washed over him. After all, the elevation of his power came at the expense of these demons' lives. He gazed upon the fading forms of the two demons and softly murmured, "Thank you." This left the female demon utterly bewildered. What was wrong with this kid? He slays others and still feels the need to express gratitude. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan could not help but reflect on Tanjiro's kindness. Observing him firsthand, one could not deny that he was indeed a person of profound gentleness. Yet, amidst his admiration, Lin Fan was quick to remind him, "Do not dwell on sorrow. There is still another female demon present." Tanjiro regained his composure and turned to face the female demon, who met his gaze with equal intensity. The previous encounter with the two other demons had made it abundantly clear to her that in close combat, this demon slayer was far beyond her capabilities. She raised her delicate right hand and declared, "In order to gain the favor of my esteemed master, I shall request that you perish here." With a swift motion, she unleashed a seemingly inconspicuous drop of blood, aimed directly at Tanjiro. "Before you meet your demise, do share your name, Demon Slayer." The female demon continued her monologue, attempting to distract Tanjiro from the impending confrontation. At this moment, Tanjiro's focus sharpened, and he swiftly noticed the drop of blood. Although uncertain of its significance, he raised his blade before him, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. In the next instant, a sudden transformation occurred. The blood abruptly accelerated in midair, hurtling towards Tanjiro like a bullet. This unexpected shift caught him off guard. Fortunately, Tanjiro had anticipated such an eventuality, promptly positioning his sword in defense to collide with the blood. A spark erupted, accompanied by the sound of metal meeting metal. Bang! As the sound reverberated, Tanjiro successfully thwarted the lethal drop, feeling a tingling sensation in his hands, a testament to the blood's terrifying nature. He couldn't help but think how frightening it was. Had he not been vigilant, that drop of blood might have claimed his life. Encountering such a foe shrouded in mystery, Lin Fan remained acutely self-aware. From here on, it's all up to you, Tanjiro, he thought, yet he still channeled his demonic energy to enhance Tanjiro. Meanwhile, on the other side, the female demon, witnessing her failed ambush, wore a grim expression. "Damn it, how could I have missed?" She cursed under her breath, raising her left hand to tear a grotesque wound on her right arm, which she then violently thrust forward. Blood demon art, blood rain. The blood surged forth at an astonishing speed toward Tanjiro, enveloping him in a torrential downpour of crimson. Tanjiro swiftly dodged, wielding his sword with one hand to fend off the deluge of blood. Yet, despite his efforts, blood continued to breach his defenses, puncturing his body and creating numerous gaping wounds. Fortunately, although the onslaught was rapid, the blood itself lacked the necessary hardness. Even when struck, it was not lethal, though the pain was undeniably real. Even Tanjiro gasped in agony. Chapter 17. Desperate struggle. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan immediately unleashed his demonic energy to mend Tanjiro's injuries. As the energy surged into his body, the wounds on Tanjiro began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace, a sensation he could distinctly perceive. While Tanjiro earnestly confronted his adversary, he did not forget to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for healing my wounds, Ashura Maru." Lin Fan chose not to counter, but rather to continue observing. In contrast, the female demon, witnessing Tanjiro ensnared by her blood demon art, finally wore a sickly smile upon her lips. "It must hurt terribly to be struck by my blood, but fret not. Soon, you shall feel no pain at all, for your lifeblood will soon be drained." As she spoke, she swung her arm once more, releasing a torrent of blood that surged through the air like bullets directed at Tanjiro. Perhaps having learned from her previous encounter, Tanjiro wasted no time and unleashed his sword technique, the sixth form of water-breathing, whirling vortex. The blade erupted with a stream of water, swirling around him to form a water vortex that completely obstructed the incoming blood, causing it to lose its original potency. as it was swept away by the flowing currents. Tanjiro halted his movements, wielding his sword with one hand as he began to move swiftly. The female demon's expression instantly froze at the sight. Is this creature a monster? Despite being afflicted by my blood demon art and sustaining numerous wounds that have bled profusely, he still displays such vigor and effortlessly executes these extraordinary techniques. Who is truly the demon here, you or I? However, given the extent of his injuries and the rapid loss of blood, he cannot possibly endure for long. With this thought, the female demon raised her arms, crossing them before her, her fingertips embedding into her forearms, and then she violently tore them apart, locking onto Tanjiro's figure. She unleashed a cross/slash composed of her blood. Upon witnessing the situation, Tanjiro promptly evaded, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. In this brief encounter, he discerned certain patterns, particularly regarding the blood demon technique employed by the female demon. Once her blood leaves her body, it is capable of unleashing a singular accelerated impact, yet its trajectory remains fixed and unalterable, rendering it entirely beyond her control. Moreover, the quantity of blood she can project is exceedingly limited, the closer the proximity. The denser the blood becomes, thus facilitating evasion. What remains now is to reduce the distance between them. With this thought in mind, with a surge of power from his feet, Tanjiro lunged forward, gripping his sword firmly in one hand. The female demon, upon witnessing this, frantically waved her arms to unleash a torrent of blood, while vehemently shouting, "Stay away from me. Get lost." However, Tanjiro remained resolute, his figure darting and weaving with agility. Although several wounds appeared on his body, they were swiftly healed by Lin Fan. As the distance between them diminished, the blood could no longer disperse, constricting the range of her attacks. Tanjiro's evasive maneuvers became increasingly adept, while the female demon's expression morphed into one of growing trepidation as he approached ever closer. "Do not come any nearer. I command you to stop." As she spoke, her arms swung outward, unleashing 2 devastating blood slashes. Yet, Tanjiro had already closed the distance. With a graceful leap, he evaded one horizontal strike, and in the fleeting moment of suspension in the air, the female demon invoked her blood demon art to launch a second vertical attack. He perish. In her perception, this move was inescapable, particularly as he was airborne and could not leverage any support. However, in that suspended moment, Tanjiro gritted his teeth and executed a sudden rotation, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Gripping his blade with one hand, he unleashed his sword technique, the 7th form of water breathing, the ripple thrust. His grip tightened, devoid of any embellishments, just a singular, forceful thrust that pierced through the demon's throat, akin to a blade slicing through the surface of water without causing a ripple or obstruction. Just as Tanjiro prepared to deliver a horizontal cut to sever her head, the female demon summoned her remaining strength, raising her hands as though to initiate her blood demon art once more. Thus, the moment had arrived. Tanjiro found himself with no path of retreat. With every ounce of strength, he pivoted his blade. The female demon raised her arms, seemingly intent on unleashing her blood demon art, but it was too late. She showed no inclination to cease her struggle, akin to a dying creature writhing in despair. However, Lin Fan sensed something amiss. The moment he observed a slight movement in the demoness throat, he promptly warned, "Tanjiro, be wary of the blood in her neck." Barely had the words left his lips when the female demon let out a chilling laugh. "Die, demon slayer," she exclaimed, suddenly gathering a sizable amount of blood in her mouth, coalescing it to unleash her power, launching it at alarming speed. At such a close distance, evasion seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, with Lin Fan's warning and Tanjiro's foresight, he tilted his head just as the blood surged forth, narrowly avoiding it as it grazed his cheek. Simultaneously, his blade severed the demon's neck, sending her head flying. In midair, Tanjiro swung his blade, carving a semicircle before crashing to the ground. The head of the female demon fell, her eyes betraying a palpable fear. How could this be? It was impossible. As she wailed in agony before her demise, her body, along with her severed head, began to gradually turn to ashes. Suddenly, a cat's meow pierced the air beside Tanjiro. Turning his head, he beheld an unexpected 3-colored cat, its large eyes fixed intently upon him. Beneath its neck, a talisman was affixed, unmistakably crafted by Yashiro. Crouching down, Tanjiro noticed the cat was carrying a small backpack. Reaching inside, he discovered a note and a compact folding knife. Unfolding the note, he read the inscription, "This cat will henceforth deliver your blood to me." The folding knife, when opened and inserted into a demon's body, will automatically absorb and store the blood. Once the blood is collected, simply return it to the backpack. Upon seeing these words, Tanjiro felt a surge of determination. Tanjiro unfolded the folding knife, which resembled a test tube blade, observing the remains of what were once 3 demons. Only the remnants of the female demon's body remained. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck with the knife. The blade pierced through the flesh, and due to the pressure, blood began to surge rapidly into the test tube-like structure of the knife. At that moment, Lin Fan once again initiated the process of rejuvenation. Tanjiro once again experienced a profound enhancement in all aspects. Even the duration for which he could sustain his breathing techniques was increasing at an astonishing rate. This improvement could be deemed far superior to any he had previously encountered. However, Lin Fan considered this to be quite reasonable, for the female demon was indeed formidable, possessing a cunning nature and engaging in various schemes. Were it not for his own presence, Tanjiro might indeed meet his demise at the hands of this adversary. Even if he ultimately prevails, he cannot escape severe injuries. Fortunately, he emerged victorious in the end, and once again, he experienced a surge in strength. As if he were preparing for another encounter with a demon of comparable prowess, he would not find himself in such a precarious situation again. On another note, Lin Fan considered this to be just right. As long as the 12 Kazuki do not arrive, he would eliminate every demon that dared to appear. By merely surviving, he would grow increasingly powerful. When the time comes to vanquish Muzan, it would be an effortless task. In other words, incapacitating Muzan and confining him, while occasionally inflicting a few wounds to accumulate emotional points, seemed quite advantageous as well. Chapter 18. The aid of Muzan perhaps by coincidence. A notification resonated in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Negative emotions detected from the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji, awarding 1,000 emotional points. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Fan felt a sense of surprise, although he was aware that Muzan would most likely observe this battle. He did not anticipate that it would instill such fear in him. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Muzan occasionally lent his assistance. A reality that these demons could scarcely fathom, that their demon king was, in fact, the foremost source of support for Lin Fan. After Tanjiro sensed the vanishing of the surge of power, he bent down to retrieve the folding knife that had absorbed sufficient blood. He turned and placed the knife into the backpack resting upon the cat's back, then smiled radiantly, saying, "I kindly ask you to deliver this to Miss Tamayo. Please be cautious on your journey." Rising, he waved his hand. The cat, upon hearing this, licked its paw and gracefully departed. After emitting another meow, its figure gradually faded from Tanjiro's view. Gazing at the spot where the cat had disappeared, Tanjiro whispered to himself, "Is this the blood demon art of Mr. Yashiro?" Regaining his focus, he observed the darkened forest path and chose not to continue forward. Instead, he resolved to rest in the wild for the night. Nezuko, nestled within the wooden box on his back, also emerged. The two of them huddled together, spending the night in the wilderness, with dawn yet to break the following day. Tanjiro once again hoisted the wooden box containing Nezuko onto his back and set forth along the winding forest path. It was not until midday that he finally stumbled upon a village. Just before entering, he observed a golden-haired youth, tears streaming down his face, desperately clinging to the waist of a young girl as he wept and cried out, "I implore you, marry me." The girl, using both hands to push him away, found her efforts futile against the persistent advances of the golden-haired boy. As Tanjiro witnessed this scene, before he could react, a sparrow seemed to recognize him and fluttered onto his hand, chirping as if to express its woes. Tanjiro appeared to comprehend the unspoken message and, with a serious expression, assured, "Leave it to me." He then swiftly approached, lifting the golden-haired boy with an air of indignation, exclaiming, "What are you crying about? And do not distress the sparrow." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired boy turned around and, noticing Tanjiro's uniform, scrutinized him closely. His expression shifted, the earlier tears drying as realization dawned. "Wait, you are the one who eradicated all the demons on Fujisaki Mountain during the final selection. We've met before. I am Zenitsu Agatsuma. You are here to hunt demons too, right? Can you take me along?" His eyes gleamed with hope. "Though I am weak, clinging to your strength might offer me a chance at survival." Tanjiro, observing the tear-streaked face of the boy, was suddenly reminded of the grimy figure who had stood beside him before departing Fujisaki Mountain. "You are that Zenitsu from back then," he thought, as Zenitsu eagerly began to speak again. However, in the next moment, Tanjiro coldly interrupted, "The demons we must hunt might not be the same, so I cannot accompany you. If we allow even one demon to wreak havoc, who knows how many lives could be lost." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zenitsu began to wail in terror. No, I am not married yet. I do not wish to die so soon. This plea was so earnest that even the kind-hearted Tanjiro's expression grew peculiar. Yet, he chose to ignore Zenitsu, turning instead to the girl, smiling gently. It's all right now. You can return home safely. The girl responded with sincere gratitude. Thank you so much. I saw him crouching by the roadside and thought something was wrong, but I never expected him to be a creep. Thank goodness for you. With that, she hurried away, fearful of being ensnared by that fellow again. Hey, why did you run off like that? You clearly like me. Zenitsu attempted to reach out to her, but was halted by Tanjiro. Do not bother her. How can this be called bothering? I had a chance just now. It was all because of you that I failed. You owe me a compensation. Zenitsu continued to rant, his demeanor increasingly frantic. I could die at any moment on this mission. You must ensure my safety before I get married. Tanjiro, usually gentle-natured, could no longer hide his disdain, yet he maintained his composure and replied, But Zenitsu, if you are so afraid of death, why do you wish to become a swordsman? And so brazenly at that. That is a bit much to say? Zenitsu retorted. My wife, Zenitsu, opened her mouth in retort and subsequently recounted her experiences. In essence, she sought a spouse, only to be deceived and left in ruin, burdened with insurmountable debts. Ultimately, she was rescued by a mentor and compelled to become a demon slayer. The two engaged in a brief conversation, confirming their shared destination. After which Tanjiro led her on their journey. They traversed through villages, walking along narrow paths. Tanjiro kindly reminded, Zenitsu, do you truly wish to accompany me? It can be perilous to join me. After all, with Muzan's gaze upon us, I would not want to implicate others. Yet Zenitsu, with an unexpectedly serious expression, responded with unwavering determination. Your strength is formidable. I shall follow you without hesitation. Lin Fan, observing the lively Zenitsu, felt a sudden mischievous curiosity. He wondered how Zenitsu would react upon witnessing his body transformed by demon power. What expression would he wear when informed of Lin Fan's true identity as a man? Gazing at his current form, Lin Fan could only describe it in 2 words, utterly perfect. However, recalling their destination, it must be the former Lower Moon 6 Kyogai. He pondered how much demon power that individual possessed. As for the other 2 demons, Lin Fan realized that the ones Tanjiro had slain the previous night were likely them. The two continued their journey along the narrow path, progressing deeper into the mountains. Tanjiro inhaled deeply, discerning the scent in the air. The odor of demons grew increasingly potent, indicating they were not far ahead. Meanwhile, Zenitsu trailed behind, his hands drooping, appearing utterly fatigued. Tanjiro, I truly feel I am nearing my limit. Shall we not take a brief respite? Absolutely not, Tanjiro replied, his expression grave as he pressed onward, quickening his pace. Before long, the pair stumbled upon a clearing where a mansion stood. Chapter 19. Who said you were the blade master? Upon approaching, it appeared to be an ordinary residence, devoid of any remarkable features. However, Tanjiro detected an unusual scent emanating from within, prompting him to voice his perplexity. There is the scent of blood here, but it is unlike any I have encountered before. This blood carries a distinctly peculiar essence. Tanjiro found himself perplexed and thus inquired, Ashura Maru, do you believe there are demons within this mansion? Lin Fan, who sensed the internal circumstances of the estate through his sword, responded in a calm and unhurried manner. Indeed, there is a demon within this abode, one whose strength surpasses that of the female demon encountered last night. Thank you, Tanjiro replied. I shall exercise caution. Tanjiro's expression grew solemn. It goes without saying how troublesome that female demon was last night, and now there lurked an even stronger foe here, compelling him to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Zenitsu perked up his ears and promptly inquired, Tanjiro, did you hear any sounds? The two engaged in conversation. Tanjiro turned around and noticed, not far off, 2 trembling children hidden in the grass, their faces etched with fear. Children? Zenitsu glanced over as well. Meanwhile, Tanjiro approached them directly, inquiring gently, what are you 2 doing in a place like this? The children looked at him with terrified eyes, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Witnessing their distress, Tanjiro stepped forward to offer comfort, which gradually eased their fear. The older boy among them spoke up. We came here to rescue our brother. He was taken by a monster. However, he was injured and left a trail of blood, and we followed it here. This must be the monster's lair. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro reassured them, rest assured, I will definitely save your brother. Really? The boy asked tentatively. However, before Tanjiro could respond, Zenitsu, with a grim expression, suddenly spoke up, "Tanjiro, do you hear that awful sound? It's like a drum." Just as he finished speaking, the drumming grew increasingly clear and intense. The group turned to look, and suddenly, a figure burst from the second-floor window, plummeting to the ground and splattering blood everywhere. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro rushed forward to lift the young man. Examining his condition, "Stay strong, you will be all right," he reassured, only to discover the grievous wounds on the youth, nearly exposing bone, with an alarming amount of blood oozing from them. In that instant, Tanjiro silently inquired, "Ashura Maru, can you heal him?" In response, Lin Fan's calm yet beguiling voice echoed, "It is indeed possible, though I have no objections. Are you truly willing for me to save him? Bear in mind that my power is not limitless. Should I expend a considerable amount to rescue him, you may find the demon within may prove too formidable for you to confront, and I would be unable to aid you then." A simple analysis of the pros and cons was made. Just then, the young man in Tanjiro's embrace coughed up a mouthful of blood, his condition deteriorating as if he were on the brink of death. With vacant eyes cast towards the sky, he murmured weakly, "I barely escaped, yet it seems I am still destined to die." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro, without a trace of hesitation, replied, "I don't mind, Ashura Maru. Please, save this person. Ah, as you are the master of the blade, so shall it be as you wish." Lin Fan teased lightly, feigning reluctance as he unleashed a black mist of demonic energy, intertwining it around the young man. With the influx of vast demonic power, the youth's body began to visibly mend, the bleeding ceased, and the wounds healed. In mere moments, the young man who had been on the verge of death miraculously revived, appearing as if he had never been harmed, save for the tattered bloodstains on his kimono that bore testament to the severity of his injuries. The young man quickly rose to his feet, incredulity etched on his face as he beheld his body restored to its former glory. And he could not help but kneel in gratitude, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Thank you, truly, thank you so much." Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro hurriedly approached to offer his support, warmly smiling as he said, "You need not thank me. It is another who has saved you, and it is to them that your gratitude is owed." His words, somewhat cryptic, elicited no further contemplation from the man. Meanwhile, who could fathom the immense shock this moment had inflicted upon Zenitsu? It was as though his entire worldview had been shattered. His eyes widened and his mouth agape. He was overwhelmed with 1,000 questions for Tanjiro. Tanjiro, rising to his feet, first inquired about the two children. "Are you their brother?" Upon receiving a negative response, he turned to the young man before him and earnestly requested, "Might I trouble you to look after these two children?" He gestured towards the trembling youngsters nearby. The young man, seeing their plight, promptly assured him, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of these two children." With that, he rose and walked over to the shivering pair. Having completed this act, Tanjiro turned his head and spoke to Zenitsu behind him. "All right, Zenitsu, let us proceed. There are still those inside awaiting our rescue." This time, despite his usual trepidation, Zenitsu hurriedly matched Tanjiro's pace as they made their way toward the mansion. "Tanjiro, what was that earlier?" Zenitsu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Tanjiro had no intention of concealing the truth. "That was the power of my blade, Ashura Maru. It possesses the ability to heal wounds." "What? That sword isn't a mere trick of the demons, is it?" Zenitsu's mind struggled to grasp the reality, the sunlight casting a surreal haze over his thoughts. This revelation was far more challenging for him to accept than believing in Tanjiro's extraordinary abilities. However, after a moment of reflection, excitement surged within him. "Then, if I stay by your side, does that mean I can never die?" "Well, if you were to perish, it seems Ashura Maru wouldn't be able to save you," Tanjiro gently corrected him. "Nevertheless, that sounds good." As they conversed, they pushed open the door and stepped into the mansion. Before them lay a dimly lit corridor, enveloping them in its shadowy embrace. Tanjiro's sense of smell was also affected, and he could only inquire within his heart, "Ashura Maru, can you perceive the location of that demon? What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan first responded with a question before continuing. "Proceed straight ahead, and then take a left." "Understood." Guided by the directions, Tanjiro walked ahead, while Zenitsu, trailing behind, could not suppress the expression of terror that overtook him. "Tanjiro, this place is utterly terrifying. What if a demon suddenly appears and slithers its tongue into my ear, devouring my brain?" Chapter 20. "Tanjiro, where are you?" "Rest assured, that will not happen." Without a glance back, Tanjiro offered solace. The two continued onward, traversing the corridor until guided by Lin Fan. Tanjiro was the first to step into a bedroom. Following closely behind, the sound of drums reverberated once more. In the bedroom, Tanjiro swiftly turned around, only to find that the entrance he had just passed through had vanished. Yet, the drumming persisted unabated. With each strike, the room around Tanjiro transformed, as if the very fabric of space was shifting, though it was not the room that moved, but merely the individual within it. Once the transformations ceased, Tanjiro surveyed his surroundings, quietly analyzing the situation. As the room morphed with the rhythm of the drums, he pondered, had I been the one to move? His nose twitched, detecting the scents in the vicinity. In the blade, Lin Fan also offered a timely warning. Be cautious by the entrance. That demon is drawing closer to us. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro replied, I understand. With a steady grip, Tanjiro unsheathed his Ashura Maru from his waist with one hand, brandishing his sword towards the gaping entrance ahead. Poised for what was to come, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a putrid stench and the metallic tang of blood. Unmistakably the markers of a demon. His hands tightened around the hilt, a reflex born of instinct and dread. Yet, this predicament left Lin Fan somewhat exasperated. Your clammy hands are making it uncomfortable for me, he thought, but given the gravity of the situation, he refrained from distracting Tanjiro and chose to endure the discomfort in silence. In the next moment, a colossal figure emerged from the corridor beyond the door, revealing none other than the former Lower Moon 6, Hayaka. Towering and robust, he boasted a cascade of thick, flowing hair that fell to his shoulders. His visage bore intricate patterns, and his blood-red eyes glared ahead, with 5 grotesque bulges adorning his limbs and abdomen. With a gaping maw, he bared his fangs and seethed. Damn it, it's because of them that one escaped. Why does everyone insist on intruding into others' domains? It's infuriating. I wonder where those 2 fools have scuttled off to. In stark contrast, Tanjiro boldly declared, I am Tanjiro of the Demon Slayer Corps, and I shall slay you. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to intervene, wishing he could deliver a sharp slap across Hayoka's face. Could you not be a tad more forthright? Attack him head-on. Yet, this bold declaration caused the demon to pivot, his crimson gaze scrutinizing Tanjiro. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon him as he exclaimed, that appearance. And those earrings, there's no mistaking it. You're the one. If I kill you, I shall earn the recognition of that esteemed one, and reclaim my place among the 12 Kizuki. As he spoke, one of his formerly scarlet eyes flickered, revealing a striking blue pupil inscribed with words. Upon closer inspection, it read, Lower 6. However, this eye was marred by 2 fissures that ran across its surface. Upon witnessing this scene, Tanjiro's expression abruptly shifted. He had heard of the 12 Kizuki, the most formidable demons under Kibutsuji Muzan's command, each possessing extraordinary strength. It was unexpected to encounter one here. Judging by the number, it appeared to be Lower Moon 6. However, the peculiar scars across its eyes raised questions. Reflecting on its earlier words, Tanjiro was beginning to piece together the answer in his mind. Nevertheless, this demon was undoubtedly the most powerful he had encountered thus far, aside from Muzan himself. Tanjiro, with resolute determination, gripped his blades firmly. The 4th form of water breathing surged forth, striking with a wave of power. The edge of his sword glistened with flowing water. Tanjiro's body soared into the air, but just as his blade was about to strike the nape of Hayoka's neck, Hayoka unexpectedly raised his right hand and struck the drum on his left shoulder. With the resounding beat of the drum, the entire room began to tilt dramatically to the left. Tanjiro, suspended in midair, found himself uncontrollably plummeting towards the left wall. In stark contrast, Hayoka remained unaffected, standing resolutely in the corridor as he intoned, Die, insect. His hand struck the drum at his abdomen. In the next moment, Tanjiro sensed the imminent danger and swiftly evaded it. The spot where he had just stood was ruthlessly torn apart by an invisible wave of energy, leaving 3 deep gashes in the ground, reminiscent of a beast's claws gliding across the earth. The speed was astonishing, almost synchronized with the rhythm of the drums, yet fortunately, his current physique allowed him to react in time to avoid the peril. Tanjiro swiftly analyzed the situation in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Fan reminisced about past memories concerning Xiang Kai, yet refrained from offering any verbal reminders. This was primarily because Xiang Kai was unlikely to match Tanjiro's prowess, thus providing an opportune moment for him to hone his combat skills. Xiang Kai struck the 5 drums affixed to his body in a rhythmic manner, causing the room to rotate while simultaneously launching his assault. Tanjiro, with his calm demeanor, deftly evaded and observed, momentarily finding himself ensnared in a stalemate. Lin Fan watched the unfolding drama through his blade, unable to suppress a pang of sorrow for Nezuko confined within the wooden crate, who he suspected would soon be shaken awake. Meanwhile, in another part of the sprawling mansion, Zenitsu, with a woeful expression, dashed about like a headless chicken, calling out, "Tanjiro, where are you? Did you not promise to protect me? How can I survive without you? I am so frightened alone." In a moment of desperation, he flung open a door, only to be confronted by a hulking figure with an eight-pack, resembling a pig-headed monster. The creature, in turn, swiveled its head, startling Zenitsu to the point of nearly leaping out of his skin as he screamed, "There's a pig-headed monster." Yet, this so-called monster merely sidestepped him in a blur and exited the scene, leaving Zenitsu paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, "Tanjiro, where are you? I truly cannot manage without you." After a brief bout of hysteria, he managed to compose himself and continued down the corridor. However, he soon reached a dead end, where another door loomed before him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely pushed it open. Inside, he spotted a boy clutching a drum, gazing at him in terror, his hand poised to strike the drum at any moment. Upon realizing Zenitsu was human, he hesitated. Before the boy could utter a word, Zenitsu dashed forward, crying, "At last! I found someone. Can you protect me?" The boy responded with a bewildered, "Huh?" Meanwhile, in another room of the mansion, Tanjiro and Kyogai had been locked in a stalemate. However, Tanjiro had begun to decipher Kyogai's blood demon art. The drums affixed to his body served as switches to manipulate the room's orientation. The drum on his left shoulder controlled a leftward rotation, while the one on his right shoulder did the same for a rightward turn. The drum located in his abdomen unleashed 3 wind blades, which could be anticipated with precision. Additionally, the drums positioned on either thigh governed the room's forward and backward movements. Once the patterns were understood, countering them no longer seemed insurmountable. Chapter 21. Wouldn't that be delightful? Yet, just as Tanjiro entertained such thoughts, Lin Fan interjected a caution, reminding him not to grow complacent, lest he forget the female demon from the previous day. With Lin Fan's timely warning, it was only then that Tanjiro realized the female demon had been scheming against him until the very end. As for the lower moon 6 among the 12 Kazuki, his thoughts would likely be even more profound. Perhaps everything before him was merely a ruse, designed to lower his guard. The mere thought sent a shiver of apprehension through him. Thankfully, your reminder proved invaluable. Without further ado, I shall enhance your strength and urge you to employ your intellect more. Lin Fan retorted with a hint of irritation, unleashing his demon power to provide comprehensive augmentation. Very well. With both hands gripping his sword, Tanjiro charged once more towards the corridor where Hyuko awaited. However, midway through his advance, the room began to rotate violently. With the ground beneath him giving way, Tanjiro's body began to plummet. In response, Hyuko struck the drum at his abdomen once again, unleashing a series of slashing attacks. 3 straight, fierce arcs surged towards Tanjiro. In a moment of quick thinking, he pivoted his body to the side and drove his sword into the ground, stabilizing his descent. His mind raced with thoughts of how to counter the impending threat. Meanwhile, Hyuko, frustrated by his inability to subdue Tanjiro, grew increasingly frenzied. Why can't the insect simply perish quietly? He bellowed, extending his arms wide. Faster, strike the drum. Could he possibly accelerate even further? As soon as Tanjiro entertained this thought, Sound Hashira began to beat the drum with astonishing speed. The entire room transformed, swirling like a tumultuous washing machine. While invisible slashes assailed him within the confines of this cramped space, Tanjiro found himself evading with great difficulty. Yet, at that moment, a strategy finally emerged in his mind. In such circumstances, there was no choice but to employ that particular technique. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan intensified the output of his demonic energy. As the tempo of the drum slowed, the room returned to a state of tranquility, with the floor covered in a tapestry of drum scores. Treading lightly, Tanjiro skillfully navigated the gaps beneath his feet, deftly avoiding the drum patterns that surrounded him, which in turn subdued the previously frenzied resonance of his adversary. Seizing this moment, Tanjiro took a deep breath, gripping his sword with one hand, his leg muscles taut with tension. He focused all his energy into the water breathing. Ninth form, water flowing splash. His footsteps lightly touched the ground, sending up sprays of water that connected and enveloped the entire room. On this cascade, Tanjiro moved with the grace of a dancer, his speed greatly enhanced. In an instant, he was upon Kaika, exclaiming, "Your blood demon art is truly formidable." Kaika, who had long yearned for validation, was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting moment, Tanjiro severed his head with a single stroke. Lin Fan was rendered speechless by the scene before him. On one hand, one might consider Tanjiro devious for his ability to spring forth and declare his intent to slay when least expected. On the other hand, he was refreshingly candid, striking at the softest parts of others' hearts before delivering a lethal blow. Lin Fan felt utterly stunned. Yet, there were others who were even more astonished. Ding. Negative emotions detected from Muzan Kibutsuji, the Demon King. Reward, 1,000 emotional points. Lin Fan. Thank you, Mr. Muzan, for the generous reward of 1,000 emotional points. How magnanimous. In the outside world, after Kai Ka's head fell, he looked at Tanjiro's silhouette and suddenly spoke. Is my blood demon art truly so strong? Indeed, it is powerful. But I cannot forgive you for taking lives, Tanjiro replied, turning to him with a grave expression. Is that so? Kai Ka seemed to have finally attained the acknowledgement he sought from others, and he awaited his demise with a sense of resignation. However, Tanjiro soon regained his senses as the sound of a cat echoed in his ears. Looking down, he spotted the familiar calico once more. You've returned. This time, with practiced ease, he retrieved a folding knife from his backpack and plunged it into Kai Ka's body. After drawing enough blood, he returned the knife to its place. I leave this to you. The cat licked its paw, meowed once, and vanished from his sight. As Kai Ka completely dissipated, Lin Fan, still within the blade, finally heard the game's notification chime. Ding. Negative emotions detected from the ghoul Kai Ka, gaining 1,000 emotional points. This time, you have acquired 500 demon power, of which 30% will be returned to the blade's master. As the words faded, Tanjiro suddenly fell to his knees, his forehead veins bulging. Yet his expression radiated sheer ecstasy. At that moment, every fiber of his being, including his internal organs, was wholly invigorated by the power of the demon. This enhancement undeniably elevated his strength by several tiers, rendering him incomparable to his former self. Tanjiro could hardly contain his exhilaration, nearly exclaiming in joy. However, once the enhancement concluded, he sheathed his sword and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Ashura Maru. I have grown stronger. In response to his appreciation, Lin Fan replied coolly. Do not let elation cloud your judgment. Is your objective not revenge? If this mere strength can sway your resolve to hone your own tenacity, I shall not be lenient. I will not forsake my beliefs. Tanjiro responded in a manner befitting the situation. It was for the best. After his final words, Lin Fan fell into a profound silence. However, in the very next moment, the previously tranquil room was abruptly disturbed as the window at the back was violently thrust open from the outside. A figure surged through, spinning midair, and aimed a kick directly at Tanjiro's position. This unforeseen turn of events caused a slight change in Tanjiro's expression, prompting him to swiftly raise his hands to shield himself. He was struck by the figure's kick, yet through Tanjiro's extraordinary strength, the assailant was forcefully propelled backward. Tanjiro felt a slight tingling sensation in his arm and questioned, Who are you? Why did you attack me? As the figure landed, they spread their arms wide, wielding two heavily nicked Nicaran blades, and burst into laughter while wearing a boar's head mask. Haha, it's my first time being knocked away like that. You have a demon in that box, don't you? Step aside. I intend to slay it. Please, allow me to explain. The one in the box is my sister. She poses no threat to anyone, Tanjiro replied, his expression tense as he attempted to reason further. Who cares about your explanations? You're being unbearably noisy. If you won't move, then I'll make you. Ignoring Tanjiro's words, the individual plunged their blade into the ground and launched themselves at him with incredible speed. Tanjiro was equally unyielding. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows within the confines of the room. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, wielding his sword, was astonished to discover that one of the formidable trio, Inosuke, was present. At long last, the team was finally assembled. However, this development indicated that they would soon be summoned to meet with the Ubuyashiki family, a pivotal moment for his ascension. Every preparation made thus far had been to ensure that the Demon Slayer Corps would labor on his behalf. When the time comes for the Demon Slayer Corps to toil, and Muzan to generously reward him, it would indeed be a delightful affair. Chapter 22, The Path to Strength. In a room, Tanjiro and Inosuke engaged in a vigorous exchange of blows, their fists and feet colliding in a relentless display of martial prowess. However, Tanjiro possessed an undeniable advantage. The enhancements gained from numerous bouts had rendered his physical strength far superior to that of Inosuke. You are incredibly strong, Inosuke exclaimed, his hands tingling from the impact. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Tanjiro, maintaining his composure, calmly inquired, Can we take a break now? Please listen to me. Yet, Inosuke, refusing to show any sign of weakness or concede, retorted vehemently, "No, I want to listen. I must defeat you." With that, he charged forward once more, utilizing his agile physique in the fray. For Tanjiro, this encounter felt less like a battle with a fellow human and more akin to a struggle against a wild beast. Lin Fan wisely interjected, "Just knock him out. If this continues, it will never end." Tanjiro hesitated for a moment. Surely, this was not the most prudent course of action. However, faced with Inosuke's relentless pursuit and lacking a superior alternative, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Lin Fan's suggestion. Very well, it seemed there was no other choice. With that, he braced himself for the oncoming assault from Inosuke. At the opportune moment, Tanjiro swiftly crouched and executed a sweeping kick. In response, Inosuke immediately leaped to evade. At that very instant, Tanjiro had already turned and stood upright, while Inosuke had yet to touch the ground. With outstretched hands, Tanjiro faced Inosuke, who similarly raised his arms to block, their palms meeting in a clash. Lin Fan couldn't help but jest in his mind, urging Tanjiro to employ a headbutt. Without hesitation, Tanjiro complied, and Inosuke, refusing to back down, retaliated with his own headbutt. Lin Fan could only commend their audacity. Recalling that the last individual who dared to challenge Tanjiro to a headbutt now had grass growing on their grave, the outcome was, predictably, inevitable. A resounding thud echoed as they separated. Inosuke swayed unsteadily, his headgear falling away, revealing a delicate face marred by blood trickling from his forehead. At that moment, he felt a splitting headache, his vision slightly blurred. In contrast, Tanjiro, while not entirely unscathed, stood firmly, declaring with righteous conviction, "Now, can you remain calm?" Inosuke, however, remained defiantly obstinate, retorting, "No way. I must defeat you. Give me another headbutt, if you dare." Yet, at this moment, his body felt entirely weak, with only his words retaining their stubborn strength. Tanjiro's gaze was fixed upon the blood trickling down Inosuke's forehead, and he couldn't help but express his concern. "Are you all right? Perhaps you should sit down so I can take a look." However, Inosuke displayed no regard for his own well-being or the concern of others. His singular focus on continuing the fight. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "Enough with the nonsense. Let me introduce myself. I am Inosuke Hashibara, and remember it well. Now, give me a headbutt." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, coming to an abrupt halt. Under Tanjiro's watchful eyes, he rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the ground, convulsing, froth spilling from his mouth. At that moment, Zenitsu happened to witness the entire scene from the corridor, looking even more bewildered. "What? Tanjiro, did you kill that guy?" Upon hearing this, Tanjiro turned to see Zenitsu along with a boy clad in a yellow kimono. "No, it's not like that, Zenitsu. I merely knocked him unconscious." "Is that true?" Zenitsu cautiously approached, glancing at the still twitching figure to confirm he was not dead before speaking in a subdued tone. "This guy is also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just a bit hot-headed. The first to arrive is also the first to leave. I didn't expect to run into him here." Tanjiro had anticipated this outcome, especially given that Inosuke wielded 2 Nichiren blades. "All right, Zenitsu. The demon here has been slain by me. Let's first bury the deceased." "Wait, you've already killed that demon? I knew you were the most reliable," Zenitsu exclaimed, his fearful demeanor transforming into one of exuberant excitement. Nevertheless, Tanjiro paid little mind to his enthusiasm. Together, they carried the unconscious Inosuke and the remains of the deceased, along with the lone survivor, leaving the manor to dig a grave in the vicinity. Time passed, and when Inosuke awoke, he sat up to find several graves before him, with Tanjiro and the others nearby. Without any hesitation, he charged directly at Tanjiro. "Come, let us settle this." Upon approaching, he pointed accusingly at Tanjiro. "What are you all doing?" To this inquiry, Tanjiro simply turned and warmly explained, "We are burying the dead. You should join us, though if your injuries are too painful, you need not force yourself." Feeling belittled, Inosuke's temper flared, momentarily disregarding his desire to battle Tanjiro, and he bellowed in anger, "What? Don't underestimate me. I could bury 100 people if I wanted." Zenitsu watched in utter disbelief. Is this person unwell? A few individuals collaborated to dig a grave for the burial of a body. Meanwhile, Lin Fan engaged in conversation with Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, your physique has now surpassed the limits of an ordinary human, thanks to my nurturing. Conventional training will no longer yield significant results for you." While digging, Tanjiro earnestly inquired, "Then how should I grow stronger? Should I continue hunting demons?" Lin Fan, although tempted to affirm this, chose his words carefully. While I am pleased to see your determination for vengeance, relentless killing will only enhance your physicality. The true essence of your strength lies in mastering sword techniques and breathing methods. Sword techniques and breathing methods? Please, Ashura Maru, enlighten me, he implored earnestly. Tanjiro humbly and respectfully inquired. Very well, Lin Fan replied with a slight nod, and then began to recount his previous observations of breathing techniques from various anime. Tanjiro, your current grasp of the breathing technique is merely functional. Henceforth, you must maintain its operation continuously throughout the day. The longer you sustain the breathing technique, the stronger your foundational stamina will become. An entire day? Tanjiro inhaled sharply, while Lin Fan paused momentarily before continuing, stating that this is referred to as the method of breathing. However, what I am about to share is the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro listened earnestly, fearing he might miss even a single word. Once the breathing technique is mastered to a certain extent, corresponding patterns will emerge, and upon their activation, one's strength will surge dramatically, albeit at a significant cost to the body. Those who awaken it after birth rarely survive past the age of 25. Chapter 23. So, you choose me? If the entirety of the previous day spent maintaining a state of total concentration merely astonished him, the revelation that activating these patterns leads to an early demise filled him with dread. Does that mean I too am destined to meet an untimely end? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan retorted with irritation, "Do not interrupt me." I apologize, I became a bit too excited. Tanjiro hastily apologized for his earlier behavior, resuming his attentive listening. After being interrupted, Lin Fan gathered his thoughts and continued, "However, you will not be harmed. I possess the ability to heal the damage caused by activating the patterns." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan then spoke with utmost seriousness. The final stage of the breathing technique is known as the supreme domain, called the transparent world. Upon its activation, you will gain unparalleled evasion and predictive capabilities. In your eyes, your enemies will appear transparent, with all their weaknesses laid bare. Moreover, you will even be able to conceal your own fighting spirit. Historically, very few have been able to unlock the transparent world. Hearing that the breathing technique comprises so many stages filled Tanjiro with curiosity. Yet he could not help but feel a tinge of self-doubt. Can I truly awaken the patterns and attain the transparent world? Sensing Tanjiro's emotions, Lin Fan suddenly remarked, with a hint of playful teasing, "There is no need for such despondency. Have a bit more confidence. After all, your father once unlocked the transparent world." What? Tanjiro was utterly stunned, never having anticipated that his father had unlocked the secrets of the transparent world. Yet, as he reflected on his father's figure, a sense of acceptance washed over him, accompanied by the recollection of his father's earnest words. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained undeterred in his intentions, eager to continue guiding him. Moreover, "Are you not curious about Yoriichi Tsujikuni? Can you truly share that with me?" Tanjiro appeared profoundly intrigued by why Muzan harbored such dread for that individual. Merely resembling him was enough to instill such fear. "It is permissible to share," Lin Fan began, calm and composed. Kagaya Yoriichi was a figure from 3 or 4 centuries ago, regarded as the mightiest of all time. He was the progenitor of the sun-breathing technique, the very source of all breathing styles. In a mere instant, he mastered his swordsmanship, bringing Muzan to the brink of death. However, at the moment he was poised to deliver the final blow, Muzan fragmented himself into over 1,800 pieces to escape. Yet, Yoriichi managed to strike more than 1,500 of those fragments in that fleeting moment, though ultimately, Muzan evaded capture. From that day forth, he concealed himself, not resurfacing until Yoriichi's demise, which emboldened Muzan to re-emerge. Though this account may seem simple in narration, Tanjiro could sense the profound strength that belonged to Yoriichi through mere fragments of the tale. Even though Yoriichi has passed, his sun-breathing technique has endured. It was your ancestors who inherited the legacy of the sun-breathing. At this point, Lin Fan paused. Tanjiro suddenly regained his senses. As if everything had come together in a harmonious revelation, he tentatively inquired, "Could it be the dance of the fire god?" "You are correct," came the reply. "Although your father was not a swordsman and did not master the breath of the sun, you are different. You possess the potential to learn it." Upon hearing this astonishing revelation, Tanjiro was beset by further questions. "Is that why you chose me?" In response to his inquiry, Lin Fan remained unperturbed, answering with a calm demeanor, "I chose you not merely for your potential to learn the breath of the sun. What truly moved me was your unwavering resolve for vengeance. It is, in truth, a compulsion of the system. You must have your own reasons, yet I am grateful that you have chosen me. Tanjiro beamed once more, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Enough talk. Let us commence your training in the breathing technique at once. Very well. Tanjiro held his breath, focusing his mind entirely as he began to dig the graves. However, it often did not take long before he felt as though his lungs would burst. Yet, in these moments, Lin Fan would employ his demon power to swiftly restore Tanjiro's strength. Thus, time passed quietly and imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, dusk approached. It was only at this moment that he finally buried all the deceased. Gazing at the sun setting on the horizon, the night was soon to descend. As the crowd paid their respects to the departed, a raven swooped down from the sky, spreading its wings and hovering in the air, urging them to descend the mountain quickly to follow it. With that, it flew ahead, leading the way. After bidding farewell to the 4 individuals, Tanjiro and his companions followed closely behind the crow. Against the backdrop of twilight, they descended the mountain path. In that moment, Lin Fan cautioned them, advising them to exercise caution, for the night may bring forth an assault from demons. I shall be vigilant, came the reply. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the Nichiren blade, Tanjiro felt an unprecedented sense of security. However, he took a moment to caution his companions, reminding them that they should remain vigilant as demons might launch an attack on them during the night. In response to this, Inosuke, filled with excitement, danced around exuberantly, exclaiming that he feared no number of demons. Meanwhile, Zenitsu's expression shifted dramatically as he asked in terror, "What is happening? Why would demons come to ambush us?" Yet, upon reflection, he realized that with Tanjiro's formidable strength by their side, even 1 or 2 demons did not seem particularly threatening. With this thought, his fear began to dissipate. The group continued their journey, following the crow down the mountain until nightfall enveloped the landscape. However, as they traversed the path they had taken earlier, a voice echoed in Tanjiro's mind, warning him of an impending danger. Demons are approaching you. Be cautious, for there are 13 this time. What? It was only then that Tanjiro became acutely aware of the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, mingled with the foul stench unique to demons. At a distance, the odor had been faint, but as he moved closer, it surged into his nostrils, a complex amalgamation of scents. Without a doubt, the source of this odor must be a demon. Beside him, Zenitsu perked up, suddenly turning to inquire, "Did either of you hear any sounds?" Without hesitation, Tanjiro responded candidly, "It's demons. There are 13 of them approaching us." 13? What? Where did so many demons come from? I'm going to die here. And I haven't even gotten married yet. Zenitsu couldn't contain himself, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair. In contrast, Inosuke snorted, 13 demons? I'll slay them all for you to see. With that, he unsheathed his twin blades. Tanjiro likewise drew his sword, Ashura Maru, and implored, "Please, Ashura Maru." Chapter 24. Is such a show of force necessary? Zenitsu, now resembling a headless chicken, felt far from the easy he had moments ago. He had anticipated perhaps 1 or 2 demons at most, yet here they were, a dozen or more. Are they teaming up to fight bosses? Is such a show of force truly necessary? We should run. We might still make it, and these demons may not even be targeting us. He clung to a glimmer of hope. However, Tanjiro delivered a harsh reality check. Most likely, these demons are after me, but even if they're not, I cannot step aside. If we allow them to pass, how many others will they harm? He readied his blades, determination etched on his face. At that moment, the ground trembled, and a cacophony of footsteps approached with alarming intensity. Suddenly, they caught sight of a youth gliding through the air with bat-like wings, his crimson eyes and fangs unmistakably marking him as a demon. Below him, 3 figures raced forward, while the 9 demons trailing behind clearly lagged in speed. The scent of the 4 foremost demons was overwhelmingly potent. They had likely consumed many, and their strength would not be trifling. I will hold them off, Tanjiro declared resolutely. With both hands gripping his sword, Tanjiro, bolstered by numerous enhancements from his rebirths and the assistance of the Ashura Maru, remained confident in his ability to confront the challenge ahead. Upon spotting the trio, particularly noticing Tanjiro's attire and distinctive earrings, the demon hovering above immediately identified his target. It called out to its companions below, exclaiming, "We have caught up. That individual is the demon slayer specifically marked for death by our master. Our lengthy pursuit has not been in vain." Following closely was a robust demon, laughing heartily, while a lanky man, resembling a mere stick, chimed in, "Eliminate him and bring his head back to our master." Additionally, a white-haired female demon lurked among them, asserting that should they succeed in slaying him, their master would generously bestow upon them his blood. The other demons trailing behind remained silent, their intentions clear. This collective focus was a direct result of Muzan's decree, allowing demons to congregate for the sole purpose of hunting Tanjiro. What are we going to do, Tanjiro? Zenitsu, visibly pale and on the verge of panic, cried out. In contrast, Inosuke scoffed dismissively. Stop your incessant whining. It's quite bothersome. Tanjiro, with a sense of resignation, could merely offer reassurance. Let us give it our all together. Zenitsu was left bewildered by the response. Before further words could be exchanged, the bat-like demon descended rapidly, its wings glimmering ominously under the moonlight, akin to sharpened blades. Cutting through the air with ferocity, it charged directly at the trio. Dodge. Tanjiro forcefully pushed Zenitsu aside, simultaneously evading to the side himself. Inosuke, without a backward glance, charged forward with his dual blades aimed at the demons ahead. He charged recklessly, heedless of danger. However, the demons showed little interest in him, save for one particularly burly creature who halted its advance, accompanied by 3 others, to engage in combat. Little brat, can you pierce my skin? It taunted. I can definitely cut through. Inosuke shouted as he confronted the beast head-on. Yet, as his blades struck the demon's flesh, they produced a resounding clash, creating fleeting sparks in the air. So tough. Inosuke felt a slight numbing in his hands. You cannot breach my defenses. Perish, you filthy brat. The demon laughed maniacally, raising its arms to pounce. Meanwhile, on another front, Tanjiro's figure retreated swiftly, finding refuge in the nearby woods within mere breaths. In this terrain, the flying capabilities of the bat demon were hampered, forcing it to reduce both speed and altitude. Zenitsu remained huddled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The other demons merely cast a glance at him before pursuing Tanjiro into the forest, leaving behind 3 weaker demons to finish off Zenitsu. One of the scrawny demons chuckled. Big brother, this guy is such a coward. Is he truly a demon slayer? In response, the demon standing in the center grinned wickedly. Does it matter whether he is or not? I've yet to taste the flesh of a demon slayer. Let's quickly kill him and see how he compares to an ordinary human. A demon wielding a spiked club stepped forward, declaring, Big brother, let me handle this. I wish to savor his brains. With that, he advanced, raising his weapon high. Upon witnessing this, Zenitsu's eyes rolled back in terror, and he collapsed backward, succumbing to unconsciousness from sheer fright. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. With nimble footsteps, Tanjiro traversed the forest, skillfully utilizing the terrain to his advantage. Behind him, the bat demon flapped its wings, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp fangs. Blood demon art, sonic resonance. It emitted an invisible wave, vast in its reach, enveloping Tanjiro and causing his hands to tremble involuntarily around the hilt of his sword. His body quivered slightly under the influence of this force. Observing this, Lin Fan pondered. The creature's shape suggested it was indeed a bat, and as it had described, it possessed ultrasonic capabilities. With this realization, he promptly advised, find something to shield yourself. It can mitigate the resonance. Understood, Tanjiro responded, swiftly taking cover behind a tree. As anticipated, the discomfort diminished. The bat demon, deprived of sight, continued to flap its wings in pursuit. However, in the next moment, Tanjiro seized the opportunity, leaping from the side of the tree with precision. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a single-handed grip on his sword, he surged forward. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. His body shot forth like a stream of water, fluid and graceful. The bat demon, noticing too late, attempted to evade, but it was ultimately a moment too slow. Its right wing was severed at the root, sending its body uncontrollably plummeting to the ground. Damn it, I cannot mend my injuries. Tanjiro advanced with his sword raised, ready to deliver the finishing blow. However, the bat demon unleashed another wave of sound, while the other demons returned, encircling Tanjiro completely. Lin Fan sensed the strength of these adversaries, determining that the 3 strongest among them were roughly on par with the female demon from the previous night, likely possessing blood demon arts. They ranked among the upper echelon beneath the 12 Kazuki, indicating a modicum of strength, yet they were not formidable. The remaining demons were utterly inept, lacking even the mastery of blood demon arts, merely present to fill the ranks. In summary, the situation posed little threat. Tanjiro might not even need to resort to his demon transformation. Chapter 25, Genuine Dizziness or Feigned Dizziness. Muzan was also observing this confrontation. Based on the strength displayed yesterday, Tanjiro would undoubtedly perish against these demons. However, If he were to vanquish them, it would suggest that he was concealing his true power. What Muzan needed to do was estimate Tanjiro's capabilities and then summon the upper moons for a decisive strike. Yet, if Tanjiro proved too formidable and his limits remained elusive, Muzan would have no choice but to retreat into the Infinity Castle for another century. After all, his lifespan was virtually infinite, rendering unnecessary any reckless gambles. On the other side, Tanjiro swiftly cast a glance at the multitude of demons present. In turn, these demons scrutinized him, with one possessing only a half of its bat-like wings, cautioning him, "Be careful. Wounds inflicted by its blade cannot heal." "Then, I shall simply keep my distance," he resolved. Among the demons, the female specter farthest from Tanjiro concealed her face with a smile, deftly retrieving several short blades from her loose sleeves. However, the tall, gaunt demon displayed a countenance of profound discomfort, as if it had ingested something foul, remaining silent beside the others. Tanjiro also noticed this. But there was no time for further contemplation. The female demon was the first to strike, hurling several short blades into the air that darted straight towards him. At first glance, there seemed to be no extraordinary effect. However, Tanjiro chose not to meet the attack with his sword. Instead, he swiftly evaded by exerting force beneath his feet. The previous battle with the blood-manipulating female demon had made him wary, teaching him that attacks that appear innocuous can often be the most lethal. Indeed, this proved to be true, as the short blades abruptly changed direction mid-air, seemingly guided by an unseen force, trailing closely behind Tanjiro. Was this the demon's blood art? Tanjiro glanced back and, in the blink of an eye, found himself before one of the nearest demons. The demon raised its sharp claws, ready to retaliate. However, much to its misfortune, Tanjiro swiftly severed its neck with a single stroke. He then pivoted to confront the onslaught of several short blades, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor as he struck. When the blade of Ashura Maru clashed with the short knives, it sliced through them with an effortless grace, akin to a knife cutting through tofu, resulting in the immediate shattering of the short blades. One after another, Tanjiro delivered successive strikes, leaving no short knife unscathed. Tanjiro, wielding his sword with determination, charged towards the next demon. Upon witnessing this, the female demon's expression stiffened in disbelief. How could this be? What manner of blade is that? How could my short sword be severed so effortlessly? And why can I not exert control over that weapon? Her mind was a tangled web of confusion, brimming with questions. After all, her blood demon art revolved around the manipulation of iron. Even though the Nichiren blade might impede her abilities, it should still exert some minor influence. Yet, the Ashura Maru in Tanjiro's grasp rendered her entirely incapable of interference, significantly diminishing the efficacy of her blood demon art. It was at this moment that Tanjiro had swiftly dispatched 2 more demons, leaving only 3 of them alive at this moment. The expressions on their faces were exceedingly intricate. The bat demon had suffered a grievous blow, having one of its wings severed, while the female demon's blood art could no longer exert control over Ashura Maru. Only the tall, slender demon had yet to reveal its true abilities. Confronted by these remaining 3 demons, with unwavering determination, Tanjiro brandished his sword in one hand and charged towards the severely injured bat demon. Realizing the impending threat, the bat demon instinctively opened its gaping maw to unleash its blood demon art, sending forth an invisible wave of sound that enveloped Tanjiro, hindering his movements. Observing this, the female demon seized control of the shattered blades on the ground, simultaneously hurling several short daggers in a coordinated attack from both sides. Together, they launched their assault against Tanjiro. As Tanjiro remained expressionless in the face of the swiftly approaching dagger, he calmly swung his blade, effortlessly slicing it away, with the shattered remnants of the weapon following suit. This was all easily resolved by Tanjiro. However, Lin Fan, observing this scene, felt a twinge of regret. The blood demon art employed by the female demon appeared to manipulate iron. If such a power were to be further developed, it would prove exceedingly troublesome. Simply controlling the iron atoms within the human bloodstream could be lethal, with numerous potential avenues for development. The only limitation to this power lay in the constraints of the current era. Reflecting on this, Lin Fan merely sighed before continuing to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the bat demon and the female demon engaged in a back-and-forth struggle against Tanjiro, while the tall, slender demon merely observed the spectacle. Where there is an unusual occurrence, there is often something amiss. Lin Fan promptly heightened his senses, ensuring he would detect any anomalies at the first opportunity. Simultaneously, on the other side, Zenitsu, who had been frightened into unconsciousness, abruptly sprang to his feet, though his eyes remained tightly shut, adopting a stance as if ready to draw his sword. The three demons opposite him exchanged puzzled glances, with the male demon who had moved forward a few steps turning to inquire, "Brother, was this fellow truly unconscious or merely pretending?" The demon referred to as the elder brother retorted with irritation, "You ask me. I ask who? Just kill him." No sooner had he spoken than Zenitsu gritted his teeth, yet a substantial amount of mist began to emanate from him, producing a peculiar sound. Upon hearing this noise, the leading demon expressed confusion. "What on earth is that sound? Did this kid get so scared he has passing gas?" The demon in front turned back, replying, "I don't know, brother. Let me take a whiff first." While they conversed, Zenitsu maintained his grip on the hilt of his sword, his body poised for a charge. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, 3 strikes. As the words left his lips, his form transformed into a bolt of lightning. And with a resounding rush of air, Zenitsu appeared behind the 3 demons. Sheathing his sword, the demons barely had time to react before their necks were severed. Their heads propelled away in an instant. Having completed this feat, Zenitsu stumbled and collapsed to the ground, soon awakening in a daze. "What just happened?" he muttered. Turning to see the lifeless bodies of the 3 demons behind him, his expression shifting to one of sheer horror. What happened? How did these 3 demons suddenly die? However, amidst the panic, he caught sight of Inosuke not far away, engaged in a fierce battle with a demon. The only one remaining alive was a demon, robust as an ox. The 2 adversaries clashed repeatedly. The demon raised its arms, deflecting the blade while taunting, "You stand no chance of breaching my defenses. It would be wise to surrender and allow yourself to be devoured. I have another target to eliminate, and you are merely an obstruction. How about you become my stepping stone, left to rot in the wilderness?" Inosuke, channeling the breath of the beast, crossed his twin blades at his sides and charged forward with unrestrained ferocity, resembling a wild boar rampaging through the fray. Chapter 26. Did you think you could outmatch me? Did you believe you could best me? I would allow you to use but one hand. To everyone's astonishment, the demon indeed withdrew one hand, clenching its fist tightly and launching a direct strike towards Inosuke. Unflinching, Inosuke held his blades before him, exerting every ounce of strength at his disposal. The fist collided with the blades, igniting sparks in a brief stalemate, yet soon the blade cleaved through the demon's fist, slicing through its arm. With one final surge of power, Inosuke aimed a diagonal slash upward, severing the demon's head. How could this be possible? The demon exclaimed in disbelief as it faced its end. In stark contrast, Inosuke erupted into boisterous laughter. Zenitsu, witnessing the scene, hurriedly approached and inquired, "Did you just save me?" But Inosuke appeared utterly bewildered by the question. Nonetheless, Zenitsu understood that time was of the essence. "It matters not. Let us hasten to rescue Tanjiro." The 2 of them swiftly made their way through the forest, heading towards the sounds of battle. Before long, they arrived at the battleground, where both sides had reached a critical juncture. Tanjiro stood resolutely before the 2 demons, his hands gripping his sword, poised for action. However, the demons were quicker to strike. The bat demon unleashed a menacing roar, blood demon art, sonic resonance. Almost simultaneously, the female demon followed suit, proclaiming, blood demon art, iron manipulation. Once again, they executed their familiar tactic of a coordinated assault from both flanks. Tanjiro remained composed, yet Lin Fan sensed something amiss and urgently cautioned, "Watch your step. That fiend has unleashed his blood demon art." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro had no time for contemplation and leaped into action. Grateful for the warning, he recalled his previous position. Suddenly, the ground beneath him fractured, and a pair of hands emerged, reaching out to seize Tanjiro. Simultaneously, blades were approaching from both sides. This was dire. Tanjiro was in peril. Zenitsu, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a pang of anxiety for Tanjiro, yet it was too late to offer assistance. Meanwhile, Inosuke had already drawn his twin blades, preparing to charge forward. In that critical moment, Tanjiro, suspended in midair, gripped his sword with both hands and invoked the water breathing. 8th form, waterfall basin. With a fierce downward strike, he severed the hands rising from the ground and, in tandem, a towering column of water erupted from below, enveloping him. The blades faltered before the might of the water column, their advance thwarted, as even the sound waves were impeded. Within the embrace of the water column, Tanjiro has seized the opportunity, perceiving the threat of opening, and has pushed the lung-breathing technique to its zenith. Now is the moment. Total concentration. He channels his strength into a singular point, forcefully breaking through the water column as his body rotates and maneuvers upon the ground. The 3 demons, witnessing this, simultaneously strike to impede his advance. Yet, they are thwarted by Tanjiro's swordsmanship mid-course. As he approaches, the water-breathing's 10th form flows with vitality. His figure glides like a dragon, the torrential waters converging upon the blade, forming a vividly lifelike water dragon. With each flourish of Tanjiro's sword, the water dragon sweeps past the three demons. It is impossible. Ultimately, the demons cannot escape the fate of decapitation. At the moment their heads are severed, it signals their demise. Tanjiro sheathed his sword without a moment's hesitation, intent on rushing outside to rescue Zenitsu and the others. However, upon turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Zenitsu and Inosuke, both standing in the woods with dazed expressions directed at him. Relieved to see that they were unharmed, Tanjiro let out a long breath and exclaimed, "It's truly wonderful that you are both safe." Tanjiro, you're incredibly strong." Zenitsu hurriedly approached, visibly flustered. He knew Tanjiro was powerful, but he had not anticipated such formidable strength. Even the typically taciturn Inosuke couldn't help but commend, "You're really something else." In response to their praise, Tanjiro merely scratched his head and beamed with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, within the sword, Lin Fan continued to gather demon energy and channel it back. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Detected that the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji is experiencing fear, earning 1,000 emotional points. Lin Fan inwardly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Muzan, for your generosity in providing these emotional points." To be frank, Lin Fan felt that with Tanjiro's current capabilities, he could hold his own against the lower ranks of the 12 Kizuki. Coupled with the enhancements from demon transformation, defeating the lower-ranked members should pose little challenge. Yet, gazing at the accumulated emotional points, Lin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety regarding which abilities to unlock next. In the outside world, after the three reunited, the crow returned to guide them once more. As they traversed the rural path, Tanjiro remained vigilant of his two companions. Zenitsu seemed fine, but Inosuke did not appear unscathed. The thought that this was all due to his actions filled Tanjiro with guilt. Ashura Maru, I must trouble you to heal Inosuke. It was said that practice makes perfect. Previously, he had politely sought Lin Fan's opinion, but now he was getting straight to the point. However, Lin Fan did not decline. "Very well. Place your hand upon him." At this, Tanjiro suddenly rested his right hand on Inosuke's shoulder. Inosuke turned abruptly, questioning, "What are you doing?" "I wish to assist in healing your wounds. Please bear with me." Tanjiro spoke candidly, capturing Zenitsu's attention. The last individual to receive treatment was indeed him. He hadn't observed closely during that occasion, but this time he was determined to scrutinize the process thoroughly. As they conversed, countless tendrils of inky black smoke coalesced into dark threads, entwining from the hilt of the blade around Inosuke's arm and connecting to his shoulder. In that moment, Lin Fan initiated the transmission of demonic energy to activate his healing abilities. Inosuke, who had initially contemplated resistance, suddenly became compliant. Acutely aware of the comforting warmth enveloping his body, the pain from his previously nagging injuries gradually subsided. In the blink of an eye, as the black threads dissipated, all wounds had been completely healed. Tanjiro finally released his grip. Inosuke examined his own body, twisting and contorting with remarkable agility. "Have all my injuries healed?" "Ha. What was that just now?" "That was my most important companion, Ashura Maru," Tanjiro replied with a warm yet earnest expression. Zenitsu, having witnessed the entire process, found his interest in this so-called Ashura Maru growing stronger. "This sword truly possesses consciousness. Does it have a human form? Is it male or female? Is it handsome?" His thoughts began to wander further afield. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, Muzan's expression remained grotesque and twisted to an extreme. He was indeed concealing his true power. Ordinary demons would be utterly useless. It was time to summon the lower moons. Fortunately, some of the lower moons had already arrived in the vicinity. Chapter 27. Can this also be extracted? Tanjiro and his companions followed the crow, arriving at the entrance of a manor in a quaint village. The manor's grand door bore an intricate design of wisteria flowers. The crow flapped its wings and landed in Tanjiro's hand, promptly declaring, "Rest. Rest. Those who are injured must recuperate until fully healed. Yet, we have already recovered." Just as Tanjiro was about to speak, Zenitsu behind him abruptly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, we finally have a moment to rest." In contrast, Inosuke harbored no such worldly desires. His singular thought was how to consume the crow perched nearby. Lin Fan also took note of this peculiar fixation. However, it seemed that Inosuke's crow had never made an appearance. Leading to a rather reasonable conclusion, it must have been devoured by him. During this period, Tanjiro found himself increasingly occupied, and a sense of fatigue began to envelop him. Reluctantly, he closed his mouth and approached with compliance. He rapped upon the grand door adorned with wisteria motifs. Knock, knock. At the sound of his knocking, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a venerable old man who emerged from within. Tanjiro greeted politely, expressing his sincere apologies for the intrusion at such an hour. Upon observing the attire of the three visitors, the elderly man immediately discerned their identities. You must be demon slayers, correct? Please, follow me. He then turned and led them into the residence, where arrangements for their lodging and medical care were made. However, when the physician arrived to assess their conditions, he found no injuries. Rather, they appeared to be in excellent health. Nonetheless, Kaneo had not dispatched any new missions. In the dead of night, the trio lay upon the tatami mats. Zenitsu, glancing at Inosuke's face, which was now unmasked, remarked with a grimace, seeing your face, which resembles that of a woman's, makes me feel a bit nauseous. Who asked for your opinion? Inosuke retorted, pouting. Yet, after his response, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a brief moment, Zenitsu sat up, avoiding direct eye contact with Tanjiro, and suddenly posed a question. Tanjiro, why do you carry a demon with you? And what is the story behind that peculiar sword? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro momentarily froze, but soon sat up with a smile, eager to explain. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, for the wooden box in the corner had already opened on its own. Zenitsu, upon witnessing this, was startled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he hurriedly stepped aside. Wait, Tanjiro, you didn't T-lock the box. Yet, Tanjiro continued to smile, intent on elaborating. From within the box, the diminutive Nezuko emerged, gradually growing larger under their gaze. Zenitsu, this is my sister. Before he could finish, Zenitsu, who had always been timid and anxious, suddenly exhibited an unexpected bravado, or perhaps his anger had clouded his judgment. How could you carry such a lovely girl with you? Do you think that is fair to me? We are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Why should you be allowed to travel with your sister? I shall represent the Demon Slayer Corps and put an end to you. With that, he retrieved his sword from the cabinet behind him. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. You misunderstood. She is my sister, Nezuko. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu underwent a complete transformation, hastily discarding his sword. He leaned forward, wearing a sycophantic expression. That remark nearly sent Tanjiro away in disbelief. Meanwhile, Inosuke had already reclined on the tatami mat, having given up on any further contemplation. The three of them temporarily settled down to rest. As night fell, they succumbed to slumber. Within the blade, Lin Fan activated his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan template, Ashura Maru. Demon power, 1300 ability extraction, eternal buff, indestructible, golden tier ability, perception, silver tier ability, sharpness, naturally complementary. Template abilities, blood weeping, devouring, healing, refeeding. Demon transformation. Locked abilities, defecation, upon unlocking, can freely alter one's size. Requires 10,000 emotion points for unlocking. Demon curse. Striking a target can inflict a demon curse, potentially poisoning them. Unlocking requires 10,000 emotion points. Sky manipulation can control the blade to fly. Unlocking requires 10,000 emotion points. External avatar can consume demon power to create a temporary physical avatar. Unlocking requires 10,000 emotion points. Emotion points, 12,000. Gazing at the array of yet-to-be unlocked abilities, Lin Fan yearned for each one. However, lacking emotion points, he could only select one. And his eye was immediately drawn to the external avatar. A question lingered in his mind. System, I can already create a body using demon power. What purpose does this external avatar serve? Are you attempting to trick me out of 10,000 emotion points? No sooner had he spoken than the system promptly countered. Ding. Please refrain from slandering the system. It does not engage in deceit. The external avatar ability fundamentally differs from your ability to create a body with demon power. While both involve similar processes, the distinction lies in that your created avatar is merely a conglomeration of demon power, whereas the external avatar draws upon your true physical form. It can utilize special abilities such as breathing techniques, specifically designed for combat, and can be infinitely enhanced based on demon power output. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was nearly convinced he had to acquire this ability. Ding. Consume 10,000 emotion points. Congratulations on unlocking the ability, external avatar. His emotion points dwindled to nothing. However, with 2,000 emotion points still remaining, Lin Fan pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, give me 2 more golden teardrops. Ding. Consume 2 000 emotion points. Commencing golden tier draw. Congratulations. You have received. Thank you for your patronage. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed those 2,000 emotion points were wasted, and he regretted not anticipating this outcome. Before he could finish his thought, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the golden tier ability, lightning release, 1,000 birds. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan abruptly changed his tone, expressing that had he known earlier, he would have drawn sooner. The system retorted, what a hypocritical host you are. You understand nothing. Lin Fan responded with irritation, and soon a flood of information about Chidori filled his mind. It was indeed the same Chidori he had encountered in Naruto, and this lottery included various applications of Chidori. However, this technique demanded a considerable amount of demonic energy. Invoking it even once required a minimum of 100 units, and techniques developed from Chidori, such as Chidori Blade and Chidori Senbon, consumed an extraordinary amount of energy as well. With his current reserve of over 1,000 units, a few casual uses could deplete him completely. Nonetheless, despite the substantial energy cost, its potency was undeniably formidable. In the world of Demon Slayer, the abilities derived from Naruto could be said to utterly dominate. Even Muzan might struggle to withstand Chidori. This was indeed an epic enhancement. However, personal strength alone was insufficient. Collective strength was paramount. It was imperative to devise a strategy for Tanjiro to grow stronger. For now, focusing on developing the dance of the fire god seemed most prudent. As time passed, the following morning arrived. When the first rays of sunlight grazed the earth, Tanjiro commenced his training for the day. In the courtyard of the estate, he took deep breaths to maintain his breathing technique while running with a heavy boulder. This sight left Zenitsu and Inosuke feeling quite anxious. It was alarming. Tanjiro was pushing himself too hard. Zenitsu's eyes widened as he sat in the corridor in front of the room, his expression one of mild shock. Yet considering Tanjiro's strength, it seemed reasonable. Although he too wished to grow stronger, he could only aspire to such self-discipline, muttering, "This servant cannot do it." Meanwhile, Inosuke's response was blunt and straightforward. Give up. In contrast, Tanjiro, while maintaining his total concentration breathing, continued his exercises. However, after a short while, he halted, gasping for breath, his entire being trembling slightly. It felt as if his lungs might explode from the effort to sustain his concentration, and even his ears throbbed painfully. Lin Fan, within the sword, could only offer consolation, stating, "Pain is normal. Take deep breaths, let the air circulate to your fingertips, and strive to enhance your focus." Understood. Tanjiro, enduring the pain, continued his training. Time passed swiftly, and by evening, Lin Fan began to guide Tanjiro in mastering the breath of the sun. However, despite his efforts, the results were disheartening. Tanjiro, still unable to grasp the essence of the technique, repeatedly apologized, lamenting, "I'm so foolish, Ashura Maru. I just can't seem to learn." Lin Fan felt equally helpless. Since Tanjiro was unable to learn at the moment, he suggested focusing solely on the breathing technique, emphasizing the importance of maintaining total concentration even while sleeping. "I will supervise you," he assured. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro was deeply moved and replied, "I entrust this to you." Ashura Maru. As night fell and Tanjiro drifted into a deep slumber, his total concentration on breathing slipped away unconsciously. Without hesitation, Lin Fan summoned a hand from the black mist and delivered a resounding slap to Tanjiro's face. The sound echoed sharply, simple, yet brutally direct. Tanjiro abruptly sat up, swiftly turning his head to survey his surroundings. What had transpired? Beside him, Zenitsu and Inosuke were sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to the commotion. Lin Fan interjected, "Your breathing was erratic just now. You should rise and rest again." "Huh? Thank you for the reminder," Tanjiro replied, bewildered, having just been struck by his own blade. Was there any justice in this? With no other option, he attempted to return to slumber, yet his breathing remained unsettled. Before long, it grew erratic once more. Lin Fan, at a loss, resorted to unleashing his demonic energy to manifest a hand and delivered another resounding slap. Smack. Tanjiro sat up, feeling both wronged and helpless. To be honest, he no longer wished to sleep. "I apologize. My breathing just became erratic again. I truly appreciate your patience, Ashura Maru. It's only natural, considering you are my sword master." Lin Fan replied effortlessly. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, with his eyes tightly shut, was actually awake but too afraid to speak. If he were to voice his thoughts, others might find it hard to believe. In the middle of the night, I suddenly awoke to see a sword striking Tanjiro across the face. Tanjiro continued to express his gratitude. It was utterly terrifying. Throughout the night, Lin Fan scarcely had a moment's respite, not to mention Tanjiro. Even the mere act of biting his own lip drained a considerable amount of his demonic energy. He also had to expend additional energy to assist Tanjiro with his healing. Otherwise, by dawn, Tanjiro's face swelled to a size surpassing even Inosuke's boar mask. The following morning, with dark circles under his eyes, Tanjiro rose and immediately devoted himself to the practice of breathing techniques. From dawn until dusk, he tirelessly honed his body, gradually undergoing a transformation. This metamorphosis was not merely a direct enhancement, but rather a unique reward stemming from diligent training. Among the most remarkable changes was his surging stamina. Zenitsu and his companion continued to observe Tanjiro's training in the hallway, lacking any motivation to join him. However, during the training sessions, Lin Fan deliberately reminded them that one need not be confined to mastering a single breathing technique. One could learn multiple techniques and even blend them together. That fellow named Zenitsu possessed an impressive thunder breathing technique. Perhaps you should consider inquiring about it. Thus, the revelation dawned. As Tanjiro engaged in both training and contemplation, he eventually set down the immense boulder he had been carrying and jogged over to Zenitsu, who stood in the corridor. With a slight bow, he inquired, "Zenitsu, would you be willing to teach me the breath of thunder?" Zenitsu, momentarily taken aback, wore a somewhat stiff expression and remained silent for a while. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach, rather, he could only master a single technique himself. However, gazing at the earnest Tanjiro before him, he relented, saying, "Well, it's not impossible, but let me make it clear that I can only instruct you in the first form of the breath of thunder. Anything beyond that, I am unable to teach. Is that so? I am immensely grateful to you, Zenitsu." Tanjiro paid no heed to the words that followed, stepping forward with a smile to express his gratitude. Inosuke promptly added, "Why didn't you come to me to learn the beast breathing technique? My beast breathing is the most formidable." Tanjiro merely smiled before engaging in conversation with Zenitsu. Zenitsu, seated in the corridor, reminisced about his past experiences while honing the breath of thunder, recalling the old man who guided him. Tanjiro noted that mastering the breath of thunder requires one to focus their consciousness on their feet. However, aspects such as physique and muscle size cannot be precisely controlled. It is only upon attaining this understanding that one truly masters the breath of thunder, a lesson frequently imparted to me by my grandfather, who raised me. Tanjiro listened, somewhat perplexed, yet remained earnest in his studies. After all, mastering a form of breathing technique is not something one can accomplish overnight. It took him several years to fully grasp the water-breathing style. 3 days swiftly elapsed. At this moment, Tanjiro's ability to maintain total concentration during breathing became increasingly enduring, which directly contributed to a rapid enhancement of his foundational stamina. Perhaps moved by Tanjiro's dedication, Zenitsu and the others, albeit reluctantly, occasionally joined in on the training. Thus, the days passed in tranquil monotony. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that Muzan would not remain passive. It was likely that demons were scouring the vicinity in search of them. Such a tranquil existence could not endure for long. A storm was brewing. This was merely the calm before the tempest. Lin Fan perceived the situation with clarity. As anticipated, on the 5th day, after the sun dipped below the horizon, night fell. Chapter 29. Will you prevail? At this moment, Tanjiro and his companions were resting in their room when, quite suddenly, Lin Fan, sensing something amiss within the blade, urgently alerted. "Tanjiro, a demon is approaching at high speed." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro, who was stifling a yawn and preparing to sleep, abruptly stood up, donned his uniform, and equipped his dual swords. He turned to Zenitsu and urged, "A demon is making its way towards us." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zenitsu, as usual, succumbed to his panic and began to tremble. "Huh? Why does it never end? Tanjiro, what on earth have you done? Why are there constantly demons chasing after you?" Despite Zenitsu's complaints filled with resentment, neither Tanjiro nor Inosuke paid him any heed. Inosuke, too, drew his dual swords and inquired, "How many demons are coming this time?" "I must ensure I slay more than you." "Only one," Tanjiro replied. Tanjiro turned back to respond, then pushed open the door, stepping into the courtyard, poised for confrontation. Zenitsu, no longer gripped by fear, reassured himself that with Tanjiro by his side, there was little to dread from a mere demon. Moments later, amidst the inky darkness of the night, a figure gradually descended from the sky, illuminated by the moonlight, and immediately set its gaze upon Tanjiro. Upon closer inspection, the distinctive flower-carved earrings and the twin blades at its waist confirmed that this was indeed the young demon designated for extermination by that esteemed individual. Tanjiro unsheathed his sword, Ashura Maru, confronting the foul creature before him, its stench mingling with the reek of blood, a testament to the countless lives it had devoured. The sheer horror of its strength was unimaginable. As his eyes fell upon the demon, he noted its similarity in stature to himself, save for its long black hair, which was styled into 4 braids reminiscent of crimson maple leaves. Clad in a yellow and white kimono, its pallid face bore a dark green symbol resembling a. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true focus lay in its pale violet eyes, etched with inscriptions. Lower Moon 6. At that moment, Tanjiro recognized the identity of the intruder as the current Lower Moon 6 from the 12 Kizuki. The demon, licking its lips, grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, proclaiming, "I am Lower Moon 6, Kamino. By the command of that esteemed individual, I have come to claim your head. You may now embrace death." "I refuse." Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro resolutely spoke up. Upon hearing this, the veins on Kabuno's forehead bulged. "I am not seeking your opinion, you selfish fiend. I hereby declare your death sentence." With that, its limbs underwent a grotesque transformation, morphing into broad, intricately patterned claws that resembled those of a tiger. This sudden manifestation upon a human frame appeared strikingly discordant. Lin Fan observed this scene unfold through his blade. If memory served him right, this demon should have met its demise at Muzan's hands within the infinite fortress. Yet here it was, dispatched prematurely to haunt Tanjiro. As a lower moon, its strength was undoubtedly formidable. It seemed its blood demon art revolved around transformation. Lin Fan swiftly analyzed the situation while channeling his demonic energy to enhance Tanjiro. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had already grasped his sword with both hands, launching himself forward with determination. Behind him, Inosuke emerged wielding dual blades, his eyes concealed beneath his headgear, ablaze with the fervor of battle. "Ha ha ha, let us slay it," he shouted, leaping forward in tandem with Tanjiro. Faced with their charge, Kabuno's thirst for slaughter could no longer be restrained, and it too summoned its strength to confront them head-on. As they closed the distance, it raised its tiger-like claws to strike, the air splitting with the sound of its lethal swipe. In response to this attack, Tanjiro calmly swung his blade. But as he beheld the scene before him, Kabuno's eyes glimmered with scorn and mockery. After all, its claws were more resilient than steel. Yet, in the next moment, that arrogance was ruthlessly shattered. The blade sliced through its claw as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, penetrating deep into its flesh. How is this possible? Kabuno thought frantically, hastily retracting its arm and propelling its body backward. This maneuver narrowly spared it from losing its claw entirely, though the injury was grievous, leaving a gaping wound. It realized that being struck by this blade meant it could not heal. However, it had not anticipated such sharpness. Had it not reacted swiftly, its hand might have been severed. "Damn it, how dare you wound me? You are utterly vile," Kabuno roared, its voice cold and menacing. Just then, Inosuke appeared alongside, raising his twin blades and unleashing a powerful strike towards Kabuno's neck. "Ha ha ha, become a stepping stone on my path to strength." Tanjiro launched a frontal assault. In the face of the duo's seamless cooperation, Kabuki raised his right arm to shield his neck, and even after being struck by the twin blades, he remained unscathed, merely producing the sound of metal clashing. "Get away from me." With a powerful sweep of his arm, he sent the twin swords, along with Inosuke, flying through the air. However, there was no respite granted to him. Tanjiro had approached closely. With the first form of water breathing, he executed the water surface slash, aiming directly at the neck. Wielding his sword with a single hand, a torrent of water surged forth from the blade, creating a magnificent splash as he made a horizontal slash. However, the strike that should have been a certain hit was evaded by the Kabuki Mono, which leaned back, twisting its body to escape the blow, and simultaneously kicked Tanjiro, sending him soaring through the air. Once both had stabilized their flight, it became apparent that the Kabuki-mono's original form had transformed into something resembling a raccoon, displaying an extraordinary fluidity akin to liquid. Coupled with the limbs of a tiger, its strength, speed, and agility had reached a truly terrifying level. Victory over this foe is no simple task for Tanjiro. Is it a cat or a tiger? Inosuke gazed at the Kabuki, his mind muddled, suddenly feeling a strain on his intellect. In contrast, Tanjiro maintained a greater composure, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen while analyzing his opponent. This demon possessed the agility of a cat, while its powerful limbs offered sufficient strength and explosive speed, a veritable close combat assassin. Fortunately, the Ashura Maru could inflict harm upon it, and it was incapable of healing its wounds. Reflecting on his training over the past few days and the transformations it had wrought, he felt a surge of confidence in his ability to prevail. At that moment, Zenitsu, trembling with his sword in the corridor behind, called out loudly, "Tanjiro, will you win?" Without turning around, Tanjiro replied, "Though it may be challenging, we will triumph." Inosuke, shaking off the numbness in his hands, became even more fervent, proclaiming, "Enough talk. I will sever your neck. You wicked fiend, I shall slay you in the most brutal manner." A cruel smile spread across Kabuki's face. Chapter 30, I Cannot Afford to Lose. The malevolence emanating from the creature even caused Inosuke, once brimming with battle fervor, to tremble slightly. This is rather unfortunate. It is the first time he has felt such immense pressure from an enemy, almost crushing him under its weight, leading him to nearly abandon his fighting spirit. He was certain of this overwhelming strength. He could not defeat this creature, and thoughts of surrender began to creep into his mind. Fortunately, Tanjiro roused him just in time. "Do not give up, Inosuke. We will not lose." Upon hearing this, Inosuke contemplated for a moment before tightening his grip on his dual blades, exclaiming, "Indeed. We absolutely cannot lose. Bring it on, you demon cat tiger. How dare you challenge my intellect? Your end is nigh." Kabuki's cruel smile faltered, even causing the corners of its mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Is this guy deranged? Upon witnessing Inosuke regain his composure, Tanjiro finally felt a sense of relief and focused on the adversary before him. "Together now," he declared, swiftly advancing. With a single hand gripping his sword, he unleashed the fourth form of water breathing. Striking tide, he released a series of slashing attacks, akin to surging waves. However, all were effortlessly evaded by the nimble movements of Kabunu, who countered with a powerful punch aimed at Tanjiro's head. Fortunately, Tanjiro managed to raise his sword in time to shield himself. Yet, even so, he was still sent flying by the overwhelming force of the blow. Meanwhile, Inosuke had already returned to Kabunu's side, brandishing his dual blades. He executed the third form of beast breathing, Fang Tier. With both swords, he aimed horizontal slashes to either side. Yet again, Kabunu's agile form dodged his strikes in an utterly improbable manner, retaliating with a punch to Inosuke's abdomen. Inosuke was sent hurtling backward into the room, landing beside Zenitsu, blood pouring from the mouth of his mask. "That really hurts," he exclaimed. "Hey, are you all right?" Zenitsu, despite being terrified, approached with concern. Lying in the corridor, Inosuke felt pain coursing through his entire body, particularly in his lungs, which felt as if they might burst. However, upon seeing Zenitsu beside him, he quickly replied, "I'm fine. Why aren't you getting up to help?" This statement left Zenitsu in stunned silence. I'm scared. I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die so soon. Besides, Tanjiro himself has said we will win." "You are truly pathetic," Inosuke remarked, marking the first time he had expressed such an opinion about someone. Thankfully, his injuries were bearable, and he struggled to rise. Grasping his sword, he descended the corridor. Hastening toward the fray, Tanjiro was engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Kamui. The two adversaries exchanged blows, trading strikes for dozens of rounds. Kamui relied on its agile form to evade the deadly arcs of Tanjiro's blade, yet in such close combat, mistakes were inevitable. At this moment, several gruesome wounds marred its body, inflicted by the sharp edge of Tanjiro's sword. "How dare you inflict pain upon me? You are truly wicked," Kamui howled defiantly, launching another assault. With the blood demon art, Fierce Claw rent. Its claws surged in size, each extending several inches, slashing towards Tanjiro with ferocity. Each swing threatened to tear apart everything in its path. Yet before the formidable Ashura Maru, it was Kamui itself that was rent asunder. However, there was an exception. These claws, fundamentally not flesh, were not significantly hindered by the regeneration suppression, though they could still be restrained to some extent. Kamui soon realized this and exerted all its strength to accelerate the regeneration of its claws. Nevertheless, the speed of regeneration paled in comparison to Tanjiro's relentless strikes. With the water-breathing, third form, flowing dance, Tanjiro moved with fluidity akin to water, swiftly closing the distance. The blade shimmered with the motion of flowing water. In an instant, as he glided past, all of Kamui's claws were severed, and another gash was carved into its chest. Yet, at that very moment, a shadow burst forth from behind Kamui, a venomous serpent adorned with intricate patterns. It opened its gaping maw, revealing its fangs, aiming to strike at Tanjiro, who was unaware of the impending danger. Seeing this, Kamui's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I've got you." But Lin Fan, wielding his sword, cautioned, "Beware of what lies behind." Without hesitation, Tanjiro pivoted and raised his sword to defend, cleaving the serpent's head in two. Does this creature possess eyes on its back? Kamui's expression was one of utter dismay, as its meticulously planned ambush was thwarted. At that moment, Inosuke arrived, leaping into the air with his dual blades raised high. Beast breathing, second form, splitting slash. At this moment, Tanjiro made his move. With the water breathing technique, seventh form, drop ripple thrust. The two struck simultaneously. Tanjiro pierced through the abdomen with a single stroke, while Inosuke's dual blade struck the neck, merely slicing the skin yet ensnared by the flesh beneath. Inosuke exerted his strength. But the resistance was formidable. He could not penetrate. Suddenly, the Kabuki Mono erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, both of you are guilty. Prepare to perish. Its head began to swell and transform, swiftly morphing into that of a primate, its gaping maw bared in a ferocious roar directed at Tanjiro. Boom. The sound, akin to a primal scream, was deafening. At such close proximity, Tanjiro felt dizzy, blood seeping from his orifices, struggling to maintain his grip on the blade. Inosuke fared no better, as he was flung away by a mighty swipe, crashing against the wall with enough force to create a gaping hole. In this instance, Inosuke was genuinely gravely injured, rendered nearly incapacitated. However, Tanjiro possessed Lin Fan's healing abilities, allowing him to rapidly recover, tightening his grip on the Ashura Maru. With a fierce determination, he aimed to cleave the creature in twain. Yet, the Kabuki Mono retaliated, its claws piercing Tanjiro's body, plunging directly into his heart. Rising effortlessly into the air, and then crashing down, dragging him across the ground. With a powerful throw, it hurled him into the room. Zenitsu was truly at a loss. Exclaiming, Tanjiro, didn't you promise victory? Lying amidst the chaos of the room, Tanjiro sensed his body nearing its limits. This demon was beyond his current capabilities to vanquish. The sound of Zenitsu's lamentations echoed in his ears as his consciousness began to wane. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, he cast his gaze towards Nezuko in the room. I cannot lose like this. As Lin Fan channeled demonic energy to aid in his recovery, he also drew Tanjiro's consciousness into the depths of the blade. At the very juncture where heaven meets the sea, Tanjiro surveyed his surroundings and swiftly caught sight of a figure that resembled a sprite. With his first glance, he spoke fervently, Ashura Maru, I require strength. Nezuko and the others are still waiting for me. I cannot afford to lose. Chapter 31. You have indeed broken. The figure. Lin Fan, who stood with a foot resting on the hilt of his sword, turned and crouched down, resting one hand under his chin. The gentle breeze stirred his skirt and hair as his crimson eyes met Tanjiro's with a calm inquiry, Do you truly wish to rescue them? They are my companions. My family. I must save them. Tanjiro replied resolutely, though his hand involuntarily pressed against his chest. Sensing the unwavering determination within Tanjiro, Lin Fan, however, offered a disheartening retort. But your strength alone is insufficient, and that demon has already pierced your heart with its claws. You are now on the brink of death. Even I cannot heal you immediately. It appears your fate is sealed. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Tanjiro, and he sank to his knees. Was there truly no hope? In response to this question, Lin Fan exerted force through his legs and gracefully descended from the sword hilt to stand before Tanjiro. Leaning close to his ear, he whispered, There is still a way, as long as you are willing to wholly embrace my power. Is that true? Tanjiro appeared as though he had grasped a lifeline. Akin to a drowning man clutching at a straw, the ember of hope was reignited, dispelling the despair that lay within his heart. However, Lin Fan's subsequent words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Of course, enduring my power will come with certain side effects. Given your current condition, you will lose your sanity and transform into a true demon in no more than 3 minutes. A demon? Could it be? Tanjiro harbored an ominous suspicion. While Lin Fan retorted with irritation, What nonsense are you conjuring? The demons I speak of are not akin to those outside. He took a few steps back. Turning to face the vast expanse, speaking to himself, One cannot aspire to strength without sacrifice. Even I am incapable of that. Tanjiro, do you possess the courage to bear the burden of becoming a demon for the sake of others? Faced with such a question, Tanjiro suddenly grew calm. He smiled brightly at Lin Fan, his tone resolute yet slightly relaxed. Whether for vengeance or protection, I require strength. I wish to safeguard Nezuko, Zenitsu, and everything dear to me. Indeed, I need power, even if it means transforming into a demon. So grant me that power, Ashura Maru. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan turned to Tanjiro, his crimson gaze locking onto him, and then abruptly chuckled. Indeed, you have gone awry. You no longer care about your own fate in your quest to protect others? It's quite perplexing. You greedy soul, let it be as you wish. With that, he pivoted and thrust his right palm through Tanjiro's chest. Awaken, Kamadu Tanjiro. Go forth and make your mark. Thank you, Ashura Maru. Meanwhile, in the external world. Zenitsu rushed to Tanjiro's side, clearing away the debris that had accumulated upon him, revealing the grotesque and terrifying wounds that pierced his chest. Tanjiro had fallen into unconsciousness, his breath shallow and fleeting, teetering on the precipice of death, at risk of succumbing entirely at any moment. "Tanjiro, are you all right?" Zenitsu trembled uncontrollably, his expression grotesque in its despair. Lin Fan would remark that this individual was a natural-born harbinger of chaos. Fortunately, he retained a semblance of reason, glancing at Inosuke. Buried beneath the rubble, it was evident that he too was gravely injured and unable to move. Thus, the only ones capable of fighting were himself and that old woman. Yet, as he beheld the approaching Kabun, fear gripped his heart. He tightened his grip on his blade, fervently rallying himself. "You can do this, Zenitsu. You still have a wedding to attend, so you absolutely cannot die here." Upon witnessing Zenitsu's trembling form, Kabun nearly succumbed to laughter. To be so terrified yet still fight for your comrades? Such profound friendship, though tragically futile. You wretched souls, I shall ensure you meet your end in agony. Be grateful. It is I who shall erase your vile existence. Upon hearing those words, Zenitsu's expression contorted even further, yet in the throes of profound terror, his mind sparkled with clarity. He turned his head, murmuring to himself, "No, no, no, I cannot lose this fight. I will die here. But I have yet to marry. I cannot perish in this place." Suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and he hastily exclaimed, "Azumarill, could you please expedite Tanjiro's recovery? If that is not possible, could you lend me a hand?" Regrettably, no response came forth. This scene, however, elicited mockery from Kabuno, who scoffed, talking to a blade. "Have you lost your sanity in your fear? Are you on the brink of madness?" As the corridor drew near, Zenitsu's hands trembled violently around the sword. Yet upon seeing Nezuko rushing towards him, an unusual resolve surged within him. "If I must die, then so be it. If I survive, Tanjiro, you must fulfill my wish." With that, he lunged forward. However, Nezuko had already dashed ahead, but alas, the disparity in strength was too great. A single claw rent her arm as she was flung aside. Witnessing this, Zenitsu fainted from sheer fright. Kabuno licked the blood from its claws, pondering aloud. "This demon seems different from us. Perhaps I shall spare her life for now. Maybe I should take her back to that esteemed individual." Yet, upon turning back and seeing Zenitsu unconscious, it nearly erupted into laughter. Has the Demon Slayer Corps stooped so low as to recruit such individuals? Is there truly no one else? Just then, the unconscious Zenitsu abruptly rose to his feet, brandishing his sword with a fierce stance, his aura rapidly ascending. "Oh, you wish to confront me directly?" Kabuno thought little of it, for the disparity in strength was evident. Until Zenitsu unleashed his strike, first form of thunder breathing. Thunderclap and flash. His form transformed into a bolt of lightning, delivering a swift slash that precisely struck Kabuno's neck, yet it failed to inflict any harm. "Good speed, but feeble power," it remarked, delivering a punch that sent Zenitsu flying across the ground. As he skidded to a halt, Zenitsu coughed up a considerable amount of blood, regaining consciousness but appearing somewhat disoriented. "What just happened? Why does my stomach feel as though it is tearing apart?" His awareness began to blur, with Kabuno drawing closer. Its mocking expression filled him with despair. "Am I to perish here? I have yet to fulfill my wish." Kabuno ignored him, instead advancing towards Tanjiro, intent on concluding the matter with him first. Meanwhile, Muzan watched the scene unfold, nearly laughing himself into madness. Chapter 32. The theme of losing one's sanity. Kill him. Yes. Just like that, eliminate him. Decapitate him. Now Muzan is eager for Kabuki to act swiftly and eliminate this youth. It is indeed the first time he has felt such exhilaration. Yet, the moment he stepped into the room, the nearly lifeless Tanjiro suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood upright. The grievous wounds on either side of his body began to heal at an astonishing rate. However, Tanjiro paid no heed to his own safety. Instead, he gazed upon the severely injured Zenitsu and the armless Nezuko. In that moment, his fury was unprecedented. Upon witnessing Tanjiro's miraculous revival, Kabuki's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features as he exclaimed, "What manner of creature are you?" But Tanjiro disregarded him, brandishing his sword with one hand and shouting as Arumaru, "Grant me the strength to protect Nezuko, to shield my companions, to defend all." Lin Fan, without hesitation, initiated his transformation into a demon. As his powers surged forth, a torrent of demonic energy flooded into Tanjiro's body, invigorating every limb and fiber. His strength escalated exponentially. However, in stark contrast, A faint purple mark began to spread across the left side of his face, steadily enlarging, even tainting his eyes with that eerie hue. Not enough. More. I demand more. Ashura Maru, lend me all your power. Tanjiro roared in a frenzy. Abruptly, before the eyes of all present, a dense, inky smoke materialized beside Tanjiro, coalescing into an enchanting silhouette. This figure, slightly shorter in stature, possessed long dark purple hair that framed a stunning visage. With crimson eyes reminiscent of an ethereal being, complemented by elongated ears. Adorning her head was a gold and black hairband, and her forehead bore a pair of white horns. While one side of her face was veiled by cascading tresses, she donned a flowing gown of purple and white that danced gracefully in the breeze. This captivating apparition was none other than Lin Fan's portrayal of Ashura Maru. Approaching Tanjiro, Lin Fan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Not bad, Tanjiro. I shall grant you whatever you desire. Release all your suppressed yearnings without restraint." Upon witnessing this, Kabuki was rendered momentarily speechless. The scene before it was utterly unforeseen. What was this creature, and who was the girl that had suddenly appeared? However, the one who reacted even more dramatically was the injured Zenitsu Agatsuma. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the exquisite figure beside Tanjiro, his previously playful expression transformed into one of solemnity. Where did such a stunning beauty come from? I have never encountered anyone so beautiful in my life. I must take her as my wife. In his fervor, he had already envisioned their future children. Entirely oblivious to the implications of his thoughts, consumed by the sensation of love at first sight, his eyes had morphed into hearts, and with one glance, the pain of his injuries faded into insignificance. Lin Fan noticed the almost glazed look in Zenitsu's eyes, which sent a chill down his spine. Instantly, he dissolved into black mist, merging back into the blade. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had acclimated to the powers bestowed upon him through his transformation, one eye now entirely a pale violet. His smile, once radiant, now bore a hint of madness. "Are you prepared to meet your demise, demon?" Kabuki, sensing an unfamiliar dread, found this development unacceptable. "Who do you think you are? Regardless of what monstrosity you may be, if I can kill you once, I can surely do so again." It raised its claws and charged forward, each step threatening to shatter the ground beneath. Yet to Tanjiro, everything unfolded in slow motion, every detail becoming starkly clear. He felt an unprecedented connection with Ashura Maru, a sensation of mutual understanding, igniting within him an illusion of the power to reshape the world. As the confrontation escalated, Kabuki launched the first strike, raising its right arm to deliver a powerful blow. "Die!" Tanjiro's gaze sharpened, wielding his blade with a single hand. His speed was so extraordinary that it left afterimages in its wake. In an instant, the blade sliced through, severing Kabuki's right claw along with his forearm into several pieces. Blood gushing forth as the dismembered limbs fell to the ground. Kabuki hastily retreated, while Tanjiro appeared remarkably composed, standing there with a cold stare, gradually advancing forward. Each step seemed to tread upon Kabuki's very heart, reminiscent of the grim reaper drawing near. At this moment, Lin Fan interjected, cautioning, "In this state, your body can endure for no more than 3 minutes. Make it a swift resolution." "I understand," Tanjiro replied. Tanjiro uttered a brief response, and with a single step forward, his figure vanished in an instant. Where had he gone? Fear flickered in the eyes of Kamui, and panic began to grip his expression as he frantically scanned his surroundings in search of any trace. However, when he regained his senses, he discovered that Tanjiro had already materialized before him, wielding his blade in a horizontal slash. Kamui had no time to ponder further and immediately leapt into the air. Yet, it proved to be a moment too late. In a flash, Tanjiro's blade cleaved through the air, releasing a wave of dark mist that coalesced into a formidable blade of energy. As the black fog swept past, Kamui's airborne form lost its lower legs, utterly obliterated by the ominous mist. In that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of terror. Yet, beyond that, his mind was flooded with confusion and disbelief. How could it be possible that he had suddenly become so powerful? Perhaps it was best to flee. Continuing this confrontation could very well lead to his demise at the hands of this formidable opponent. With that thought, he pivoted, manipulating his floating body to escape the room and ascend into the pitch-black night sky. Before departing, he could not resist declaring, "Do not think this is the end. Next time, all of you wicked beings shall meet your demise." However, Tanjiro's figure flickered and appeared in the corridor of the room. With a clear mind, he advanced the blade, attuned to its guidance. A Juro cannon. 3 blades. The sword's edge radiated dark mist, coalescing in midair into 3 blades engulfed in crimson flames, locking onto Kamui suspended in the air. The blades sliced through the atmosphere, producing a piercing roar. In an instant, the three blades pierced through Kamui's body. The demonic energy contained within invaded his form, incessantly eroding his flesh and blood cells, causing his body to lose control and plummet from the sky, crashing straight down into the courtyard and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Kamui was revealed, his body gruesomely pierced by the blades, blood gushing forth, and limbs severed, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Tanjiro advanced slowly. It had only been a fleeting minute. "Farewell, Kaminari," he whispered softly, and his form vanished once more. Within Kaminari's line of sight, everything spun wildly until it finally ceased. To its horror, it beheld its own headless corpse before it. Chapter 33. One should not, or rather, must not. What transpired? Is that truly my body? It could scarcely register the fact that it had been decapitated. When clarity returned, its eyes fixed upon Tanjiro's retreating silhouette. Now wholly consumed by dread, death was encroaching upon it with relentless inevitability. In its final moments, it emitted a cry of despair. "Impossible! How could I perish so easily? I have yet to exact retribution upon all evildoers. I cannot accept this fate." Alas, before the last words could escape its lips, thought ceased, and its head turned to ashes, scattering into the cosmos. Meanwhile, the headless corpse began to disintegrate gradually. Tanjiro sheathed his blade, gazing at the dissipating Kabuyu, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of compassion and sorrow. He could sense the terror that gripped Kabuyu in his final moments, alongside the anguish of being unable to punish the wicked. Although the details of Kabuyu's plight remained unclear, it did not hinder Tanjiro from feeling sorrow for him. This was a testament to his intrinsic kindness. Meanwhile, the figure within the sword, Lin Fan, immediately retracted his demonic form upon witnessing this. As the power dissipated, the demonic energy faded away. Tanjiro's once purplish eyes, now marred by the encroachment of darkness, along with the unique markings, swiftly returned to their original state, accompanied by the loss of unparalleled strength. Yet, Tanjiro felt no sense of loss. His desires had never revolved around power, but rather the protection of others. If such strength was not wielded for their safeguarding, it held no significance for him. At that moment, however, a sudden meow echoed from behind him. Turning around, Tanjiro beheld the familiar feline, skillfully bending down to retrieve a folding knife from its backpack. With a glance at Kabuyu's slowly vanishing form, the cat plunged the knife into the body, drawing forth blood. In but a moment, the blood had been collected, and Tanjiro withdrew the knife, placing it back into the cat's pack. Waving his right hand, he beamed a radiant smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you once again. May you travel safely." The cat licked its paw in acknowledgement before turning to depart in a specific direction. With another meow, it gradually faded from view. Having completed these actions, Tanjiro stood in quiet contemplation. As Tanjiro regained his senses, he hurriedly approached Zenitsu, who was closest to him, and inquired with genuine concern, "Zenitsu, are you all right?" In response to the inquiry, Zenitsu displayed a visage of profound agony and, with a feeble hand resting on Tanjiro's shoulder, weakly uttered, "I nearly met my demise because of you. You must compensate me, Tanjiro. Who was that girl that suddenly appeared beside you just now? Please, do enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro quickly grasped Zenitsu's intentions. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that marrying a sword was utterly unthinkable. Humans simply cannot, or rather should not, engage in such unions. Moreover, since Zenitsu had indeed rendered assistance this time, it would be quite rude to refuse. Thus, he explained, "What you just witnessed was the manifestation of this sword in my hand, the Ashura Maru." Upon receiving this answer, Zenitsu finally returned to his senses. Though he seemed to care little for the details. "What does it matter? As long as it's beautiful," he exclaimed. "Wait, that stunning girl is the sword you hold? Quickly, show it to me. It can heal my wounds, right? Please, allow me to hold it. I feel as if I might perish without treatment." Observing Zenitsu's dramatic display, Tanjiro couldn't help but feel his lips twitch in amusement. The spirit within the sword, Lin Fan, watched in utter disbelief. "Truly, you are something else, Zenitsu. You have certainly lived up to the reputation of the innate demon-slaying physique," he remarked with a smirk. "This fellow and your sister have sustained only minor injuries. We should first attend to that individual outside. If we delay, he may not survive." Upon hearing this reminder, Tanjiro took heed. At that moment, Tanjiro recalled that Inosuke had been flung away and had yet to make an appearance, prompting him to hastily abandon Zenitsu. After casting a final glance at the now-recovered Nezuko, he rushed towards the courtyard to locate the buried Inosuke. At this juncture, Inosuke had already lost consciousness, and Tanjiro, with no time to ponder, urgently implored. I entrust this to you, Ashura Maru. Please place your hands upon him. Without delay, Lin Fan unleashed his demonic power to heal Inosuke's injuries. And in but a moment, all wounds were mended. Meanwhile, within the room, the corpse of the Kamen Rider had finally been completely obliterated. A series of notification chimes echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Detected a substantial amount of negative emotions from the lower Moon 6 Kamen Rider, acquiring 2,000 emotion points. Ding. Detected a significant surge of negative emotions from the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji, acquiring 3,000 emotion points. This time, 1,000 demon power will be bestowed. With 30% return to the Blade S Master, Tanjiro. Outside, the healed Inosuke regained consciousness, and his first instinct was to brandish his twin blades, shouting, "Where is that demon? I shall tear it apart." "Inosuke, that demon is already dead. It is over now," Tanjiro interjected promptly, clarifying the situation. Only then did Inosuke relax. Exhaling deeply, "You truly are remarkable, Tanjiro. You single-handedly defeated that fiend." As the two conversed, Tanjiro suddenly sensed an unusual sensation coursing through his body, compelling him to kneel on one knee. Beside him, Inosuke, noticing his distress, hurriedly inquired, "Are you all right, Tanjiro? Are you injured?" "I am fine," he replied. After Tanjiro replied, he felt a surge of power within his body. This familiar sensation made him realize that it was yet another instance of Ashura Maru enhancing his strength, with the cost being the already deceased Kabunu. Reflecting on this, a hint of sadness inevitably surfaced. However, this melancholy was fleeting as the enhancement came to a close. Tanjiro promptly returned to the room, his expression reflecting the discontent that Lin Fan felt regarding the outcome of the recent battle. Lin Fan had initially intended to leverage this opportunity to force the formidable Kaminu to corner Tanjiro, thereby compelling him to grasp the intricacies of the dance of the fire god. However, to his dismay, the plan had faltered. Upon reflection, Lin Fan pondered whether he had acted too hastily. In the original narrative, Tanjiro had endured relentless torment from the lower Moon 5 before being driven to the brink of despair. The direct assault from Kaminu, which pierced his heart, had rendered him near death and deprived him of the chance to attain enlightenment. The more he contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. Frustrated, Lin Fan clenched his teeth, cursing Kaminu for his treachery. Meanwhile, within the infinite castle, Muzan concealed his face with one hand in a futile attempt to mask his fear. What manner of creature was this? What had that boy accomplished? Why had he suddenly become so immensely powerful? And what of the girl who had appeared out of nowhere? Despite having lived for a millennium, Muzan had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Chapter 34. Is this what you call push UPS? What to do? This is too uncanny. Should he continue to send demons to probe further, or should he desist? Muzan fell into brief contemplation. However, moments later, he reached a decision. He was indifferent to the deaths of his subordinates, even if the upper moons fell. He had a premonition that this peculiar boy might alter the stagnant dynamics that had persisted for so many years. If possible, this boy must be eliminated. With his resolve solidified, he issued an order. Aside from the deceased Kaminu, all 12 Kazuki received Muzan's command to hunt down a demon slayer adorned with flower card earrings. No matter the cost. This time, even the upper moons found themselves intrigued. Upon returning to the estate, the elderly woman, drawn by the commotion, arrived in the courtyard to witness the grim scene. Tanjiro, having tended to Zenitsu's injuries, hurried forward and bowed sincerely, apologizing profusely for the chaos they had caused, assuring her he would make amends. The elderly woman, however, was not naive. Observing the tattered, blood-soaked clothing of the boys and the bloody ground, she quickly surmised that a demon had attacked, only to be vanquished by these three youths. She smiled warmly, saying, "It's quite all right. Your safety is what matters most. I shall summon a physician to attend to your wounds." Yet, Tanjiro hastily interjected, "There is no need to trouble yourself with a physician. Our injuries are not severe, and we wouldn't want to impose." The elderly woman wished to say more, but upon meeting Tanjiro's earnest gaze, she relented. "If any issues arise, please do not hesitate to speak up. For now, let us find you another room for the night. Follow me, please." Tanjiro hurriedly expressed his gratitude and departed alongside. In the corridor, Inosuke and Zenitsu engaged in idle chatter. "What on earth transpired while I was unconscious?" Inosuke inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. At the mention of this, Zenitsu couldn't help but chuckle. "Heh, your laughter is rather repugnant," Inosuke remarked, unable to suppress a disdainful glance. Yet Zenitsu boldly retorted, "What do you know? I've discovered true love. Didn't you want to know what happened just now? Allow me to recount the events." He then proceeded to narrate the recent occurrences, particularly embellishing his description of Lin Fan, practically saturating his words with admiration. Was that blade truly so formidable? Inosuke pondered, gazing at his own dual swords, now marred with nicks and gouges, exhaling a huff of frustration. Meanwhile, Nezuko had returned to her wooden box, seeking refuge. It was only upon Tanjiro's return, leading everyone to a new room, that they could finally find a moment of respite. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Tanjiro rose at dawn and began to train fervently in the courtyard. Thanks to the assistance of Ashura Maru, he found himself increasingly adept in his training. He could now sustain the total concentration breathing technique for longer durations, and his lungs had grown remarkably robust, producing a notable sound with each breath. Tanjiro felt a sense of joy, yet today was markedly different. Unlike the usual solitary training sessions, both Zenitsu and Inosuke had joined him. Inosuke's motivation was straightforward. He yearned to grow stronger and completely surpass the frightened, trembling figure from the previous night who had been of no assistance to Tanjiro. How exactly should I train? I must become stronger. In response to his inquiry, Tanjiro divulged the insights he had gained during his recent practice, explaining the need for the air to swirl around one's fingertips and the lungs to expand outward. Upon hearing this, Inosuke was left in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Zenitsu's gaze remained fixated on the Nichiren blade, Ashura Maru, that hung at Tanjiro's waist, unwavering and intent. Tanjiro, could you possibly summon Ashura Maru once more? No. Tanjiro preemptively declined without needing to hear any further persuasion. While he might entertain questions regarding training techniques, he was acutely aware of Zenitsu's ulterior motives. Oh, come on. Can I just borrow Ashura Maru for a bit, Tanjiro? Yet Zenitsu persisted stubbornly. No means no. Unfortunately, Tanjiro's resolve was unwavering, resulting in a spirited exchange as they trained together. Inosuke watched in a state of bewilderment. During their push-up session, Lin Fan, observing from within the blade, nearly lost his composure at Zenitsu's antics. Good heavens. Your upper body remains stationary while your lower half moves? This is an affront to the sovereignty of the land of the sun. Time passed. And in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. Throughout this period, Lin Fan had anticipated that Muzan would become restless and send stronger demons to hunt Tanjiro, yet he was taken aback by the latter's apparent indifference. The more this continued, the more Lin Fan sensed something was amiss. Was Muzan truly a fool? Clearly not. This implies that this individual is undoubtedly scheming something, considering the context of the narrative. They are about to venture towards the nearby Tion Spider Mountain, where a formidable lower moon 5 demon resides. Should there be additional ambushes from the 12 Kazuki? Even if the upper moons do not arrive, it is likely that Tanjiro and his companions would enter upright, only to emerge in a rather compromised state. Lin Fan believed it would be best to refrain from such an expedition. However, due to Tanjiro's steadfast nature and the unyielding orders from the Demon Slayer Corps, there was little room for dissent. Nonetheless, the upper moons were unlikely to be present, as the Demon Slayer Corps was not without its merits. The movements of numerous demons towards this direction would undoubtedly attract their attention. Furthermore, he could continually sense his surroundings. Upon detecting a powerful demon, he would make a swift exit, by activating his demonization to escape with full force, along with the protection of his external avatar. Even if an upper moon were to appear, fleeing would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Additionally, it was certain that the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps would come to assist. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Fan concluded that taking a gamble might not be entirely unwise. However, it was imperative to bolster his strength as much as possible. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan promptly accessed the system and chose to draw rewards. System, grant me a golden quintuple draw. Ding. Consuming 5,000 emotional points to commence a golden level draw. Congratulations. You have obtained Platinum Level Ability Enhancement Card, which can elevate abilities below Platinum level to Platinum level. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. System, you are rejoicing too soon. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Lin Fan, I've truly disturbed the nest of thank you for your patronage. Just as he finished speaking, ding. Congratulations. You have obtained AK-47 Demon Power version crafted by a powerful entity, adaptable to any energy system, capable of converting energy into special bullets while retaining their original power characteristics. What on earth? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. He could comprehend drawing a Chidori, but this AK-47 was beyond his understanding. A demon power version? Chapter 35, I am a genuine demon blade. Ding. Please watch the VCR. With that, a system panel materialized before Lin Fan, automatically playing a video. There it was. A weapon resembling an AK-47, intricately engraved with special patterns that evoked an exceptionally mystical aura. As the video commenced, the AK-47 unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower. Showing no signs of cessation, the demons across from it were reduced to mere fragments, utterly incapable of mending their forms, meeting their demise without a second thought. Subsequently, after further modifications, a single shot even exhibited explosive power akin to a grenade. After watching the video, Lin Fan posed a crucial question. Does this gun not require reloading? Ding. The consumption of ghostly energy eliminates the need to replace the magazine. Each shot expends ghostly energy with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 100. The extent of ghostly energy expended directly influences the firearm's potency. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan fell into contemplation. Indeed, the weapon was formidable. Yet it seemed somewhat incongruous with my character. After all, I am a demonic blade. What legitimate demonic blade wields a rifle to exterminate ghosts? It is utterly absurd. Unless absolutely necessary, it is better to refrain from using it. In addition, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the ability enhancement card. After a moment of reflection, he decisively chose to enhance his perception ability. Ding. The ability enhancement card was successfully consumed, granting him platinum-level perception, the capacity to accurately sense a kilometer away, discerning the strength and characteristics of various auras. Upon this revelation, Lin Fan immediately felt a shift in his perceptive abilities. Primarily, his sensing range had expanded, and he could now accurately differentiate the strength of the auras of all beings within that range. Previously, the variations in aura strength were quite vague, and each individual possessed a unique aura. Now, with these distinctions firmly noted, Lin Fan could instantly identify the origin of these auras. With this newfound capability, Lin Fan felt that venturing to the Spider Mountain no longer posed a significant threat, for his perception had been greatly enhanced. Should he sense danger, he could simply flee. This time, it was also an opportunity to pressure Tanjiro a bit more. Without the dance of the fire god, his rate of improvement remained alarmingly slow. As Lin Fan had anticipated, after a month of recuperation, the crow indeed returned, landing in Tanjiro's hand, and opened its beak to announce, Northeast. The next location is in the Northeast. All three of you are to head to Spider Mountain. Was there yet another new mission? Tanjiro, with a serious expression, set down the crow, and Lin Fan, at that moment, particularly reminded him, this mission is likely a trap set by Muzan, so when I tell you to escape, do not hesitate. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Ashura Maru. Tanjiro replied earnestly. Who is concerned for you? I simply do not wish for your untimely demise, as I am quite eager for your vengeance. Lin Fan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Yet, Tanjiro unexpectedly broke into a smile. Ashura Maru, you always conceal your true feelings. I understand that being alone and unneeded is profoundly painful, which is why you— His words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Fan. Stop rambling. After that, a sudden silence fell. Tanjiro could only manage a wry smile. Subsequently, the three donned their demon slayer uniforms, picked up their Nicaran blades, and prepared to embark on their journey once more. Before departing, they bid farewell to the elderly woman at the mansion and set off towards the direction of Mount Natagomo. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, in a candlelit chamber, the leader, Ubuyashiki Waya, a blind man cursed and marked by grotesque scars on the upper half of his face, donned a pristine white kimono, exuding an aura of warmth and kindness. Before him, kneeling on either side, were the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. He spoke in a gentle, soothing voice. I am truly delighted to convene this semi-annual Hashira meeting with all members intact. The Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, bearing white hair and numerous scars, slightly nodded and respectfully replied. It is wonderful that you are in good health, my lord. I sincerely wish for your continued well-being. The other Hashira exhibited various expressions. Their curiosity piqued regarding the sudden assembly. Ubuyashiki Waya, with a tone both solemn and gentle, continued, I apologize for the unexpected gathering. But this matter is of utmost importance, so I shall get straight to the point. All the Hashira leaned in, eager for his forthcoming words. He spoke slowly. First, I must inform you that members of the Demon Slayer Corps have already encountered Muzan Kibutsuji. As his words hung in the air, the Hashira were taken aback. Their astonishment palpable, for it was the first time they had heard news of Muzan Kibutsuji. Among them, the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, could hardly contain his urgency, asking, My lord, who is the one that encountered Muzan Kibutsuji? We must locate him immediately to obtain intelligence on Muzan. The other Hashira were also filled with numerous questions. Yet they were preemptively silenced by Ubuyashiki Waya. The individual who encountered Kibutsuji Muzan is named Kamadu Tanjiro, and currently, Muzan has dispatched demons to hunt him down, perhaps to silence him, or for other reasons. Furthermore, it seems that a peculiar situation has arisen concerning his sister, who is transformed into a demon. The Ashura, upon hearing this, entertained various thoughts, yet their fundamental consensus remained unified. She must be eliminated. However, Obuyashiki held a different perspective. The recent anomalies at Mount Spider are likely traps set by Kibutsuji Muzan specifically targeting Tanjiro. Thus, I implore you to venture there. On one hand, to see if we can ambush Muzan, and on the other, most importantly, to protect Tanjiro and his sister, as well as the Nichiren blade in his possession. I hope you understand that the latter's value far surpasses the former. Once again, it was Shinazugawa Sanemi who spoke up with a query. My lord, I fail to comprehend why we must place such significance on that individual and a seemingly inconsequential Nichiren blade. In response to this inquiry, a rare smile graced Obuyashiki-Y's face as he resolutely stated, because they possess the potential to alter the unchanging paradigm that has persisted for a millennium. Such an unwavering response was unexpected for the assembled Hashira. It was their first encounter witnessing their leader hold such high expectations for an individual. This opportunity is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Yet, a Hashira countered, but my lord, here, I wish for you to understand that the significance of Kamadu Tanjiro surpasses even my own. Do you comprehend? Tanjiro and his companions traversed the quaint rural path, journeying towards the northeast. However, throughout this journey, Zenitsu incessantly buzzed about like a persistent fly. Tanjiro, might you allow me the pleasure of grasping the Ashura Maru? Since I cannot touch the real person, does merely handling the blade not equate to a touch of the human spirit? Truly, I am a genius. Tanjiro's lips twitched slightly as he declared, absolutely not. Even Inosuke, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, you truly are disgusting. In what way am I disgusting? I am merely pursuing true love. Zenitsu retorted, his face flushed, exuding an air of unwavering determination. Tanjiro and his companions were truly at a loss for words. Even more perplexing was Lin Fan, who found himself inexplicably targeted by a perverse individual, a situation he never anticipated for a model youth such as himself. Perhaps it would be best to forego any notions of swordplay. However, a sudden morbid curiosity struck Lin Fan. He wondered how distressed Zenitsu would feel if he were to discover that he was, in fact, male. The mere thought of it sent a thrill coursing through him. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, oblivious to the musings of Lin Fan, shivered involuntarily, sensing an unsettling feeling of being watched. Tanjiro turned to his companions and cautioned them. The destination they were heading to, Mount Natagomo, was likely a trap set by Muzan Kibutsuji. Should any unusual circumstances arise, it was imperative that they stay close to him. Inosuke and Zenitsu nodded in agreement, both having understood the significance of his words after their previous encounter with the Kamaitachi. Particularly for Zenitsu. Had it not been for Nezuko and Ashura Maru urging him forward, he would never have considered venturing to Mount Natagomo. Chapter 36. The last tenderness they could offer. The trio hastened their pace, running from dawn until dusk, facing the setting sun until nightfall finally enveloped them. Upon arriving at their destination, Mount Natagomo, they noticed a young boy clad in Demon Slayer core attire lying on a nearby path. The boy was evidently alive, his tear-filled eyes pleading for help. Save me. I am one of the Demon Slayers. Tanjiro confirmed his identity, and the trio immediately dashed forward. At that moment, Lin Fan cautioned them, indicating that this individual bore a peculiar thread, nearly invisible to the naked eye, which could potentially be a trap. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro narrowed his eyes. Indeed, under the moonlight, he discerned an anomaly. The figure lying on the ground reflected a subtle glimmer in the silvery light, revealing nearly transparent threads. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro unsheathed his sword, pinpointed the location of the threads, and executed a swift horizontal slash. With a single stroke, the threads were entirely severed. Tanjiro hurriedly crouched down and inquired, "Are you all right?" What on earth transpired inside? Upon confirming that he was truly rescued, the Demon Slayer member was nearly inclined to bow deeply to Tanjiro, hastily recounting his harrowing experience within. We received orders from the messenger crow, and our squad comprised 10 individuals. However, after venturing into the mountains for a while, the team members suddenly began to turn on one another. I was positioned at the back, and it was only my swiftness that allowed me to escape to this place. Do not venture inside, aside from the Hashira. The presence of any additional personnel is futile. Tanjiro sensed the potent, malevolent aroma of demons lingering in the air, yet he maintained his composure and assured, "We have come to provide assistance, so rest assured." Beside him, Inosuke stepped forward, brandishing his twin blades at his waist, declaring, "Allow me to take the lead. You can tremble behind me." In stark contrast to their eager readiness, Zenitsu cowered on the ground, trembling with fear, evidently shaken by the words of that person. How frightening. Is it possible to avoid entering? No. Tanjiro immediately declined. Despite his fear, Zenitsu managed to muster the courage to rise. For he understood that staying close to Tanjiro was his safest option. The trio fixed their gazes upon the shadowy expanse of the forest ahead, unwavering in their resolve. In a bold move, Inosuke surged forward, with Tanjiro and Zenitsu closely trailing behind. This left the rescued member of the Demon Slayer Corps standing in place, watching the retreating figures of his companions. Once the three ventured into the depths of the forest, Lin Fan's perception enveloped an area of 1,000 meters, swiftly detecting the presence of demons, albeit of relatively weak strength. In Tanjiro's current state, they would be easily vanquished. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained vigilant, promptly issuing a warning. "Tanjiro, continue moving straight ahead. You will soon encounter a demon." "Thank you for the warning," Tanjiro replied. Tanjiro hurriedly expressed his gratitude and then addressed the two individuals beside him. "There lies a demon directly ahead. I shall dismember it into 8 pieces. However, the abundance of spider webs here is truly vexing." Inosuke, observing the sticky webs clinging to his hands and body, frantically waved his arms to shake them off. Zenitsu, trailing behind, wore an expression of sheer panic. This time, with Tanjiro leading the way, they encountered a surviving member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but their exchange was brief. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed through the forest. Several Demon Slayer members emerged, yet they appeared stiff and devoid of awareness, evidently under the control of some malevolent force. Lin Fan, sensing a powerful demon approaching, wasted no time. "Do not concern yourselves with those controlled individuals. We must first eliminate the demon lurking in the shadows. A fierce battle awaits. The demon is to your left." With that, he urged them forward. Tanjiro swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Being referred to as a formidable adversary by Ashura Maru implied that this foe was undoubtedly more powerful than the Lower Moon 6 he had previously encountered. It was abundantly clear that this demon was also one of the 12 Kizuki. "I understand now." Without a moment to spare, he promptly alerted Inosuke and the others, declaring, "I shall eliminate the demon controlling these individuals. I leave the rest to you." With that, he exerted his strength, propelling himself towards the left with unyielding determination. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path was effortlessly severed by his blade, unable to impede Tanjiro for even a heartbeat. Yet, amidst his journey, Tanjiro beheld a young girl ensnared by silken threads, her surroundings littered with the lifeless bodies of several members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes brimming with despair as she implored, "Please, leave this place. I am not in control of my body." Before she could finish her plea, her body moved of its own accord, brandishing a blade and rushing toward him with alarming swiftness. Tanjiro's forehead throbbed with tension. In a fleeting moment, he charged forward with a single-handed grip on his blade, severing all the threads binding the young girl in an instant. Without a thought of pausing, he disregarded the girl slumped on the ground and pressed onward. As he delved deeper, he encountered an increasing number of similar situations. 2 more individuals emerged in quick succession, their limbs grotesquely contorted and drenched in blood. They were the puppeteers of life and death. Tanjiro was engulfed in fury, an emotion he had never experienced so intensely before. At that moment, Lin Fan stoked the flames of his rage, urging him to unleash his desires and release all his anger. Remarkably, Tanjiro chose not to respond with words. Instead, he opted for the language of his body. In an instant, he tore apart the threads binding them. Behind him stood a headless corpse, evidently modified, with its hands replaced by 2 golden blades, its muscular form exuding an imposing strength. Yet, Tanjiro merely grasped his sword with one hand, heavy breaths escaping his lips as he initiated the water-breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. He propelled himself forward with a unique cadence, swiftly dismembering both the body and the threads entwined around it. Not far away, the female demon controlling the scene appeared alabaster in hue, adorned with crimson spots on her face, and dressed in a kimono that radiated an ominous aura. If Zenitsu were to witness her, Lin Fan could easily envision him succumbing to a nosebleed. However, the demon was now in a state of panic. What should I do? Why is this demon slayer so powerful? Could that earring signify the hunter that the master desires to eliminate? At this distance, I can no longer escape. I am doomed to have my neck severed. Overwhelmed by the dread of death, her thoughts became chaotic, but upon seeing Tanjiro charging towards her, clarity suddenly flickered in her mind. Yet, if I perish this way, perhaps I could finally be liberated from this hell. Reflecting on the torment endured here, she lifted her hands in a gesture of surrender, choosing to abandon any resistance. She willingly embraced her demise. Upon witnessing this, Tanjiro's pupils constricted. For the demon that voluntarily submitted to behead, all he could offer was a final tenderness, the compassionate rain of the fifth form of water breathing. This time, the blade did not unleash a torrential flow. Instead, it exuded gentleness, as the droplets cast by the blade caressed her face like a soft rain. As Tanjiro descended to the ground, the life of the female demon had already reached its conclusion, yet she experienced a death devoid of any pain. As her head fell to the ground, Tanjiro turned around and locked eyes with her. In those depths, there resided nothing but compassion and gentleness. Her gaze was devoid of any malevolence, simply radiating warmth that irresistibly drew one in. This was not about anything else. Merely a poignant sympathy for the tragic fate of the female demon. This profound empathy ultimately moved her, even in her final moments. She uttered, "There are 4 members of the 12 Kazuki lying in ambush. Be cautious." With that, her body, along with her head, completely dissipated. 4. Tanjiro stood in stunned silence. Even Lin Fan, who wielded the blade, was taken aback. Only 4 of the 12 Kazuki? It is highly probable that 3 of them are lower-ranked demons. Muzan, whom do you look down upon? I, the esteemed Ashura Tanjiro Kamadu, can slay the 12 Kazuki. However, based on the aura, one of them is already approaching, though I cannot discern who it is. Lin Fan also cautioned him. That fellow Tanjiro is drawing near, and he is directly ahead of you. At this, Tanjiro regained his focus. With his hands gripping the blade, his breathing intensified, ready to unleash his sword techniques. As the scent of danger reached his nostrils, a figure akin to his own height emerged stealthily from the nearby woods. Chapter 37. The bonds you speak of are illusory. The newcomer was entirely clad in white, particularly noted for his hair styled as if a spider were embracing his head, and his eyes, enveloped in a crimson hue, were a striking shade of blue. It was no surprise. He was none other than the current lower 5, Rue. Lin Fan recognized him instantly and promptly warned, "Tanjiro, this one is significantly stronger than the lower 6 you previously encountered." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Just the scent and posture revealed the formidable strength of this foe. In stark contrast to Tanjiro's tension, Rue seemed more preoccupied with the deceased female demon, fixating on the spot where her body dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke. "Mother, has she truly perished? Well, if she has, at least she fulfilled her duty to protect the family." As he spoke, he turned his cold gaze towards Tanjiro, scanning him. And upon noticing the unique flower-card earrings adorning his ears, Rue's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "These earrings, it seems you are the demon slayer that the esteemed one spoke of wanting to eliminate." No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of hidden threads towards Tanjiro. Sensing the imminent danger, Tanjiro swiftly lifted his Ashura Maru, executing a series of rapid slashes to sever the threads. Rue's expression changed as he realized, the threads have been cut? In this brief exchange, both combatants grasped the tenacity of the other. However, Rue possessed information about Tanjiro, while Tanjiro remained oblivious to Rue's capabilities. Meanwhile, witnessing this exchange, Muzan immediately issued orders. The demons stationed throughout the Tanita Spider Mountain, upon receiving the command and confirming the target's presence, abandoned their respective territories. They all converged towards the direction where Tanjiro and Rue stood. This movement successfully caught the attention of the hidden Hashira at the periphery, prompting them to take action as well. The entire Tanita Spider Mountain was in motion, and at the epicenter of all this attention stood Tanjiro. At this moment, Tanjiro vehemently exclaimed, "Is she not your mother? Why do you display no sorrow? Are you not family?" In response to this inquiry, Rue, with an air of hostility, unleashed threads from his palms and deftly maneuvered the flower ropes, retorting, "We are bound together by an unbreakable bond of family. How could you possibly comprehend that?" No sooner had he spoken than Tanjiro delivered a stern rebuttal. "No one understands the essence of family better than I do. You lack the inherent trust that should exist among kin when you gaze upon the place of her demise. All that emanates from you is a sin of revulsion. The bond you speak of is nothing but a fade." Tanjiro spoke with unwavering resolve, a conviction that could not be shaken. It seemed as though he had struck a nerve, as Rue's weary eyes and trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. His teeth clenched in fury. "Say that again, if you dare." In that moment, Rue was unleashing the anger festering within him, malevolence saturating the air. Even Tanjiro, shrouded by this aura of malice, felt a slight shiver run through him. Yet, he harbored no thoughts of surrender. It would matter not if you repeated it 100 times. The bond between you is but a facade. This time, Rue's wrath could no longer be contained. Do not think for a moment that you will meet a swift demise. I shall relish in tormenting you, piece by piece until your last breath. However, should you retract your previous statement, I might grant you the mercy of a quick death. Lin Fan, observing the scene, could only click his tongue in disbelief. Isn't Tanjiro thrusting a blade into someone's heart? You are indeed more ruthless than I am. At that moment, Tanjiro resolutely declared within his heart, I implore you, Ashura Maru. Lend me your strength. Has he begun to actively seek power? I have stated that I can obtain as much as I desire, then let it be as you wish. Lin Fan unleashed his demonic energy, infusing it into Tanjiro's every limb and bone, amplifying his combat prowess comprehensively, once again feeling the surge of power coursing through him. Tanjiro's gaze became unwavering, and with blades in hand, he was fully prepared. I shall not retract my words, for I am not mistaken. It is you who harbors the true issues. The two locked eyes. Without hesitation, Lei swiftly made his move, his hand raised as threads shot forth, glimmering with a chilling radiance under the moonlight, revealing a palpable aura of death. I shall rend you to pieces. As Tanjiro advanced, the glimmer of his blade sliced through the threads in an instant. You shall not succeed, he declared. Rue, observing the severed threads once more, murmured, Is the hardness still insufficient? But do you believe this is the extent of my limits? With that, an extraordinary transformation took place in his hands, swiftly tainted by blood. They became a vivid crimson, exuding an otherworldly aura, as the blood flowed into the threads, infusing them with its essence. This time, the threads became visibly enhanced, their hardness significantly amplified. Yet, when Rue unleashed the threads, Tanjiro effortlessly dispelled them with a single stroke. How is this possible? Rue found himself astonished. It was well known that his threads surpassed steel in strength. Even the Nichiren blade would be easily severed. Yet today, the tables had turned, and this blade showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Reflecting on the intelligence provided by Muzan, it had indeed been stated that this blade was exceptionally sharp, but he had never anticipated it to possess such remarkable sharpness. However, its prowess did not end there. Blood Demon Art, Thread Prison. With a single, forceful pull, Rue gathered the previously scattered threads, weaving them together midair to form an enormous net that surged forward. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro, wielding his sword with a single hand, invoked the water-breathing, sixth form, Whirlpool. The blade unleashed a torrent of water that spiraled around him, annihilating the incoming webs. It was only at this moment that Rue truly regarded Tanjiro as a foe worthy of his attention. The two engaged in a fierce battle, communicating little, driven solely by their shared objective, to vanquish one another. Before long, the forest resounded with the clamor of their intense conflict. Trees were cleaved asunder, and the ground bore numerous scars from their ferocious skirmish, a testament to the battle's ferocity. Meanwhile, Inosuke and Zenitsu arrived, witnessing the brutal clash. Zenitsu's immediate reaction was one of dread. If we get closer, we will surely perish. Tanjiro can handle this alone. We should retreat and not hinder him. Surprisingly, Inosuke did not counter this assertion, as he too could sense the terrifying might of the demon. They understood that to engage would likely lead to their demise. This was a battle beyond their capabilities. Inosuke, frustrated and clutching his dual blades, exclaimed, Must we simply watch? It infuriates me. However, soon they sensed a disturbance. Lin Fan had already perceived the impending threat and informed Tanjiro in advance. A demon approaches, and 3 more of the 12 Kazuki are en route as well. Several others are drawing near. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro, while severing Rue's webs, caught sight of Zenitsu and Inosuke nearby and urgently called out, Zenitsu, Inosuke, demons are approaching. I need you to hold off the weaker ones. Are you trying to fight while distracted? Rue unleashed a barrage of threads, launching a surprise attack. Not far off, Zenitsu's legs went weak, and he contemplated fleeing. We should run. Alas, scarcely had he spoken when 3 demons emerged, all clad in white, resembling Rue. Among them were a young girl, a robust creature with the head of a spider, and another with a human head atop a spider's body, an unsettling mismatch of form. Inosuke, invigorated by the sight of the approaching demons, brandished his blades and targeted the burly demon. Ahahaha. I shall tear you apart. Don't leave me behind. Zenitsu trembled in fear, desperate to dissuade him, but Inosuke had already dashed forward. The 3 demons took note of the commotion, and upon seeing Inosuke, the female demon momentarily hesitated. This one must be human, right? Father, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall assist my brother." With that, he departed swiftly. The ghastly creature, bearing a head resembling that of a spider, opted to engage Inosuke in a direct confrontation. Observing the fierce clash between the two, the remaining spider demon, adorned with a human visage, offered a sinister smile and set its sights on the trembling Zenitsu. It was far too late to flee now. "Were you prepared to meet your demise?" Zenitsu turned and fled in panic. The spider demon pursued him closely, expelling webs that danced through the air. Each had selected their adversary. Meanwhile, Tanjiro found the addition of the female demon to be somewhat troublesome, as she consistently struck at critical moments. Chapter 38. The Blooming Flames. First, we must deal with the female demon. The other 3 members of the 12 Kazuki will arrive imminently, Lin Fan cautioned, while simultaneously sensing the approaching auras of the other 312 Kazuki growing ever nearer. Tanjiro understood that there was no time to delay. With a single hand gripping his sword, he unleashed his strength. Third form, flowing dance of water. His figure surged forth like a torrent, and in an instant, the gleam of his blade flashed. The demon's head was severed from its body before it even had a chance to react. The creature, in its desperation, attempted to launch a surprise attack on Tanjiro. A thin thread succeeded in leaving several gory lacerations on Tanjiro's body, but fortunately, Lin Fan was there to siphon the demon's power to heal his wounds. Indeed, even non-demons can swiftly recover from injuries, Lin murmured, seemingly confirming the accuracy of the information. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Fan warned, "They have arrived." Tanjiro turned around, his spirit taut to the utmost. In the next moment, a petite girl with white hair and 2 beastly horns appeared, her blood-red eyes revealing her identity. She was none other than the lower moon for Kaneo. Upon her arrival, she gazed at Tanjiro with a hint of playful charm and remarked, "Is this the demon slayer that my master wishes to eliminate?" No sooner had her words left her lips than another demon emerged from behind, a scruffy middle-aged man with numerous black cracks adorning his face. His eyes, too, bore ominous numbers. This newcomer was none other than Lower Moon 2, Rokuro. His voice resonated with a somber tone, akin to the tolling of a death knell, as he queried, "Kuyu, why have you not yet dispatched this demon slayer?" However, Kuyu paid him no heed, his focus solely on Tanjiro, yearning to immediately obliterate the bonds that tethered him. Yet, at this moment, only 3 demons had materialized. Tanjiro, filled with perplexity, delicately inhaled the scents that permeated the air, still detecting that pungent aroma which greatly affected his sense of smell. Fortunately, he had Lin Fan, his keen radar. There's another one hiding on the 3rd tree to your left. With this prompt, Tanjiro swiftly turned his gaze and, indeed, could faintly discern a hazy figure. They had evidently surrounded him. As the adversaries gathered, Lin Fan regarded these demons with utter disdain, even if Tanjiro, in his demonized state, could not defeat them. Fleeing would undoubtedly be an option. Moreover, with Lin Fan's support, this battle could be approached with confidence. Without hearing Lin Fan mention escape, Tanjiro instinctively believed he could conquer these demons and immediately assumed a ready stance with his sword. The demons before him were taken aback, astonished that he would not flee. Has he always possessed such bravery? Step aside, he is mine. Rue seized the initiative, unleashing crimson threads that surged forth like a tempest. Not far away, the playful and charming Zero Yuzi rested her chin on one hand, giggling mischievously. That may not be the case. As her words fell, a dark green vine, towering several meters high, abruptly sprouted from beneath her feet, crowned with an enormous bud. This vine seemed to possess a life of its own, akin to a colossal serpent, winding and coiling as it surged toward Tanjiro. Meanwhile, the other 2 demons refrained from immediate action, appearing more like spectators in this unfolding drama. Tanjiro furrowed his brow. Confronted by the onslaught of silken threads and creeping vines, he gripped his long blade tightly, unleashing the 4th form of water breathing, striking tide. His body surged forward, his sword sweeping through the air as if mimicking the relentless tide. In an instant, the threads were severed into multiple segments, and even the buds of the vines were cleaved in half. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden wooden rope shot forth from the trees behind Tanjiro, ensnaring his neck and dragging him backward. The tree transformed into a meticulously crafted shackle, and if captured, he would lose all chances of resistance. Fortunately, Tanjiro reacted swiftly, ready to sever the noose with his blade. However, the lurking demon chose that moment to reveal itself, launching a shuriken that pierced deeply into his left arm. The dark green liquid coating the shuriken rapidly caused the flesh to wither, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. In such a dire predicament, death was inevitable for anyone. Luckily, With Lin Fan's assistance in healing, as long as he wasn't completely lifeless, he could be restored. Flesh regenerated, and in the final moment, Tanjiro managed to cut the rope, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, he understood that relying solely on his own strength was futile. Having faced one peril, he would undoubtedly encounter another. Ashura Maru, lend me all your power. In response to his plea, the desire was unleashed, calling for the annihilation of all adversaries. Lin Fan also elevated his performance, simultaneously activating his demon transformation ability. This time, it could be sustained for 4 minutes, thanks to the formidable support from Kamui, which bolstered Tanjiro's strength. Grateful for your presence, the demon transformation commenced. Tanjiro's profile was once again enveloped in delicate lavender patterns, with one of his eyes also tainted, transforming his entire aura. As he gazed at the 4 demons, a smirk graced his lips. Shall we commence the second round? Had he activated that extraordinary state? The 4 demons present were well aware of this ability, once unleashed. The beast Kaminari was swiftly annihilated. They all became solemn and focused. Among them, Zurayuko was the first to exert power, as 3 tendrils sprouted from beneath his feet, the blossoms at their tips blooming to reveal a multitude of densely packed spherical fruits. Blood demon art, Yuhua burst. Those fruits erupted forth like bullets, spraying in a torrential barrage, while the tendrils adeptly maneuvered to evade and target their prey. Moreover, the potency of these fruits was immense, capable of effortlessly penetrating tree trunks as thick as a human waist. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, so swift that even the vines could not track his movements. Fortunately, Rue unleashed his web to counteract Tanjiro's advance as he deftly pulled on both hands, unleashing a colossal net that descended upon him like a dark cloud. Tanjiro merely turned away with indifference, swiftly severing with his blade. However, Rue seized the opportunity, intertwining his hands to conjure a floral rope. Blood demon technique, kill sight cage. Countless crimson threads swiftly surged beneath Tanjiro's feet, encircling him from all directions and completely ensnaring him. Tanjiro unsheathed his sword with a swift motion. In that instant, the other demons seized the opportunity to unleash their blood demon arts. Countless fruit projectiles, along with numerous shurikens and 2 wooden shackles sprouting from the ground ensnared his legs. At that moment, the hope of evasion had vanished. Perhaps death awaited him in the next heartbeat. In this final moment, he could only sever the web, his gaze growing increasingly despondent and unfocused. Was it over? Would he die? Apologies, Ashura Maru, for my failure. As the barrage of attacks descended, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the vision of all present. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, the spirit within the blade, was taut with tension. Had Tanjiro not comprehended the dance of the fire god, it would have been imperative for him to ensure immediate healing. As long as death did not occur in an instant, there would be no issue. Even though Lin Fan possessed absolute confidence, it remained a gamble of great magnitude. It is finished, the exhausted Kanu stated, confidently pronouncing the outcome. Beside him, Zero Yuzi playfully inquired who, then, was the true slayer of this demon slayer. That esteemed one shall decide. Lululu crossed his arms over his chest, exuding a seasoned and composed demeanor, clearly sharing the belief that it was indeed over. From the shadows emerged a demon, appearing youthful, yet bearing 3 grotesque scars across its face, likely inflicted by shurikens. Its eyes, too, bore numbers. Lower Moon 3, sickly. An instinctual unease gripped it, a sensation forged from countless brushes with life and death during its time as a ninja, right before being struck by all the attacks. Tanjiro seemed to find himself ensnared in a revolving lantern, gazing back upon his past. He beheld his younger self, frolicking in the courtyard with Nezuko, while their frail father looked on with tender eyes. Amidst the laughter and joy, their father's loving voice resonated, urging Tanjiro to embrace the art of breathing, to adjust his breath and fully embody the spirit of the fire god. The scene shifted. It was a moonlit night in the forest, where his father danced gracefully in the ravine, performing the ancestral kagura of the fire god. Each movement was indelibly etched in Tanjiro's memory, as if he himself were the one dancing. Once more, his father's voice echoed in his mind. Breathing is an art. With the proper technique, one shall never feel fatigued, and even the chill of the night can be vanquished completely. Tanjiro, I entrust you with this kagura and the ear ornaments. Ensure that they are not lost to time. We made a pact at the moment the words were spoken. Tanjiro suddenly awakened. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust, a crimson light burst forth. Fiery flames erupted from within. Chapter 39, The Awakening of the Fire God Kagura. From the haze, a figure emerged. It was none other than the tattered Tanjiro, whose blade, once coursing with water, was now engulfed in flames. The scorching fire dispelled the surrounding darkness. What? The expressions of the demons present shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Tanjiro could survive such a ferocious assault. Moreover, the aura he now exuded was palpably different. The most profound sensation was felt by Lin Fan within the blade. As Tanjiro invoked the fire god Kagura, he underwent a transformative metamorphosis. This was an experience that the water-breathing technique could never compare to. It was as if, for Tanjiro, the water-breathing was merely functional, while the fire god Kagura resonated with his very essence. And outside, Tanjiro released Nezuko from the box on his back, then sped through the forest, his blade ablaze with fervent flames. Not far away, Rue immediately raised his hands before him, summoning countless crimson threads that twisted and intertwined, forming a continuously rotating scarlet wheel. You insult the bond between my family and me, and refuse to retract those words. You shall pay for your insolence with your life. Blood demon art, thread wheel. The blood red wheel surged directly towards Tanjiro, slicing through the air, annihilating everything in its path. Yet, Tanjiro faced the crimson wheel with unwavering resolve, devoid of any fear. He understood that halting now would cause his body to suffer adverse effects from the forced transformation of water breathing into the fire god Estance. If that were to occur, he would likely become exceedingly weak, and thus he could not afford to stop. He must swiftly eliminate these four malevolent demons. This conviction stemmed entirely from Lin Fan's words. When I tell you to run, do not hesitate. Tanjiro interpreted this as, if I do not tell you to flee, it means you can fight. Furthermore, if he were to escape now, Zenitsu and Inosuke would undoubtedly meet their demise. Thus, for their sake, he resolved to fight with all his might. The rapidly spinning threads. With a clear mind, Tanjiro wielded his blades, sensing the resonance of power between himself and the swords. Azure Cannon, grant me the might of your deathly blade. The edge of his sword tore through the air, striking forth. Suddenly, from the once fiery blade, a dark mist surged forth, coalescing into a stream of sword energy intertwined with blazing flames, propelled forward. It collided with the blood-red wheel. In the next instant, the sword energy swept by, shattering the wheel into fragments. The figure of Tanjiro surged forth, charging relentlessly towards Rue. As Tanjiro drew ever closer, Rue's gaze turned increasingly sinister. How could all those tightly woven threads be severed? If that is the case, then let us try again. Meanwhile, the other demons also sprang into action, responding in kind. Leading the charge was the lower moon 4, Zero Yuko, who commanded several tendrils behind her to dance through the air like ethereal serpents. The spores at the top unfurled, the fruits within brimming with latent energy. With a petulant cry, she warned not to let him approach, urging everyone to attack together. With that, she aimed directly at Tanjiro and unleashed a barrage of densely packed fruits. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro calmly swung his blade. Undeterred, even when the occasional fruit pierced his body, such occurrences failed to elicit any response from him. He firmly believed that Ashura Maru would aid in his healing, and his sole focus was to relentlessly slay the demons before him. This display instilled a profound sense of dread in the demons, for they were no longer facing merely a demon slayer, but a man driven to madness by his singular purpose of annihilation. Even the eldest among them, the wheel, felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, their numerical superiority granted them a semblance of confidence. Are we truly unable to handle a mere demon slayer who is not even a Hashira? Let us unite and eliminate him, they declared. With the invocation of their blood demon art, the surrounding trees appeared to come alive, contorting their trunks as if animated by a malevolent force. Their lush branches resembling piercing swords. Even more terrifying were the ghastly demon faces that emerged from the trunks, emitting chilling cries that echoed ominously. The sight was nothing short of bizarre. Concealed in the shadows, the ailing Yoshi instinctively sensed danger as he beheld Tanjiro's figure, manifesting several shurikens in his grasp. Gradually enveloped by a dark green liquid, blood demon art, withering shuriken, he unleashed, and a torrent of attacks surged forth. Tanjiro's gaze was resolute as he inwardly proclaimed, I cannot afford to lose. Bestow upon me all your strength, Ashura Maru. I shall protect everyone. The blade in his hand had been wielded to its utmost capacity, severing all obstacles before him. Yet, the voice of Lin Fan echoed in his mind, cautioning him, however, you might perish here, and the time for your transformation into a demon is nearly at its limit. If you wish to escape now, there is still time. Determined to safeguard them, he resolved that he would not hesitate, even if it meant embracing his own demise. Tanjiro responded with unwavering resolve. I knew it would turn out this way. Lin Fan sighed, opting to amplify his demon power output. Tanjiro's power surged once more. His hands, gripping the blade, along with his entire being, began to emanate a faint, ominous black mist. What instilled even greater fear was the sudden emergence of a demon horn on the right side of his head. Sensing this newfound strength, Tanjiro, unconcerned with his current appearance, sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Ashura Maru." Lin Fan retorted with exasperation, "You should focus on surviving first." The only response Tanjiro could muster was a radiant smile, his hands gripping the blade as flames erupted forth. He had already approached Rue closely. Faced with the onslaught of countless webs, Tanjiro swiftly severed them with precision. Rue, realizing that close combat was unwise, hastily manipulated the threads to extricate himself from the fray. The other demons launched their assaults with all their might, attempting to either slay or hinder Tanjiro, yet none could shake his resolve or impede his advance. He pursued Rue relentlessly, both engaging in a fierce chase. Suspended in midair, Rue's expression contorted into a grotesque snarl. The threads he had used to flee now tightened and coalesced into a tapestry of crimson webs. They surged from all directions, encircling and sealing off every escape route for Tanjiro, declaring, "Prepare to meet your end, you insufferable wretch." In stark contrast, all Tanjiro could hear was the weighty sound of his own breaths, his blade feeling unusually heavy. Memories of the fire god dance flooded his mind. Everything seemed to flow seamlessly as he executed a graceful spin, the flames upon his blade swirling with his movements, tracing arcs through the air like a comet's tail. It was a breathtaking spectacle, akin to a falling star, as the fire god dance unfolded. Chapter 40. I rely on you, Ashura Maru. The blade, imbued with flames, sliced through the air, incinerating the encroaching webs until it was aimed directly at Rue's neck. At this proximity, Rue was left with no room to resist, forced to witness as the blade descended to sever his head. The blade swept past his body, erupting in a dazzling blaze. His head was cast aloft, suspended in midair. Just as Tanjiro believed the ordeal was over, Lin Fan's voice echoed in his mind. "This creature has preemptively severed its own neck with the threads. It is merely feigning death." "I understand now." Tanjiro harbored no doubt whatsoever. His gaze fixed on the severed head of Rue suspended in midair. He swiftly unleashed a series of strikes with his blade. Rue's head, unable to utter a single word, was utterly cleaved into several segments and fell to the ground. With that, Rue met his demise. His body and shattered head began to gradually dissolve into nothingness. This scene left the remaining 3 demons in a state of profound shock. To confront the 4 of them from the 12th Kazuki and still manage to kill one of their own was staggering. It was well known that Rue's strength was on par with theirs, and his defeat implied that they too could be slain. Among the 3 remaining demons, the weakest, Zirakuko, was already contemplating retreat, yearning to escape from this place. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Muzan's chilling command echoed in his mind. "I am always watching you. Should you dare to flee, your life will be forfeit. Yet, if you eliminate that demon slayer, I shall grant you clemency." This voice was akin to a malevolent specter demanding a soul. Tears brimmed at the corners of Zirakuko's eyes as he gasped for breath, incessantly apologizing. "I am truly sorry. I beg your forgiveness. I shall kill that demon slayer for you." Despite the apologies, Muzan's murderous intent showed no sign of abating. Had it not been for the necessity of Zirakuko in hunting Tanjiro, he would have long since extinguished his life, offering him no such opportunity. Yet, on the other hand, Muzan was engulfed in a profound perplexity. What was this creature? Why did he grow exponentially stronger each time they encountered one another, particularly when cornered? Once or twice could be attributed to fortune, but consistently suggested he was concealing his true power. Was he attempting to lure me out? The mere thought was terrifying. Yet, it could still be a ruse. Muzan was unwilling to take risks, nor did he wish to hide for another century. This internal conflict drove him to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, the 2 demons, Kuruji and the hidden Byakuya, recognized the precariousness of their situations. They had no choice but to fight desperately. The 3 demons found themselves with no path of retreat. To flee would mean instant death at Muzan's hands. Yet remaining offered a glimmer of hope. They might still vanquish this demon slayer. The trio exchanged glances, each discerning the resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Tanjiro's time to transform into a demon was running short, yet he could not leave. Both sides were resolute in their intentions to annihilate one another. And the battle raged on amidst the forest. Simultaneously, on another battlefield, the demon faced by Inosuke and his companion, weakened significantly following Rue's demise, had lost the portion of power that belonged to him. The burly spider demon, once imposing, appeared to shrink, its stature reduced by half. The other spider demon exhibited a similar decline. Upon witnessing this, Inosuke, brandishing his dual blades, wore an expression of confusion. Huh. Why did it suddenly shrink when we were doing so well? Could it be some sort of special technique? However, he was not particularly adept at using his intellect. After merely pondering for a moment, he seized his twin blades and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the spider demon. Observing this, the spider demon swiftly turned to flee, while Inosuke pursued relentlessly from behind, shouting, "Stop! Why are you running? Let me slay you." Yet, upon hearing his words, the spider demon quickened its pace even further. Not far off, Zenitsu, confronted by a different spider demon, displayed a modicum of intelligence. Upon realizing that its strength had dissipated, it deduced a crucial point. Has that fellow already perished? It seems I cannot linger here. Sneering down at the unconscious Zenitsu, it felt a sense of relief, thinking, fortunately, this demon slayer is quite feeble. Once I eliminate him, I shall make my escape. However, scarcely had the words left its mouth when the previously unconscious Zenitsu abruptly rose, stepping forward to assume a stance, gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand. Powerful breaths emanating from his nostrils. What is happening? The spider demon was left in a state of bewilderment, yet it did not dwell on it for long. Instead, it unleashed a stream of venom from its mouth. But just as the venom was about to make contact, Zenitsu's body suddenly darted aside, bending low. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. The blade shimmered with arcs of electricity. Focusing intently, he reached the pinnacle of his potential. In the next instant, Zenitsu transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting between trees with astonishing speed. By the time the spider demon sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. Zenitsu appeared in a flash, cleaving off its head in an instant. After accomplishing this feat, Zenitsu regained his composure, only to be overwhelmed by terror upon witnessing the lifeless spider demon. What has transpired? Why is this creature dead? Meanwhile, Inosuke had also vanquished his spider demon and promptly made his way to Zenitsu's location. Once the two reunited, they immediately set out to find Tanjiro. After several intense minutes of battle with the three demons, Tanjiro's body reached its limit, compelling him to withdraw from his demon transformation. However, the three demons before him had also sustained varying degrees of injuries, their bodies marred with numerous knife wounds. As for Tanjiro, while he appeared unscathed, it was merely due to Lin Fan's healing abilities. Although his body could mend, his spirit was utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The three demons, finally sensing a glimmer of hope, became agitated. Now was the moment to slay him. Rengoku could hardly contain his impatience, having lost a hand to Tanjiro's blade. He was engulfed by a blend of fear and hatred, unable to recuperate. Yet the seasoned Rokuro beside him cautioned against haste, warning of a potential desperate counterattack or a repeat of past encounters. The once ninja, Byakuya, perceived the situation with the utmost clarity, stating plainly, there is no need to rush. He must be utterly fatigued by now and could collapse at any moment. We shall wait until he falls before we strike. The three demons took cover at a distance, silently observing. Meanwhile, Muzan, watching the spectacle, trembled with excitement. The last time he felt such exhilaration was during the encounter with Kabuki. It was as if they were on the verge of defeating a formidable boss. Yet, Tanjiro's eyelids felt heavy, though his resolve remained unyielding, even with his vision blurring. He refused to relinquish his grip on the blade. I cannot afford to fall just yet. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his spirit was drawn into the enchanted blade, where he encountered Lin Fan, embodied as Ashura Maru, smiling warmly at him. You have done enough, now. Surrender your body to me, Tanjiro. Tanjiro smiled sincerely upon witnessing the situation. I entrust this to you, Ashura Maru. Having spoken, he succumbed to slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, the seemingly collapsing Tanjiro suddenly opened his eyes and stood upright. However, his gaze had transformed into a pair of blood-red eyes, altering his entire demeanor. The three demons before him remained bewildered. Yet Muzan understood. The true monster had awakened. Chapter 41. What kind of monster are you? More precisely, the boss had entered its second form. Muzan's tension heightened once more. Who are you? Upon Lin Fan seizing control of Tanjiro's body, he flexed his limbs slightly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So, this is the dance of the fire god? With Tanjiro awakened, it is now my turn to wield it. Grasping the sword with one hand, flames suddenly enveloped the blade, igniting intensely, akin to a blazing sun rising in the pitch-black night. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected intense negative emotions from the lower Moon 5. earning 3,500 emotional points. Demon power increased by 2,000. Transferring 30 of this power back to the Sword Master. With the sound of the notification, Lin Fan's demon power surged, and Tanjiro's body underwent an exquisite baptism of his power. His aura steadily escalating. The three demons before him were not fools. The eldest and most experienced, Rollo, discerned the anomaly at first glance. His expression turning uneasy as he questioned, "Though your appearance remains unchanged, my instincts tell me you are not that demon slayer. Who are you?" Beside him, Zero Yuzi appeared perplexed, her adorable face filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the concealed Byaku recognized the irregularity as well. Its past as a ninja endowed it with the ability to swiftly assess individuals from various perspectives. The demon slayer before it, compared to earlier, seemed almost like a completely different person. However, it chose not to reveal itself, opting instead to remain hidden, poised for a surprise attack. Seeing no response, Rollo could no longer contain himself, crossing his arms and forming hand signs. Blood demon art, chaotic insertion, the surrounding trees, ensnared by some unseen force, exhibited branches that had become exceedingly sharp, aiming directly at Tanjiro's position. These branches surged forth rapidly, shooting out from all directions. In the face of these swift onslaughts, Lin Fan appeared remarkably composed, merely wielding his blade with one hand, poised to sever the incoming branches with a decisive stroke. His speed was astonishing, and with a series of agile maneuvers, he managed to sever all the approaching branches within mere breaths, eventually coming to a serene halt. His combat prowess was far beyond what Tanjiro could ever hope to match. Lin Fan himself was uncertain as to why this was the case. But since he had transformed into the Demon Blade, he had attained an extraordinary understanding of combat, breathing techniques, and swordsmanship. Perhaps this was the innate talent bestowed by his metamorphosis. As he regained his focus, the process of nourishment had concluded. Tanjiro's body had once again undergone a significant enhancement, coupled with the demon power he now possessed. Even without resorting to demonization, these three adversaries were insufficient to contend with him. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan guided Tanjiro's body into action. With a swift movement, he executed a unique footwork that surged forward like a tidal wave, his target set on the pulley. "Am I your target? How Navi?" The cracks on the pulley's face rapidly multiplied, and it hastily formed hand seals. Blood demon art, wooden man technique. The nearby trees seemed to respond to a call, intertwining and gathering around. Not far behind, Zero Yuko followed suit. "If I eliminate you, my master will surely forgive me. Prepare to meet your end, you wretched demon hunter." Blood demon art, boundless falling. The once controlled vines rooted themselves in place, and smaller buds sprouted from either side of the larger blooms at their apex. 3 buds blossomed simultaneously, laden with fruit, while the rooted vines quickly sprouted several offshoots, slithering like ethereal serpents. The upper blooms ejected their fruits, while the lower vines ensnared. Witnessing this, Lin Fan adeptly evaded the dense barrage of fruits in midair. However, as he surveyed the scene, several vines surged from the ground, seeking their moment to strike. Yet, in the face of this ambush, Lin Fan merely wielded his blade with both hands, invoking the fire god's dance, scorching bone flame sun. The blade whirled, erupting in a fiery onslaught, severing the encroaching vines in an instant, reducing even the fruits that soared through the air to mere ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan pressed forward. In response, Ling Yuzi could only persist in controlling the remaining vines to obstruct him. In this ebb and flow, the severed vines struggled to regenerate, and a solitary fruit's assault proved insufficient to hinder Lin Fan's advance, leaving Ling Yuzi to watch helplessly as he drew nearer. Once more, a wave of fear washed over it. However, under Muzan's watchful gaze, escape was a distant hope, compelling it to press on with grim determination. Yet, unable to contain its sorrow, it wept profusely, lamenting, "Why won't you perish? I do not wish to die yet." At this moment, Lu Luo stepped forth, admonishing, "Cease this ruckus. Remain calm and let us vanquish him together." Behind it, a towering tree emerged, its stout trunk adorned with multiple ghastly visages. Strangely, the roots, which should have been anchored in the earth, had unervingly extricated themselves, resembling legs that aided in the tree's movement. "Entwine your remaining vines around my treant." With Lu Luo's urging, Ling Yuzi wiped away its tears and commanded the few remaining vines, along with the rooted entity, to intertwine with the treant. Remarkably, they coalesced seamlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Fan found himself slightly taken aback, yet deemed it an inconsequential development. Facing this behemoth, a faint smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he uttered his first words. "How intriguing. No sooner had he spoken than the treant lunged forward, its branches transforming into lethal spikes, while the entwined vines blossomed, launching fruits in a formidable assault. A dual threat of offense and defense, it resembled a diminutive mobile fortress. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained undaunted, advancing with his blade to engage in a direct clash. In the exchange of blows, flames surged, searing and scorching. The flames unleashed were akin to a resplendent tapestry, dazzlingly consuming the advancing vines and branches. Why are you so formidable? You are clearly not even a pillar. At this moment, Ling Yuzi's psyche began to unravel. It was not merely due to Tanjiro's strength, rather. It stemmed from the realization that this adversary simply could not be vanquished. This being's regenerative prowess eclipsed even that of their kin. And that very blade rendered them incapable of healing, compounded by ever-increasing power. One could assert that the inherent advantages of a demon were laid bare by this individual. It instilled a profound sense of despair within them. What manner of monstrosity were they confronting? Observing from the sidelines, Muzan felt a chill of foreboding settle within him. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this ambush was poised to meet yet another failure. In the external realm, Lin Fan relentlessly struck the treant with blow after blow, the searing flames coursing along its body, leaving behind wounds and vast expanses of charred wood from the conflagration. The desire for a swift conclusion proved, indeed, somewhat ambitious. Chapter 42. Continuous slaughter. Suddenly, a few shurikens flew toward Lin Fan from the side. Without even turning his head, he effortlessly sliced them into pieces with his blade. Do they only know how to ambush from the shadows? Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance. Just this one look sent a chill through the hidden figure of Bingyu. Not far away, Zenitsu and Inosuke had arrived, but remained concealed, observing from a distance. Isn't Tanjiro's strength excessive? Surely he must be on the verge of victory. And what about that blade engulfed in flames? Isn't he a practitioner of water breathing? Zenitsu whispered his conjectures, fearful that a raised voice might draw the attention of the malevolent spirits nearby. Meanwhile, Inosuke stared intently at Tanjiro, wearing a perplexed expression, and remarked, "Something feels off about Tanjiro. What seems amiss?" Zenitsu inquired in return. Inosuke replied bluntly and with conviction, "I don't know." Lin Fan, however, paid little heed to the two. Instead, he sensed several powerful auras approaching, each distinct in character. Most importantly, they were definitely not demons. They could only belong to the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. With the Hashira now present, Lin Fan had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. The negative emotions should have been sufficiently drained by now. It was time to reap the rewards. However, given Tanjiro's current physical condition, the full might of the Hinakami Kagura could not yet be unleashed. In that case, he would have to employ that swift technique to bring the battle to a quick conclusion. It was also a perfect opportunity to test its power. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan suddenly raised his left hand, leaving everyone present bewildered about his intention. But the next scene left them all astounded. Tanjiro concentrated all his power into his left hand, which then erupted with violent arcs of electricity. The lightning emitted a unique sound akin to a chorus of chirping birds, leaving everyone in the vicinity deeply shaken. The three demons were the first to react, with Ruru's eyes widening in shock. How is this possible? This ISNTA breathing technique or swordsmanship? How could a human control lightning? Yet, despite their disbelief, the evidence lay before them. Zero Yuko trembled in fear. Casting a pleading glance at Ruru, silently questioning, "We'll be fine, right?" The only response was Ruru's silence, for he too could not gauge the power of this attack. As for Bingyu, still lurking in the shadows, he too felt a tremor of fear. In the next moment, Lin Fan aimed the chirping lightning in his left hand at the tree demon and forcefully swung his arm down. Chirping lightning spear. As his left arm swung, a flash of lightning erupted. The thunderbolt, resembling a lance, cleaved the massive treant in two with an accompanying roar. The severed treant collapsed entirely, and the gathered trees and entwined vines disintegrated alongside it. Both Rollo and Zero Yuzi, the two specters, experienced a corresponding backlash, rendering them exceedingly feeble. Lin Fan's strike shattered the spirits of the three demons, showcasing a power that was utterly devastating, one they could not hope to withstand. With his blade in hand, Lin Fan charged forward, swiftly positioning himself before Rollo. With both hands gripping the sword, he executed a single, fluid motion, igniting the weapon in flames. In an instant, he severed Rollo's neck, sending the head soaring away. In his final moments, Rollo appeared to find release, offering a bitter smile as he remarked, "You are indeed not human. Perhaps only a monster can vanquish another monster," a reference naturally aimed at Muzan Kibutsuji. Beside him, Zero Yuzi could no longer concern itself with anything else. Faced with imminent death, it had lost all reason, dragging its frail body as it attempted to flee. However, overwhelmed by terror, it collapsed to the ground, trembling, using its delicate white hands to crawl away. No, please don't kill me. I can change. I beg you. Lin Fan gazed down at the crawling demon, listening to its pleas. In a different time, he might have shown mercy. Yet, thanks to Tanjiro's acute sense of smell, he detected a foul stench emanating from it, indicating it had consumed numerous souls. In Tanjiro's words, though you may be pitiable, I cannot forgive you for taking lives. With that, he delivered an unrelenting blow, severing its neck and granting it release from its torment. After completing this grim task, Byakuya suddenly appeared, leaping from the trees. Wielding a scythe stained with dark green liquid, blood demon art, withering scythe, the weapon swung towards Lin Fan's head, carrying the noxious liquid. Not far away, Zenitsu, witnessing the attack, urgently shouted, Tanjiro, watch out behind you. A sneak attack. I'll dismember you. Hey, Tanjiro, dodge. Inosuke chimed in, quickly drawing his twin blades and rushing forward. However, Lin Fan was already prepared. He swiftly turned, thrusting his sword upwards. Hinakami Kagura, Hai no Kage. The upward thrust of his blade erupted in flames, encircling him as he pierced through the scythe and Byakuya's body. Although Byakuya narrowly evaded, he was still impaled in his right arm, severed by Lin Fan's forceful strike. Byakuya managed to escape, retreating to the side and clutching his wounded arm in agony. Aren't you going to flee? Lin Fan advanced slowly, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Upon hearing this, the expression on the sickly figure's face was akin to one who had just consumed excrement. If it could flee, it would have done so long ago. That fiend, Kibutsuji Muzan, would not permit its escape. Should it dare to run, it would likely meet an immediate demise at his hands. Death was inevitable, regardless of the path taken. Am I to be tormented endlessly? I am truly at my wit's end. The sickly figure was on the brink of collapse, its tiny eyes glaring with fury as it brandished several shurikens, shouting in anger. If you wish to kill me, just do it. Spare the theatrics. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Lin Fan appeared before it in a flash, his blade aimed directly at its neck. The sickly figure's head was severed cleanly, yet its body underwent an immediate transformation, as if some chemical reaction had taken place. It shattered, releasing a torrent of dark green poison that surged forth in a deluge. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. Did it truly believe this would be sufficient to end my life? With his free hand, he swiftly drew the Nichiren blade from his waist, invoking the water-breathing technique, Vortex of the Earth. As he spun with the blade, a torrent of water erupted, absorbing the toxic deluge entirely. Having accomplished this, Lin Fan relinquished his control over Tanjiro's body, which then collapsed to the ground. Not far away, aside from Zenitsu and Inosuke, several other figures bore witness to the unfolding scene. Chapter 43, Muzan, indeed, you are my true love. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, now disconnected from the blade, focused intently on the system's notifications resonating in his mind. Ding. Detection of the lower moon 4, Neikime, eliciting intense negative emotions before its demise, resulting in 3,000 emotional points. Detection of lower moon 3, Sickly Wretched, generating intense negative emotions before its end, yielding 3,200 emotional points. Detection of lower moon 2, Rokuro, producing 3,700 emotional points upon death. Ding. Detection of the demon king Kibutsuji, Muzan experiencing intense negative emotions, granting 5,000 emotional points. In total, 7,000 demon power was amassed, with 30 automatically bestowed upon the blade's master, Tanjiro Kamado. As the system's notification concluded, Lin Fan could not suppress the smile that spread across his delicate features. Muzan, indeed. You are my true love. Not only did he reward me, but he also presented gifts. I could almost weep with joy. Simultaneously, within the Infinity Castle, Muzan was nearing the brink of insanity. These lower moons were utterly useless, serving no purpose whatsoever. And what was that peculiar entity that he could not vanquish? Was it truly possessed by a spirit? Moreover, the swordsmanship displayed was indelibly etched in his memory, with a mere glance. He could confirm that it was the sun-breathing used by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. It is evident that those who possess knowledge have already been slain. Thus, how could this individual possibly be aware? All the elements converge towards a singular conclusion, that the malevolent spirit of Kibutsuji Muzan has returned. Having possessed the body of this young boy, intent on retribution, contemplating this realization, Muzan covered his face with one hand, attempting to shield his gaze, which was imbued with profound terror, as his entire being trembled slightly. The concealed scars on his body throbbed with pain, and a singular thought consumed his mind. He would never venture into the Infinity Castle again. At the base of Mount Tanjiro, amidst the gathering crowd, a woman adorned with a butterfly hairpin and draped in a butterfly cloak, her form agile and light-footed, was the first to reach the unconscious Tanjiro. This individual was none other than the insect Ashura Shinobu Kocho. She leaned slightly forward, her face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, and inquired, "Is this the young man the master spoke of? Are you unhurt?" She began to assess Tanjiro's condition, having been previously alerted by the master Yoya. Upon inspection, she found no apparent injuries, which brought her relief. Shortly thereafter, the flame Hashira, Kyajiro Rengoku, arrived, his flowing cape billowing in the wind. Golden red eyes immediately drawn to the ground. There lay Tanjiro's Nichiren blade, now utterly corroded by the venom that had erupted upon the demise of the sickly creature. The blade appeared damaged and incomplete, suggesting it had been destroyed. However, upon glancing at Tanjiro's waist, he noted the presence of another blade. The Nichiren blade is ruined. Yet it seems this other one is the special Nichiren blade the master referred to, he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged alongside him. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, whose muscular physique and white hair were striking. He too examined the blade, noting, despite only glimpsing the hilt and scabbard, that it was indeed a magnificent Nichiren blade. In stark contrast to their contemplative stances, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinizugawa, with his white hair and scarred visage, approached without hesitation. Suppressing his fury, he exclaimed, "I cannot comprehend why this individual has been afforded such immense favor by the master, even surpassing the master's own significance. Those who associate with demons ought to perish." In a fit of rage, he kicked Tanjiro, flipping him over, and glared menacingly at the Nichiren blade at his side, reaching out to grasp the hilt, intent on seizing it. Yet, in the next moment, the hilt exuded a cloud of inky smoke, forming lethal spikes. Had he grasped it, his hand would surely have been pierced. Fortuitously, Sanemi sensed the anomaly and withdrew his hand just in time, though his gaze upon the blade, Ashura Maru, now bore an air of caution. "Is this the blade that can turn the tide?" he pondered. "Indeed, it is extraordinary." With these words, he cast his gaze towards the nearby chest, a glint of murderous intent evident in his eyes. Fortunately, the current water Hashira, Jutomioka, stepped forward without flinching, silently positioning himself before the wooden box, expressing his resolve through action rather than words. Mitsuri Kanroji found herself at a loss. After all, their lord had previously informed them that the truth would be revealed upon their return. Moreover, they had all witnessed Tanjiro's remarkable performance. According to intelligence, there were 4 lower moons present, which, though not particularly daunting for them, raised their eyebrows at the prospect of Tanjiro being capable of defeating these foes, a possibility they had not anticipated. It was then that Shinobu Kocho stepped forward, her smile unwavering as she proposed, "Let us first escort them back. Our lord is awaiting our return." With that, her gaze shifted towards Zenitsu and Inosuke, adding, "You too. Please accompany us." "Who are you?" Inosuke demanded, brandishing his dual swords and questioning with his distinct voice. Beside him, Zenitsu could no longer contain his anxiety. The imposing presence of these individuals was palpable, and they appeared to be members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Realizing this, he hastily whispered, "Inosuke, they seem to be from the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps we should follow them." "Humph." Inosuke snorted in response but refrained from further protest. Meanwhile, the insect Hashira, Shinobu, maintained her serene smile as she summoned 2 members clad in dark combat attire, their hoods obscuring their features. With a cheerful reminder, Shinobu instructed, "Carry this young man, but take care not to touch that sword to avoid injury." The 2 members exchanged puzzled glances. Yet one of them stepped forward and lifted Tanjiro onto his back, without provoking any reaction from Mizuko. Mitsuri's expression shifted slightly. "So, as long as one does not directly touch the sword, they would not be attacked?" "It seems so," Shinobu replied with a smile, though its unchanging nature rendered it somewhat disingenuous. "Is it only this boy who is off limits?" "That sword is indeed magnificent," remarked Tenjin Yuzui, his hand resting on his forehead, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kyajiro Rengoku, with a resolute gaze, addressed the group, stating, "Let us resolve matters here swiftly. Our lord awaits us." With those words, the group regained their focus, dispersing to confront the remaining demons within Spider Mountain and to tend to the injured. Chapter 44. The Vessel of the Legendary Deity. Time swiftly elapses. The entire Mount Spider has been thoroughly swept clean by the Demon Slayer Corps. With none of the demons that had come forth escaping unscathed, all were vanquished here. Subsequently, the Demon Slayer Corps, bearing their wounded, collectively retreated to return to headquarters. It was not until dawn broke that they finally arrived at the headquarters, yet at that moment, Tanjiro remained in a deep slumber, rendering any meetings temporarily postponed. As morning light began to filter in, Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in a state of confusion, only to find himself lying in a secluded room. Beside him stood two individuals clad in dark uniforms, their faces obscured. Upon noticing Tanjiro's awakening, one of them exclaimed with excitement, "You have finally awakened. I shall inform the others at once." Without delay, he dashed out of the room. Tanjiro looked around in confusion and asked, "Where am I?" His memories were still lingering on the moment he lost consciousness. He could only recall meeting Ashura Maru and entrusting his body to it. The fact that he was alive indicated that the malevolent demons had been vanquished. The remaining hidden members hastily explained, "This is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. You have been unconscious for an entire night. It is quite perplexing, considering you bear no injuries, why you would remain in such a state for so long." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro snapped back to reality and urgently inquired in his heart, "Ashura Maru, what transpired last night? What about Nezuko and Zenitsu?" In response to his queries, Lin Fan, the Blade's bearer, replied, "Your sister Nezuko was taken by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but Zenitsu and Inosuke are unharmed." Hearing that they were all safe, Tanjiro finally exhaled in relief and solemnly expressed his gratitude. "I truly owe you one this time. Otherwise, I would not know what to do. Thank you for being by my side, Ashura Maru." Lin Fan merely replied, "As long as you know," and then disregarded him. Beginning to prepare for the upcoming meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps, where he intended to persuade the group to work for him. He had long awaited this day, and it had finally arrived. Meanwhile, upon learning of Tanjiro's awakening, Kagaya Ubuyashiki immediately issued the command to commence the Hashira meeting. Tanjiro was led to a vast courtyard, beautifully adorned with scenery. As he traversed the path toward the open space in front of the residence, he noticed 9 figures gathered there, the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. They had been waiting for some time, all anticipating an answer, with Nezuko's box placed not far away. Before Tanjiro could fully compose himself, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, glared at him menacingly. His expression twisted in a threatening manner as he warned, "If Lord Kagaya cannot convince me, I will show no mercy and kill your sister." Among the crowd, the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, with her pink hair, felt her cheeks flush as she silently murmured to herself, "Are they really going to kill that demon?" Tanjiro currently finds himself in a state of confusion, pondering the identities of the individuals before him. Fortunately, Lin Fan is there to provide clarification. These 9 individuals are the most esteemed and powerful within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps, bearing the title of Hashira. Thus, it becomes clear. In a flurry of urgency, Tanjiro hastily began to explain, "My sister Nezuko has never consumed human flesh, and she shall never do so in the future." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a black-haired youth, with his lower face shrouded in bandages, reclined against a nearby tree. It was none other than the snake Hashira, Iguro Abanai, who coldly pointed at Tanjiro, questioning, "Ultimately, it is only natural to protect one's family, but your words are far from convincing. Perhaps it would be best to discuss that peculiar blade of yours instead." This statement piqued the interest of those present, clearly aware of the unique nature of the Ashura Maru. However, Tanjiro momentarily fell into silence. "That is impossible. My sister was transformed into a demon 2 years ago and has never harmed a soul." Towering above the others, the rock Hashira, Haimajima Jaiomiyai, draped in monk's robes, clasped his hands in prayer, tears streaming from his sightless eyes as he lamented, "How tragic. It would be best to end this poor child's suffering and grant her release." Lin Fan, observing from within the blade, discerned that none among this group were of sound mind. Tanjiro, however, sought to continue his defense. Yet, in the next moment, from the vast entrance hall of the estate, 2 silver-haired maidens spoke in unison, "Our esteemed lord has arrived." This announcement successfully drew the attention of the assembled crowd, redirecting their gazes. The doors at the entrance swung wide, revealing a figure clad in a white kimono, who gracefully advanced step by step, extending a hand, supported by the 2 maidens. The figure emerged into the corridor, bathed in sunlight. Only then did Tanjiro catch a glimpse of his true visage. Beneath the dark strands of his hair, The menacing scar that adorned the upper half of his face was visible. He gently tilted his head to bask in the warmth of the sunlight and softly uttered, "Good morning, everyone." Tanjiro gazed at the menacing scar, unable to suppress a flurry of thoughts. Was it an injury, or was he unwell? Surely, Ashura Maru could remedy this. Just as he pondered, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind and instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, he was a moment too late, as the indomitable Mitsuri Kanroji swiftly pinned him to the ground, forcing him to kneel in submission. This unexpected turn left the onlookers astounded. After all, not everyone could detect the wind Hashira's ambush. Mitsuri, momentarily taken aback, respectfully nodded and spoke, "My lord, I apologize for my boldness. But I must request an explanation regarding the value of this squad member, Tanjiro Kamado. I cannot accept that he is of lesser importance than you." Yoshiyuki Kanroji, having anticipated this moment, maintained his composure and calmly replied, "Allow me to clarify your doubts." As he spoke, a girl on his left retrieved an envelope from her bosom, opened it, and began to recite, "This is a letter from the former water Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki, which I shall read aloud." All the Hashira, along with Tanjiro, listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. The girl's voice was steady and clear as she read, "Please allow Tanjiro to remain with Nezuko. Nezuko has undergone an unforeseen transformation that renders her incapable of harming humans, even in a state of hunger, although this may be difficult to believe. However, should anything untoward occur, I shall perform seppuku alongside Jitomioka and Tanjiro Kamado as atonement. I urge you to treat this matter with utmost seriousness." The blade that Tanjiro wields is said to be imbued with the spirit of a legendary deity, known as Ashura Maru. Much like a tale from myth, it possesses incredible powers, and I believe it holds the capacity to alter the balance between humans and demons, ultimately bringing all to an end. Chapter 45. Arise, Ashura Maru. Furthermore, this blade has been awakened by Tanjiro alone and recognizes him as its sole master. No one else can wield it. Currently, the blade has only just been awakened, and its powers are yet to be fully restored, requiring the slaying of demons to regain its strength. Additionally, it is possible that Ashura Maru's healing abilities could cure the ailments afflicting our Lord. As her words echoed in the air, the expressions of the assembled Hashira shifted dramatically, excitement rippling through them. Particularly, Mitsuri Kanroji's fierce gaze, when directed at the Ashura Maru at Tanjiro's waist, shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Unable to contain himself, he interjected eagerly, "What are we waiting for? Let us begin the healing at once." Beside him, the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, with his fiery and resolute gaze, turned once more towards Ashura Maru, exclaiming in enthusiasm, "Indeed, let us commence the healing immediately." Even the most loathsome of demons, the serpent pillar Kanroji, gazed with his unique heterochromatic eyes upon the blade that hung at Tanjiro's waist. He spoke softly, suggesting that if it could indeed heal their lord, then perhaps it would be acceptable to retain this demon. Among the crowd, the love pillar Kanroji Mitsuri, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, directed her gaze toward the blade, whispering to herself, "Is it truly capable of healing our esteemed lord?" The other pillars shared her sentiment, for in their minds, their lord stood above all else. In contrast, Kanroji Yoya remained remarkably composed in the face of a potential cure, his expression as serene as autumn waters, betraying no turbulence. It seemed as though he had long since come to terms with life and death. He raised his right index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The assembled pillars immediately ceased their chatter, respectfully kneeling on one knee, awaiting his command, rendering the courtyard eerily quiet. Thus, Kanroji Yoya continued to speak calmly. "The letter only mentions the possibility of healing, not a certainty. Therefore, I urge you not to harbor any discontent toward Ashura Maru or Tanjiro, even if healing does not occur. Furthermore, whether Ashura Maru is willing to assist in my treatment is not for us to decide, but rather a choice for the spirit itself. May we now request an audience with the spirit within the blade, Ashura Maru?" His words were gentle, instilling a sense of tranquility, as if imbued with a certain enchantment, making him a natural leader whom one could not help but desire to follow. Lin Fan witnessed this today. Meanwhile, Tanjiro remained absorbed in the trust conveyed through the letter from Shinazugawa Sakanoto and Tenjin Yuzui, tears of gratitude brimming at the corners of his eyes. In the next moment, Shinazugawa Sanemi seized Tanjiro by the hair, shaking him vigorously and admonishing, "Hurry and summon Ashura Maru." The jolt brought Tanjiro back to reality, and he found that all the pillars, along with their esteemed lord, were now looking at him, and in that instant, he felt an immense pressure. Yet, even so, He gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Please wait a moment. I need to consult Ashura Maru's opinion." Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanemi was about to retort when Kanroji Yoya interjected with a smile, saying, "Of course. That is perfectly fine." With this, Sanemi released his grip on Tanjiro. After receiving this affirmation, Tanjiro paid little heed to the prior affront from Shinazugawa Sanemi. Instead, hastily inquiring within his heart, "Ashura Maru, could you possibly emerge once more or take control of my body? If so, I implore you to attempt to heal our esteemed leader." It puzzled him how one who had been so assertive just yesterday could revert to this state today. However, he had long anticipated the forthcoming moments with great eagerness. Though he yearned to venture forth, he maintained a sense of restraint. "If it pleases you, I would not object." Upon receiving this response, Tanjiro comprehended Ashura Maru's intentions and beamed radiantly, exclaiming, "I am profoundly grateful to you, Ashura Maru." In the outside world, once Tanjiro regained his focus, he raised his head, a smile gracing his lips, and, under the expectant gazes of all the Hashira, he slowly spoke, "Esteemed leader, I have just inquired of Ashura Maru, who is willing to attempt healing you." No sooner had he spoken than the assembled Hashira felt a surge of excitement from the depths of their hearts, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming treatment, as the affliction plaguing their leader had long been a thorn in their sides. In contrast, among them, Kanroji Mitsuri appeared less exuberant than expected, maintaining an outward calm demeanor. Yet, this time, a hint of a smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Is that truly the case? How wonderful!" Though he was unafraid of death, if there existed even a semblance of hope for healing this curse and continuing to live, he would not decline. After the initial excitement, Shinazugawa Sanemi quickly scanned Tanjiro with a solemn gaze and asked, "How will Ashura Maru heal our esteemed leader? Will you need to make contact with his body?" The malice in his tone had significantly diminished, and the very fact that he posed such a question indicated that they had gleaned some information about Ashura Maru from Zenitsu and Inosuke. Furthermore, they were eager to witness firsthand how this legendary blade could indeed heal another. Hearing it secondhand could never compare to witnessing the phenomenon with one's own eyes. As Tanjiro contemplated inquiring about Ashura Maru's opinion, Lin Fan's voice resonated in his mind, "Let me emerge myself." No sooner had he spoken than, under the watchful eyes of the gathered individuals, the connection between Ashura Maru's hilt and sheath at Tanjiro's waist suddenly sprang open slightly. Subsequently, the blade released a torrent of pitch-black smoke, swirling around Tanjiro. Under the collective gaze, the dark mist coalesced until a striking figure materialized before them. This scene profoundly shook them to their core. Even Kanroji Mitsuri seemed to sense something amiss, directing his blind gaze forward and calmly inquiring, "Has something transpired?" One of the young maidens beside him spoke up. The sword hanging at Tanjiro's waist suddenly released a plume of inky black smoke, which coalesced around him. As the smoke dissipated, a young girl emerged from within. With the sound of her voice, everyone beheld the true visage of Ashura Maru. She stood at approximately 1.5 meters tall, her dark purple hair cascading elegantly, framing a stunningly beautiful face. Delicate elfin ears twitched at either side of her head, adorned with a gold and black headband, while a pair of white horns peeked from her forehead, half concealed by her flowing locks. Her crimson eyes surveyed the gathered crowd, and a purple and white evening gown billowed around her, seemingly defying gravity as she floated effortlessly in midair. It was a beauty of the utmost degree, exuding a certain fatal allure. Chapter 46. The Curse of the Kanmaki Clan. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Although they had learned from Zenitsu that she was an extraordinarily beautiful maiden, the visual impact was unparalleled. Hearing about something and witnessing it were two entirely different experiences. This revelation shattered their worldview, leaving them with a singular thought: the tales they had heard were indeed true. Among them, the love Hashira blushed deeply, her gaze flitting back and forth across Lin Fan, murmuring to herself, "Oh, this child is simply too adorable. And is he truly Ashura Maru?" Beside her, Yuzui Tenjin couldn't help but comment inwardly, "What a splendid appearance. It complements that sword beautifully. I wonder how effective it is. It must be truly magnificent." Meanwhile, Shinobu Kocho maintained her gentle smile, curious about how this sword spirit would heal their esteemed leader. Each Hashira harbored their own thoughts. Only the straightforward Mitsuri Kanroji, standing not far away, remained respectful, displaying no signs of rudeness, and earnestly implored, "Please, I beseech you to heal our esteemed leader." Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at him before turning to face Kanaki Waizai, who stood in the corridor. His crimson eyes seemed to peer into the depths of one's soul. With a graceful leap, Ashura Maru approached him, scrutinizing him closely. "I am Ashura Maru. Are you the one in need of healing? This is our first meeting. Greetings, Ashura Maru, Kanmaki Wise-Eye replied with utmost politeness, leaving no room for criticism. His words soft and airy. Unfortunately, this did little to assuage Lin Fan, who, feigning impatience, retorted, "Spare me the pleasantries. Let me see what is wrong with you." As she spoke, a delicate hand rested upon Kanmaki Wise-Eye's shoulder, channeling her demon energy into him for examination. The Hashira watched intently, eager for the results. As for Tanjiro, he appeared remarkably calm, for he held unwavering faith that Ashura Maru would undoubtedly cure their esteemed leader's affliction. Upon reflection, after Lin Fan's spectral energy infiltrated the body of the esteemed Kanroji Yoya, it traversed through his limbs and core in search of the underlying issue. In a short while, the cause was uncovered. It resembled a genetic mutation, as members of this lineage were seemingly destined to languish slowly from this affliction. Regarding the genetic aspect, Lin Fan harbored little confidence in a cure, for it did not genuinely constitute a disease. However, the absurdity of such a mutation was undeniable. This peculiar situation inevitably evoked thoughts of the uniqueness of this world, a realm steeped in notions of cyclical fate and the existence of souls. According to the original text, the ailment afflicting the Kanroji clan was, if memory serves correctly, a curse stemming from the birth of Muzan Kibutsuji. As for the truth behind it, Lin Fan could not ascertain. While a genetic mutation may remain incurable, the physical damage it inflicted could indeed be treated. Thus, his plans could proceed without hindrance. With this realization, Lin Fan withdrew his hand, floating in the air, one hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, exuding an air of contemplation. This demeanor piqued the curiosity of those present. Could this truly be remedied? Kanroji Yoya, feeling the hand leave his shoulder, inquired calmly and composedly, "Pray tell, what is the outcome?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with Lin Fan's ominous remarks, which began to weave a tapestry of deception. This is not a disease, but rather a curse. The word struck with prophetic clarity, piercing the soul. While the Hashira might not fully grasp the implications, Kanroji Yoya was acutely aware of this reality. This was a curse inflicted upon their family due to the birth of Muzan Kibutsuji, with no male descendants living past the age of 30 without exception. The Hashira below remained perplexed, showing little interest in the curse, their primary concern being the potential for a cure. Fortunately, Tanjiro, with a look of genuine concern, promptly inquired, "Ashura Maru, can you lift this curse?" Kanroji Yoya, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, reassured him, "Do not feel pressured. It is of no consequence if it cannot be cured. I have long since ceased to regard life and death with concern." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when Lin Fan's hand once again rested upon Kanroji Yoya's shoulder. Enveloped in a swirling dark mist that enveloped the two completely, this sudden transformation elicited varied expressions among the Hashira. Shinjiro Shinazugawa immediately prepared to advance. Thankfully, Tanjiro intervened, cautioning, "It is highly probable that Ashura Maru is currently treating our lord. Please, do not approach." Shinjiro Shinazugawa's countenance darkened, almost emblazoned with distrust. His eyes widened in fury as he glared intensely. "If aught should befall our lord, I shall not hesitate to slay you and your sister right here. Then commit seppuku to atone." After speaking, he ceased all actions. The remaining pillars could only observe closely, for this power had exceeded their comprehension, and they could not afford to act recklessly. No one knew what consequences an interruption might provoke. The love pillar, Kanroji Mitsuri, felt a flush on her cheeks as she rested her chin on her hand, inwardly worrying. Is everything truly all right? The crowd awaited anxiously, their hearts aflame with concern. Time passed. Moments later, as the dark mist dissipated, the figures of Lin Fan and his companion reappeared in the corridor. However, the gazes of the onlookers were immediately drawn to the person beside them, Ubuyashiki Yoya. At that moment, Yoya's face, once marred by a curse, had completely healed, showing no traces of his former disfigurement. Furthermore, even his previously blind eyes had regained their sight. For everyone present, this was nothing short of miraculous. Even Ubuyashiki Yoya trembled slightly with excitement. Regaining his vision, he turned his curious gaze towards Ashura Maru, smiling warmly. "I truly thank you, Ashura Maru." Shifting his gaze to encompass all those present, he continued, "It is you who have allowed me to once again see my children." Below, Shinazugawa Sanemi felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, but restrained himself, inquiring with deep concern, "My lord, how do you feel now?" This was a question that weighed on the minds of all the pillars. In response to their earnest inquiry, Ubuyashiki Yoya looked at Sanemi, smiling gently as he replied, "Thank you for your concern. I feel wonderful, better than ever." With this reassuring response, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd, swiftly followed by waves of ecstatic joy. Kanroji Mitsuri gazed adoringly at the restored leader, her cheeks still flushed, thinking, the Lord, unmarred by disfigurement, looks so handsome. Yet Ashura Maru is still the cutest. Beside her, Rengoku Kaijuro sincerely expressed his gratitude. I am truly grateful. Chapter 47. The unbelieving crowd, you have truly performed a magnificent healing on our Lord. Obuyashiki Tenjin, standing nearby, raised his face to express his thanks. Yet among the pillars, the insect pillar felt a profound interest in Ashura Maru. Such healing abilities would be remarkable to study. Even Tanjiro, kneeling below, wore a relieved expression as he looked up at Ashura Maru in the corridor, happily proclaiming, I knew you could do it, Ashura Maru. However, in the face of their heartfelt gratitude, Lin Fan coldly interrupted, you were celebrating too soon. As soon as the words left his lips, the bustling courtyard fell into an abrupt silence, and Shinizugawa Sanemi, deeply concerned, asked, what do you mean by that? Did something go awry with the treatment? Even Kanroji Mitsuri cast a bewildered glance, for he was well aware of his own body and recognized that he had indeed regained his health, with no abnormalities present. Yet why would Ashura Maru express such concerns? This perplexity lingered in the hearts of all present. Faced with the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Fan propped his chin on one hand and, with a hint of impatience, began to elucidate. This curse is beyond my ability to dispel. What I have done is merely heal the afflictions caused by the curse and forcibly suppress its influence. It is likely that in a few years, the curse will resurge, continuously eroding your body until the moment of your demise. Upon receiving this grim tidings, Kanroji Mitsuri exhibited an unexpected nonchalance, devoid of any negative emotion, as though he were listening to a matter of little consequence. With his characteristic warmth and serenity, he calmly remarked, I see. Compared to before, I am already quite content to live a few more years in good health. In stark contrast to his equanimity, the Hashira below found it difficult to accept this fate. Mitsuri, without a moment's hesitation, urgently inquired, is there truly no way to resolve the curse? This was a concern shared by all the Hashira. Only Tanjiro steadfastly chose to believe in Ashura Maru, unwavering in his faith. Ashura Maru, you must possess a solution, do you not? In response, Lin Fan set his hand down and turned to face the assembly, speaking with deliberate calmness. Indeed, the so-called curse can be resolved simply by identifying and eliminating its source, which in your case is Kibutsuji Muzan. Once he is vanquished, the curse entwining your Kanroji lineage will naturally dissipate. While this assertion sounded straightforward, the reality of execution was fraught with challenges. The Kanroji clan and the Demon Slayer Corps had battled Kibutsuji Muzan for a millennium without success, unable even to ascertain his whereabouts. Thus, the notion of slaying Kibutsuji Muzan seemed an insurmountable task. However, this revelation did not dampen Kanroji Mitsuri's spirits. A slight smile graced his lips as he addressed the grieving Hashira below. Even apart from the curse, slaying Kibutsuji Muzan has been my lifelong aspiration. I believe that the assembled Hashira here today represent the most elite warriors since the Warring States period. With the addition of Tanjiro and Ashura Maru, I am confident we can bring an end to Muzan. At that moment, I will have no regrets. My lord, the Hashira responded with heartfelt sorrow. Meanwhile, the insect Hashira, who had been deep in thought, posed a pivotal question, his pale violet eyes fixed upon Ashura Maru as he urgently queried, even if the curse cannot be lifted, you can heal the afflictions it causes. Therefore, when the curse resurfaces and brings forth symptoms again in the years to come, will you be able to heal them once more? This inquiry strikes at the heart of the matter. Lin Fan had previously feared that no one would come forth with questions, yet now he could finally engage with confidence. Indeed, healing is possible. However, as time progresses, the potency of the curse intensifies, requiring an ever greater force to suppress it. Upon receiving this response, the Hashira felt a sense of relief, as it indicated that they had been granted additional time. At this juncture, the ever-perceptive Obuyashiki Yoya began to grasp the situation, yet chose to remain silent. Understanding that one cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. Your strength has not yet fully returned, has it? I have gleaned from the envelope that you require the slaying of malevolent beings to expedite your recovery. Am I correct? In response, Lin Fan asserted with conviction, indeed. After receiving this affirmative answer, Obuyashiki Yoya smiled kindly and decisively replied, then, to restore your power, slaying demons shall undoubtedly be your best option. Therefore, from this moment onward, the Demon Slayer Corps will furnish you with all intelligence gathered on demons, allowing you to select whom to pursue. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation. Conversely, I also have a few inquiries I wish to pose, if you would be so kind as to enlighten me. This had evidently become a transaction of sorts. With both parties fully aware of the unspoken agreement, Lin Fan, having anticipated this, readily retorted, "What do you wish to know?" Seeing his acquiescence, Ubuyashiki Yoya discreetly exhaled in relief, and then inquired pleasantly about three matters. How is your strength returning? What abilities can you currently wield? And what information do you possess regarding Kibutsuji Muzan? Even if Lin Fan chose to remain silent, these individuals could glean a general understanding from Tanjiro. So he opted not to conceal anything and candidly shared his capabilities. My strength has not yet significantly recovered. The powers I can utilize include Blood Cry, which causes any enemy I strike to suffer wounds that resist healing and bleed profusely. Additionally, as you have just witnessed, I possess a healing ability. Even if the body is gravely injured, as long as one is not deceased, I can restore them completely. Before his words faded, the revelation had already astonished the Ashura. When confronting demons, the most daunting challenge lies in their terrifying regenerative abilities, coupled with the frailty of human flesh. However, with this sword, the demon's advantage would be utterly obliterated, transforming humanity into beings of immortality akin to demons. This singular revelation was almost beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Infinity Castle, Muzan, who had orchestrated multiple hunting expeditions, offered high praise after witnessing the effects firsthand. Is this not an inversion of the heavens? You are a demon, and I am a demon, he exclaimed, teetering on the brink of despair. This is utterly outrageous. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of those around him, Lin Fan nodded slightly in satisfaction, while beside him, the serene presence of Kanroji Yoya indicated his prior knowledge of the unfolding events. However, Lin Fan's subsequent revelation left everyone present, with the exception of Tanjiro, in a state of disbelief, to the point where some suspected they had misheard. Chapter 48. What a grievous battle that was. For those disinterested in the mundane, feel free to skip ahead directly to the Infinity Train arc. Lin Fan began to speak, his tone calm and measured. In addition, I possess the ability to bestow a form of regeneration upon the wielder of my blade. When the wielder employs my power to vanquish demons, I can restore their demonic energy, a portion of which can subsequently be used to enhance the wielder's physical prowess. Upon hearing this capability, the immediate reaction of the assembled crowd was skepticism. However, a glance at Tanjiro, who had famously slain 4 lower moons in a single breath at Mount Spider, rendered their doubts momentarily silent. Even Kanroji Yoya found it difficult to maintain his composure. If this were true, could they not cultivate a formidable warrior within the Demon Slayer Corps capable of effortlessly defeating Muzan? The Ashura, fully aware that Ashura Maru would not change hands, likely would have rushed to secure it for themselves, eager for a blade that could amplify its owner's strength. Fortunately, none among them succumbed to reckless ambition. Regaining his focus, Kanroji Yoya, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Is there a limitation to this enhancement?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's crimson gaze met his, and perceiving the earnestness in his eyes, he replied, "There are no limitations. However, the greater the strength of the wielder, the more demonic energy is required for my regeneration to take effect. Does that mean the stronger one is, the more arduous the enhancement becomes?" This thought crossed Kanroji Yoya's mind, and he began to contemplate methods to nurture Tanjiro's potential. As he pondered, Lin Fan continued, "Moreover, I can possess and manipulate the wielder's body, enabling them to enter a demonic state. In this state, they can utilize the power of my Ashura Maru, though the sole drawback is that prolonged use may lead to a complete transformation into a demon." Fearing misunderstanding, he added, "The demons I refer to differ from your conventional understanding." Those present were somewhat acquainted with various legends and tales regarding demons, thus no one felt compelled to inquire further. The impact of this regenerative ability on the audience was profound, yet Kanroji Yoya could not restrain himself from asking, "What magnitude of enhancement can your power provide in this demonic state?" "You may inquire with Tanjiro regarding that," Lin Fan replied dismissively, finding the question excessively intricate. "As for my other abilities, they are currently beyond my reach." After briefly recounting his capabilities, he proceeded to address the third issue, which was a matter of great concern for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, regarding how to confront Muzan Kibutsuji. Lin Fan spoke candidly and took the opportunity to impart some valuable insights to these individuals. Muzan Kibutsuji, a character marked by extreme cowardice and a propensity to bully the weak, had once been nearly slain by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Since that encounter, he had hidden away until the death of a certain individual before daring to show himself again. Nevertheless, despite his trepidation, he possesses considerable strength, boasting a multitude of blood demon arts. among which the most troublesome include the whip-like spikes that emerge from his spine and the fanged mouths that are scattered across his body. As he spoke, he gazed directly at the assembled group, bluntly stating that should they encounter him, they would likely find themselves easily dispatched, for they are currently far too weak. The moment his words fell, the Hashira below displayed a range of expressions. Being so directly informed of their inadequacies was certainly not a source of joy for anyone. However, having never encountered Muzan themselves and given Lin Fan's unique status, they found themselves at a loss for words. As Tanjiro observed from the sidelines, his heart raced uncontrollably. Fortunately, Wise Eye Kanroji stepped forward to diffuse the tension, questioning, "My warriors, could it truly be that you are so feeble?" In response, Lin Fan glanced down at the gathered crowd and nodded affirmatively, asserting, "Indeed, you are remarkably weak. It is essential to understand that the breathing techniques can be categorized into 3 stages: mastery, the mark, and the transparent world. Yet here, not a single soul has even unlocked the mark." This knowledge was an unprecedented revelation for all present, including Wise Eye Kanroji. This was hardly surprising, as those who mastered the mark seldom lived long enough to pass it down, and few could achieve the transparent world. Thus, their ignorance was entirely reasonable. Hearing this for the first time, Wise Eye Kanroji felt an urgent desire to learn more and eagerly inquired, "Might I ask how one can unlock the mark in the transparent world?" Lin Fan found himself at a loss for a definitive answer and could only offer a vague response. "It will naturally unlock when the time is right. However, be warned. Once the mark is attained, one's strength may significantly increase, but it will result in death before the age of 25. At that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering. After a brief interlude, Wise Eye Kanroji solemnly asked, "Forgive me, but may I inquire who Kagaya Yorichi is, and why Muzan nearly met his demise at his hands?" In response to the inquiry, Lin Fan's gaze drifted toward the box containing Nezuko. Wise Eye Kanroji immediately grasped the implication and proclaimed before the assembly, "I have acknowledged Tanjiro and Nezuko. I hope you all can extend the same recognition." The Hashira's hostility toward Tanjiro had noticeably diminished, yet they remained unable to accept Nezuko as a demon. Nevertheless, none dared to make a foolish scene at that moment. Aware that a few words would not suffice to win over the crowd regarding Nezuko, Wise Eye Kanroji felt a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, Lin Fan did not dwell on this matter. After surveying the assembly once more, he began to elucidate. Kagaya Yorichi is the progenitor of all breathing techniques, the creator of the sun breathing style, naturally endowed with the mark and the transparent world. He is arguably the most formidable human in existence. With such a brief introduction, those present felt as though they had glimpsed the legendary figure and pondered the extent of his might. When he first encountered Muzan, he discerned that Muzan possessed 5 brains and 7 hearts, having overcome the vulnerability of decapitation. Only the sun-breathing and sunlight could truly vanquish him. Upon the utterance of those words, an air of astonishment enveloped all present. It is truly unfathomable how such a formidable entity as Muzan could be vanquished by the singular strike of Yorichi, prompting a harrowing clash between them. However, Lin Fan's subsequent remarks shattered the illusions harbored by the crowd. It is somewhat amusing to consider that Muzan was instantaneously dispatched by Yorichi, had he not fled swiftly. He might have met his demise much earlier. In that moment, his corporeal form fragmented into 1,800 pieces. Yet he was still cleaved into 1,500 fragments by Yorichi in an instant. Alas, he ultimately managed to escape. As these words echoed in the air, the assembly was left bewildered. They had anticipated a fierce battle, and now they were informed that it had culminated in a single strike. This was akin to a tale from mythology. Muzan only dared to show himself after Yorichi's demise, fearing the emergence of another Yorichi who could eradicate all those knowledgeable in the breath of the sun. Yet now, in this world, a second wielder of the breath of the sun has appeared. With this proclamation, Lin Fan had made his intentions clear. All gazes shifted towards Tanjiro. Chapter 49. Conclusion of the meeting below. The fiery and resolute gaze of Kaijuro Rengoku fell upon Tanjiro, who inquired candidly, "Is this youth the one who masters the breath of the sun? He possesses remarkable spirit." Meanwhile, the previously silent Shinobu and Kaneo, their sightless eyes brimming with tears, clasped their hands in a gesture of reverence. One could only wonder if other distinguished members of the Demon Slayer Corps might also wield the breath of the sun. The curious inquiry from Tenjin Yuzui, standing at the periphery, further stirred the atmosphere. Does this imply that this young lad harbors the potential to become the second Yorichi? With the aid of Ashura Maru, he might even surpass the illustrious Yorichi himself. No one present dared to contradict this assertion. After all, possessing a blade capable of bestowing continuous strength, coupled with Tanjiro's innate talent for the breath of the sun, renders the surpassing of Yorichi not merely a fantasy, but a tangible possibility. It was at this juncture that the Hashira finally comprehended why their esteemed leader proclaimed, "The safety of Kamado Tanjiro supersedes all else. For as long as Tanjiro exists, the slaying of Muzan is merely a matter of time." Under the scrutiny of the assembly, Tanjiro felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. At present, I am mastering the fire god Kagura dance passed down through my family, which I presume is what you refer to as the breath of the sun. If any of you in the Demon Slayer Corps wish to learn, I shall gladly teach, and I am determined to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. His awkward demeanor elicited suppressed laughter from the crowd, yet in such a significant setting, everyone could only bow their heads to stifle their amusement. However, only the peripheral snake Hashira, Iguro Abanai, gazed at Ashura Maru with a glimmer of light in his eyes. He yearned to voice his desire for treatment of the ghastly scar upon his lips, yet he restrained himself from inquiring, fearful of a direct rejection in this context. In contrast, the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, could not contain herself and let out a soft chuckle, quickly covering her mouth with one hand. She whispered to herself, "No, I mustn't laugh, but this adorable youth is simply too amusing." Her laughter drew the attention of the other Hashira, prompting her to lower her head and murmur an apology. Upon witnessing the reactions of those around him, Tanjiro's formerly bashful face flushed deeper, akin to a public execution, an utter social demise. Fortunately, Kanroji Yoya stepped forward to defuse the situation, stating, "I believe you can do this." At those words, Tanjiro felt a lightness in his head. Merely hearing the words of his lord was enough to soothe his bashful heart. Following this, Kanroji Yoya turned to face Ashura Maru earnestly, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "My swordsman and I are truly thankful for the information you have provided. It holds immeasurable value for our Demon Slayer Corps." In that moment, the other Hashira echoed their appreciation in unison. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance." Aware that his plan had succeeded, Lin Fan recognized that he merely needed to feign a return to his blade to complete his scheme flawlessly. With this thought, he swept his gaze across the gathered company, ultimately landing on Kanroji Yoya, adopting a nonchalant expression, and with a hint of resignation, remarked, "I say this solely because Tanjiro is my master. If there are no further issues, I shall take my leave." This demeanor struck a chord with Kanroji Mitsuri's tender heart. That helpless expression was irresistibly charming, melting her heart. Nevertheless, his words served as a reminder to those present. Tanjiro Kamado was the vital link between them and Ashura Maru. Losing Tanjiro would signify the loss of Ashura Maru, a scenario that was absolutely intolerable. Even the Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, who harbored the greatest prejudices, along with Iguro Abanai, were compelled to bow their heads in submission. Kanroji Yoya, fully aware of this sentiment, cast a determined glance at Tanjiro and the box containing Nezuko, unwavering in his gaze as he addressed Ashura Maru with a warm smile. Then, "Until we meet again, Miss Ashura Maru." Though unspoken, Lin Fan perceived a resolute glimmer in his eyes. He turned away and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Then, farewell." As he spoke, under the gaze of the onlookers, his form gradually disintegrated into a swirl of black mist, dissipating from the bottom to the top. However, just before he vanished completely, Lin Fan suddenly turned back, his crimson eyes fixed on Azushikabuto's eye, and remarked with irritation, "Your desires are quite intense. I find it rather agreeable. Yet, do refrain from calling me miss in the future. I am a male." As his words fell, his body fully dissolved into an inky smoke, merging seamlessly with the blade at Tanjiro's waist, subsequently returning to his serene stillness. All of this felt like a fleeting dream. Yet, shortly thereafter, the crowd began to react. Azushikabuto's eye stood frozen momentarily, taken aback by the revelation that the striking blade's spirit was, in fact, male. With Ashura Maru now departed, he could only extend an apology to the blade at Tanjiro's waist, promising not to err again. "I shall not misname you again, Ashura Maru." Meanwhile, the Hashira below began to buzz with excitement. In particular, Love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with delight as her heart raced. "Wait, Ashura Maru is a boy? Such a charming lad. How delightful and unexpected." Rengoku Kaijiro's evaluation was succinct, a mere 3 words. Even Tanjiro was taken aback, musing silently. "So Ashura Maru is male? I had assumed it was female. How rude of me." Responding to the apology, Lin Fan's reply was blunt and straightforward. Just 3 words. "Get lost." The matter did not linger in discussion for long. Soon, attention shifted back to Tanjiro and Nezuko, with Azushikabuto's eye leading the conversation once more. Now that we are familiar with Tanjiro and Ashura Maru's circumstances, We must address Nezuko's situation. I hope everyone can come to accept them both. This time, the Hashira exhibited less resistance, as their concession was inevitable due to Ashura Maru's influence. Nonetheless, the scarred Shinazugawa Sanemi stepped forward. His gaze fixed coldly on a nearby wooden box, stating, "My lord, I agree not to punish Tanjiro and that demon, but a demon remains a demon. No one can guarantee it won't consume humans, so I urge you to confine that demon." Chapter 50. Hospitality, Decapitation, Acceptance. Upon hearing these words, Kanamori Wise-Eye could comprehend why they remained so resolutely opposed to Nezuko, even after acknowledging the significance of Tanjiro. Since the inception of the Demon Slayer Corps, countless members had perished in their relentless struggle against demons. Would it be justifiable to accept a man-eating demon in light of the sacrifices made by these valiant warriors? Moreover, they had encountered innumerable demons, and not a single one had refrained from consuming human flesh. Ehei Shobain, with his distinctive heterochromatic eyes, cast his gaze towards the wooden box and added that their commitment to safeguard their lives did not signify anything definitive. Moreover, Tanjiro could not afford to come to harm. Despite their ill intentions, both parties were capable of discerning right from wrong. Their words were not mere malevolence. Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku emphatically asserted that if Nezuko were to consume human flesh, it would indeed be too late for any redemption. Most of the other Hashira concurred with this sentiment. However, Tanjiro could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with an expression of urgency, assuring Kanamori Wise-Eye in the corridor. "Nezuko will not harm humans. I will fight alongside her, and should she ever consume human flesh, I will personally slay her and take my own life in atonement." At this declaration, the expression of Shinazugawa Sanemi grew increasingly menacing, his eyes widening as he admonished, "I have already said, you cannot die. We do not intend to kill Nezuko, we merely wish to confine her." Both sides possessed valid arguments. Nevertheless, Kanamori Wise-Eye chose to side with Ashura Maru. Observing the assembly of individuals who held differing opinions and slowly began to speak. Indeed, it is impossible to prove that she will attack humans. Yet it is equally impossible to assert that she will not. After all, it is an undeniable fact that Nezuko has not consumed a single human since her transformation into a demon. These words had nearly clarified his stance. Sanemi, the Wind Hashira, keenly perceived this and immediately gritted his teeth, drawing his sword from his waist. "Forgive my intrusion. I shall now demonstrate to you, my lord, the grotesque nature of demons." With that, he leapt forth, advancing into the shadowy recesses of the corridor, a cruel smile curling upon his lips as he beheld the wooden box at his feet. In the past, he would have thrust his blade twice before speaking. However, due to the presence of Ashura Maru, he was compelled to restrain himself considerably, merely opening the box and seizing Nezuko by the collar. He then released her, drawing the blade of his Nichiren sword across his own arm. As the blade grazed his skin, blood erupted forth, dripping onto the floor of the entryway, the scent of fresh blood perpetually enticing the ravenous Nezuko. This aroma incessantly provoked her hunger. Sanemi further extended his arm, taunting her, "Do not conceal your desires any longer. You yearn to feast, do you not?" As Nezuko stood at close quarters with the enticing blood, despite the bamboo restraining her fangs, her saliva could not be suppressed from seeping forth. She remained rooted in place, grappling with her desires. When Kaneo Tsuyuri turned to witness this scene, words failed him. All he could do was pray that Nezuko would endure. The Hashira observed intently from below. Only Tanjiro rushed to the corridor, facing the struggling Nezuko at the entrance, and suddenly shouted, "Nezuko, I believe in you. You can do it." As his voice faded, it seemed that Nezuko's rationality was utterly awakened. With great effort, she turned her head away from the exquisite temptation before her, forcing herself not to look. This time, even Sanemi Shinazugawa was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a demon could resist the allure of his blood. The thoughts of the other Hashira diverged drastically. They all understood that if Nezuko could withstand Sanemi's blood, there was no longer any need for restraint. Seeing this, Kaneo Tsuyuri relaxed and stepped forward to address the assembly. This development confirmed that Nezuko would not attack humans, thus eliminating the necessity to confine her. He then cast a gentle glance at Tanjiro in the corridor, calmly reminding him, "Even so, there will still be those who won't tolerate Nezuko, and you must prove her worth from this point onward." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's anxious heart finally found solace, and he resolutely vowed, "I will." Sanemi, witnessing this, turned and departed from the entrance, returning to the courtyard. However, Nezuko glared at him in fury. With the issue concerning Nezuko resolved, Lin Fan accepted the situation with a sense of relief, yet his joy stemmed primarily from the success of his plans. Now, Tanjiro stood as the highest-ranking member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He would undoubtedly have Hashira as his bodyguards whenever he ventured out. Furthermore, Lin Fan had secured the very lifeblood of the entire Demon Slayer Corps, for to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, his assistance was indispensable. Moreover, none of the Hashira wished for their young leader to perish due to a curse. What would that amount to? A banquet, a beheading, and being treated like a dog. Though the phrasing was rather unrefined, the truth remained. Additionally, having slain 4 lower moons, coupled with Muzan's rewards, today had proven to be a day of great fortune. In high spirits, Lin Fan proclaimed, "System, open the panel. Host, Lin Fan template. Ashura Maru, demon power. 10, 300 extraction ability. Eternal level buff, indestructible. Platinum level perception of ability. Silver level sharpness, a natural pairing, the 1000 bird flow. Template abilities, blood weeping, devouring, healing, rebirth, ghost transformation, external manifestation. Unlocked abilities, relieving oneself anywhere, upon unlocking. One can freely alter their size, requiring 10,000 emotional points for activation. Ghost curse, hitting a target may afflict them with a curse that induces poisoning. Requiring the expenditure of 10,000 emotional points to unlock. Air control, enabling manipulation of the blade's flight, also requiring 10,000 emotional points for activation. Power borrowing, allowing the wielder to harness ghostly energy for various spectral slashes and applications, necessitating 10,000 emotional points for unlocking. Emotional points, 20,000. Upon reflecting on these abilities, Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Recalling the narrative of the original work, he realized that he was soon to confront Akaza, the third of the upper moons. Among his current abilities, Lin Fan made a decisive choice. System, unlock the power borrowing and ghost curse abilities for me. As soon as the words left his lips, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Consumed 20,000 emotional points, successfully unlocked the abilities ghost curse and power borrowing. With his current configuration, utilizing a Hashira to combat Akaza should pose no significant challenge. At this moment, Lin Fan began to strategize on how to confront Akaza. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the discussions among the group continued, although the atmosphere had relaxed considerably as the crucial matters had been addressed. Standing in the corridor, the amiable Oyakata Ubuyashiki turned his gaze toward Tanjiro below, a slight smile gracing his lips. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. Chapter 51. Alternating instruction facing the collective gaze of the crowd, Ubuyashiki calmly and nonchalantly declared, I hereby promote Kamadu Tanjiro to the rank of A-class member. Gue, Rin, Xian, Gung, E, Shu, Ding, Bing, E Jia Hashira. The ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps ascend from the lowest to the highest. Tanjiro, who was previously a mere Gue level member, had now made a remarkable leap to A-class. As for why he was not immediately promoted to Hashira, this had been a careful consideration by Ubuyashiki. There are 2 pathways to becoming a Hashira. One must either slay 50 demons or single-handedly defeat a member of the 12th Kazuki. There is no doubt that Tanjiro has effortlessly accomplished the latter. However, the reason for not announcing him as a Hashira lies in the fact that the current Hashira are exceptionally formidable, far surpassing the standards of old. Tanjiro has yet to reach that level. Furthermore, his victories over the 12 Kazuki were not solely attributed to his own strength. He remains rather inexperienced and in need of guidance. A Hashira not only embodies strength but also represents the very backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps. It is not too late to announce one's ascension to the rank of Hashira after undergoing refinement and achieving maturity of spirit. Upon the declaration of this outcome, the assembled Hashira were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated that Tanjiro would be directly promoted to their ranks. Yet they were surprised to find that he was ultimately designated as a Kyo. Nevertheless, they would not dare to question the Lord's decision, for they firmly believed that there must be a profound reason behind such a choice. Tanjiro and Lin Fan were utterly indifferent. The title was merely a trifling matter. Its presence or absence made little difference. However, out of courtesy, Tanjiro slightly nodded and respectfully said, Thank you, my lord. I shall strive even harder in the future. Indeed, I believe in you, came the gentle smile and response from Ubuyashiki Yoya. He then turned to the assembled crowd and continued, Thus, the matter concerning Tanjiro Kamadu is concluded, and he may withdraw. No sooner had he spoken than the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, raised her hand, her ever-constant smile unwavering, and suggested, Allow Tanjiro Kamadu to reside in my estate for the time being. With that, she clapped her hands. Immediately, 2 fully armed members of the corps appeared, placing Nezuko back into her box and swiftly escorting Tanjiro away. Watching their departing figures, Obuyashiki Yoya smiled genuinely, whispering to himself, I have a strong premonition that Muzan Kibutsuji may meet his end in my generation. Tanjiro, carrying a wooden box, followed behind the two as they traversed the winding country path, seemingly lost in time. At last, they arrived before an opulent mansion. Upon entering the estate, they wandered through the courtyard, where a myriad of butterflies flitted about, until they encountered a serene young lady. Tanjiro could not help but glance a few more times. It seemed he recognized her identity, as she was likely one of the survivors from the test in Fujisaki Mountain. Just as he pondered her name, a sudden voice emerged from behind him. It was a member of the Hidden. Was another injured person arriving? The group turned to see a serious-looking girl with twin ponytails. Then follow me, she instructed. The three of them proceeded to follow her into the mansion, and before long, they arrived at a room with the doors wide open. They could hear raucous voices from within. Without a doubt, Tanjiro was certain that it was Zenitsu. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld the comically distressed Zenitsu, clad in a patient-s attire, exclaiming, This medicine is far too bitter. Must I take it so many times? This is simply excessive. Tanjiro hurriedly stepped forward. Gazing at Zenitsu and Inosuke, and joyfully exclaimed, Zenitsu, Inosuke, it is truly wonderful that both of you are unharmed. Upon hearing his voice, Zenitsu immediately turned around. Upon seeing Tanjiro's innocent expression, he rushed towards him, feeling aggrieved, and pleaded, Tanjiro, please let me touch Ashura Maru. It could help heal my injuries. I am gravely wounded, and taking medicine is unbearably painful. Lin Fan in the blade remarked, Your calculations are quite obvious. I can hear them even within the sword. Tanjiro felt a pang of compassion, but after a slight sniff, his expression shifted. He detected the scent of deception emanating from Zenitsu and promptly turned away, making his way directly to Inosuke's bedside. Behind him, Zenitsu continued to chatter incessantly. Hey, Tanjiro, don't go. Hurry and bring Ashura Maru to soothe my injuries. However, Tanjiro paid him no mind, intent on checking on Inosuke's condition. He soon heard Inosuke's despondent voice. I'm sorry, I am truly weak. I couldn't assist you that day. In response, Tanjiro earnestly encouraged him. Cheer up, Inosuke. It's not like you to be downcast. Just wanting to help me brings me great joy. Inosuke remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, both of them bore only minor injuries. They were left behind with Tanjiro solely to undergo special training. After all, both were promising candidates, and the Demon Slayer Corps was keen on nurturing their potential. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room where the Hashira were convening, they were devising a training plan. Kagaya Obuyashiki addressed the assembled Hashira, asking, What are your thoughts on cultivating Tanjiro? As usual, Mitsuri Kanroji raised her scarred arm and was the first to voice her opinion. Of course, combat is the fastest way to enhance strength, and with Ashura Maru's healing abilities, there's no need to fear injuries. This suggestion received unanimous acclaim, even from Kagaya, who found no fault in it. However, the next question arose. Who would conduct Tanjiro's special training? Mitsuri stepped forward confidently, declaring, Let me take charge. I will elevate his strength in the shortest time possible. Amitba. Perhaps I should take the lead. Kaneo Tsuyuri chimed in, unwilling to back down, tears streaming from her blind eyes as she clasped her hands, eager for the opportunity. The legendary sun breathing must be exquisite. I yearn to experience it. Training that young man? I would be delighted. The Hashira were all keen on training Tanjiro. Kagaya, feeling somewhat helpless, proposed a compromise. Since everyone wishes to train Tanjiro, how about we each take turns teaching him for a day? This suggestion was unanimously accepted. The training was straightforward, purely enduring blows. The more one endures, the stronger one becomes. As for Zenitsu and Inosuke, they are merely victims of circumstance. Chapter 52. Allow me to assess your prowess. As dusk approached, the evening sky deepened with the descent of the sun. In a dimly lit room, Tanjiro gently set down the wooden box he had been carrying on his back and, on his own, walked to the window, drawing the curtains to obscure the last rays of sunlight. Upon turning around, he discovered that the box had been opened, and the diminutive Nezuko peeked out, her gaze fixed upon him. Seeing this, Tanjiro seated himself on the bed beside him, nodding slightly as he regarded the Ashura Maru at his waist, seemingly lost in reflection over the day's events. From now on, this will be your room, Nezuko. Our survival is largely due to the assistance of Ashura Maru. I am deeply grateful for your care throughout this journey. No sooner had he spoken than Ashura Maru retorted without mercy, Your current strength remains insufficient. From tomorrow onward, you must swiftly master the various sword techniques of the Dance of the Fire God. While while simultaneously exploring multiple applications of these skills. In the face of this admonishment, Tanjiro appeared eager to open his heart, gazing at the blade that had ushered in his transformation, and with a touch of sentimentality, he smiled and remarked, "Though you often speak harshly, I know, Ashura Maru, that you have always cared for others. It must be quite lonely for you, confined to the blade." Before he could finish his thought, the ethereal voice of Ashura Maru echoed once more in his mind, "Stop your rambling." Aware that further conversation would be futile, Tanjiro shifted the topic, stating, "This time, it is not just Ashura Maru. Both Master Urokodaki and Mr. Tomioka have also risked their lives for us, continuously being cared for. It is indeed imperative that I grow stronger." As he spoke, memories of their gentle lord surfaced in his mind, and when he turned back, he found that Nezuko had already fallen asleep on the floor. With a gentle smile, Tanjiro approached and embraced Nezuko, carefully laying her down on the bed. Rising to his feet, he murmured to himself, "Decades from now, I will grow old and pass away alone. Initially, I feared what would become of you in my absence. Yet, I am reassured by the presence of Ashura Maru to keep you company. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to restore you to humanity." His heart unwavering, he remained resolute. The night passed in silence. The following morning, within the confines of the room, Tanjiro had already prepared himself, ready to commence his training for the day. However, as he grasped his sword, he sensed someone behind him. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly turned around. To his astonishment, he was nearly struck with terror at the sight before him. Shinazugawa Sanemi, his face marred by scars, was fixating on him with a fierce gaze. Without granting Tanjiro a moment to speak, he coldly declared, "Today, I shall be your trainer. Wake those two up and follow me." "Training, is it?" Tanjiro did not ponder for long. He quickly turned to gaze at Zenitsu, who was still in a deep slumber, and immediately leaned down to call out, "Zenitsu, wake up. We must commence our training." Upon hearing the call, Zenitsu stirred awake, yet his first instinct was to roll over in bed. Another training session? Just 2 days ago had been so arduous. Can't I have one more day to rest? Before he could finish his lament, the formidable Shinazugawa Sanemi stepped forward, glaring fiercely at him, and coldly commanded, "Repeat that if you dare. Get up and train this instant." Faced with such a reprimand, Zenitsu's body began to tremble uncontrollably upon recognizing the familiar face of the Hashira. "Huh, why is the Hashira here? I do not wish to train. You brute." Noticing Zenitsu's persistent defiance, Sanemi raised his fist, ready to deliver a lesson. Fortunately, at that moment, Inosuke also awoke, yet his reaction was the polar opposite. He immediately donned his training attire, brandishing his dual blades, and shouted, "If we are to train, let us make it swift. I wish to become even stronger." Seeing this, Tanjiro genuinely felt elated that Inosuke had emerged from his despondency. Meanwhile, Zenitsu found himself unable to resist and was forcibly escorted out of the room. The four of them made their way from the residence to a nearby rural plain, an area seldom trodden by human feet, perfectly suited for combat. As Sanemi halted his steps and turned to face the trio, he abruptly unsheathed his Nichiren blade, pointing it menacingly at them. "The training begins now. Let it be known that injuries are inevitable." The three did not yet grasp the gravity of the situation, with Tanjiro curiously inquiring, "Sanemi-san, how shall we train?" Zenitsu and Inosuke also regarded him with eager anticipation. In response, Sanemi offered a sinister grin. "Your training today will consist of battling me. I shall not hold back. So brace yourselves for severe injuries." As soon as his words fell, Zenitsu began to panic in front of them, exclaiming, "Ha! We have to fight the Hashira? I refuse. I will be killed." "Calm down, Zenitsu." Tanjiro hastily offered words of comfort, while casting a furtive glance at the increasingly menacing gaze of Shinazugawa Sanemi. If this continued, it seemed that Zenitsu might indeed be struck down. "You truly are a coward." Even Inosuke could no longer bear to watch. He stood firm, dual blades in hand, fully prepared for action. Tanjiro, finding himself with no other option, turned around and drew the Ashura Maru from his waist. "Please advise." It appeared he had truly been provoked, as Mitsuri Kanroji gripped his sword with both hands and charged forward, his blade spinning incessantly. "Allow me to assess your prowess." First form of wind breathing, dust whirlwind slash. The blade stirred a tempest of azure winds, which, as it rotated, expanded outward into a horizontal, azure tornado, sending earth and stone flying in all directions in an instant. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro grasped his sword with both hands. The breath of water, 10th form, flowed ceaselessly. As he spun his body, the power of each rotation augmented, with torrents of water erupting from the blade. With a mighty leap, He coalesced his energy into a roaring water dragon, which he directed with his sword to cleave through the swiftly approaching tornado. At the moment of collision between the water dragon and the whirlwind, an immense sound akin to metal clashing resonated through the air, and Tanjiro was sent flying backward. Had he failed? However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the tornado had veered off its intended path, now hurtling directly towards Zenitsu. Moreover, the immortal Kaneo Shimizu felt a tingling in his arms, unable to suppress an internal admiration for the formidable force that had forcibly altered the trajectory of his sword technique. Yet, upon catching sight of Zenitsu directly ahead, a sinister grin spread across his face. After all, he held a particular disdain for Zenitsu. How could he possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? In an instant, he had closed the distance to the sobbing Zenitsu. Upon seeing the menacing blue tornado looming ever closer, Zenitsu's expression twisted into one of sheer terror, and he cried out in desperation, "Let's talk this out. I don't want to die." Chapter 53. The first battle with Kaneo Shimizu. Zenitsu. Quickly, evade. Tanjiro hastily cried out, yet the distance was insurmountable. Nearby, Inosuke found himself equally powerless. Amidst the cries and gasps, the azure blade halted at Zenitsu's neck, and the swirling tornado dissipated. Zenitsu's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the blade poised against his throat, his heart racing uncontrollably. "I nearly died. That was truly frightening," he exclaimed, just as he was met with a formidable punch from Mitsuri Kanroji, which propelled him backward. He soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing to the ground, foam escaping his mouth as he lost consciousness. Mitsuri Kanroji retracted his hand without casting a glance at the fallen Zenitsu. Instead, he turned to face the two others behind him, his voice cold. "You will not perish, but that does not ensure you will escape unscathed." His focus zeroed in on Inosuke. With a surge of power, he lunged forward. "Am I your target? Ha ha ha, bring it on," Inosuke declared, undeterred, brandishing his twin blades in readiness. Beast breathing, fifth Fong, rampage. Was that a self-created breathing technique? Mitsuri Kanroji was momentarily taken aback, then prepared to counter the impending onslaught with a single-handed grip on his sword. Wind breathing, seventh form, gale force, Tengu wind. He leapt into the air, twisting his body as he swung his Nichiren blade, generating a swift hurricane that sliced through several strikes in an instant. Simultaneously, he delivered a kick to Inosuke's back, sending him sprawling on the ground, sliding a short distance forward. Though his body ached, he was not truly injured and was eager to rise and continue the battle. "Next time, I will definitely strike you." However, Mitsuri Kanroji coldly retorted without turning back, "Be silent. You are already dead. Go sit aside now." Provoked by this reprimand, Inosuke defiantly shouted back, "Huh? Who is dead? I'm still alive." "Is that so?" Mitsuri Kanroji abruptly turned, his fierce gaze sending shivers down Inosuke's spine, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Yet, he did not falter. But mere moments later, Inosuke collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Having completed this, Mitsuri Kanroji turned his attention to Tanjiro, coldly admonishing him, "You are the last one left. Now, give it your all in battle. Hold nothing back. I permit you to wield the power of that blade." "Is it truly permissible?" As Tanjiro was about to voice his inquiry, he steadied himself upon meeting the unwavering gaze of the wind Hashira across from him. "Ashura Maru, lend me your strength," he implored. In response to his plea, Ashura Maru within the blade echoed back with vigor, "Indeed, during the battle at Mount Shichigomo, I have regained some of my powers and abilities. I shall bestow them upon you now." As he spoke, the process of borrowing strength commenced. Subsequently, Tanjiro was able to draw upon demonic power from within himself, albeit with the requisite consent from Ashura Maru. Once the borrowing of power was initiated, Tanjiro also sensed a distinct difference from before. Previously, the demonic power surged through his body, merely enhancing his physical form. However, this time he felt an unprecedented ability to wield this power at will. He could even draw upon the demonic energy within his blade. Moreover, his mind was enriched with newfound memories regarding the application of this demonic force. These were all. Tanjiro was momentarily engulfed in confusion, yet he quickly regained his composure. Addressing the poised and ready Mitsuri Kanroji before him, he respectfully declared, "I am prepared." No sooner had he uttered these words than both combatants launched into action almost simultaneously. Mitsuri Kanroji, wielding the Nichiren blade, surged forward with a speed that far surpassed anything previously witnessed. "Allow me to experience the true extent of your power with the Ashura Maru," he thought, eager to witness firsthand the enhancement that the Ashura Maru would bestow upon Tanjiro. At that moment, Tanjiro stood firm, his hands gripping his sword, and cautioned, "Be careful, Mr. Mitsuri." As he spoke, a dense, inky mist erupted from the blade, and with a swift arc, it coalesced into a crescent slash that hurtled towards his opponent. "What?" Mitsuri Kenroji exclaimed upon witnessing the rapid approach of the crescent strike. Without a moment to spare, he halted, executing his sword technique. Fourth form of the breath of wind, dust storm. Lowering his stance, he swiftly swung his Nichiren blade from below, unleashing a vibrant azure whirlwind that formed a protective barrier around him. As the dark slash collided with the wind blades, it instantaneously tore through two of them, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Tanjiro couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly impressive. The Hashira is indeed formidable." In contrast, after receiving this blow, Shinazugawa Sanemi immediately unleashed the first form of the breath of wind. The blade whirled, gathering a tempest that transformed into a horizontal tornado, hurtling toward Tanjiro. The distance between them swiftly diminished. Tanjiro, adapting to the power bestowed by the Ashura Maru, once again swung his blade. Ashura cannon, 3 blades, 3 daggers, radiating a crimson glow, coalesced before him, akin to arrows piercing the air. They sliced through the tempest, but fortunately, Sanemi managed to deflect them with his spinning Nichiren blade. His heart filled with astonishment. To think it could directly breach my first form's whirlwind. Yet, it seemed to require preparation time. Indeed, close combat was essential. With unwavering determination, he pressed forward, charging relentlessly until he stood directly before Tanjiro in mere moments. Tanjiro simultaneously unleashed the power contained within his blade, releasing a vast expanse of jet-black smoke that surged outward in a colossal circular slash, resembling countless minute blades. Even though Shinazugawa Sanemi swiftly evaded the attack, leaping back with all his might, his left hand was still marred by several shallow wounds. Despite their diminutive size, blood flowed relentlessly from the cuts, refusing to cease. This evoked memories of the ability spoken of on that fateful day. Once struck, the wound could neither heal nor staunch the bleeding. Observing the reality of his situation, he realized the truth of those words. In just a few brief exchanges, Shinazugawa Sanemi had personally experienced the overwhelming power of Ashura Maru, which was utterly monstrous. He began to contemplate how to turn the tide of battle. Across from him, Tanjiro sensed the tremendous consumption of demonic energy that his previous move had required. Recalling that Ashura Maru's inherent power was limited, without a moment's hesitation, he expressed his regret. "I apologize. I did not anticipate that move would deplete so much of your strength. Humph. Can you not be a bit more resolute, Blade Master?" Chapter 54. Next time, I shall be more resolute. Ashura Maru retorted with a hint of frustration. Tanjiro, detecting that the blade harbored no real anger, responded softly, "I apologize. Next time I shall be more formidable." "Very well. This indeed poses a challenge." Ashura Maru, with one hand pressed against his forehead, appeared as though he had been bested, before regaining his composure to ask earnestly, "How well have you adapted to controlling demonic energy?" "It flows smoothly in my usage." Tanjiro immediately responded. Although there was something slightly strange about his words, Ashura Maru thought little of it and continued to advise. "For the time being, refrain from using your abilities. Your primary focus should be on mastering the breathing techniques. Seize this splendid opportunity to refine the dance of the fire god." "I understand," Tanjiro replied, then turned his gaze toward the poised and vigilant Shinazugawa Sanemi, earnestly urging him. "Mr. Sanemi, I will not employ Ashura Maru's powers any longer. I humbly request your guidance to hone my swordsmanship." Sanemi, who had been contemplating his approach to the battle, was taken aback by Tanjiro's earnest plea. After all, he had previously targeted the siblings, yet now he was choosing to set aside grievances and extend his trust. Gazing at Tanjiro's innocent yet resolute visage, he perceived sincerity in his eyes, but still feigned ferocity, stating, "If you choose this path, be prepared to endure my injuries." Harsh words can wound, but Tanjiro had discerned Sanemi's true character. He was clearly a person with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart. Much like Ashura Maru, he often appeared fierce while genuinely caring for others. Nevertheless, this did not deter Tanjiro from smiling as he replied, "It is an immense honor to receive your guidance." Upon hearing this, Sanemi finally felt the warmth that radiated from Tanjiro. Who could possibly harbor ill feelings toward such a person? Yet he maintained his fearsome exterior. Tanjiro, no longer hesitating, gripped his sword with one hand and surged forward with powerful strides, his checkered shirt billowing behind him from the wind's resistance. Accompanying his swift run was the sound of his heavy breaths, flames erupting from the corners of his mouth. Is this the legendary breath of the sun? Upon witnessing the flames, Sanemi observed with interest soon advancing to meet him with his own technique, second form of wind breathing, gale slash. He swiftly swung his blade, instantly unleashing 4 slashing wind blades reminiscent of a ferocious beast's claws. Tanjiro had approached closely, stepping forward as he wielded the Ashura Maru in midair, performing the graceful dance of the fire god Kagura. Flames erupted from the blade, radiating a warmth as intense as the sun, as the blade descended, engulfed in flames. For gusts of wind were entirely consumed by the inferno. More precisely, they made contact with the blade, yet failed to breach its defenses. Confronted by this searing strike, Mitsuri Kanroji had no choice but to retreat a step, his feet shattering the ground as he twisted his body and fiercely slashed upward with his sword. The breath of wind, sixth form, black wind gale. The ascending Nichiren blade carved a spiraling tempest, just as Tanjiro's fiery strike surged forward. In that moment of collision, both forces clashed. Tanjiro's body was uncontrollably lifted by the whirlwind, his strength diminished. Yet, even so, the unwavering Shinazugawa Sanemi below could sense a slight numbness in his hands. This was sufficient to illustrate the immense power Tanjiro possessed. Elevated into the air, Tanjiro held his sword aloft, its blade ablaze with unquenchable flames, invoking the fire god dance. Hiryu. With a single slash, the flames traced a graceful arc through the air. Below, Shinazugawa seemed to have anticipated this moment. Immediately unleashing his sword technique and swiftly advancing to execute a series of slashes as they brushed past one another. The eighth form of wind breathing, initial gale slash. The strikes swirled around Tanjiro like a tempest, perfectly countering his attack, while his body bore multiple cuts. In an instant, blood flowed profusely. Fortunately, these were merely superficial wounds, causing little consequence. However, once on solid ground, Shinazugawa swiftly turned his gaze, fierce as ever, and upon witnessing the wounds heal almost instantaneously, he finally relaxed. Yet, his expression remained one of ferocity. Your sword technique is executed far too carelessly. Faced with this critique, Tanjiro accepted it graciously, responding, I shall be more mindful next time. This humble demeanor greatly pleased Shinazugawa, even softening his menacing gaze slightly. Yet, recalling the Lord's instructions, he coldly commanded, Now, unleash your demon transformation. Allow me to gauge your power in that form. Very well. Tanjiro responded earnestly, then thought to himself, Please, Ashura Maru. Perhaps this was his moment of greatest resolve. Ashura Maru smiled wryly and encouraged him to unleash his desires, allowing him to experience the essence of demonization. As the words fell, a surge of demon power flooded into his body. With Tanjiro's physical enhancement, his endurance was rapidly increasing. As always, faint purple markings began to emerge on his face, enveloping his eyes in a violet hue, altering his entire demeanor. He appeared somewhat cold, yet the tenderness lingering in his gaze remained unmistakable. Was this the manifestation of demonization? Mitsuri Kanroji observed the transformed Tanjiro a short distance away, his expression growing somber. With years of combat intuition, he was certain that Tanjiro was now formidable. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, wielding his blade with one hand, respectfully announced, I shall advance. Please be cautious. With that, he lunged forward, his sword ablaze with brilliant flames. Mitsuri Kanroji was caught off guard by the unexpected speed, barely managing to react in time to counter with his sword technique. This time, both warriors possessed strength exceeding that of ordinary Hashira, engaging in fierce combat upon the plains. In the distance, Inosuke watched the battle, momentarily stunned, and rasped. Has Tanjiro really become this strong? Is he already a Hashira? The clash intensified, reaching a critical point, as both sides prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques, each delivering a strike at the pinnacle of their power. Tanjiro gripped his sword with both hands, raising it high above his head, his spirit reaching its zenith. Dance of the Fire God, Sun Halo Dragon. Flames erupted from the blade, coalescing into a magnificent dragon of fire. Mitsuri Kanroji, too, gathered his strength. Leaping into the air with his sword held aloft, a cerulean whirlwind swirling around him, agitating his uniform. Breath of the Wind, ninth form, VUS Celestial Tempest. In an instant, he unleashed 2 colossal blades of wind. With his sword in hand, Tanjiro leapt upwards, accompanied by a colossal dragon of flames. Chapter 55, Anxious Tanjiro. The fiery dragon, blazing from below, collided midair with 2 massive gusts of wind descending from above. The dragon roared, its body severed by one of the wind blades, while simultaneously, the dragon's head tore through another blade with ferocity. At that moment, the blades of both adversaries clashed violently. In the next instant, Shinazugawa Sanemi witnessed with his own eyes as his Nichiren blade was effortlessly cleaved in two by Ashura Maru. The shattered blade fragments flew away, crashing down to the ground. As the two figures brushed past each other, Sanemi landed and glanced at the broken Nichiren blade in his hand, momentarily taken aback by its destruction. He had never anticipated Ashura Maru to be so incredibly sharp. In contrast, Tanjiro, who had also landed behind him, felt the demonic traits within him rapidly dissipate, his breathing becoming erratic. Nevertheless, he struggled to turn around and bowed slightly, filled with remorse, saying, "I am truly sorry for breaking your Nichiren blade, Mr. Sanemi." Before he could finish, Sanemi turned sharply, his fierce gaze fixed on Tanjiro, interrupting coldly. "There is no need for apologies. Your strength has earned my recognition. Let us conclude today's training here." With that, he turned away, indifferent. Tanjiro, however, hastily stepped forward, urging, "Let me help you treat your wound, or it could worsen." Without giving Sanemi a chance to refuse, he placed a hand on his shoulder, inwardly pleading, "Please, Ashura Maru." At his words, Ashura Maru immediately unleashed demonic energy to mend the wound, replenishing the blood that had flowed away. As Sanemi felt the changes in his body, he once again recognized the formidable power of Ashura Maru, further solidifying his resolve. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, not even a word of thanks. As he simply picked up the broken blade from the ground, without uttering a sound, he departed, leaving Tanjiro with a solitary figure retreating along the rural path, heading towards the Lord's courtyard. Behind him, Tanjiro watched Sanemi's departing silhouette, still feeling a deep sense of guilt. Fortunately, his remorse was soon interrupted by Zenitsu, who had awakened nearby and was complaining loudly. "Oh, my stomach feels like it's going to explode. That guy is bullying people just because he's a Hashira. It's too terrible. I'm going to die." Zenitsu writhed on the ground in distress. Tanjiro, regaining his composure, hurried over and inquired with concern, "Zenitsu, are you all right?" Confronted with Tanjiro's concern, Zenitsu's expression grew increasingly pained, and he hastily trembled as he implored, "How could I possibly be fine? It feels as though my ribs have been fractured. Please, quickly summon Azurumaru to assist me." This did not appear to be an act, for the strike delivered by Shinazugawa Sanemi just moments ago was far from restrained. With a sense of resignation, Tanjiro crouched down, resting a hand on Zenitsu's shoulder. In his heart, he silently implored, "Please, Ashura Maru, heal Zenitsu's wounds as well." "Very well. I shall comply," Ashura Maru replied reluctantly, releasing his demonic energy. Black threads extended from Tanjiro's arm to Zenitsu's shoulder, allowing the energy to flow into him, mending his injuries. Yet, Zenitsu blushed, appearing to revel in the sensation, floating in a state of bliss. "Hee, Ashura Maru is healing my injuries." This foolishly enamored expression caused Tanjiro's lips to twitch involuntarily. He longed to reveal the truth to Zenitsu, but feared the emotional blow it might deliver. Thus, he found himself in a profound inner turmoil. Once Zenitsu's injuries were completely healed, Tanjiro withdrew his hand, looking somewhat troubled. However, he ultimately refrained from speaking his mind and hurried over to Inosuke to tend to his wounds. Although Inosuke appeared severely battered, his injuries were merely superficial, evidently a result of the gentle restraint from Shinazugawa Sanemi. Observing all this, Tanjiro couldn't help but reflect, indeed, Sanemi is a gentle soul. At this, Zenitsu elevated his voice in disbelief. "Huh? That guy is gentle? He broke my ribs." Beside him, Inosuke cast a disdainful glance at Zenitsu, his raspy voice cutting through. "You are truly annoying. Who are you calling annoying?" Zenitsu shot back. Tanjiro, caught in the middle, attempted to mediate. "Please, let us not argue. Let us continue our training together. I still wish to learn your thunder-breathing techniques, Zenitsu." "Humph. First, learn my beast breathing." The three of them continued to practice their total concentration breathing on the vast plain. Meanwhile, Shinazugawa Sanemi arrived alone at the estate, entering a room to report to the master with a respectful kneel. "Master, Tanjiro Kamado has awakened his demon powers, possessing strength that rivals my own. However, his combat skills are still quite immature, yet his sheer power compensates for this deficiency. If he were to unleash Ashura Maru's full potential, even I might not stand a chance against him." He conveyed his observations candidly. In contrast, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, upon hearing this information, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his gaze softening. "You have worked hard, Sanemi. If Tanjiro possesses the strength to defeat you, then I can rest assured allowing him to leave the headquarters to undertake missions." After all, upon understanding Ashura Maru's capabilities, I realize that the only path to rapid growth lies in the battles and slaying of malevolent demons. As the strength has now gained the recognition of Shimi, it is safe to allow him to depart from the headquarters, especially as the number of malevolent demons is on the rise. These wicked spirits shall serve as nourishment for Tanjiro's ascent in power. Muzan Kibutsuji. Your path to demise is already set. Meanwhile, within the intricacies of the infinite castle, a labyrinth of countless structures defying the laws of physics culminates in a wooden platform at its center. A delicate young man with neck-length black hair and a pallid complexion kneels, his deep azure eyes marked with numbers, revealing his identity as the current Lower Moon One, Yamim. Opposite him, on another platform, Muzan Kibutsuji gazes at him with his exceedingly indifferent peach-colored eyes. Chapter 56. The strings of the instrument, severed and replaced as the conversation unfolds. A palpable aura of murderous intent fills the air. Why are the lower moons so feeble? Becoming a member of the 12 Kazuki is merely the beginning. It is time to grow stronger, to become useful. For a century, the upper moons have remained unchanged, yet the lower moons? This time, that demon slayer dispatched 5 of them in one breath. At this thought, Muzan's teeth clenched, a barely perceptible fear flickering in the depths of his gaze. Now, I believe that the 12 Kazuki only require the upper moons. Before your death, do you have anything you wish to say? There is no room for negotiation, only the lamentations and cries as you face your end. Yet, Yamim, being a true aberration, stands unfazed by the threat of death. In fact, his expression grows even more disturbingly flushed as he raises his hands, his eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction. Indeed, it feels as if I am in a dream. To have you personally in my life, I am truly fortunate. This perverse demeanor piqued Muzan's interest, even coaxing a slight smile to the corners of his lips. He then commanded the bloodied tendrils to rapidly extend forth, the lethal tips piercing Yamim's neck, delivering a flow of blood into them. The moment the tendrils retracted, Yamim collapsed, his body writhing uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he were enduring some inhuman torment. Muzan, intrigued, observed Yamim's suffering with keen interest before softly speaking. I have taken a liking to you. This time, I shall grant you a greater share of my blood. However, you may not withstand it and perish, yet if you adapt, you shall grow exponentially stronger. Pausing, he pointed to the ear adorned with a Hanafuda earring and continued. Go forth and slay that demon slayer. Should you succeed, I will bestow upon you even more blood. As the words fell, the sound of a peeper resonated behind. The fallen nightmare was transported from the ever-shifting infinity castle to a desolate street under the night sky. There, the nightmare lay, absorbing the memories coursing through its veins, those of Tanjiro and the collected intelligence. A pained smile crept across its face. To receive your acknowledgement to slay this demon slayer felt nothing short of a dream. Meanwhile, within the infinity castle, Muzan summoned the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki once again. It is essential to note that the demon slayer, suspected of being possessed by the spirit of Yorichi Tsujikuni, was certainly beyond the reach of the nightmare. The blood bestowed upon it was merely a bait among many. To truly vanquish that monster, one would need to be at least an upper moon. However, if even the upper moons were inadequate, it would abandon the pursuit of Tanjiro. As for the deceased upper moons, what of them? Just as a broken string on an instrument can be replaced, as long as its master exists, that is sufficient. On the other side, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Butterfly Mansion, Tanjiro and his companions, after battling with Shinazugawa Sanemi, returned to continue their training in the courtyard. Albeit with moments of respite, Tanjiro sat in the corridor, savoring a rice ball, while 3 young maidens knelt beside him. One of the girls, with a melodious voice, inquired, Mr. Tanjiro, do you engage in total concentration breathing for 24 hours a day? The 3 girls gazed at him with curiosity. Tanjiro glanced at his Nichiren sword, the Ashura Maru, then turned to face the trio, offering a gentle smile as he replied, Thanks to the Ashura Maru, I am now able to maintain total concentration breathing continuously. How impressive! The girls exclaimed, their faces lit with wonder as they looked at the Ashura Maru. One of them eagerly asked, Mr. Tanjiro, would you like to try playing the gourd? With that, she produced a small gourd and placed it delicately on the corridor floor before him. Tanjiro took a bite of the rice ball in his hand, his face adorned with a bright smile as he inquired, Is it necessary to blow the gourd to produce a sound? No, came the girl's melodious voice. It must be blown to pieces. The notion of blowing it up was indeed rather unsettling. Tanjiro picked up the gourd and struck it, producing a resounding thud that clearly indicated it was no ordinary object. Indeed, Miss Kanaho had now managed to inflate a much larger gourd. As the trio prepared to showcase their strength, they noted that the size of the gourd nearly matched Tanjiro's height. Should they give it a try? The trio pondered. Yet, the thought of such a slender girl being capable of bursting this gourd struck Tanjiro with a sense of trepidation. Just as he contemplated whether to attempt it, the voice of Azumaru echoed in his mind. This gourd poses no challenge for you. You have already mastered total concentration. What you need now is to hone your combat skills and refine the fire god dance. Additionally, you must learn more breathing techniques and integrate them harmoniously. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro understood Azumaru's earnest intentions and replied sincerely, "Thank you, Azumaru, for your guidance. I will strive to improve." With that, he rose and approached the large gourd before asking, "May I give it a try?" "Of course." The trio chimed in unison. Nearby, Zenitsu and Inosuke, who had been training fervently, paused to cast curious glances. They soon witnessed Tanjiro forcefully burst the enormous gourd, scattering fragments everywhere. As Tanjiro offered his apologies, the two stood in stunned silence. "This is not good. It seems we have fallen significantly behind," Zenitsu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Despite knowing this would happen, he felt a pang of reluctance. In contrast, Inosuke was straightforward and resolute, declaring, "Humph. Even without that blade's assistance, I can achieve the same." He then resumed his intense training, prompting Zenitsu to temporarily abandon his lazy demeanor and focus on his own practice. Time swiftly passed. The following morning, the three were, as usual, just rising from their slumber. Inside the room, a man draped in a scarlet cloak, exuding an aura of righteousness, appeared. "Kaijiro Rengoku, the flame Ashura? Come, young ones, let us train. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your development. Now follow me." Tanjiro's keen sense of smell detected the overwhelming scent of righteousness emanating from this individual. Undoubtedly, he is a person of exceptional virtue. How splendid! Tanjiro and Inosuke exhibited no signs of resistance, while Zenitsu lay on the bed, rolling and crying out, "I don't want to be beaten anymore. I must atone with my life." Amidst Zenitsu's lamentations, the three once again arrived at the expansive plain, which was unchanged from before, 3 against 1. The flame Hashira, Kyujiro Rengoku, unsheathed his crimson Nichiren blade, a slight smile gracing his lips as his gaze burned with intensity. "Prepare yourselves, young ones. I shall advance." As he spoke, his aura surged forth, his cloak billowing without wind, accompanied by swirls of heat and sparks flying around him. However, Tanjiro, in a moment of urgency, interjected, "Mr. Rengoku, your sword, Ashura Maru, is exceedingly sharp. If we spar, it might become damaged." Unfazed, Rengoku replied with unwavering resolve, "Is that so, young man? No matter. Feel free to attack." "Very well." With that, Tanjiro ceased his hesitation, wielding his blade to execute the fire god's dance. Flames bursting forth in a brilliant display. Is this the breath of the sun? Truly, it radiates warmth and brilliance. Rengoku exclaimed, laughing heartily, ready to experience the moment he had long awaited. Yet, this only brought distress to Zenitsu and Inosuke. Rengoku lunged forward, his blade aimed at the terrified Zenitsu. "Hey, want me first? Don't come near." Zenitsu yelped as he turned to flee. "You'd be better off asleep," Inosuke remarked, barely able to contain his exasperation. "What do you mean, asleep?" Zenitsu began to question, only to be struck by a punch that sent him flying to the ground, rendered immobile. His mind echoed a singular thought. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Be careful, young man. Rengoku tempered his strength just enough to incapacitate Zenitsu without causing harm. He then turned his attention toward Inosuke, charging with the same fervor. "Are you coming at me? This feels oddly familiar." "Never mind." Inosuke, brandishing dual blades, charged forward, ready to confront Rengoku head-on. The two engaged in combat, Inosuke unleashing a variety of sword techniques, while Rengoku refrained from using complex maneuvers, instead opting to consistently employ the breath of flames. This close-quarters battle was evidently designed to hone Inosuke's combat skills. However, it did not last long. Inosuke soon succumbed, collapsing to the ground, surrendering to stillness and ceasing to ponder. At this moment, only Tanjiro remained. Facing Rengoku, he spoke earnestly, "Mr. Rengoku, I humbly seek your guidance." Both parties unleashed their breathing techniques upon this vast plain, engaging in a spirited exchange. Various swordsmanship techniques were executed with finesse. Tanjiro's comprehension of the dance of the fire god has evidently progressed to a remarkable degree, with both the timing of his release and the potency of his technique having significantly improved. Witnessing Tanjiro's advancement fills Kaijiro Rengoku with immense pride. Indeed, young one. I shall nurture you into becoming the mightiest of swordsmen. I am profoundly grateful for your guidance. Tanjiro responded with a smile, while the sword, Ashura Maru, observed the scene and offered a reminder. Tanjiro seized this opportunity to endeavor to wield both breathing techniques simultaneously, achieving a level of fluidity in your transitions. Though these words rang in his ears, Tanjiro found himself reflecting inwardly, questioning, can I truly accomplish this? Recalling the fierce battle at the Spider Mountain, he realized that he had indeed managed to do so before. Bolstered by this newfound confidence, he resolved to embrace the challenge with courage. Tanjiro wielded his blades with both hands, their edges erupting with fierce flames, as he executed the dance of the fire god in a swift flash. His body surged forward, leaping gracefully into the air and executing a spin, the blazing Ashura Maru descending in an instant. It was a striking blow, filled with vigor. Yet, it was too slow. Rengoku Kaijiro's resolute gaze met the impending strike as he unleashed the fourth form of flame-breathing, Flame Vortex. With both hands gripping his sword, he drew a serpentine arc before him, conjuring a vast whirlpool of flames. Tanjiro's blade was intercepted, as the fierce flames intertwined in the very next instant. The once blazing edge of the sword erupted into a tumultuous torrent. Water-breathing, second form, Water Wheel. With both hands gripping the sword, his body, previously suspended in midair, suddenly flipped forward, transforming the swirling waters into a circular formation. It resembled a water wheel. Surpassing the fiery defense, his strike cut through effortlessly. Rengoku Kaijiro had not anticipated this. Instinctively, he attempted to parry, yet against the oncoming Ashura Maru, the Nichiren blade was effortlessly severed. Once the two came to a halt, Tanjiro hurriedly turned around, fervently apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Rengoku, he began, but before he could finish his words, Kaijiro Rengoku, with his broken sword in hand, burst into hearty laughter. Ha! That strike was truly magnificent, young man. To wield two different breathing techniques with such proficiency, you truly deserve the recognition of Ashura Maru. He showed no concern for the shattered Nichiren blade, only an overwhelming pride in Tanjiro's growth. Bending down to retrieve the fractured blade, he turned around with an unwavering smile and said, young man, continue to grow stronger. With that, he turned to leave. Tanjiro gazed at his back, his figure radiating brilliance and strength, and couldn't help but call out, Mr. Rengoku, rest assured, I will become stronger. I believe in you, Rengoku replied, leaving those words behind. Ashura Maru, residing within the sword, couldn't help but smile slightly at the departing Kaijiro. According to the original plot, the ensuing battle with the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, aboard the Mugen train would culminate in this flame Hashira fighting valiantly for others, ultimately falling at the dawn's rise. He would die with hope in his heart, steadfastly upholding his justice and convictions. A truly charismatic individual, Ashura Maru had to concede. Given the current circumstances, for Tanjiro to grow rapidly, aside from mastering the integration of the breathing techniques, he would need to hunt demons. Learning Zenitsu's thunder breathing for fusion enhancement would not be an endeavor accomplished in haste. Ashura Maru's thoughts were now resolute. Once Tanjiro could seamlessly transition between the two breathing styles, he would leave the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to hunt demons. He silently calculated and began to strategize his next course of action. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Tanjiro and his companions returned, burdened yet again, to resume their arduous training. However, fortune smiled upon them the following day, as the long-awaited Kanetetsu finally appeared outside the Butterfly Mansion, bearing a brand-new Nichiren blade. He collided with the exuberant Tanjiro, who cheerfully waved and greeted, Mr. Kanetetsu, how have you been? It has been so long since we last met. Just as the words left his lips, Kanetetsu, without a moment's hesitation, unsheathed a sharp blade and charged toward Tanjiro, cursing, how dare you break my Nichiren blade? I shall slay you for this. You must atone with your life. Chapter 58. Experience the feel of sharpening a blade. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro acted swiftly, evading to the side just in time to narrowly escape the blade wielded by the fearsome steel tomb. As the figure turned towards him, the grotesque visage behind the mask contorted into a terrifying grimace, brandishing the weapon with fervor while vociferously admonishing, you've ruined my blade. This matter is far from over. You scoundrel. In the face of such reproach, Tanjiro offered no justification for his actions. Instead, he immediately expressed his contrition, exclaiming, I am truly sorry. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, and I nearly perished in that encounter. Observing this exchange, The sword known as Ashura Maru bore witness, its corners slightly twitching. 4. To speak with precision, it was indeed the case that the Nichiren blade had been damaged through its own wielding. And outside, the world continued on. Tanjiro never sought to excuse himself. He simply offered apologies. In return, he faced an incessant barrage of accusations and vitriol from Kenitetsu, who proclaimed, "It is solely due to your weakness that the blade shattered. For breaking my sword, you truly deserve to perish." Grasping his weapon, he unleashed a flurry of strikes in response. Tanjiro could only turn and flee, apologizing profusely as he ran, expressing his sincere regrets. Despite possessing the strength to easily subdue Kenitetsuka, he had no intention of fighting back, only continuing to utter apologies. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit. However, Kenitetsuka ultimately had no genuine desire to harm Tanjiro and, after a while, halted in frustration. Tanjiro turned around, exhaling deeply before inquiring, "Mr. Kenitetsuka, have you forgiven me?" Upon hearing this, the previously halted Kenitetsuka seemed to be reignited with fury. "How could I ever forgive you?" Nonetheless, he refrained from attacking again, clearly less enraged than before, yet still harboring an attitude of wanting to strike him down. Tanjiro, seemingly undeterred, stepped forward with a gentle smile and said, "Then, Mr. Kenitetsuka, please allow me to escort you to my residence for some rest." With that, he led the way, while Kenitetsuka followed closely behind, his demeanor unchanged as he continued to scold. "Don't think I will let you off so easily." Tanjiro could only offer a resigned smile in response. The two entered the residence together, arriving at a sunlit side room where they took their seats. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Mr. Kenitetsuka, about my Nichiren blade." Upon the mention of the Nichiren blade, Kenitetsuka's previously tranquil demeanor ignited once more as he lifted his head and bellowed, "Do you still desire the Nichiren blade?" "Absolutely not. It is entirely out of the question. I shall never entrust you with the Nichiren blade." His unwavering stance was indeed admirable. However, Tanjiro could not share in the delight. Without that blade, how would he progress in his training? Moreover, if Mr. Kenitetsuka were to discover that he had inadvertently damaged 2 Nichiren blades, would he not pursue Tanjiro with a blade in hand once more? Just as doubt enveloped him, Kenitetsuka's gaze, hidden behind his mask, fell upon the Ashura Maru at Tanjiro's waist, filled solely with yearning. "Of course, if you wish for the Nichiren blade, it is not impossible." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro snapped back to attention and earnestly asked, "What must I do to earn your forgiveness?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Kenitetsuka, unable to contain himself, eagerly pointed at the Ashura Maru and proclaimed, "Allow me to personally sharpen the blade at your waist, and in return, I shall hand over the Nichiren blade I have forged for you." This condition posed a significant dilemma for Tanjiro, as it was not entirely within his power to decide. And moreover, Ashura Maru seemed to be rather averse to the touch of others. Contemplating this, he clenched his teeth, resolutely preparing to refuse. Yet, a voice echoed in his mind, "Tanjiro, please pass me over. It has been quite a while since I have received any care." To speak frankly, Ashura Maru was quite eager to try as well. After all, now that it was a blade, it was a perfect opportunity to experience the sensation of being sharpened. Upon hearing these words, Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. There was no hint of reluctance in Ashura Maru's tone. It was entirely voluntary, which set his mind at ease. If it were to be forced for his sake, he would willingly forego the Nichiren blade. In the midst of Kenitetsuka's expectant gaze, Tanjiro made his decision. Tanjiro carefully withdrew the Ashura Maru from his waist, presenting it with both hands in a gesture of reverence, earnestly beseeching for the finest sharpening techniques. "Humph, do you presume to know who I am?" came the disgruntled retort. Steel Tomb cautiously accepted the Ashura Maru with equal reverence, cradling it in his hands. The sword appeared flawless in his eyes, a pinnacle of craftsmanship in every aspect, truly a treasure of unparalleled worth. At that moment, his mind was devoid of all thoughts, completely focused on the Ashura Maru, leaving no room for anything else. Turning away, he set the sword down and retrieved a high-quality sharpening stone and tools from his bag, grasping the Ashura Maru with both hands to commence the sharpening process. As he worked, he could not help but murmur in awe at the exquisite technique employed in its creation. Who could possibly be the master craftsman behind this blade? Why had they not left their name? It became clear to him that the artisan must have poured their entire essence into forging this sword at the moment of completion. The need for recognition had likely been rendered inconsequential. With each stroke, the Ashura Maru seemed to respond, akin to a gentle foot massage, surprisingly pleasant. Nearby, Tanjiro attentively observed, determined to learn the art of sharpening the blade himself in the future. After half an hour, Steel Tomb finally ceased his efforts, not because the task was complete, but rather because he realized the blade was impervious to further sharpening. Despite the considerable wear on the stone, the Ashura Maru remained unchanged, its condition still remarkably pristine. Reluctantly, he handed the sword back to Tanjiro and turned to retrieve a brand-new Nichiren blade from his bag. With his masked face suddenly close, resembling a specter, he pointed at Tanjiro with a friendly yet stern reminder. This is the Nichiren blade I bring you. Should you dare to break it again, I shall ensure your demise. Tanjiro sheathed the Ashura Maru and subsequently took hold of the Nichiren blade. As he gripped the hilt with both hands, the blade began to be gradually tainted by darkness. Chapter 59, Special Attention. This was anticipated by both of them. Tanjiro sheathed the Nichiren blade, securing it at his waist, relishing the familiar weight that had been absent for so long. Well, you've acquired the sword, so I must take my leave, remarked Kanetetsu, who held no desire to linger any longer. Having observed the Ashura Maru up close, he was eager to return and continue his endeavor of forging the Nichiren blade, aspiring to create one that was equal to or even surpass the Ashura Maru. Take care, Mr. Kanetetsu, Tanjiro said as he rose, accompanying him out of the side chamber and across the corridor, eventually arriving at the courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion. The two walked together until they reached the entrance of the estate, where they finally parted ways. Watching Kanetetsu's departing figure, Tanjiro waved his right hand in farewell. Until we meet again, Mr. Kanetetsu. However, not far from the exit, Kanetetsu abruptly turned and exclaimed, Do you long to see me that much? Do not forget what I said. If the Nichiren blade breaks again, I shall have no hesitation in ending your life. I will be careful in its use. Tanjiro replied earnestly. Tanjiro refrained from giving a definitive answer, for he too could not foresee whether the Nichiren blade would shatter again in the future. The only assurance he could offer was his commitment to cherish this blade. You'd best keep your word. Otherwise, the next time, my sword shall find its mark upon your neck. Steel Grave grumbled as he departed. Before Tanjiro could even relax, two figures suddenly dashed towards him from behind. To his surprise, they were none other than Zenitsu and Inosuke. They hurriedly approached, with Zenitsu leaping forward in an exuberant manner. Tanjiro is here, he seemed to exclaim, calling out for someone. Sure enough, in the next moment, Tanjiro beheld a robust man with flowing white hair bound by a headband, his muscular physique exuding both strength and elegance. The newcomer was none other than the sound Hashira, Tenjin Uzui. He tilted his head back, surveying the three with a commanding gaze, particularly fixing his eyes upon Tanjiro. Young ones, prepare yourselves for a splendid training session with me, he declared, just as his words hung in the air. Before Tanjiro could utter a word, Zenitsu sprang forth, his countenance twisted in a comical frenzy. What? Aren't you all here to find Tanjiro? I refuse to engage in any battle. If there's to be a fight, count me out. Just bring Inosuke instead. With that, he turned on his heel and fled. However, he was swiftly apprehended by the imposing hand of Tenjin Uzui, who hoisted him by the collar with a smirk and teased. Ah, you must be the little rascal in need of special attention, right? Mitsuri Shinjiro specifically mentioned you. This fellow certainly has a penchant for trouble. Inosuke, observing the captured Zenitsu, let out a raspy, profound sound from his boar mask, leaving even Tanjiro at a loss for words. The three of them remained unchanged as they ventured into the expansive plain. Standing together were Tanjiro and his companions, facing the smiling figure of Uzui Tenjin, who, with a slight upward curl of his lips, declared, Prepare yourselves, for I shall make your defeat most spectacular. He unsheathed the dual blades from his back, releasing them from what appeared to be an iron chain binding them. Without granting the trio a moment to react, he swiftly advanced. Fortunately, Tanjiro sensed the impending danger and promptly warned, He is coming. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Uzui Tenjin was upon them, targeting his first victim, Zenitsu. Witnessing the formidable Uzui Tenjin before him, was utterly flabbergasted, managing only to exclaim, Why is it me again? With a powerful, forceful punch, Uzui struck Zenitsu in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with his head lolling, unconscious. Subsequently, Uzui pivoted, shifting his focus to Inosuke nearby. You shall be next to exit in grand fashion, he taunted. Who was going to exit? It should be you. Inosuke bellowed, brandishing his dual blades and charging forward. A minute later, he lay on the ground, surrendering his thoughts. Everything around him illustrated the astonishing similarity of history. Even the blade, Ashura Maru, seemed to mock him, saying, Tanjiro, it appears you are all alone now. After all, facing a Hashira was an insurmountable challenge. What could Tanjiro say? To grow stronger, one must endure such hardships. With this resolve, he drew the newly acquired Nichiren blade, ablaze with flames, and surged forward to confront Yuzi Tenjin head-on. Is this the breath of the sun? Such magnificent flames! The two engaged in a fierce battle, and this time, Tanjiro's mastery of both breathing techniques had significantly advanced, allowing him to seamlessly switch between them. As the day transitioned into night, Ashura Maru, resting beside Tanjiro's bed, sensed something amiss and glanced outside to find dawn approaching. Soon after, he spotted the sneaky figures of Zenitsu and Inosuke, who quietly rose and carefully opened the door, then dashed away. Their movements were fluid, clearly a hasty retreat to evade trouble. Ashura Maru refrained from mocking them. Had he endured 3 consecutive days of relentless beatings, he would likely have fled even faster. And so, the night wore on until the first light of dawn. As Tanjiro awakened, he opened his eyes and noticed 2 empty hospital beds beside him. He quickly inquired, "Have you seen where Ashura Maru and Zenitsu have gone? Why are they missing so early in the morning?" In response, Ashura Maru, without a moment's hesitation, jested, "They must have fled to avoid being punished alongside you." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro felt no negativity. Instead, he exhaled deeply, finding solace in the realization. So that is the case. Perhaps it is for the best. It is still too early for them to spar with the Hashira, as it would yield little benefit. Indeed, it is more appropriate for them to first refine their breathing techniques. Ashura Maru, who resided within the blade, also offered a timely reminder. You have nearly mastered both breathing styles. After today, prepare to depart from the headquarters to hunt demons. Tanjiro unconditionally chose to trust and obey this suggestion, stating, "Once this morning's training concludes, I shall speak with Lord Ju." Just then, the door to the room was forcefully pushed open, revealing an imposing figure. The newcomer, with hands clasped together and a deep scar across his forehead, bore blind eyes that shed tears. Despite his blindness, he faced Tanjiro and spoke in a solemn tone. "Nemo Amida Butsu. I am Jiomi Himejima, the Stone Hashira. Are you prepared to commence today's training? Show me your determination and resilience." Concerned, Tanjiro gazed into the Hashira's sightless eyes and asked, "Mr. Himejima, it must be painful to be blind. Do you wish to see the light again?" Chapter 60. Confounding Perceptions. Ashura Maru within the blade smirked with satisfaction. Finally, he has ceased to seek my opinion. Outside, Jiomi was momentarily taken aback by Tanjiro's question, mentally commending him as a kind-hearted youth. However, when it came to restoring his sight, he declined, stating, "There is no need for that. I have long since grown accustomed to the darkness." With a dismissive tone, he brushed aside the matter. The importance of possessing sight had diminished significantly for him. Tanjiro could only express his heartfelt regret upon hearing this. The two exited the room and proceeded towards the plains. Once they had departed the butterfly mansion, Zenitsu and Inosuke cautiously emerged. Zenitsu, particularly relieved, gazed at Jiomi's robust physique, trembling as he remarked, "Thank goodness I ran away today. Otherwise, I fear a single punch from him would be my end." This time, even Inosuke hesitated, desiring to grow stronger rather than endure daily beatings. Aside from becoming slightly more resilient, his strength had seen little enhancement. They both felt as though they were subjected to relentless punishment day after day. Who could withstand such a fate? Meanwhile, on the other side, Tanjiro engaged in a sparring match with the Hashira, Kaneo Tsuyuri, upon the vast plains. This battle marked the first occasion when Tanjiro felt his strength being suppressed. The rock pillar, Kaneo Tsuyuri, wielded a meteor hammer connected to a blade by an iron chain, delivering each blow with unparalleled force. This encounter proved to be Tanjiro's most arduous challenge thus far, as he faced an opponent of extraordinary might. Through this confrontation, Tanjiro's combat skills advanced significantly. Upon their eventual separation, Tanjiro returned to the butterfly mansion, where he finally encountered Zenitsu and Inosuke, who were diligently training in the courtyard. Their rigorous practice had notably enhanced their breathing techniques, allowing them to maintain total concentration for extended periods. However, upon seeing Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke appeared somewhat sheepish. "We apologize for our earlier conversation," they began. Tanjiro gently interjected with a warm smile, assuring them that it was quite all right. His words only deepened the sense of guilt felt by the two. However, Tanjiro remained unfazed, accompanying them in their training until dusk, before making his way alone to the depths of the headquarters. Outside the residence, he encountered the scarred visage of Shinazugawa Sanemi, who was tasked with keeping watch. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro swiftly approached and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Shinazugawa, what brings you here?" Shinazugawa, with his fierce gaze, looked back at him, a hint of confusion in his expression. Anticipating this question, Tanjiro promptly began to explain in detail. "It is as follows. Ashura Maru indicated that I have nearly mastered my breathing techniques and suggested that I venture out from the headquarters to hunt demons." Upon hearing this explanation, Shinazugawa showed his support. After all, with his formidable strength, Tanjiro should face no significant challenges. "Please wait a moment. I shall personally inform Lord Mushin," he stated before turning and striding directly into the residence. Tanjiro patiently awaited outside, yet could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Azumaru, do you believe our lord will acquiesce?" "Surely he will," Azumaru within the blade promptly replied, though he swiftly shifted the conversation, adding, "However, I beseech you, refrain from asking me about every little matter in the future." Tanjiro awkwardly scratched his head. Before long, Shinazugawa Sanemi reappeared in his line of sight, gesturing solemnly, "Follow me. My lord wishes to see you." "Understood," Tanjiro replied, hastily jogging forward. He followed closely as they re-entered the courtyard, but this time, they merely passed through it. Making their way into the residence, they soon halted before a brightly lit wooden door, where Shinazugawa Sanemi respectfully announced, "My lord, Tanjiro has arrived. Come in." A gentle and reassuring voice belonging to Ubuyashiki Yoya echoed from within, sounding notably more robust than before his recent illness. Sanemi pushed open the wooden door, and the two entered in succession. They were greeted by a room illuminated by candlelight, and at the center, seated before a folding screen in casual attire, was Ubuyashiki Yoya, who smiled amiably. "Tanjiro, please take a seat," he invited. The two knelt on the tatami mat, their gazes meeting with Yoya's. He looked into Tanjiro's eyes and then glanced at the sword at his waist, Azumaru, before calmly inquiring, "Have you truly resolved to venture out and hunt demons?" The recent surge of demon attacks has become increasingly alarming. It may well be a bait set by Muzan Kibutsuji, aimed at luring you out to eliminate you. It is likely that more than one upper rank may appear. Ubuyashiki Yoya expressed his concerns, wishing to convey the gravity of the situation. Even with the power of the Hashira, the risk of death loomed ominously. Yet, Tanjiro responded with unwavering determination, "My lord, I have faith in Azumaru's judgment." However, Sanemi could not remain silent, immediately standing to interject, "If what the lord says is true, you absolutely cannot leave the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. We cannot bear the cost of losing you." In contrast to Sanemi's firm demeanor, Ubuyashiki Yoya approached the matter with a more measured grace. He suggested, "Perhaps we should first seek the opinion of Mr. Azumaru. I wonder if he would be willing to make an appearance?" The blade at Tanjiro's waist flickered, releasing a cascade of inky black smoke that coalesced into an exquisite silhouette. Under the gaze of the three present, Azumaru had already devised a strategy in his mind. At this moment, he merely needed to articulate his thoughts, naturally rising onto his toes as he landed. His crimson eyes turned towards the figure of Ubuyashiki Wise-Eye before he calmly articulated, "Tanjiro yearns to grow stronger, yet relying solely on conventional training is far too sluggish. Only through relentless battles and the slaying of malevolent demons can he ascend swiftly." This notion was understood by those present. However, their primary concern remained Tanjiro's safety, a matter to which Ashura Maru provided a cogent explanation. "As far as I am aware, Muzan cannot monitor every demon at all times. Moreover, most demons are unaware of Tanjiro's appearance. They may only recognize certain features, such as that conspicuous Hanafuda earring." At this juncture, Ubuyashiki Wise-Eye grasped the implication. By creating a smokescreen of misinformation, it would be exceedingly difficult for Muzan to ascertain Tanjiro's true whereabouts. Chapter 61. "Tanjiro, where are you?" "Indeed," Ashura Maru replied, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Wise-Eye's interpretation. Yet, at that moment, Tanjiro interjected, asserting vehemently, "But this would result in many innocent comrades perishing because of me." His tone was notably resolute, for he could not bear the thought of these warriors dying due to his actions. This sentiment held merit. However, Mitsuri Kanroji would not coddle him. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Tanjiro and reprimanded, "Even without you, there are numerous swordsmen who have perished hunting demons. This is not the time for your selfishness." Even Ubuyashiki Wise-Eye did not immediately dismiss the proposal. To him, sacrifice was an unavoidable reality. For millennia, countless swordsmen had fallen at the hands of demons. If the sacrifice of a few could bring an end to this plight, it would be deemed worthwhile. Even Ubuyashiki, wise eye, would willingly offer his own life for this cause. Anticipating this situation, Ashura Maru had already prepared a countermeasure, and now was the moment to reveal it. His crimson gaze swept across the three present, finally settling on Tanjiro, and with lips slightly parted, he calmly declared, "Rest assured, no one needs to be sacrificed. If you follow my instructions, all will be well." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro finally exhaled in relief. If Ashura Maru had spoken thus, then surely there would be no cause for concern. The once menacing expression of Shinazugawa Sanemi softened somewhat. While he could accept the loss of team members due to Tanjiro, he preferred to avoid casualties whenever possible. As for Ubuyashiki Yoya, no one cared more for these swordsmen than he did. He respectfully requested, "Please, Mr. Ashura Maru, share your thoughts." Upon hearing this, Ashura Maru wasted no time and directly revealed his extensively contemplated strategy to the trio. There was no need for a grand display of ear adornments or imitation of Tanjiro. It sufficed for a select few swordsmen trained in water breathing to don masks and earrings. These warriors would be dispersed across various cities within the nation, periodically sending one to slay a demon before swiftly retreating. After a few days, another team member from a more distant city would make a more conspicuous kill, creating the illusion for Muzan Kibutsuji that Tanjiro had relocated to another city. I can only provide you with this concept. The execution must be determined by you, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as he finished speaking, Ubuyashiki Yoya appeared to be enlightened by these words. If this strategy were executed, Muzan Kibutsuji would inevitably be misled, and with proper coordination, casualties could be minimized. Thus, they could boldly attract attention while Tanjiro and Ashura Maru remained concealed, seizing the opportunity to hunt demons that Muzan typically overlooked. Consequently, even if Muzan sought to eliminate Tanjiro, locating him would prove nearly impossible. Reflecting on this, Ubuyashiki Yoya's gaze towards Ashura Maru transformed. He had not anticipated such a clever stratagem. The plan was indeed feasible, yet Ubuyashiki Yoya expressed his perspective. While it could effectively minimize casualties, the safety of Tanjiro and his companions was paramount. Therefore, he hoped to dispatch 3 Hashira to accompany them. This was the utmost assistance he could offer, considering the numerous responsibilities of the Hashira. Dispatching 3 at once required significant resolve. However, Ashura Maru firmly declined. There is no need. The greater the number, the higher the risk of exposure. 1 Hashira protecting from the shadows will suffice. The remaining Hashira can accompany those disguised as Tanjiro, significantly enhancing their credibility. Despite this, Ubuyashiki Yoya maintained his stance on sending 3 Hashira to discreetly follow, for he believed that there could be no margin for error concerning Tanjiro's safety. However, he was acutely aware that Azuru's resolute stance could not be swayed by his words, so he turned his sincere and gentle gaze towards Tanjiro before him. Yet, under the gaze of their esteemed lord, Tanjiro glanced at Azuru beside him and resolutely replied, "My lord, I trust Azuru's judgment." With matters having reached this point, Kanroji Yoya understood that further words would be futile. Reflecting on Azuru's formidable nature, he perhaps need not worry excessively. With a resigned sigh, he reluctantly acquiesced. "In that case, I must choose to place my faith in you. Now, let us decide which Hashira shall undertake this task." As soon as he finished speaking, the typically taciturn Mitsuri Kanroji cast his fierce gaze upon both Azuru and Tanjiro in succession. He then turned earnestly towards Kanroji Yoya and respectfully bowed, "My lord, I humbly request to be dispatched for this mission." The collective gaze of the others fell upon him in unison. Meeting his eyes, Kanroji Yoya could sense his determination. Although he had initially intended to send the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, for the task, yet, confronted with that unwavering stare, he chose to relent. "Then I entrust this to you, Mitsuri." Upon hearing this, Mitsuri Kanroji knelt on one knee and respectfully responded succinctly, "I will not disappoint your expectations, my lord." With that, Azuru's form dissipated into a swirling black mist, reintegrating into the blade. Kanroji Yoya then addressed the two before him with a gentle and warm smile. "Take care on your journey." Tanjiro and his companion merely nodded slightly before departing the room. As the two exited, the wooden door was closed behind them. Alone, Yoya Shinju knelt in the chamber, gazing at the flickering candlelight beside him, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Muzan Kibutsuji, it seems the tides have shifted decidedly in our favor." Meanwhile, within the Infinity Castle, after convening the upper moons, Muzan Kibutsuji continued to monitor the scattered demons across various locales. transmitting their characteristics to all the fiends in an effort to locate Tanjiro. The upper moons, too, began their search for clues based on the intelligence relayed through Muzan's blood, preparing to obliterate Tanjiro upon discovering him. However, days passed without any trace of Tanjiro, leaving Muzan increasingly restless and anxious. Where on earth is that accursed individual? Moreover, no news had been returned from the upper moons. Where could he possibly be hiding? Do not presume that seclusion guarantees your safety. You must perish. Chapter 62. The journey begins. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Butterfly Mansion. As Tanjiro walked along the path back to the Butterfly Mansion, he found himself alone until he stepped into the courtyard, where a petite figure awaited him. It was none other than the insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho. Upon meeting Tanjiro's gaze, her deep-set eyes maintained their characteristic smile as she approached him, cheerfully inquiring, "You just returned from the Master's quarters. Did something occur?" Feeling a slight blush rise to his cheeks at Shinobu's proximity, Tanjiro replied, "Yes, I am set to depart the headquarters with Ashura Maru tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Shinobu's smile faltered for a moment before quickly returning, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. "But why the rush to leave? Leaving your two friends behind, won't you feel lonely?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro responded with earnest conviction, "Not at all. It is far too dangerous for them to remain with me. It is for the best that they stay behind. Moreover, I aspire to grow stronger, strong enough to protect everyone." His sincere expression resonated with Shinobu, who regarded him with newfound appreciation, yet her smile remained unchanged, unwavering. "Your heart is remarkably pure. It is no wonder Ashura Maru holds you in such high esteem." With that, she turned her gaze toward the inky night and continued, "However, I also wish to entrust my dreams to you." "Dreams?" Tanjiro looked over with a hint of confusion. The notion that humans and demons could coexist peacefully resonated with him, and he firmly believed that such a future was attainable. Upon hearing Shinobu's smiling remark, he sensed an unmistakable tension in the air, as though he could detect the scent of anger. Curiously, he inquired, "Are you upset?" This question pierced through Shinobu's defenses like a sharp blade, causing her smile to fade and be replaced by a trace of melancholy. "Am I angry? Perhaps. Ever since my sister was slain by a demon, I have harbored this anger. Each time I witness a life taken by a malevolent spirit, my fury intensifies. Deep within, I possess an enduring loathing for these demons." The other Hashira likely share similar sentiments. She released the pent-up emotions that had long been bottled inside her. Listening to her, Tanjiro felt a profound empathy, which only strengthened his resolve. "Miss Shinobu, please rest assured that I will ensure everyone accepts Nezuko." "Is that so?" Shinobu's smile returned to its previous warmth. Meanwhile, the sword Ashura Maru seized the opportunity to prompt Tanjiro, urging him to convey a message. Without hesitation, Tanjiro responded, "Of course." He then turned to Shinobu and informed her, "Miss Shinobu, Ashura Maru has something to share with you." Initially inclined to depart, Shinobu paused and sat back down, turning to listen. The once gentle and warm Tanjiro's expression suddenly shifted to one of coldness, locking eyes with her in a way that elicited an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet, she maintained her composure and smiled as she asked, "Mr. Ashura Maru, what is it you wish to tell me?" Even the body of Tanjiro, which had been taken over, felt a flicker of curiosity about what Ashura Maru would say. Without any preamble, Ashura Maru addressed the matter directly. "You can seek out Ubuyashiki Yoya to inquire about a demon named Tamayo. Her knowledge of medicine far surpasses your own. Together, you may study Nezuko's blood. I can sense that she is unlike any other demon. She is truly special." Demon? Shinobu felt a deep-seated resistance within herself. While she could tolerate Nezuko, given that she had not harmed anyone, the identity of this Tamayo raised questions. Despite her uncertainty, she recognized that Ashura Maru must have a valid reason for his suggestion and replied earnestly, "If this is your request, then I understand. Tomorrow, I shall personally consult with Lord Ubuyashiki." After receiving a positive response, Ashura Maru relinquished control over his body, yet Tanjiro found himself in a state of unease. He could not help but internally question, "Ashura Maru, is there a chance for my sister to revert to humanity?" In response to this urgent inquiry, Ashura Maru merely smiled and nonchalantly retorted, "Who knows?" As night fell, the two parted ways, and Tanjiro returned to his chamber, lying upon his sickbed to peacefully endure the night. Until the following morning, Ashura Maru, residing within the blade, witnessed Zenitsu and Inosuke rise once more, preparing to flee. With a sense of resignation, he unleashed his demonic power. conjuring a hand that delivered a resounding slap to the slumbering Tanjiro. The crisp, melodious sound resonated, jolting Tanjiro awake from his dreams. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "What has transpired?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he heard Ashura Maru's displeased voice echo in the minds of the fleeing Zenitsu and Inosuke, reminding them to bid farewell before their departure. "Thank you, Ashura Maru." After expressing his gratitude with practiced finesse, Tanjiro immediately called out to the somewhat awkward Zenitsu and Inosuke, gently articulating, "I must take my leave to hunt demons. Please take care of yourselves." "Eh? You're leaving already?" Zenitsu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. In contrast, Inosuke gasped heavily, shouting, "Then let us go together. Let us hunt demons together." That would be far too perilous. Tanjiro resolutely declined the suggestion, bidding farewell to the two. He then rose to gather his belongings, strapping 2 gleaming blades to his waist and shouldering a wooden box as he exited the residence. Outside the estate, Mitsuri Kanroji leaned against the wall, having awaited Tanjiro's arrival for some time. Upon spotting him, she casually tossed a fox mask in his direction. "You shall wear this mask, and don't forget to remove your Hanafuda earrings as well. It's getting late. We must depart." Without a backward glance, she began walking ahead. Watching her retreating figure, Tanjiro clutched the fox mask to his chest and removed the Hanafuda earrings from his ears. "Thank you very much, Mr. Kanroji." The two set forth on their journey as the dark crows soared through the sky, cawing ominously, "Northwest, northwest, there are people missing." Chapter 63, The Hunt Begins. Amidst the cawing of the crows, the figures of the two gradually faded into the distance. In Tokyo's Shinjuku district, on the fringes of this bustling metropolis, a young girl clad in a kimono walked home alone. The streets were eerily deserted. However, thinking of her impending arrival home, she quickened her pace, softly murmuring, "It seems like someone has gone missing around here again. If it weren't for my date with Tanaka-kun, I wouldn't be out this late. I hope everything will be all right." No sooner had she spoken than a broad hand clamped over her mouth from behind, stifling her voice and forcing only faint whimpers from her lips. Illuminated by the moonlight, a grotesque demon loomed behind her, extending its tongue to lick her cheek, its sinister smile revealing, "Out so late and all alone? It seems I must teach you a lesson." With that, its other hand wrapped around her waist, dragging her into a shadowy alleyway while taunting, "How shall I begin to savor you?" The words of the young maiden indeed suggest that one should first savor the innards. I leaned closer to her ear, laughing with wild abandon, proclaiming that her liver is quite delectable, especially when unearthed, allowing me to relish the taste of her essence. At that moment, despair began to envelop her, her body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. However, within this alley, as the malevolent fiend pinned her to the ground, preparing to feast upon her, a figure adorned with a fox mask emerged at the entrance. It was none other than Tanjiro, who had hurriedly arrived. With a swift draw of his Ashura Maru, he advanced purposefully. The blade shimmered with the flow of water, executing the third form of water-breathing, flowing dance. He leapt forward and, in her wide-eyed horror, the demon had no time to react, barely turning its head. "I detest being interrupted during my meal. You seem to be courting death. Let us perish together." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a figure wielding the flowing blade surged past. In an instant, the demon's head was severed from its body, flying away and rolling on the ground, still in disbelief at its own demise. Soon after, both head and body swiftly turned to ash, dissipating into nothingness. Tanjiro then approached the maiden, sheathing his sword, and gently extending his hand towards her, offering a reassuring smile. "It is all right now. Are you injured anywhere?" At his words, the shaken maiden regained her composure, her gaze falling upon the boy in the fox mask. Hesitant, yet yearning for solace, she grasped his outstretched hand, laced with lingering fear, stammering her gratitude. "Thank you." In response to her thanks, Tanjiro firmly helped her to her feet, his tone softening. "No need to thank me. Please be cautious in the future and avoid wandering alone at night." His gentle words brought a sense of peace. The maiden, curious about the visage behind the fox mask, could not refrain from asking, was that creature a human? Her uncertainty was palpable. Tanjiro, with no intention of concealing the truth, replied straightforwardly, "That was a demon, and I am a swordsman dedicated to slaying demons. If you are unharmed, please return home safely. The demon shall no longer trouble you." With that, after confirming her safety, Tanjiro turned to leave the alley. The maiden, watching his retreating figure, inquired, "Might you tell me your name?" Considering the situation, Tanjiro, without looking back, answered, "I'm afraid I cannot." Having spoken, he vanished into the alley. Alone, under the cloak of night, he hastened toward his next destination, unwilling to squander the precious time afforded to him by his fellow comrades. In this moment, he was either hunting demons or traversing the path to do so. Meanwhile, in Yokohama, within a desolate mountain village, rumors of malevolent spirits preying upon the innocent persisted. Yet today, several demon slayers had arrived, among them the formidable serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. Additionally, amidst the crowd stood a youth adorned with a fox mask, clad in the uniform's checkered shirt, complete with ear accessories and dual blades. At first glance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Tanjiro. The group advanced through the darkness, boldly capturing a man-eating demon within a warehouse. Before its capture, the demon had already recognized the attire imprinted upon the minds of all demons by Muzan. It was unmistakably the demon slayer that the powerful figure sought to eliminate. In the throes of intense emotional turmoil, although it could not relay this information to Muzan, the latter was quick to sense the shift. When its gaze fell upon the demon, it peered through its eyes to discern the figure within the crowd, obscured in the warehouse's inky shadows. For a fleeting moment, it could not ascertain the identity. However, the distinctive attire and the ear accessories subtly hinted at its identity, while the reason for the mask remained unexamined. During this period of silence, the lack of information had nearly driven it to madness. Now, with news in hand, it was imperative to dispatch someone for confirmation. Regardless of the veracity, it promptly relayed the message to the upper moons, with the closest being the fifth upper moon, Gyako. This peculiar demon resided within a pot, its mouth situated between its eyes, while its gaze was divided between its chin and forehead. The sight was exceedingly bizarre, and its body was adorned with numerous infant-like arms. Upon receiving the command, one mouth extended its tongue to lick the corner of its mouth, while another exclaimed with excitement, "Has that demon slayer appeared? I shall slay him and transform him into a piece of art to present to Lord Muzan." Its form retracted into the pot, which then burrowed underground, swiftly making its way toward the mountain village. Within the warehouse, the figure resembling Tanjiro executed the water-breathing technique, severing the demon's head with a single strike. Upon witnessing this scene, Muzan's suspicions were confirmed. The imposter was indeed Tanjiro. A cruel smile crept across his face as he declared, "I found you." Targeted by the relentless pursuit of the demon slayers, the likes of Ahei Kobane swiftly severed the head of the malevolent being and promptly departed from the scene. They resolved to adhere to their plan, opting to conceal themselves for a time. By the moment Yuhua arrived, not a trace of them remained, and dawn was fast approaching. Their only choice was to remain hidden for the time being. Chapter 64. Brothers united in heart this time. Their efforts proved futile. As night fell, Yuhua commenced tracking the remnants left by the Demon Slayer Corps. In the Infinite Castle, Muzan kept a vigilant eye on the unfolding events. Yet, after 2 arduous days of searching, the departing swordsmen remained elusive, as if they had vanished into thin air. Just as Muzan could no longer contain his simmering fury, he sensed a surge of emotional turbulence among the demons. Shifting his gaze, he indeed spotted the figure of the demon hunter once more. However, this time, the figure appeared in Asakusa, a considerable distance from Yuhua's location, and with no upper moons in proximity, Muzan was compelled to summon him back to the Infinite Castle. With an expression devoid of emotion, he detached Yuhua's head, holding it in his hand as he coldly regarded him. "Yuhua, that band of demon hunters has surfaced in Asakusa. I command you to proceed immediately and eliminate them all. I do not wish for a repeat of previous events." Yet, at this moment, Yuhua exhibited not an ounce of terror, but rather an air of indulgence, a faint blush gracing his pallid visage. To be held by Lord Muzan in such a manner is simply exquisite. Rest assured, my lord, I shall assuredly vanquish that demon hunter and transform him into a flawless masterpiece. Do not let me down. Muzan, in a swift motion, cast the head away. Accompanied by a resonant sound akin to a pipa, Yuhua was once again teleported to a town near Asakusa, reattaching his head to his body, twisting his form as he submerged back into the vessel. Thus, he vanished silently into the embrace of the night. Meanwhile, Tanjiro once again arrived at a desolate village, guided here by the crow's reminder. As he stepped into the village, his keen sense of smell detected the foul stench of demons permeating the air. Furthermore, his blade, Ashura Maru, aptly warned him that at least 7 demons lurked nearby, though their strength was not formidable, residing within the dilapidated mansion directly ahead. "Thank you, Ashura Maru," Tanjiro replied, hastily making his way towards the forsaken estate. Perhaps due to the passage of time or prolonged neglect, the mansion appeared exceedingly decrepit, with its outer walls teetering on the brink of collapse and most areas reduced to mere supporting columns. The moment he stepped inside, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Tanjiro drew the Ashura Maru from his waist and immediately spotted a robust demon standing in the courtyard. Although he felt a pang of regret, he resolutely declared, "I must slay you." The demon turned its gaze, confronting the figure illuminated by moonlight, a human wielding a sharp blade and adorned with a fox mask. Unable to restrain itself, the demon sneered, "I was planning to hunt, but it seems dinner has come to me. Watch as I leave not a single bone behind." The commotion drew the attention of other demons lurking in the dilapidated house behind, and soon several more emerged. "A human has delivered itself to us? What a stroke of luck. Let us devour him. Step aside. This human is mine to claim." Before Tanjiro could make a move, the demons were already embroiled in a dispute over their potential meal. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, viewed merely as prey, assessed the situation and confirmed the presence of 7 demons. With resolute determination, he advanced, wielding his blade with a single hand. Employing the water-breathing technique, he swiftly dispatched them all. Without pausing for a moment, he hurried to his next destination. He could not afford to waste a single second. As time progressed, a fleeting 7 days passed, and Muzan finally sensed something amiss. Each time the demon slayer appeared, he would vanish immediately, only to re-emerge a day later in a distant location, with all the individuals wearing masks. It dawned on Muzan that he had been outmaneuvered by the demon slayer corps. At this rate, he would never be able to locate the hunter. Muzan Kibutsuji, with a furrowed brow, muttered to himself, "You think you can outsmart me, brother?" In the Infinity Castle, his face darkened, and even the experiments before him faltered. He turned abruptly to Nakheim and commanded, "Gather all the upper moons. If I cannot find you, then I shall draw you out." In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Throughout this period, the actions of the Demon Slayer Corps remained uneventful, yet Ryoya Shinjiro understood well that the more serene the surface, the more turbulent the undercurrents. It was akin to the eerie calm before a storm. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the past fortnight, Tanjiro has vanquished over 100 malevolent demons, resulting in a significant transformation of his physical prowess. Alongside this, his companion, Ashura Maru, has once again unlocked the ability to manipulate the air. Meanwhile, the crow soaring overhead has delivered new intelligence, opening its beak to declare, "Southeast, southeast, a butcher lurks there. Is there yet another mission at hand?" After Tanjiro vanquished the demon before him, he sheathed his sword and turned to gaze at the crow that had settled upon his shoulder, perhaps burdened by the weight of countless expectations. Tanjiro had grown considerably more composed. "Let us depart, Ashura Maru," he uttered to himself, despite receiving no reply. Not far behind, Shinazugawa Sanemi had completely changed his perception of Tanjiro during this time. While he was compassionate enough to sometimes empathize with demons, he remained unyielding when it came to delivering lethal blows. Without a doubt, he was a proficient demon slayer, which further solidified his belief in Tanjiro's potential to ultimately slay Muzan Kibutsuji. The two did not pause, swiftly making their way toward the next destination, Tokyo Shinjuku. This place was equally a marvel of modernity, yet it placed a greater emphasis on industry, with factories and railway tracks visible at every turn. Upon their arrival, the sun blazed high in the sky. As Tanjiro traversed the bustling streets, he could not help but overhear the hushed whispers of the passers-by. It was said that yet another victim had fallen prey to the infamous Ripper last night. Was it truly the work of that fiend once more? One could only wonder how the police were faring, as they had yet to apprehend the perpetrator. The dread had become so palpable that venturing out at night had become a source of anxiety for many. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro, without a moment's hesitation, approached the group engaged in conversation and respectfully inquired of a plain-featured middle-aged man among them. "Excuse me, could you please tell me where the Ripper claimed his latest victim?" The group turned their gaze towards him, and the unassuming man relaxed his guard upon realizing the question came from a mere youth. He assumed it was merely curiosity, yet deemed it prudent to offer a warning. "The incident occurred near the train repair station. However, I strongly advise against going there. Several lives have already been lost. The area is exceedingly perilous." Chapter 65. The Infinite Train Arc. "Thank you for your caution. I am immensely grateful." Tanjiro bowed deeply and turned away, walking briskly without looking back, inquiring along the way as he hurried towards the vicinity of the train repair station. His nose twitched as he began to search for the scent of demons along the path, aided additionally by the radar-like abilities of Ashura Maru. Tanjiro merely needed to ascertain the general location, and with the assistance of Ashura Maru, precise positioning could be achieved. The efficiency of their combined efforts in tracking demons was extraordinarily high. However, upon reaching a particular street, Tanjiro indeed detected the faint lingering scent of a demon in the air, albeit not overwhelmingly potent. It was evident that a demon had recently passed through this area. Yet the scent was faint, suggesting a transient presence. As he analyzed the situation based on the aroma, he followed the residual scent, only to realize that the entity seemed to be meandering in circles. The streets surrounding him were imbued with the scent of demons from all directions, making it exceedingly difficult to discern its exact location. Just as Tanjiro began to feel a sense of frustration, Ashura Maru's exasperated voice echoed in his mind. Are you foolish? If tracking is unfeasible, why not lie in wait here? It would also afford you a moment to rest. Do use your brain more often, will you? This reminder snapped Tanjiro back to his senses. The dense and intricate aroma of demons suggested that he was near the hunting grounds of the creature, and perhaps staying put to ambush it was indeed a viable strategy. My apologies, I have been a tad too impatient, he reflected, acknowledging the truth in Ashura Maru's words. He feared squandering precious time. Since departing from the Demon Slayer Corps, he had hardly rested, relentlessly pursuing demons day and night. Even his companion, the ever-vigilant Shinazugawa Sanemi, could sense the fatigue weighing upon him. Fortunately, Tanjiro finally halted his relentless pursuit and found a secluded alleyway to sit down and succumb to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Shinazugawa could finally take a moment to rest as well. As night fell, in the pitch-black alley, Tanjiro was abruptly jolted awake, his nose detecting the foul stench of a demon in the air. He sprang to his feet and dashed out of the alley, glancing towards the street he had just traversed. There, he beheld a figure rapidly approaching, a bald creature clad in shades of gray-brown, its skin adorned with blue markings, and its eyes an eerie shade of dark green. The demon, upon spotting Tanjiro, was filled with revulsion at his attire. A demon slayer, you say? I shall relish in torturing you to death. Ha ha. With that, it accelerated once more, resembling a streak of blue light racing towards him. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro swiftly drew the Ashura Maru from his waist, his enhanced gaze fixated upon the demon before him. Yet, he could not suppress his astonishment. How incredibly swift! The demon, reveling in the compliment, grinned widely and boasted, I am the fastest. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it lunged forward, its sharp claws aimed directly at Tanjiro's chest. In contrast, Tanjiro gripped his blade with both hands and executed a downward slash, cleaving the demon's hand cleanly in two. The demon, realizing the threat posed by Tanjiro, retreated immediately. In that fleeting exchange, it recognized that this adversary was not to be trifled with. Thus, it opted not to linger. It withdrew rapidly, sneering, You are quite formidable, but I must go consume some humans. Can you keep up with my speed? Haha. By the time you arrive, all that will remain is the corpses I've devoured. However, as the demon spoke, it appeared to notice something amiss, glancing down at its severed hand with confusion. What has happened to my hand? Before it could finish, a Nicaran blade suddenly emerged from behind, severing its head from its shoulders, followed by a flurry of strikes that reduced its skull to mere fragments. Not even a final utterance escaped its lips. The Ashura Maru couldn't help but remark, indeed, swift in life, swift in death. Emerging from behind was the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, who fixed Tanjiro with a fierce glare and admonished, in the future, aim for a single decisive strike. Do not grant these demons any opportunity to retaliate, understood? I understand. Mr. Shinazugawa, Tanjiro replied earnestly. Tanjiro hastily sheathed his blade and offered a response. Shortly thereafter, a messenger crow appeared above them. With the arrival of reinforcements, they boarded the Infinity Train. Following the crow's announcement, 3 figures gradually emerged into view. To their astonishment, it was none other than the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, along with Zenitsu and Inosuke. Their reunion was indeed poignant. Tanjiro looked at the 3 with surprise, a genuine smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Mr. Rengoku. In front of him, Kaijiro Rengoku met his gaze with bright eyes, generously praising, You've become even stronger, young man. Zenitsu, with a cry of joy, dashed forward, yearning for a hug, yet his eyes remained fixated on the wooden box and the sword, Ashura Maru, at his waist. Inosuke joined in, laughing heartily, Ha ha ha. I have grown stronger too, Tanjiro. The trio engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Kaijiro Rengoku approached Shinazugawa Sanemi. his gaze intense as he began discussing the details of the upcoming mission. This task arose from the mysterious disappearance of over 40 passengers aboard the Mugen train, and its purpose was to investigate and eliminate the malevolent demon wreaking havoc on the train. Upon hearing this, Sanemi nodded slightly, stating, "I care not for the mission's significance, but under no circumstances should Tanjiro's safety be compromised." Rengoku concurred, turning his determined gaze toward the three and affirming, "Indeed, Tanjiro's safety is paramount. I would lay down my life to protect him." He further added, "I have already inquired with the train repair station, and the Mugen train will resume operations tomorrow. We can board in the evening. Until then, let us find a place to rest." The others readily agreed, and under the cover of night, they sought refuge in an inn. It was not until the following evening that they emerged from the inn and made their way to the nearby station to purchase tickets. Upon entering the platform and witnessing the Mugen train slowly approaching, Inosuke spread his arms wide, his expression beneath the boar mask one of astonishment. "What manner of creature is this? This beast must surely be the ruler of this land," he exclaimed, drawing his sword. Behind him, Tanjiro quickly intervened, saying, "Wait, Inosuke. Perhaps this is the guardian of the land. Drawing your blade recklessly could lead to dire consequences." Zenitsu, unable to contain himself, chimed in, "You two country bumpkins. This train is merely a means of transportation for people." As they grumbled, a group of individuals boarded the train. Chapter 66. The train had taken on the shape of a nightmare, and within the blade, the Ashura Maru confirmed through its senses that this infinite train had indeed transformed into a specter, unmistakably the manifestation of the lower moon's first nightmare. It seemed to be in a phase of merging with the train, though the extent of this fusion remained uncertain to Ashura Maru. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At present, Tanjiro had his own support. With his abilities fully unleashed, he could eliminate it with a single strike. The true concern lay with the imminent appearance of Akaza. In the external realm, the 5 travelers had settled within the train, taking their seats in the 4th carriage. Rengoku Kaijiro was the first to occupy a forward position, cheerfully inviting, "Please, take a seat here, Tanjiro." Responding to his words, Tanjiro hesitantly settled beside him, next to the window. Meanwhile, Inosuke was exuberantly banging on the glass, exclaiming, "This iron behemoth's interior is incredible. You fool, do not shatter the glass." Zenitsu hurriedly intervened, fearing that the next moment would see the glass splintering. Realizing he could not restrain Inosuke, he reluctantly opened the window. Across from them, Tsuchikuni Yorichi observed the 2 raucous individuals with a furrowed brow, his displeasure palpable. These 2, particularly the one with yellow hair, stirred a desire within him to deliver a strike. On the other side, Rengoku Kaijiro, arms crossed over his chest, addressed Tanjiro with utmost seriousness. "Come, be my successor. I shall devote myself entirely to your training. Rest assured, you will thrive here." At this, Tanjiro could no longer maintain his composure. "Isn't that a bit excessive? And what exactly are you looking at?" The train sped along the tracks. At that moment, dusk had faded entirely into night, and looking out the window revealed an endless expanse of darkness. The group became cautious, for nightfall signified the emergence of demons. Just then, the door at the rear of the carriage swung open, revealing a gaunt conductor who, holding a ticket puncher, announced, "Esteemed passengers, please present your tickets." Tanjiro, still somewhat puzzled, inquired about the purpose of the action. The train attendant, after inspecting the tickets, would clip them to eliminate any possibility of fare evasion. Rengoku Kaijiro patiently provided an explanation. At that moment, the attendant approached them, and Rengoku handed over his ticket, which was subsequently clipped to create a notch. However, none of them noticed the subtle transformation of the text on the ticket at the moment it was clipped. One by one, Tanjiro and his companions had their tickets clipped, oblivious to the changes occurring on them. Yet, the blade-wielding Ashura Maru was acutely aware. The ticket served as the medium through which the dream manipulation ability operated. The reason for not alerting them was merely to pass the time. After all, there remained a considerable distance to their destination, Akaza. At this juncture, allowing them to indulge in a pleasant dream seemed fitting, especially since he could awaken them from slumber at any moment. "Have a sweet dream, Tanjiro," he thought. As soon as the ticket was clipped, they succumbed to sleep. Ashura Maru silently observed Tanjiro's spirit realm, watching him revel in a family reunion, captivated by his joyful smile. While quietly studying the structure of this dream, he noted that it was utterly incomparable to his own. He could command the entirety of the spiritual world, while the dream merely carved out a small room within it, easily shattered. The blood demon art of the dream was akin to enforced slumber, but encountering him would spell misfortune for the dream. With his presence, Tanjiro was entirely immune to the dream's blood demon art. Meanwhile, within the first carriage, a disembodied hand of the dream moved independently across the floor, adorned with eyes and a mouth, facing for humans. Its mouth opened to emit a languorous voice soon. Sleep will deepen, and you shall bind one another with the ropes I provide. However, be cautious not to touch each other's bodies, as formidable demon slayers are easily roused by external stimuli. My dream is not boundless. You must find the edges. Use the pointed cones I give you to breach the boundaries and disrupt the core of the subconscious outside. I am unable to leave the front of the train for now, so if you wish to enjoy a good dream, you must exert yourselves. The four individuals, a mix of men and women, appeared weary, each grasping a shimmering, sharp cone. They had resolved to proceed towards the carriage where Tanjiro and his companions resided, each selecting one of them to target, while they temporarily overlooked Mitsuri Kanroji, whose scars were indeed intimidating. In the realm of dreams, they embarked on their mission. Tanjiro had reverted to his former self, shedding his uniform and Nichiren blade, kneeling in solitude within the confines of his room. Before him appeared his long-deceased siblings, alongside their mother, creating an illusion of warmth and joy. Yet, an unsettling instinct compelled Tanjiro's hand to reach for his waist, an inexplicable sense of loss gnawing at him, as if something profoundly significant had slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, in the recesses of his dream, a frail boy wielding a sharp cone stood at the edge of the surreal realm. Is this the place? With a thrust of his cone, he pierced through the boundary and stepped into Tanjiro's subconscious. He found himself at the junction of sky and sea, where the cerulean heavens and white clouds mirrored upon the vast, tranquil ocean below. As a gentle breeze caressed his cheek, the boy was utterly awestruck, unable to suppress a whisper. Is this truly the essence of his heart? No sooner had he spoken than a voice emerged from behind him. Isn't it beautiful? Azumaru's crimson gaze fell upon the boy, though his demeanor betrayed a hint of discontent. The boy, taken aback by the presence of another in this ethereal space, was mesmerized by the exquisite beauty of a stunning maiden, momentarily lost in her allure. He responded instinctively, "It is astonishingly beautiful and warm." Azurumura nodded slightly, advancing with purpose. "You speak wisely, but since you have arrived here, I must bid you farewell." With a flick of his wrist, dark smoke enveloped him, transforming into lethal spikes aimed at the boy. In that instant, terror gripped the boy, and he shut his eyes tight, trembling uncontrollably, yet the anticipated death did not come. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a luminous hand formed of radiant light shielding him, its gentle warmth coaxing tears from his eyes. An instinctive desire to protect others? Truly, that is your essence, Tanjiro. Chapter 67. The Shattering of Dreams, Awakening of Souls. Azuru, reconsidering his course of action, lifted his slender right hand and snapped his fingers. "This time, I shall spare you. Now, depart." The sharp sound of his fingers echoed in the boy's ears, plunging his consciousness into an abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, in another realm of dreams, Tanjiro sensed an anomaly, racing alone into the frigid wilderness blanketed in snow. "Tanjiro, what troubles you?" The calls of his mother and family echoed behind him. Despite their pleas, Tanjiro lowered his head and pressed on, murmuring, "I wish to remain here forever. Everything was so beautiful, my family healthy and happy. But it is all a fade. I have lost everything. Now, all I can do is seek vengeance for you." With unwavering determination, he dashed through the frigid landscape, summoning all his strength to cry out, "Ashura Maru." No sooner had the words left his lips than Ashura Maru materialized behind him, stepping forward with a teasing remark. "Are you so eager to leave this place? I deliberately refrained from waking you immediately." In response to the jest, Tanjiro's expression remained remarkably calm, yet his gentle eyes brimmed with resolve. At this moment, his heart was consumed by the desire for vengeance. "Please, Ashura Maru, allow me to depart from here." His will had never been so resolute, perhaps rekindled by the sight of his family, making him acutely aware of his profound losses. The only course left for him was to ensure that Muzan Kibutsuji faced the consequences he rightly deserved. Upon hearing this, Ashura Maru feigned helplessness, waving his hand and declaring, "Since this is your request, then awaken now." With that, the dream shattered. Tanjiro, who had been slumbering on the seat, jolted awake, quickly scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. His gaze fell upon several of his companions, who were still asleep, and he noticed a rope binding his wrist to that of a boy behind him. Who are these people? And that rope? Ashura Maru, please wake Zenitsu and the others. Without pausing to ponder, Tanjiro sprang to his feet. Meanwhile, Ashura Maru released tendrils of inky smoke, connecting them to the remaining four, shattering their dreams. However, during this process, he witnessed their dreams firsthand, particularly Zenitsu's, who appeared to be frolicking and laughing in a rather lewd manner. Ashura Maru and Nezuko, wait for me. Unable to contain himself at the sight, Ashura Maru's lips twitched, and he exerted his power to control the false version of himself within the dream. Just as Zenitsu was about to pounce, he delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling backward. In Zenitsu's bewildered gaze, Ashura Maru approached, his sharp crimson eyes looming over him as he coldly declared, "Actually, I am a man." Stunned by the revelation, Zenitsu paused for a moment before erupting into a shrill scream, his expression spiraling into chaos. No, it can't be. Ashura Maru cannot be a boy. This must be a dream. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Amidst his cries, the dream shattered, and Zenitsu successfully escaped its confines, awakening with terrified eyes, shouting, "It's all a lie." As he regained his senses, he noticed the others staring at him with peculiar expressions, causing him to feel a surge of embarrassment. Yet, upon confirming that it had merely been a dream, he finally exhaled in relief. But as he looked down, he saw the rope binding his wrist to that of another boy. Who is this guy? What is this rope? The remaining few who had awakened were also somewhat perplexed. But fortunately, Tanjiro quickly elucidated the situation. Just now, we all fell victim to the blood demon art, forcibly plunged into slumber. That train ticket bore the scent of a demon, likely serving as the medium for the blood demon art. Thankfully, with the presence of Ashura Maru, we were able to awaken. Has the demon already manifested? Upon hearing this, Rengoku Kejiro rose, scanning the surroundings with the keen vigilance of an owl, missing no detail. Strangely, Zenitsu was not ensnared by the chaos. Instead, he seethed inwardly, vowing that such a nightmarish experience was unforgivable, and he would certainly slay the creature responsible. As for Inosuke, he had yet to return from his dream. In stark contrast, the stoic Mitsuri Kanroji had already drawn her Nichiren blade, her gaze fierce as she demanded, "Where is the demon? I shall slay it at once." With that, the three who had been slumbering beside them suddenly rose, standing in the aisle of the carriage, armed with sharp spikes. One girl, her face contorted with ferocity, glared at the boy behind Tanjiro, admonishing, "What are you still staring at? If you don't hurry to help, I will inform that guy, and you can forget about dreaming sweetly again. Aren't you already afflicted with tuberculosis?" Yet, despite this, the boy remained silent, tears streaming down his cheeks. In the face of these three, Tanjiro swiftly maneuvered between them, striking them unconscious with a precise blow. His heart heavy as he remarked, "I apologize. While the dreams may be beautiful, one must ultimately confront reality." As he spoke, Zenitsu pointed at the boy, reminding it, "There is still one here, Tanjiro." When they turned to look, they saw the boy slowly rising, mustering a weak smile upon his pale face. "Thank you, please be careful. It's at the front of the train." However, Tanjiro, noting the boy's ashen complexion and recalling the girl's mention of tuberculosis, silently prayed, "Ashura Maru, please cure his illness." In response, Ashura Maru, without further ado, unleashed his demonic power, weaving threads that connected to the boy, completely healing his affliction. He then stated, "You are healed. However, I must caution you. This demon has fused with the train itself, so you should act swiftly to eliminate it." "Thank you, Ashura Maru." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro regained his composure and urgently alerted the others. "Everyone, Ashura Maru informed me that this demon is merging with the train, and our time is running short. Follow me." As he spoke, Tanjiro swiftly led the way towards the front of the train. However, upon opening the carriage door, a ghastly stench assaulted his senses. Strangely, the source of that odor emanated from the train's roof. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto the rooftop. In the inky darkness of the night, illuminated by the moonlight, he immediately spotted the lower moon one, Inmu, standing atop the first carriage. Chapter 68, Zenitsu's secret technique. The others quickly followed him to the roof, which caught Inmu's attention. He slowly turned to face them, the wind tousling his hair as he stood atop the train. Despite the circumstances, his expression remained remarkably composed. And with a casual wave and a faint smile, he remarked, "Ah, have you all awakened? You could have slept a little longer, after all. We are just about to finish up, aren't we? But why is it that I cannot see your faces clearly in my dreams? How peculiar. Wearing that fox mask. You wouldn't happen to be a substitute for that fellow, would you? And those over there, how delightful it must be to reunite with family. How about a nightmare where you witness their demise before your very eyes next time? I do relish the despair of people being yanked from a blissful dream into the abyss of a nightmare. Beneath that seemingly simple visage, his words were laced with malice, piercing the hearts of those present like a dagger. At this moment, Tanjiro remained remarkably composed. Upon observing the characters inscribed on the demon's eyes before him, he could ascertain that this creature was indeed the last of the lower moon, the first. Furthermore, his sword, Ashura Maru, aptly reminded him to refrain from engaging in futile dialogue. For this was not the true body. The true entity lay beneath the deck at the front of the carriage. I understand. With this revelation, Tanjiro unsheathed Ashura Maru from his waist without hesitation and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, surged forward. Ha ha ha, charging in like a wild boar. Here comes Inosuke. Inosuke followed closely behind, equally propelled forward. Even Zenitsu cast a fierce glare at the demon, gritting his teeth and roaring. How dare you subject me to such a nightmare? I will slay you. The trio charged ahead with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Rengoku Kaijiro and Shinazugawa Sanemi chose not to intervene, recognizing that only Tanjiro's triumph over the malevolent demon would enable him to grow stronger. Their role was to safeguard him, allowing him to develop as much as possible. For the lower moon was unlikely to pose a threat to Tanjiro. The words of the demon, however, successfully provoked Tanjiro's compassionate heart. I will not permit you to trample on humanity. Yet, as the three approached, the demon raised his right hand, a grotesque smile plastered across his face. As he whispered the incantation of his blood demon art, inducing a forced slumber, he extended his hand, the mouth on his palm opening and closing, emitting a chilling sound as it proclaimed, "Sleep now." In an instant, an unseen wave enveloped the three. Contrary to expectations, they did not succumb to slumber. Instead, they remained vibrant and full of spirit. What is happening? Why aren't we sleeping? Has the blood demon art failed? As the trio drew nearer, the demon hastily retreated, lifting his hand to continue casting his spell, the mouth on his palm incessantly chanting, "Sleep now." Yet, Ashura Maru merely needed a gesture, summoning the residual demon energy within the three, thereby neutralizing the spell instantly. With a slight smirk, he remarked, "To encounter me is indeed unfortunate for you. This is what absolute restraint looks like." The demon, still in disbelief, shouted in desperation as he evaded, "Sleep now. Wake up. Sleep now. Wake up." How infuriating. After several attempts, the demon's expression faltered, losing its previously calm and elegant demeanor, replaced by confusion. The blood demon art had proven ineffective. What manner of beings were these three? What had they done to defy his powers? In response, only Tanjiro remained steadfast, his blade shimmering with the fluidity of water as he unleashed the water-breathing, fifth form, the tidal wave. As he advanced, he swiftly unleashed a flurry of blades. Yanming barely had time to utter a cry of despair before his body was cleaved into several pieces. Even his head was propelled onto the roof of the vehicle. However, it was precisely at that moment, when all seemed concluded. Yet, Tanjiro showed no signs of halting his advance, wielding his blade with one hand. He charged relentlessly toward the front of the train. This left the decapitated dream demon in utter bewilderment. Despite having been beheaded, why did this demon slayer persist in his pursuit? Moreover, he was heading directly toward the location of the demon's true form. Had he discovered it? There was no time for further contemplation, and the dream demon swiftly retaliated. The severed head, which had fallen onto the roof of the train, rapidly sprouted an expanse of flesh, resembling a grotesque, bloody appendage. The head appeared strikingly out of place, while the train car itself manifested a profusion of flesh, albeit only in the initial few compartments, indicating that it had not yet fully merged with the train. With a mocking tone, the demon sneered, "Do you believe this will be enough to vanquish me? At this very moment, while you slumber peacefully, I have already fused with the train. In simpler terms, the 200 passengers aboard are now within my grasp, serving as sustenance for my burgeoning strength." No sooner had the words left its lips than the interior of the train car erupted with a torrent of flesh, enveloping it completely and generating numerous tentacles that surged toward the unsuspecting passengers within. As Tanjiro glanced back, he beheld Inosuke leaping high, wielding his blades with fervor, declaring, "Leave the rest to me." His dual swords tore through the roof, entering the carriage's interior. The beast-breathing's fifth fang unleashed a chaotic onslaught, the blades shimmering with a chilling luminescence as he severed every tendril within the carriage. In this moment of fervor, Zenitsu delivered a punch to his own abdomen, plunging himself into slumber for a fleeting second, an ability honed through rigorous training. Upon closing his eyes, his demeanor transformed entirely. With a single blade in hand and a deep breath, he intoned, thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, sixfold. His body morphed into a streak of lightning, swiftly cleaving through all the tendrils within the carriage. The two Hashira positioned behind him joined the fray, rendering the nightmare of Enmu utterly powerless. Everything exceeded its predictions. Despite its meticulous caution, why had this turmoil arisen? It was utterly illogical. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, armed with the Ashura Maru, felt the blade resonate with the flow of water as he sliced through the tendrils, overcoming formidable obstacles until he reached the front of the first carriage. Suddenly, a mass of fleshy tendrils rose to obstruct him, but Tanjiro stood undeterred. With one hand gripping his sword, he unleashed the torrent of water. Water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. His steps mirrored the fluidity of water, swiftly dismantling the tendrils that obstructed his path. Suspended in midair, he approached the front of the train, delivering a decisive blow that peeled back the iron plating of the train's roof, revealing the interior where the conductor, still at the helm, turned back in sheer terror. Meanwhile, the Ashura Maru spoke, warning him, beneath the deck lies the neck of this demon. Chapter 69, The Upper Moon Strike. Thank you, Ashura Maru. Tanjiro transitioned to wielding dual blades, the edges shimmering with a torrent of flowing water. As his body began to rotate, he unleashed the second form of water breathing, water wheel. The blades, in harmony with his movements, carved an elegant arc through the air. Below, the surface of the deck suddenly shattered, revealing a grotesque mass of bloody limbs intertwined in a ghastly embrace. Countless eyes sprang open upon the flesh, yet they proved utterly futile. Beneath the force of his strike, all was rendered illusory. The blade effortlessly tore through the flesh, slicing through its outer layer and severing the colossal vertebrae beneath. Perhaps the power was too immense, for even the junction at the front of the vehicle could not withstand the blow and fractured as well. At the moment the vertebrae were cleaved, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the front of the vehicle, and the bloodied remnants shattered and fell away, gradually transforming into ash. Tanjiro swiftly leaped into action, seizing the conductor's collar with one hand as he ascended to the rooftop of the first carriage. With a swift motion, he plunged his blade into the metal above, using it to brace his body. Meanwhile, the locomotive ahead had succumbed to chaos, violently tearing itself from the tracks amidst the agonized wails of the dream demon. The carriages behind trembled violently in response. However, with its head severed completely and the dream demon failing to fully merge with the train, the subsequent carriages ultimately came to a precarious halt in the desolate wilderness. The fallen locomotive lay in ruin, flesh and blood scattered in the aftermath. Amongst the remnants, a fragment of consciousness lingered, only to be consumed by its own torment, reduced to ashes that were scattered across the expanse of the earth and sky. Meanwhile, the rear carriages stabilized in the wake of the chaos. Tanjiro turned to the train conductor beside him, offering a warm smile of reassurance. It's all right now. Please don't worry. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the conductor, with a sullen expression and a dagger in hand, lunged forward, shouting in fury. This is all your fault. Why did you do this? Faced with the oncoming dagger, Tanjiro's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a profound sadness. Yet, rather than attempting to explain, he deftly evaded the attack, delivering a swift blow that rendered the conductor unconscious, leaving him atop the train. With a simple apology, Tanjiro leapt down from the roof, landing on the expanse of wilderness below. Zenitsu and Inosuke, along with others, disembarked from the train, reuniting once more, and Nezuko also appeared among them, silently gazing at the group. Meanwhile, within the consciousness of the Ashura Maru, a system notification echoed. Ding! Detected the lower moon 1. Enmu, experiencing intense negative emotions before death, gaining 5,000 emotional points. Total demon power acquired, 3,000, with 30 automatically bestowed upon Tanjiro. As the words faded, Tanjiro felt his physical form being further enhanced, and he sensed an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Nevertheless, he continued to face the now-deceased Enmu, murmuring a quiet, "Thank you." Is slaying demons also a matter of the heart? Fortunately, Enmu had turned to ash. Otherwise, he might have been revived in anger. Just as the group began to relax, preparing to depart, Ashura Maru's senses detected an anomaly. Tanjiro, there are demons approaching from both the north and south, both of considerable strength. They must be upper moons. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to his companions, unsheathing Ashura Maru once more. Mr. Shinazugawa, Mr. Rengoku. 2 demons are closing in on us. Ashura Maru identifies them as upper moons. Upper moons. The two were taken aback. Yet there was no hint of retreat in their demeanor, for this was their first encounter with upper moons. Though uncertain of their victory, their primary concern remained Tanjiro's safety. Shinazugawa stepped forward, fiercely asserting, "Tanjiro, you must take your sister and leave this place. With your strength, you should be able to protect yourselves." "Indeed. We will safeguard the passengers here," Rengoku declared, drawing his Nichiren blade with fervent determination. However, this left Zenitsu in a state of despair. As he suddenly regained consciousness and began to wail, "We have to fight upper moons? I can't do it. I'm certain I'll be killed. I haven't even married yet. This is so unfair." "Be quiet, you fool." Shinazugawa Sanemi cast a fierce glance, raising his voice in reprimand. Surprisingly, Inosuke did not choose to retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, brandishing his twin blades. "I am the leader. My subordinates need only to hide behind me," he declared, in response to the pleas of the onlookers. Yet Tanjiro resolutely chose to remain, determination evident in his demeanor. "I will not leave." As he spoke, the voice of Akaza resonated once more. "Here he comes." Upon hearing this, everyone noticed a figure slowly approaching through the pitch-black wilderness. As their vision cleared, they discerned a man clad in a training uniform, his bare upper body adorned with deep blue patterns, and a resolute face framed by short brown hair featuring similar markings. Most striking of all were his yellow eyes, which bore a prominent inscription, "Upper Rank 3. This revelation unveiled the identity of the newcomer, Akaza himself. He faced the gathered crowd, assessing them with unhurried composure. "Oh, you are quite formidable. I can tell at a glance that your fighting spirit has been refined, nearing the pinnacle of its potential. Only that fox-masked fellow appears slightly weaker, though he is significantly stronger than the former Hashira. To think you've managed to draw out 3 Hashira at once. This is the essence of an upper-rank demon." The oppressive aura and intense demonic energy prompted Kaijiro Rengoku to grip his sword tightly, ready for battle. Mitsuri Kanroji was likewise prepared. However, Zenitsu and Inosuke found themselves trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Akaza. Fortunately, Tanjiro offered a reminder. "I leave the passengers on the train in your capable hands, Zenitsu and Inosuke. As for the other upper-rank demon, I shall confront him myself." "Understood." They replied in unison, fully aware that this battle was beyond their capacity to join. Their involvement would only serve as a hindrance. In Tanjiro's mind, the voice of Ashura Maru resounded once more, alerting him that another upper moon resided in the woods to his left. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro turned his gaze and beheld an elderly demon, its head crowned with a conspicuous lump and 2 horns, lurking behind a tree, spying on him. Chapter 70, Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. Had it not been for Ashura Maru's warning, I might have failed to notice its presence. However, as Tanjiro looked into the demon's eyes, he found no numbers, yet the malevolent aura it exuded and the oppressive atmosphere were palpably formidable. The blade, Ashura Maru, upon spotting the demon behind the tree, confirmed its identity, Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. This fiend's ability lay in creating clones, making it a particularly troublesome opponent among the upper moons. Yet Tanjiro was now equally prepared for battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Akaza faced 2 Hashira, capable of delaying him for some time. This situation presented an opportunity to test his limits, to see if he could awaken the patterns in dire straits. Simultaneously, in the open field ahead, Akaza wore a cryptic smile as he confronted the 2 standing before him, Kaijiro Rengoku, and another. "I am not particularly inclined to kill you 3, he proposed. "Why not transform into demons yourselves?" Yet before that, he needed to ascertain the identity of the masked figure behind them. His gaze pierced through the 2, seemingly attempting to see through to Tanjiro. The terrifying intensity of his stare and presence rendered one breathless. Nonetheless, Tanjiro faced this challenge with composure, gripping Ashura Maru without a hint of trepidation, and addressed the Wind Hashira. "I will leave the demon behind to me." With that, he charged directly toward the demon concealed behind the tree. The Flame and Wind Hashira turned to confront Akaza, the tension between them palpable, as if swords were drawn. Kaijiro Rengoku, in response to the offer, resolutely declared, "No matter the reason, I shall never become a demon." Beside him, Mitsuri Kanroji glared fiercely at Akaza, exuding murderous intent as he bellowed, "Enough of this nonsense, eliminated." With such rejections, Akaza merely smiled wider. "If you refuse to become demons, then I shall kill you both." With that, he planted one foot firmly on the ground, preparing for battle. Technique unleashed, destruction kill, Roshan. A radiant glow erupted beneath him, resembling a luminous snowflake from above. Both sides ceased their futile chatter and decisively engaged in combat upon the vast expanse, their speed so swift that even Zenitsu and Inosuke, watching from a distance, could barely discern their movements. Tanjiro leaped forward with unwavering determination, confronting the upper moon demon with the intent to deliver a decisive blow. The breath of water, seventh form, surged through him like a torrent. With both hands gripping his sword, he spun and advanced. The water emanating from the blade coalescing into the shape of a dragon, dancing in harmony with his strikes. With a single downward slash, he cleaved through a tree as thick as an adult's waist, yet the demon evaded, springing onto the crown of another tree. It lamented, "Please, do not torment me. I merely wish to glimpse the visage behind your mask." Such incredible speed, and yet it managed to evade my attack. Tanjiro was slightly taken aback. However, this strike was far from over. With a swift twist of his blade and a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air, bringing his sword downwards. Just then, Hantenga once again descended. In midair, Tanjiro's figure abruptly twisted, executing the water-breathing, second form, water wheel. The sudden alteration in his sword technique exerted a considerable strain on his body, yet Tanjiro was now adept at adapting to such demands. This unexpected strike rendered Hantengu unable to evade it, and in that fleeting moment, Tanjiro severed his head mid-air, causing the corpse to plummet towards the ground. Even Tanjiro was astonished at how effortlessly he had slain an upper moon demon. Yet, a voice in his mind, that of Ashura Maru, swiftly cautioned him, "This creature is not yet defeated. Do not let your guard down." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro immediately turned his gaze. He beheld the severed head and the headless body both falling to the earth, yet astonishingly, they were regenerating at a sluggish pace. In mere moments, the head had already reformed a third of its entirety. Was it truly healing itself? Tanjiro's expression grew somewhat solemn. After all, this was the first demon he had encountered that could heal after being struck by Ashura Maru. One might say it truly deserved its status among the upper ranks. Ashura Maru, contained within the blade, was not surprised. After all, his blood tears merely suppressed regeneration rather than rendering it entirely impossible. However, to recover from such a wound was no simple feat at present. According to the original narrative, Hantengu could instantaneously regenerate his body while splitting. Yet now the speed of regeneration had been diminished to an unfathomable extent. Faced with the two demons slowly mending themselves, Tanjiro found himself at a loss. Once one of the demons had fully regenerated, it transformed into a young male demon clad in a long robe, its appearance drastically altered. With its eyes now bearing numerical inscriptions, boldly proclaiming upper rank 4. The expression on this demon's face appeared exceedingly irate. Its crimson gaze fixated on Ashura Maru as it muttered to itself, "The healing speed has slowed so significantly. Is it due to that blade? Or could it be that you're the genuine article?" With that, it raised its right hand, from which emerged a scepter that pierced the ground. In the next instant, a surge of lightning erupted forth, radiating outward. Tanjiro swiftly evaded, escaping the range of the lightning, and found himself in an open space near the railway tracks. The silver staff could unleash bolts of electricity, and another demon's body had already manifested halfway. Why did it not perish after having its neck severed? Was it necessary to simultaneously decapitate both demons? Thoughts surged through his mind. The Ashura Maru within his blade was also attuned to the surroundings. Yet it failed to detect the true form of the HK. Thus, he could only venture a bold conjecture, perhaps the true body would only materialize upon the completion of its splitting. Facing this demon, Tanjiro's expression grew grave as he silently implored, "Grant me your strength, Ashura Maru." No sooner had he uttered the words than a surge of demonic power coursed through him. "You possess an infuriating aura," the malevolent demon remarked, revealing the character for anger inscribed upon its tongue. Meanwhile, the other demon seized the opportunity to complete its regeneration. It was a rather unremarkable young demon, save for its distinct attire and its exceptionally rare green eyes. From its emergence, it had been incessantly laughing, exclaiming, accumulated rage. "It has been so long since we parted. How delightful." The character inscribed upon its tongue was joy. Yet, the demon of accumulated rage retorted coldly, "I do not feel joy. All I possess is anger at being mingled with you, the likes of Cola." Chapter 71. 1 against 4. Oh, how fortunate it is that we have separated. This demon conjured a maple leaf fan in its hand. Confronted by the two demons, Tanjiro gripped his sword with one hand, the Yankee demonic energy surging forth from the blade. What is that? At the moment the gaze of the two demons shifted towards him. With a swift strike, Tanjiro unleashed a dark crescent slash that hurtled forward, aimed directly at the enraged adversary, who reacted by raising his staff in defense. However, the formidable attack cleaved through the staff effortlessly, bisecting the body in the process. The fallen has began to heal slowly once more. What manner of attack is this? This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing. Beside them, Kola, upon witnessing the dire state of the enraged foe, couldn't he help but chuckle. With a fan in hand, he directed an assault toward Tanjiro, merely fluttering the fan to summon a tempestuous wind. In response to this fierce gale, Tanjiro swiftly wielded his Ashura Maru, executing another demon-slaying slash that cut through the winds with ease, effectively severing the foe once more. The released wind, however, sent Tanjiro hurtling backward. Fortunately, he landed safely, albeit in the open wilderness, hastily raising his gaze toward the forest. There, he beheld the two halves of the enraged foe, which were on the verge of completing their transformation. As the original body healed, an additional doppelganger emerged, brandishing a spear adorned with the character for sorrow. This doppelganger appeared profoundly melancholic. This must be the demon slayer that Lord Muzan seeks to eliminate, indeed formidable yet pitiable. At this moment, beads of sweat trickled down Tanjiro's forehead. He had not anticipated that this adversary could continue to replicate itself. Moreover, it seemed that the neck was not a vulnerable point. Yet, the Ashura Maru had accurately pinpointed the original body's location, prompting Tanjiro to muse that it was surprising the original would only reveal itself after the doppelganger had fully formed. Nevertheless, he quickly advised that the true body was lurking in the woods behind the four demons. If they could eliminate the original, it would cease to regenerate. Despite this, facing four capable demons that could split, and with each possessing considerable strength, made it exceedingly challenging to pursue the original amidst their interference. The optimal strategy was to swiftly eliminate these fiends, and while they were engaged in healing, strike down the original with haste. With this thought in mind, Tanjiro steeled himself for the impending confrontation. Tanjiro, now wielding dual swords, stands poised for action. In the forest, the clones of Hantengu have completed their self-healing, manifesting the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Among them, the newly emerged joy demon has replaced its limbs with eagle claws and boasts a pair of wings on its back. Is this the demon slayer? Quite delightful indeed. At this moment, the enraged Hantengu steps forward, gripping his staff, casting a furious glare at Tanjiro, and gritting his teeth, he exclaims, "This is infuriating. Let us together eliminate this demon slayer once and for all." No sooner had he spoken than the four demons of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure simultaneously launched their assault. Tanjiro, prepared for the impending onslaught, breathes deeply while gripping his swords, his very breath transforming into searing flames. With both swords raised above his head, he unleashes the fire god's dance of the Sun Halo Dragon, head dance. The blades ignite with blistering flames, dispelling the surrounding darkness and conjuring a colossal dragon of fire. With a swift motion, he lunges forward, and the sorrow demon is instantly decapitated, not even comprehending what had transpired. Unfazed, Tanjiro presses on, akin to a radiant rainbow piercing through the dark. Witnessing this, the anger demon raises its staff to unleash bolts of lightning, but it is already too late. With a single strike, the staff and the demon's head are severed. The pleasure demon, positioned at the rear, quickly fans its maple leaf fan, shouting, "Fly away, little one." Yet, Tanjiro's speed is unmatched. He evades the oncoming gust, only for the fox mask on his face to be swept skyward. The pleasure demon recognizes that familiar yet strange visage. It's really you. But before the words escape its lips, Tanjiro's blade has already swept across its neck, and the dragon rushes past. As Tanjiro halts, the dragon, intertwined with flames, illuminates the surroundings. Three demons felled with a single stroke. However, the joy demon remains airborne, undeterred, flapping its wings and hovering above, opening its gaping maw to gather energy. It dives down, roaring out an invisible sound wave that strikes Tanjiro's position, raising a cloud of dust. Yet within that dust, a pitch-black crescent strike cleaves through, directly bringing the joy demon crashing down. In mere moments, all four demons of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure are slain, rendered temporarily incapacitated. They will require time to heal. Seizing this momentum, Tanjiro charges into the dark woods, guided by the Ashura Maru within his blade. Ahead, a leftward path leads directly into the thicket on the right. Tanjiro arrived nearby and immediately turned his gaze, yet he could not discern the presence of the entity. However, his keen sense of smell detected the scent of a demon. This creature was diminutive in stature. "Look below," Ashura Maru urged once more. This time, Tanjiro lowered his gaze and swiftly spotted the entity attempting to flee amidst the underbrush. It resembled a shrunken old man, appearing no larger than a mouse. Found you. Tanjiro raised the gleaming blade in his hand, aiming precisely at the entity before him as he swiftly swung the Ashura Maru, targeting its neck. The original form of the half-Tengaku, witnessing this, cried out in desperation and fled rapidly, yet it was ultimately too late. The blade effortlessly sliced through its tough skin, but just as everything seemed poised to conclude, the body of half-Tengaku began to swell dramatically. From an original size of mere centimeters, it surged to over 2 meters, its muscles bulging as it turned to grasp at Tanjiro's head, all the while lamenting, "Why do you torment someone as feeble as me? Do you not feel pity for my plight?" However, such appeals proved futile. Confronted with this unexpected transformation, Tanjiro exerted tremendous force with both hands. In a flash of movement, the blade lodged in the creature's neck erupted in brilliant flames, severing its head with ease, which flew away instantaneously. The headless body teetered and collapsed to the ground. Just as Tanjiro prepared to exhale in relief, the Ashura Maru urgently cautioned him. This creature is not the original. The true body lies at the heart. What? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro unhesitatingly raised his blade, intent on striking the heart. Yet, at that moment, numerous wooden roots erupted from beneath his feet, entwining around the headless form, lifting it swiftly from the earth. It resembled a colossal dandelion composed entirely of wood. As Tanjiro evaded, he turned to confront yet another specter. Chapter 72, a first encounter with despair. This time, it appeared to be the youthful form of the half-Tengaku, seemingly younger yet possessing strength far beyond that of its previous incarnations. In its hands, it conjured 2 large mallets, and behind it loomed a circular disc adorned with 5 drums inscribed with the character for hatred. This entity was known as the Hatred Amethyst. With a mighty strike of the mallet against one of the drums, a resonant sound echoed, and from the earth below, 5 massive wooden dragons erupted into the sky, each towering 10 meters in height, poised to strike. Beneath them, the Hatred Amethyst intoned in a deep voice, "Beasts that only prey on the weak. Your presence is insufferably displeasing, you wretched fiends." Yet, in the face of this demonic foe, Tanjiro remained remarkably composed, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the scents in the air, pondering silently. The 6th demon? No, something is amiss. The sense of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure have vanished. Could it be that they have merged? With both hands gripping his blades, Tanjiro's expression transformed into one of profound seriousness. The newly emerged demon exuded an aura of formidable strength, far beyond the ordinary. Yet, he exhibited no inclination to retreat. Instead, he tightened his grasp on the weapons he wielded. Who, after all, are the truly weak? Just how many lives have you consumed up to this moment? The foul stench that emanates from you is utterly intolerable. Today, I shall avenge all those you have slain. The tedium is unbearable. The drumstick in the hands of the demon struck the uppermost drum behind him, and simultaneously, the wooden dragon surged forth to assault Tanjiro. With his other hand, he struck several other drums as well. Each drum was imbued with a unique ability, encompassing the full spectrum of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure merged into one. The wooden dragon unleashed a torrent of sound waves from its mouth, reverberating with tremendous force. Tanjiro could only swiftly maneuver his body to evade attacks, dodging with agility and executing the dance of the fire god in retaliation. The 2 combatants exchanged blows in the depths of the forest, each responding to the other's strikes with fervor. In the Infinity Castle, Muzan, upon encountering Tanjiro once more, was overwhelmed with excitement. Heaven knows how fervently he had searched for Tanjiro during this time. Now that he had finally found him, he began to observe intently. He was no fool, having gleaned insights from their previous encounters. Perhaps it was not the demon slayer himself who possessed peculiarities, but rather the blade he wielded that held secrets. It might be the key to overcoming him. The half-dog, too, recalled this critical detail, directing the wooden dragon to target the Ashura Maru in Tanjiro's grasp, narrowly missing the blade multiple times. Tanjiro also perceived this and understood that he could no longer delay. He immediately declared, "Ashura Maru, I shall enter the state of demonification. Do you wish to end this swiftly? Then as you desire." Ashura Maru unleashed a torrent of demonic energy coursing through his limbs and body. As Tanjiro re-entered his demonized form, the corners of his mouth, tainted by the violet demonic power, curled upward slightly, proclaiming, "Now, it is my turn." He raised his hand, unleashing several crescent blade strikes. Zenitsu similarly commanded the wooden dragon, releasing thunder and sonic waves in defense. However, this time, it was evidently at a disadvantage, being relentlessly suppressed by Tanjiro. Damn it. Why has he suddenly grown so powerful? Zenitsu's expression twisted as he directed the wooden dragon to retreat. Yet, Tanjiro was unwilling to let him escape. He leaped forward, wielding his sword and striking down, Fire God Kagura, Blue Realm. The raging flames surged upwards, instantly shattering the wooden prison atop the dragon. However, the hidden vengeful doppelganger had already reformed, opening its mouth to unleash a prepped sonic wave. This time, Tanjiro hardly had time to react, enduring the sound wave at close range, causing him to fall to the ground. His eyes rolled back, his muscles tensed, plunging him into a state of apparent death. In other words, he had entered a fleeting moment of his life flashing before his eyes. Ashura Maru had also fallen not far away, piercing the ground upright. To this, Zenitsu was taken aback, wondering how he could withstand such an attack without being shattered. Was his body of such density? If I consume him, I shall become even stronger. But first, I must eliminate you. Within the Infinity Castle, Kibutsuji Muzan was beside himself with excitement, even going so far as to explicitly praise his subordinate for the first time, a smile spreading across his face that he could not suppress. Well done, Goku. Kill him. Quickly, slay this little brat and bring back the blade. Observing the situation, Ashura Maru could not help but shake his head, with a bit of caution. Tanjiro stood a considerable chance of victory. Yet, having been ensnared, there was little that could be done. Furthermore, his body had stiffened to such an extent that he could no longer control it in battle, especially since the blade had slipped from his grasp. This dire predicament felt unprecedented. As he watched Goku's hammer descend and the wooden dragon approach, Ashura Maru's lips curled slightly. What a predicament. It seems it's time for a change. Just as the words left his mouth, the wooden dragon lunged at Tanjiro, ready to swallow him whole. In that instant, a sharp blade surged forth, slicing through the air and unleashing a series of sonic booms, enveloping the wooden dragon in a thick cloud of inky smoke, cleaving it into pieces in an instant. What? Zenitsu, witnessing the scene, was left dumbfounded. Why could this blade move on its own, and why was its power so formidable? Could it truly be as Lord Muzan described, a vengeful spirit? This revelation startled Muzan as well. Under their gaze, the blade emanated a swirling black mist. Coalescing into a breathtaking figure, Ashura Maru appeared before them. Sensing this new form, he could not help but nod slightly. The ability to manifest an exterior body is undeniably powerful. This form consumed a significant amount of demon energy, yet its strength was equally impressive, surpassing Tanjiro's by a margin. And it could master both the breath of the sun and the breath of water perfectly. Turning to Tanjiro's side, he glanced at him before drawing the Nichiren blade from his waist. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, confronted by the sudden appearance of this girl, questioned with a pained expression. What on earth are you? What am I? I am, of course, a demon, Ashura Maru replied calmly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Impossible. This cannot be. Zenitsu shouted in rebuttal, but suddenly, he realized something. Could this creature be the legendary demon? Even the formidable Muzan had anticipated this moment. Just as he was about to inquire further, Ashura Maru, somewhat impatient, declared, I have little time left. You may perish now. With that, he brandished his blades. The entity in his left hand erupted in flames, while the Nichiren blade in his right unleashed a torrent of rushing water. In this pivotal instant, Goku felt as though he had become the prey of a malevolent beast. The oppressive creature, flaunting its strength, pounded the drum of hatred behind him, producing a resonant thrum. With each beat, the 5 wooden dragons surged forth toward Ashura Maru, their gaping maws wide open, unleashing a tempest of wind, lightning, and sound waves. Upon witnessing this, Ashura Maru raised his primary form and slashed forward, an endless stream of black mist pouring forth, enveloping both combatants. As the attacks approached, they were all thwarted by the obscuring fog. How is this possible? What is this mist? Goku's face was a mask of astonishment. Under his gaze, the black mist barrier eerily retaliated with a series of slashes, swiftly severing the wooden dragons midair. In the wake of this, the barrier dissipated, revealing Ashura Maru, who advanced with an uncanny grace, executing the third form of water-breathing, flowing dance. He moved as if treading upon a stream, closing the distance in an instant. Leaping forth, his other hand ignited with searing flames, invoking the fire goddess Kagura, radiant blessing. With a downward strike, the blade, entwined with flames as scorching as the sun, carved a spiraling arc. The synergy of the third form's footwork and the fire goddess Kagura created a harmonious assault, arriving in mere moments. Zancution, with a gaping maw, gathered strength to unleash another sound wave attack, but alas, it was too late. The blade grazed past, and Ashura Maru landed, turning to see Zancution had lost an arm. The other grotesquely twisted, searing pain coursing through it, rendering healing a formidable challenge. Even the missing limb struggled to regenerate, a stark contrast to its previous resilience. What is happening? Even his body felt sluggish. In contemplation, Goku began to panic. If this continued, he might truly perish here. No. He must flee and regroup with Akaza to have any hope of vanquishing this adversary. Resolving this, he commanded the wooden dragons to entangle him and hasten toward the desolate battlefield, seeking an escape. Observing this, Ashura Maru slightly bent forward, adopting a stance and remarked, "Are you feeling unable to heal? Is your body failing you?" After enduring numerous slashes, the cursed energy had long since infiltrated his body, effectively suppressing his regenerative abilities. Moreover, the curse continued to assault the cells and vital organs within. In contrast, Zenitsu turned his head in a panic, coldly demanding, "What have you done to me?" Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of blood rushed to his head, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of dark blood, his vitality waning. "You are not worthy to know," Ashura Maru declared, wielding his blade, upon which turbulent waters surged, forming swirling vortices around him. At that moment, not far away, Tanjiro awakened. His forehead scar suddenly expanding outward, creating a fiery pattern. This signified the awakening of his markings. He felt his heart racing and his body ablaze with heat. Yet his primary concern remained Ashura Maru, who was engaged in battle nearby. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he paused, bewildered. Is that a form of water breathing? Why have I never seen it before? Unbeknownst to him, this was a technique uniquely devised by Ashura Maru, a fusion of several forms of water breathing. As the water surged with speed, Ashura Maru sprang into action, executing the 12th form of water breathing, water melody. His figure darted forward, enveloped by the rushing waters, resembling a fearsome water dragon, swiftly arriving before Zenitsu. In the midst of Zenitsu's astonishment, Ashura Maru's dual blades severed his head. How is this possible? Zenitsu's head fell to the ground, eyes wide with terror. Had his body not become uncontrollable, he would never have allowed himself to be so easily decapitated. In the fleeting moments before his head vanished, he cast a vengeful glare at Ashura Maru. Though decapitated, he would not perish. Yet the inability to regain control and heal rendered him incapable of fighting. The only consolation was that his true form had been sent away. Meanwhile, Ashura Maru skillfully sheathed his blades, not even glancing back at Zenitsu, his demeanor akin to casually severing a weed by the roadside. He leapt gracefully before Tanjiro. Observing the fiery markings on his forehead, a subtle smile graced his lips, yet he admonished, "You were far too careless in battle." As he spoke, his form dissipated, melding back into the blade, which then soared into Tanjiro's grasp. However, now was not the time for such discussions. The creature would take time to recover. They must seize the opportunity to eliminate its true form. Its true form has fled towards your rear, perhaps seeking to devour the people on the train to regain strength. Having missed one chance, Tanjiro gritted his teeth, grasping another Nichiren blade from the ground, holding it firmly with both hands. "I will not allow this to happen." Abandoning all contemplation, he clung only to a singular conviction, to utterly vanquish the formidable Goku. "Azulon, assist me in unleashing my demon form." How adept he was at commanding others. Azulon replied with a hint of irritation, yet complied, facilitating the transformation. This time, Tanjiro distinctly felt a surge in his strength. A dual amplification from both the patterns and the demonization. With newfound vigor, he propelled himself forward, akin to a stallion unleashed from restraint, darting swiftly through the forest. His speed transcended the limits of humanity. As he ran, the fierce winds lashed against his face, distorting his vision. In mere moments, he spotted the true form of Goku, having escaped the forest and now racing towards the train. The creature swayed as it advanced, hastening its steps. The human, Zenitsu, has drained too much of my strength. And now that he has been eliminated, I must consume more humans to regain my power. Nearby, Zenitsu and Inosuke also took note of the approaching Goku, drawing their Nichiren blades in unison to stand vigilant. On the train behind them, passengers caught sight of the swaying creature, instantly thrown into a state of panic. What manner of beast is that? Will we be safe? Should we flee? Those two warriors seem unable to hold out much longer. Chapter 74. One-on-one with the upper rank. Flee. How can we escape? Where could we possibly run to? What nonsense are you uttering? Do you truly believe we can evade the pursuit of such monsters? The only train capable of taking us away is broken down. Our only hope lies in these warriors emerging victorious. Among the passengers, some remained relatively composed, despite the overwhelming chaos shaking their very beliefs. A moment of clarity allowed them to discern the disparities and challenges within the battle. Zenitsu, witnessing the approaching demon and the state of Hantengoku, felt a shift in his expression. He had witnessed the fusion of the four demons firsthand. But if they had truly amalgamated, how could one ascertain whether this was a mere clone or the original? With little time for contemplation, he instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren blade, poised to strike at the imminent moment. His acute hearing picked up the sound of Tanjiro racing towards him. Confirming his safety, Zenitsu resolutely delivered a punch to his abdomen, instantly plunging himself into a deep slumber, positioning himself with one hand gripping the sword's handle. Beside him, Inosuke couldn't help but remark, "To fall asleep on command is quite impressive." As Zenitsu succumbed to slumber, golden lightning erupted around him, his eyes opening to reveal a dazzling glow of gold. With a flourish, he initiated the first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash, eightfold. With a swift draw of the sword, the body transformed into a flash of lightning, arriving instantaneously at close quarters. Upon witnessing this, Hantion Dog immediately reached out to grasp, but in the next moment, his direction shifted to the right. As he glanced sideways, he beheld Zenitsu maneuvering in all directions, executing a series of 7 agile movements before seizing the opportune moment. With a single stroke, he struck directly at Hantion Dog's neck. The blade sliced through the skin, embedding itself into the flesh. However, it was thwarted by the very flesh it sought to penetrate. Fortunately, at that instant, Inosuke leapt forth, brandishing dual blades and bellowing, "Let me lend you a hand." He soared into the air, keenly targeting the position of Zenitsu's sword. With a fierce and primal energy, he unleashed the second form of beast breathing, rending blade. The dual blades, imbued with untamed ferocity, surged towards Zenitsu's Nichiren blade. Their combined efforts finally bore fruit. Yet, Hantion Dog would not allow himself to be so easily dispatched. He opened his mouth, unleashing a violent sound wave that sent both Zenitsu and Inosuke hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, their consciousness fading away. Meanwhile, the engaged Akaza took note of the unfolding situations, momentarily pausing to regard the two beleaguered warriors before him with a smirk. "It seems that the Hashira has been slain by Hantion Dog. Yet I find it surprising that you managed to push him to such an extent. Nevertheless, it matters not. I presume you do not wish to perish here? I have a suggestion. Why not both of you become demons? Together, let us ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess." Had Tanjiro perished? The expressions of the wind and flame Hashira immediately shifted. Both were gravely injured, with Kaijuro's left eye bleeding profusely, having lost all semblance of light. In contrast, Sanemi Shinazugawa was equally afflicted, his entire form drenched in blood, resembling a figure of crimson. Yet, his fierce gaze remained unchanged, though a sense of foreboding began to stir within him. However, at this juncture, all he could do was place his faith in the inevitable. Kaijiro Rengoku, with unwavering conviction, retorted, "I believe in that young man. It is the demon that shall ultimately be defeated." Meanwhile, Sanemi, with a palpable eagerness, gripped his weapon to him. There was nothing more to discuss with the malevolent fiends. He adhered to a singular principle, to regard life and death with indifference, and if challenged, to fight back. Amidst the standoff, a half-dog creature clutched a Nichiren blade in its throat, swaying as it made its way towards the train. Upon witnessing this, the passengers inside the carriage erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions, their cries and curses echoing through the air. Yet, at that very moment, a flicker of flame suddenly illuminated the pitch-black forest. Tanjiro, brandishing the Ashura Maru, surged forth with remarkable speed, his blade enveloped in flames. Sensing a disturbance behind him, Hantengu turned to behold Tanjiro, who at that moment appeared as a harbinger of death. The depths of Hantengu's fear had reached their zenith. Why must the weak be oppressed by such malevolent fiends? It lamented. Yet, the only response was the sharp edge of Tanjiro's sword, descending with fiery wrath. In a flash, the dance of the fire god manifested. Hantengu's form was cleaved asunder from the left shoulder, the heart severed, and even the diminutive essence of its being tumbled forth from the remnants. No, it's my doppelganger that seeks to kill. I am but a reluctant vessel. It wailed, tears streaming down its visage, embodying sheer cowardice. This pitiful and tragic countenance, if it were in another time, Tanjiro inevitably experiences sorrow. Yet at this moment, he may be influenced by his demonic transformation or some other factor. In his eyes, only the intent to kill remains. He shall descend into hell to repent. With a blade enveloped in flames, he strikes precisely at the nape of the body, roaring as he delivers the fatal blow. As the fire sweeps across the neck, the world around him shifts dramatically. The head of Goku, wearing an expression of shock and fear, detaches from its body. In his final moments, Goku reflects upon his life, only to recall a single image, a dark night, where a man gazes at him with unbridled hatred. Ultimately, you shall atone for your sins with your filthy life. As the words linger in the air, Goku's pupils constrict, and his body disintegrates into nothingness amidst the embers. Simultaneously, within the blade, Ashura Maru resonates with the system's notification sound. Ding. Severe negative emotions detected from the upper moon for Goku at the moment of his demise. Congratulations. You have acquired 20,000 emotional points. You have gained 15,000 demonic power, of which 30 will automatically be bestowed upon the Blade's master, Tanjiro. Upon the conclusion of the notification, after vanquishing Goku, Tanjiro once again feels the surge of power within him, his limbs and bones rapidly strengthening under this newfound energy. However, this time, he refrains from uttering words of gratitude. The enhancement derived from slaying the upper moon far surpasses the cumulative efforts of the past month. Not far away, Akaza stands astounded, his pupils constricting as his smile fades. He single-handedly defeated Goku? In that face, upon closer inspection, it unmistakably belongs to the demon slayer that Muzan commanded must be eliminated. According to previous intelligence, his power was grossly underestimated. Being capable of independently hunting down the upper moon serves as a testament to his strength. Moreover, why has this individual's fighting spirit surged so rapidly? Even as Akaza encounters Tanjiro for the first time, he assigns him an eerie label, his mind taut with tension. Chapter 75, Crescent Moon / across from him, Kaijiro Rengoku. Upon witnessing Tanjiro's safe return in the slaying of Goku, displays a face radiating righteousness akin to an owl, breaking into a broad smile as he generously praises. Well done, young man. Even Shinazugawa Sanemi, typically reticent in expressing himself, turns to offer a subdued commendation, nicely done. In response to their accolades, Tanjiro earnestly replies, I sincerely appreciate your praise. With that, the demonic energy fully courses into his body, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. Had this been in the past, encountering Akaza would have posed significant challenges. However, that was a time long gone. Now, he is fearfully powerful. The sunlit blade in hand moved with the wielder's intent. Yet, the Ashura Maru within the sword cautioned, you can maintain your transformation for no more than half an hour, and you have already consumed half of that time. Act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro regained his focus. He turned his gaze towards the nearby Akaza, who, aware of some of Tanjiro's abilities, swiftly adopted a stance and charged towards the wind pillars, intending to eliminate them with utmost haste. It is regrettable, but you too shall meet your demise, he proclaimed. With both hands raised, he concentrated a unique power, striking the air with a punch that unleashed an invisible wave, directed straight at Kaijiro and Tanjiro. Observing this, Kaijiro immediately lifted his sunlit blade, rotating its edge for the flame-breathing's fourth form, Flame Vortex. The blade ignited in brilliant flames, distinct from Tanjiro's. Kaijiro's fire was sheer intensity, while Tanjiro's bore warmth, akin to the contrast between fire and sun. The fiery strike carved a swirling vortex that thwarted the oncoming invisible assault. Behind him, the undying Mitsuri swiftly advanced, gripping his sunlit blade tightly as he approached the side, executing the wind-breathing's first form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. His blade, in tandem with his body, spun into a horizontal tornado, hurtling towards Akaza, who was locked in confrontation with Kaijiro. Suddenly, Akaza leaped into the air, executing his chaotic technique. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches, generating a deluge of concentrated shockwaves cascading downwards. In response, Mitsuri halted his actions. Inhaling deeply as he altered the form of his blade to the wind-breathing's ninth form, Richer's Typhoon, he leapt skyward, surrounded by a tempestuous whirlwind. As the massive and razor-sharp wind blades clashed head-on with the shockwaves unleashed by Akaza's onslaught, both sides engaged fiercely, exchanging blows with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro rushed forward to provide assistance, raising his Ashura Maru and delivering a swift, decisive slash. In an instant, a dark crescent-shaped strike soared into the sky. Yet, amidst the action, Tanjiro found himself pondering and curiously inquiring, what name should we give this technique of Ashura Maru? The blade seemed to be at a loss for words. What should we call it? You ask me, but I have no answer to provide. It cannot simply be referred to as the fundamental application of demon power. After a moment's contemplation, he finally responded, Crescent Moon Ascension. So, this was its true name. Tanjiro, with unwavering determination, advanced alone, wielding his twin blades towards the fray. However, within the depths of his mind, the blade Ashura Maru resonated with a peculiar dissonance as it sensed Tanjiro calling forth the crescent moon's assault, evoking an unsettling sense of incongruity. In that moment, Tanjiro has also joined the fray. This time, it is 3 against 1. Even Akaza feels an immense pressure. The wind and flame Hashira are formidable, and with Tanjiro, who is not significantly inferior, their combined strength begins to overpower him. Soon, his body is riddled with countless gashes, blood incessantly flowing from his wounds, which are becoming increasingly difficult to heal. More crucially, upon the arrival of Tanjiro, the 2 already severely injured Hashira seem to regain their vigor, showing no fear of their injuries. Meanwhile, Akaza's self-healing abilities continue to decline, and if this persists, it won't be long before he meets his demise at the hands of these 3. No, he must escape. Remaining here will not allow him to eliminate that demon slayer. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Facing the incoming blades of wind, Akaza swiftly retreats, his eyes scanning the surroundings for an opportunity to break free. Behind him, Kaijiro Rengoku has already swung his sword, unleashing the 3rd form of flame-breathing, blazing universe. With a strike imbued with fierce flames, he instantaneously severs one of Akaza's arms, though it rapidly regenerates. Yet, the speed of regeneration is gradually diminishing. Furthermore, Akaza can clearly sense that he is losing control over his body. He cannot afford to delay any longer. The 3 opposing him feel the same urgency. Kaijiro Rengoku steadies his stance, holding his blade at his side, his aura coalescing and flowing from his heart to his limbs. The 9th form of flame-breathing, Purgatory. His inner flames erupt, coalescing into a colossal dragon of fire that tears through the earth, charging forth like a locomotive. Observing this, Akaza raises his hands, assuming a stance for his destructive killing style. An invisible shockwave converges with the blazing flames. Meanwhile, Mitsuri Kanroji seizes the moment, leaping high above to target Akaza's neck, unleashing the 10th form of wind-breathing, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. With a single stroke, a tempest descends, encircling and striking toward Akaza's neck. Tanjiro quickened his pace. Dance of the Fire God, Sun Halo Dragon. The 3 of them struck simultaneously. Rengoku Kaijiro confronted it head-on, deflecting the hurricane that surged towards his neck with a swift raise of his hand, compelling it to alter its trajectory and strike his right shoulder. At this moment, his movements were already confined. With a single decisive strike, Tanjiro could have brought an end to the battle. However, just as his blade was about to make contact, Akaza unleashed a tremendous surge of power. His right hand struck out with all its might towards Tanjiro, who was positioned behind him. In an instant, their weapons clashed. And although Tanjiro's fist was cleaved open, the ensuing shockwave sent him hurtling backwards. "Get away from me!" Akaza bellowed, erupting with complete force in his moment of desperation, as he turned and smashed his half-formed fist towards the 2 individuals before him, forcing the flame Hashira back. Immediately thereafter, he retreated, exerting every effort to heal his injured arm, and turned his gaze towards the direction of the train. "Destructive kill, chaos style," he exclaimed. "This is bad." Upon witnessing the situation, Tanjiro hurriedly prepared to intervene. However, the wind Hashira swiftly arrived first. "Leave this to us. Go and slay that upper moon." "I understand." With both hands gripping his sword, Tanjiro gazed at Akaza, who had already distanced himself significantly, fully aware that it would be nearly impossible to pursue him any further. He could only raise his Ashura Maru, channeling all the demonic energy he could muster into it, and then he swung down with a single, decisive strike. Crescent Moon Slash. In an instant, a crescent-shaped slash, stretching several meters long, tore through the earth. In a fleeting moment, it hurtled towards the fleeing Akaza. Upon sensing the impending danger and turning to face the ominous black crescent strike, he hastily summoned all his strength. With a mighty leap, he flipped his body around to counter the attack. Destruction Kill Chaos style. His fist moved rapidly, unleashing an invisible shockwave, yet before the dark crescent strike, it was utterly ineffective. In a heartbeat, the shockwave dissipated entirely. The relentless slash continued its advance, but fortunate for Akaza, his position was sufficient to evade complete destruction. However, he was still struck by the crescent moon slash. From his left shoulder down to his abdomen, a grotesque gash opened up, annihilating flesh and blood. The left half of his body seemed on the verge of detachment, and such a horrific injury was nearly impossible to heal, rendering him powerless. At that moment, Akaza was effectively brought to the brink of death by that single blow. Fortunately, the distance was enough. After landing, he fled into the dark forest, dragging his grievous wound behind him, vanishing completely from the desolate wilderness. Tanjiro sprinted across the wilderness. Regrettably, his forehead had begun to sprout demonic horns, and the time for his transformation had reached its limit. The moment had arrived. Ashura Maru decisively reverted the transformation. As Tanjiro ran, he suddenly felt as though his body had been hollowed out, stumbling and collapsing to the ground, with the markings on his forehead fading away. Yet, even on the ground, he continued to shout hoarsely, "Don't escape, you coward." But it was ultimately futile. "Stop yelling. It has already fled beyond my perception," Ashura Maru retorted with irritation. It was indeed a pity that they could not completely detain Akaza this time. However, with Muzan likely having witnessed this battle, the next encounter would surely involve more than just two upper moons. Given Tanjiro's current strength, combined with his own hidden cards, it seemed that anyone other than Muzan would meet their demise. Therefore, it would be wiser to take the initiative and catch Muzan off guard. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a notification from the system suddenly echoed within him. Ding! Detected intense negative emotions from Akaza, earning 1,000 emotional points. Detected intense negative emotions from Muzan Kibutsuji, earning 10,000 emotional points. Thank you for the emotional points donation, Boss Muzan. Ashura Maru teased from within the sword. Noting that Akaza's single emotional surge had surpassed 1,000. This marked the first instance since arriving in this world, aside from Muzan. Could it be that a second boss was about to make an appearance? Snapping back to reality, he gazed at his personal panel, momentarily lost in thought as he beheld the 40,000 emotional points. However, the abilities of the Ashura Maru template had nearly all been unlocked. It would be prudent to conserve the remaining emotional points to unlock the Golden Horn. Without a second thought, he chose to unlock the ability associated with the 10,000 emotional points. Alright, now it's time to start accumulating emotional points. But before that, let us indulge in a diamond level lottery. Just out of curiosity, I wish to experience what treasures a diamond level draw can yield. Ding. Consume 10,000 emotional points to initiate a diamond level lottery. Congratulations, you have obtained the sword technique. 1/Ashura unleashes the body to its limit, which will inflict damage upon the body, with an accompanying ability, 1/Rakshasa. Releases all strength in an instant to surpass 1's limits. Upon hearing the system notification, Ashura Maru in the sword momentarily paused in astonishment. Surpassing 1's limits? Perhaps that would be worth trying another day. On the outside, the wind pillar had also arrived by Tanjiro's side, while Mitsuri Kanroji glared with fierce eyes, demanding, "How do you feel right now?" Confronted with the taciturn concern of Shinazugawa Sanemi, Tanjiro was engulfed by a profound sense of shame. He felt remorseful, attributing the escape of the malevolent demon to his own failure to vanquish it. Upon hearing this, Kyujiro Rengoku knelt down, his steadfast gaze fixed upon Tanjiro, and earnestly reassured him, "Though it is indeed regrettable, this is not your fault. Moreover, you single-handedly defeated the Upper Moon 4. I firmly believe that this time, you will undoubtedly be recognized as a Hashira by all." Humph, that fiend's escape doesn't change the fact that it will meet its end next time. Sanemi retorted with a stoic expression. While both felt a twinge of sorrow over Akaza's flight, their excitement regarding Tanjiro's remarkable progress overshadowed it. In merely a month, he had grown to such an extent. Given more time, would it not be a trivial task to slay Muzan Kibutsuji? Despite the absence of reproach from the two, Tanjiro remained engulfed in melancholy, haunted by the knowledge that countless innocent lives might be lost due to the demon's continued existence. In that moment, he felt no joy from defeating the Upper Moon. Only self-reproach lingered in his heart. Fortunately, Zenitsu and Inosuke were hastening towards them. "Tanjiro, did you slay that Upper Moon?" Zenitsu inquired eagerly, suppressing the pain coursing through his body. Tanjiro, with a downcast expression, replied, "I'm sorry, it escaped. That is still quite an achievement. You should be a Hashira upon your return," Zenitsu exclaimed, genuinely elated for him. Even Inosuke, with his gruff voice, expressed concern. "Are you all right, Tanjiro? Do you want to eat?" "No, thank you," Tanjiro responded softly. Tanjiro chuckled softly, shaking his head as he struggled to rise from the ground. Observing that Tanjiro was relatively unharmed, Shinazugawa Sanemi also stood up, casting a less disdainful glance at Zenitsu beside him. After all, this young lad, though incessantly annoying, proved to be dependable when it truly mattered. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards the multitude of train passengers approaching and addressed the few individuals present with a fierce tone. "Since our mission has concluded, let us return to headquarters to report." "I wholeheartedly agree," Kyojiro Rengoku replied appropriately. The others had no objections, and the group departed under the cover of night. Yet before they vanished, They could distinctly hear the passengers' expressions of gratitude behind them. "We are immensely grateful, noble warriors. We do not even know your names. But as a writer, I wish to immortalize your deeds. May I ask to become your disciple?" Amidst the clamor, Tanjiro and his companions completely disappeared into the night. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, they returned to the familiar courtyard, though the attendance was sparse, with only a few individuals present. However, in the corridor, Kanroji Mitsuri could hardly contain her excitement, her lips curving into an unrestrained smile. Chapter 77. Promotion to Hashira. Tanjiro single-handedly vanquished Upper Moon 4. And you all combined your strength to severely injure Upper Moon 3, did you not? The century-old status quo has finally tilted in favor of the Demon Slayer Corps. And we owe it all to each one of you. Gazing tenderly at Tanjiro, as well as Zenitsu and Inosuke, who were attending the meeting for the first time. Her eyes radiated approval. She then shifted her gaze to the assembled Hashira, her expression turning grave as she announced, "Though this comes a bit late. I must declare at this moment that Tanjiro's rank within the Corps will be elevated to that of Hashira." The Hashira below expressed no dissent. After all, with his prowess, he had long been deserving of the title. This was merely a formal recognition of his capabilities. Noticing the consensus among the crowd, Kanroji Mitsuri continued with a gentle smile. "Tanjiro, I hope you will become a pillar of strength, dedicated to protecting us all." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro knelt on one knee and raised his head, resolutely responding, "I will." Beside him, Zenitsu and Inosuke were astounded, wondering how Tanjiro, who had joined the Demon Slayer Corps alongside them, suddenly ascended to the rank of Hashira. Kanroji Mitsuri, feeling exceedingly joyful, continued, "Now it is time to consider a fitting title for you." Turning to Zenitsu and Inosuke, she added, "As for you two, based on your performance, your ranks will also be promoted to that of B-class members." "Is that all?" "Just B-class." Within Inosuke's coarse voice lingered a hint of dissatisfaction, while Zenitsu chose to embrace the situation with gratitude, exclaiming, "I am most thankful, my esteemed lord." Meanwhile, Tanjiro pondered deeply, inwardly questioning, "Azumar, what pillar do you think would suit me best? I wield both the fire goddess Kagura and the breath of the sun." In response to this troubled inquiry, Azumar, residing within the blade, contemplated briefly before replying, "In that case, you might as well be called the sun pillar." Symbolizing the sun that perfectly corresponds with the breath of the sun, Tanjiro decisively accepted this suggestion and promptly conveyed a splendid answer to the awaiting, wise-eye Kanroji. "I have made my decision, my esteemed lord. My title shall be the sun pillar. I aspire to become a blazing sun that dispels darkness and protects all that I hold dear." Upon hearing this declaration, those present nodded in agreement. Wise-eye Kanroji, upon receiving this response, smiled gently, stating, "I have faith that you will undoubtedly achieve this." Thus, the Demon Slayer Corps welcomed a new pillar. As the gathering concluded and the crowd dispersed, the crow would relay the news of Tanjiro's ascension to the sun pillar to every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. After a day's rest within the Corps, under the guidance of Ashura Maru, Tanjiro embarked on his journey anew, yet prior to that, he made his way to the residence of Obuyashiki Yoya. Standing before his lord, Tanjiro expressed his utmost respect, stating, "My lord, I wish to select a task for myself." Naturally, Obuyashiki Yoya had no reason to refuse this request, especially since he had previously promised that tasks within the ranks could be chosen at will. The reason tasks had previously been assigned by headquarters was to maintain unified coordination and to avoid drawing Muzan's attention as much as possible. With that, he summoned someone to present the intelligence gathered during this period, which was promptly laid before Tanjiro. A substantial stack of papers, each detailing a corresponding piece of information, indicated the sheer number of malevolent demons at work. Without further contemplation, he reached for the reports, swiftly sifting through them one by one. As he did so, he silently inquired, "Ashura Maru, which piece of information should we select?" Yet, the response he received was merciless. "Continue to flip through, do not pause." As he flipped through the reports, he finally halted after surpassing the midpoint of the stack. "This one," he exclaimed, clutching a report that prominently displayed, "Tokyo, Yoshiwara, the Pleasure District." It was noted that geishas frequently went missing, with dispatched team members also reported as lost, raising suspicions of a powerful demon lurking within. The intelligence was scarce, yet it was precisely what Ashura Maru sought. According to the original text, this location concealed the Lower Moon 6, and given its relatively weak power, Tanjiro, with his current strength, could unleash chaos upon it. This would provide an excellent opportunity to catch Muzan off guard. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Upon hearing Ashura Maru's affirmative voice, Tanjiro respectfully expressed, "My lord, I have chosen this particular piece of intelligence." Meanwhile, sitting across from him, Obuyashiki also took note of this information. He had perused that report no fewer than 10 times. And the previous teams dispatched had either returned empty-handed or lost all contact. Originally, he had intended to send a Hashira to investigate. However, he was taken aback that Tanjiro had chosen it instead. Yet, this was indeed fortuitous, as the demon concealed there was undoubtedly formidable. With Tanjiro, the strongest member of the Demon Slayer Corps, undertaking this task, it seemed most fitting. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to add, "I have reviewed this information as well, and the malevolent spirit hidden there is quite troublesome. Therefore, I hope to have Shinobu accompany you, and in addition, you may bring along a few more companions." This statement was, in essence, a clear indication of his intent. Tanjiro promptly replied with a smile, "I understand, my esteemed lord." After departing from the residence, Tanjiro swiftly returned to the Butterfly Mansion, where twilight had already descended, enveloping the surroundings in the embrace of night. As he passed through the courtyard, he noticed Zenitsu and Inosuke fervently training, so engrossed that they failed to perceive Tanjiro's presence. Understanding their fervent desire to grow stronger, Tanjiro approached them with purpose. "Zenitsu, your mastery of total concentration is commendable. Now, you should focus on honing your sword techniques," he remarked. This prompted a frustrated Zenitsu to retort, "But I can only perform the first form of thunder breathing. Beyond that, I am at a loss." In response, Tanjiro calmly inquired, "But Zenitsu, cannot you develop your own sword techniques? Wasn't your previous sixfold merely an extension of the first form?" This revelation struck Zenitsu like a bolt of lightning, shaking him from his previous lethargy, and he began to embrace his own efforts. Meanwhile, Inosuke, with an air of confidence, declared, "I have created my own breathing technique, which far surpasses your swordsmanship. So what? Have you ever heard of reaching the pinnacle through concentrated effort?" Zenitsu shot back, and the two resumed their spirited debate in the courtyard. Tanjiro intervened to mediate between the two, while the sword, Ashura Maru, silently observed the scene. Chapter 78. Indeed, I still wish to end your life. After the three had trained for a while, Zenitsu and Inosuke, "I shall be departing from the headquarters tomorrow to undertake a mission. Would you two care to accompany me?" Tanjiro sincerely inquired about the opinions of the two, assuring them that he would not impose if they were reluctant. After all, it was indeed perilous to accompany him. However, the first to respond was unexpectedly Zenitsu, who, with a dejected expression, remarked, "Tanjiro, you are now a Hashira. You must ensure my safety. It seems you truly are better off asleep." Inuyasha, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject with a quip. Clearly, both had chosen to follow Tanjiro once more. Thus, the trio reformed their team. Tanjiro also smiled sincerely. After a night of silence, the following morning, the three of them prepared themselves and departed from the Butterfly Mansion. At the entrance, Shinazugawa Sanemi had been waiting for quite some time. His fierce gaze directed at the trio, and he remarked, "You were too slow. My apologies." Without hesitation, Tanjiro immediately offered his apologies. Beside him, Zenitsu retorted with irritation, clearly implying that it was Tanjiro who had arrived too early. The expression and demeanor of Mitsuri Kanroji revealed a palpable tension, as his fist clenched with a crackling intensity. "I've hardened my fists. You, indeed. I still have an overwhelming urge to strike you down." Upon hearing this, Zenitsu hastily dashed behind Tanjiro, lamenting, "Tanjiro, you must protect me." Mitsuri Kanroji exclaimed in frustration, but, after a moment of contemplation, managed to suppress his anger and turned to Tanjiro with a serious expression, inquiring, "Tanjiro, what are the flames etched upon your forehead?" Tanjiro had no intention of withholding information and candidly shared everything he knew. "Those are the markings of the Hashira." Before he could finish, Mitsuri Kanroji, seemingly confirming his suspicions, eagerly pressed on, "Indeed, the markings. Do you recall how you awakened them?" As the conversation shifted to the awakening of the markings, Tanjiro expressed his own confusion regarding the experience. "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain how the markings were awakened. I lost consciousness during an attack and, in a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of them. When I regained consciousness, the markings had already manifested." His explanation felt rather inconclusive, yet none present doubted his sincerity, for Tanjiro was not one to deceive. However, the method of awakening the markings remained a mystery to them all. Fortunately, Arjo Luowan, an encyclopedia of knowledge, was among them. Tanjiro's thoughts were quite straightforward. Whenever he encountered confusion, he would simply seek guidance from Ashura Maru. As soon as Ashura Maru spoke, it instinctively grasped the essence of Tanjiro's inquiries. Frankly, I felt akin to a diligent and devoted guiding force. Regrettably, I could only provide a rather ambiguous response. When one person ignites the markings under your influence, others will gradually awaken their own markings as well. Thank you, Ashura Maru. Tanjiro turned his head and relayed the information, simultaneously recounting the state of his body after activating the mark. When the mark was activated, I felt an intense heat coursing through my body, accompanied by a rapid heartbeat. I suspect this might be one of the reasons behind the inability to survive past the age of 25 after activating the mark. Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanemi grasped the crux of the matter. The closer one is to you, the faster the activation of the mark occurs. As for the notion that activating the mark would lead to death at 25, he was utterly unconcerned. As long as he could grow stronger and vanquish the demons, that was all that mattered. Conversely, Zenitsu immediately recoiled, dread creeping over him. If I stay this close to you, will I also meet an early demise? After all, I have yet to marry. In response to Zenitsu's lamentations, Tanjiro turned with a sincere gaze and quickly waved his hand to reassure him. Fear not, Zenitsu. Ashura Maru can heal the bodily damage caused by the activation of the mark. No sooner had he spoken than Zenitsu rushed forward. I feel unwell. Does this mean I am about to activate the mark? Please, have Ashura Maru assist me. Tanjiro cast a disdainful glance over. Thus, the group embarked on their journey. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly elapsed. Under the veil of night, Tanjiro and his companions finally arrived at their destination, Tokyo's Yoshiwara, a renowned red light district. This semi-modern city, adorned with ancient-style buildings, was ablaze with light and bustling with people, presenting a vivid tableau of nocturnal life. Its most famous allure lay in the geishas, whose vibrant appearances graced the numerous tea-houses, enticing patrons with their charm and grace. The trio, visiting for the first time, was taken aback by the lively scene. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Inosuke, overwhelmed by the throngs, felt a twinge of social anxiety. Meanwhile, Zenitsu's gaze was captivated by the geishas by the roadside, particularly when they waved at him, stirring an irresistible urge to step closer. So many beautiful young ladies. Little brat, it's still too early for you. Inosuke seized the moment, delivering a swift punch to Zenitsu's head, pulling him back to reality. Tanjiro, however, remained focused, his nose attuned to the myriad scents in the air, searching for the unmistakable trace of demons. Yet, the overwhelming array of odors rendered his task challenging. He refrained from voicing his concerns, instead wandering through the streets, trusting that Ashura Maru would alert him if danger lurked nearby. As they strolled, the crowd thickened, leading them to a procession of individuals moving slowly ahead. At the center stood a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned in exquisite attire, capturing the attention of all, except for Zenitsu, who was utterly entranced. That older sister is incredibly beautiful. If my future wife could look like that, I would have no regrets. He cast a subtle glance at Tanjiro's Ashura Maru and the wooden box containing Nezuko. Inosuke, in contrast, bluntly remarked, walking this slowly would surely lead to death in the mountains. Their differing attitudes highlighted the contrast in their personalities. Without lingering, the group continued forward. Moments later, as they passed the renowned Kabukicho's Ajimodia, Ashura Maru's voice pierced through the clamor. There are demons here. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro halted, sniffing the air, yet detecting no trace of demonic presence, not even the scent of blood. With no other option, he inquired, Ashura Maru, where are the demons? Chapter 79. Splitting up in response, Ashura Maru began to direct them. You still have some distance to cover. Proceed ahead. Listening intently to the guidance, Tanjiro turned to his companions, who were still scanning their surroundings, and urged, Ashura Maru has detected the demon's presence. Follow me. As he spoke, he turned and took the lead, striding ahead. The group hurried along the street until they came to a halt in front of an establishment in Kabukicho, where the sign above the eaves boldly proclaimed Ajimodoya. In Tanjiro's mind, he could hear the reminder from Ashura Maru echoing. The demon resides within this very location, or rather, deep beneath your feet, and its presence feels peculiar. It may possess a semblance of the abilities akin to the Upper Moon 4, Hantengu, intertwined with numerous human essences. The true form might be concealed nearby, thus, it would be prudent to continue exploring the vicinity. With this thought, Tanjiro's gaze towards the Ajimoto house was resolute. His desire to vanquish the malevolent demon was undeniable, yet his greater aspiration lay in rescuing others. However, should he inadvertently alert the demon and allow it to escape, more lives would inevitably be lost. Therefore, The only course of action was to enter the Ajimoto house and seek the entrance to the depths below while simultaneously searching for the demon's true form. Having formulated this plan, Tanjiro turned to the three companions behind him to share his thoughts. Mr. Shinazugawa, it is possible that the depths beneath the Ajimoto house harbor a manifestation of the demon, along with a multitude of trapped humans. Hence, I propose we split into two groups moving forward. This statement sought the consensus of those present. Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa immediately grasped Tanjiro's intention and fixed him with a fierce gaze, retorting, "You wish for me to remain here to locate the entrance to the underground while you pursue the demon's true form?" "Precisely," Tanjiro affirmed. Without hesitation, Tanjiro provided his answer. However, Shinazugawa Sanemi felt somewhat troubled, for the issue lay in his lack of expertise in searching. It was highly likely that he would be incapable of locating the concealed entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, Inosuke stepped forward, his boar mask concealing a triumphant expression. "If it's about finding the entrance, leave it to me. No one knows how to locate a hole in the mountains better than I do." The others chose to trust him. Sanemi decisively made a decision. "Then I shall search for the entrance alongside this brat, while Tanjiro, you and the others will seek the location of the demon's true body. If you find the demon first, come to the Ajimoto house to find us." This proposal met with no objections from those present, except for Zenitsu, who began to act rather petulant. "No. I also want to search for the entrance in the Ajimoto house. Tanjiro can handle finding the demon on his own." As soon as he uttered these words, he was met with a powerful punch from Sanemi, landing squarely on his head, accompanied by a furious rebuke. "You little brat, my patience has its limits. Now hurry up and get lost." Tanjiro hastily pulled Zenitsu away from the spot. Even the sword spirit, Ashura Maru, couldn't help but comment, "Are you attempting to find the entrance? I shan't be the one to reveal it." Noticing the situation, Shinazugawa Sanemi also turned around, making his way toward the entrance of the Ajimoto establishment. "Come along, you little rascal," he instructed, with Inosuke closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a flamboyantly adorned geisha who respectfully bowed and inquired, "Welcome, esteemed guests. What sort of geisha do you desire?" Meanwhile, Zenitsu, walking down the street, clutched his head, filled with resentful grumbling. "This guy is utterly ridiculous. Isn't this bullying? Why is it that Inosuke can do it while I cannot?" Witnessing his friend's distress, Tanjiro felt a twinge of sympathy. "Zenitsu, Mr. Sanemi is actually a very gentle person. His way of expressing it may be rather unconventional, but he genuinely cares for you." Upon hearing this, Zenitsu, with a grotesque expression, pointed at the swollen bump on his head and retorted, "Is this how he shows concern?" This time, Tanjiro was momentarily at a loss for words. The two continued to navigate through the bustling streets, unaware of how much time had passed, until they arrived at another street. Ashura Maru's voice echoed once more. "There is a trace of that demon in this street, just a short distance ahead." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro instantly obeyed the directive and sprinted forward, with Zenitsu following closely behind. They soon found themselves in front of another establishment in Kabuki-cho, this one named Kaigokuya. "Is this the place?" Tanjiro placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the shop ahead, contemplating whether to take action. In contrast, Zenitsu behind him appeared far less anxious, jesting lightly. "Tanjiro has demonstrated the ability to single-handedly defeat an upper moon, so what does he have to fear? As for Ashura Maru, where exactly is that fiend located?" Tanjiro finds himself in deep contemplation, pondering whether to make a move here. Meanwhile, Ashura Maru offers a timely hint. In the shaded room to the north, it appears that the demon is not present at the moment, yet the overwhelming aura suggests that this is indeed the creature's lair. Nevertheless, a sense of perplexity lingers. Where could this being have fled to? Logically, it should have traversed the entire flower district, yet no specific location can be sensed. Is it truly so? As Tanjiro murmured to himself, he then spoke aloud. "Zenitsu, let us depart. Are we not hunting demons anymore?" Zenitsu inquired, puzzled. Yet he still followed closely behind. The two made their way swiftly towards the Iguro household. Meanwhile, in the infinite castle, amidst the labyrinthine architecture, Akaza stood resolutely upon a central platform. Numerous figures began to emerge from the surrounding structures, including the Upper Moon Six. The Upper Moon Six comprised two individuals, the charming and graceful Daki and her brother Jotaro, who were currently waiting on a staircase for something. Nearby, on a tatama mat, an odd-patterned jar emitted a grotesque figure, resembling a pale, bald creature reminiscent of a ghoul. In the stillness of the infinite castle, a voice, slightly gentle yet unsettling, broke the silence. "Lord Akaza, It has been quite some time since we last met. Have you perhaps grown stronger? Turning to see the speaker, Akaza recognized it to be Doma, the upper moon too. Adorned with a red hat and flowing white hair, his handsome visage perpetually adorned with a smile. As he spoke, he greeted the others. It's wonderful to see you all again after such a long time. Chapter 80. Who will be the bait? However, what greeted him was Akaza's pin-up fury, culminating in a single, devastating punch that shattered Doma's head. With a furious glare, Akaza barked, "Get away from me." This latest failure had ignited his rage to its zenith. He yearned to unleash this fury in the only way he knew how, by obliterating that monster. That was quite a punch. Doma's head swiftly reformed, his smile unwavering as he teasingly remarked, seemingly in good spirits. Akaza's forehead throbbed with tension, yet he retained enough composure to refrain from retaliating. On the staircase, Daki, a captivating woman with lustrous black hair and a graceful figure, turned to her brother Jotaro, who was crouched beside her, and softly inquired, "Brother, what has Lord Muzan summoned us for this time?" "Perhaps it is to discuss once more how to eliminate that demon hunter," Jotaro replied, though he too was uncertain. Having only recently deliberated on the matter, he glanced around, noticing the absence of two figures, when suddenly a steady voice resonated in their ears, seemingly to alert everyone. "Lord Muzan has arrived." As the words fell, the infinite city began to undergo a tumultuous transformation. In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized directly before Akaza. It was none other than Muzan Kibutsuji. Gazing at Akaza, whose tranquil facade concealed an unspoken fury, he refrained from immediate confrontation and instead spoke calmly. "Tentengu is dead, and the upper moon has suffered a significant loss, yet there is not a single demon to fill the void." Turning to face the kneeling Akaza, Muzan suddenly unleashed his oppressive aura, manipulating his power. In an instant, Akaza's body was torn asunder by countless wounds, blood oozing forth and even spilling from his mouth. His presence waned momentarily. This unforeseen event left the other upper moons in a state of confusion, but Muzan swiftly provided clarity. "A few days prior, Akaza encountered that demon slayer, yet you failed, disappointing my expectations. Akaza, you chose to flee." The weight of this revelation was not lost, even on Kokushibo, the upper one, who momentarily paused in surprise. Reflecting on the figure of the demon slayer, he too was filled with doubt. Could it be that this individual is the reincarnation of Yurichi? Meanwhile, down below, Doma interjected, "Have I ever failed to meet your expectations? I will personally ensure that the boy meets his end." "I do not wish to hear your meaningless chatter," Muzan interjected, his tone direct and unyielding. "Gather all upper moons and eliminate that demon slayer without fail. Furthermore, Nakheim shall be promoted to upper moon 4, tasked with gathering intelligence. All upper moons, be on standby." He had resolved to confront them all, hoping for victory. Should they falter, he would conceal himself within the infinite city until the demon slayer withered away. Just as Muzan prepared to dismiss them, upper moon 5, Gyako, stepped forward. One side of his face, with its mouth licking sharp teeth, was contrasted by the other, which spoke obsequiously. "Lord Muzan, I have acquired information that will surely aid you." However, before he could finish, Muzan turned to him with a chilling reprimand. "Do not approach me with unverified information in such eagerness. If the information proves true, then we shall proceed as a collective of upper moons." Thus, the meeting within the infinite city came to a definitive conclusion. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and his companions had already arrived at the house of the Ajimoto family. They traversed the melodious corridors and entered a room where they gathered together. In this space, Mitsuri Kanroji looked solemnly at the two arriving figures, particularly at Tanjiro, and asked gravely, "Have you two located the true body of that demon?" Upon hearing this, Tanjiro knelt and nodded slightly, stating that he had already discovered the demon's lair, which was located in the Kaigoku house on another street. Although it was not there at the moment, beside him, Zenitsu promptly inquired whether they had found the entrance to the underground. He added, with a hint of frustration, that they had not abandoned their search to frolic with the young lady. Just as he finished speaking, Shinazugawa Sanemi retaliated with a punch to Zenitsu's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. "What an irritating fellow," Sanemi remarked after incapacitating him. He then turned back and straightforwardly replied, "We have not uncovered any leads. Perhaps you should consult Ashura Maru to see if he can locate that entrance." Although Tanjiro felt somewhat guilty for continually troubling Ashura Maru, he resolved to ask for help in order to save others. Before he could finish his thought, Ashura Maru's voice cut in sharply, declaring that such a trivial task should not be beyond their capabilities, as the entrance was located beneath the floor of the corridor they had traversed. He added as an afterthought that this time, it was likely another upper moon demon. Thank you, Ashura Maru, Tanjiro expressed gratefully. After Tanjiro expressed his heartfelt gratitude, he promptly relayed those words. Immediately, the group eagerly made their way to the corridor to ascertain their positions. However, they did not act to destroy it right away. Instead, they temporarily returned to their room. Tanjiro expressed his thoughts regarding the current mission. This bustling flower street, teeming with people, would lead to unimaginable consequences should a battle unfold here, resulting in countless casualties. Shinazugawa Sanemi did not dispute this notion, with a sinister smile curling upon his lips. He suggested, shall we lure it out and then eliminate it? Though, achieving that is quite challenging. However, with my presence, it poses no issue. Yet, we still require a bait. With that, he cast his gaze upon the unconscious Zenitsu sprawled on the ground. Tanjiro and his companion also turned their gazes in that direction. Deep down, they both felt that Zenitsu was indeed the most suitable choice to serve as bait. With no objections raised, Shinazugawa Sanemi swiftly solidified the decision. Thus, it was resolved that he would personally descend into the depths to eliminate the demon's doppelganger, while this young demon would act as bait to lure out the upper moon demon. You will temporarily hold it at bay, and once I have slain the doppelganger, I shall hasten to your side. With the plan devised, the group decided to rest here for the night. As dawn broke the following day, Tanjiro returned to the Kayagaka house, the lair of the malevolent demon. However, the demon had yet to return to this place. The group could only await their fate with resignation. Chapter 81. So you were using your brain as nightfall descended once more. The once desolate streets began to teem with life. After waiting throughout the day, Tanjiro finally heard the voice of Ashura Maru echoing in his mind. The demon had returned. I understand. Ashura Maru. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro dashed toward the Ojaya Inn. Navigating through the bustling crowd, he soon arrived outside the Ojaya Inn, where Shinazugawa Sanemi and the others had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Tanjiro return, they eagerly inquired, has the demon appeared? In response to Sanemi's question, Tanjiro nodded affirmatively. Yes, we can commence our operation. Without further ado, let us proceed. The group swiftly entered the Ojaya Inn and made their way back to the wooden corridor. At that moment, the area was devoid of people. Shinazugawa Sanemi unsheathed his Nichiren blade and struck down with great force, shattering the floorboards. This revealed the foundation below. But alas, it contained a narrow pit that was certainly not wide enough for them to pass through. This pit is too narrow. We cannot enter and must abandon this approach, Sanemi concluded promptly upon seeing the obstacle. However, Inosuke stepped forward, his boar mask concealing a triumphant expression. Leave it to me. The great Inosuke. I am capable of dislocating every bone in my body. As long as my head can fit, I can go anywhere. With that, he nonchalantly dislocated his shoulder. Yet, at that very moment Tanjiro stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Inosuke. No. It would be far too perilous for you to descend alone. Upon hearing this, Inosuke turned his head, his voice gravelly and resonant as he retorted. Then what should we do? Fortunately, Ashura Maru interjected. The doppelganger lurking below lacks formidable strength. You should be more than capable of handling it. With this reassurance, Tanjiro did not hesitate to place his trust in Ashura Maru, promptly advising, Inosuke, I entrust this task to you. You should be able to contend with that vile demon's avatar. But you must wait half an hour before making your move. Leave it to me, Inosuke declared, grasping his twin blades, poised at the edge of the pit, ready to plunge into a frenzy of strikes. I'm counting on you. Before departing, Tanjiro cast one final glance at Inosuke. And then the three swiftly parted ways down the street. Mitsuri Kanroji ventured alone towards the wilderness, while Tanjiro and Zenitsu hastened to the Kayagaka residence. Tanjiro concealed himself in the shadows, observing, while Zenitsu tucked his blade into his kimono, entering the abode with a face twisted in grotesque anticipation. In a secluded corner, he dripped a small vial of blood onto his forearm concealed beneath his kimono, muttering incessantly, even in death, I shall not spare you wretches. He ascended to the third floor, arriving at a dimly lit room, then quickly maneuvered aside. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged through the wooden door. Adorned in ceremonial attire, her light-colored eyes briefly glancing at Zenitsu. Initially brimming with avarice, her gaze swiftly transformed into one of disdain upon noticing him. With unabashed contempt, she tilted her head, casting a sidelong glare at Zenitsu, and remarked scornfully, what a hideous creature you are. Just your presence is enough to incite nausea. Someone as grotesque as you should keep their distance. This is not a place for your kind. With that, she retreated into her chamber. Zenitsu, with his acute hearing, caught the faint sounds emanating from within. How could such a rare bloodline be so repulsive to the point of extinguishing my appetite? Truly a revolting individual, she lamented. Zenitsu stood in the corridor, bewildered, contemplating that this was the first time he had heard of a demon being selective about their prey. And the reason for not indulging in their own kind was due to perceived ugliness. Is this what passes for courtesy? He was torn between indignation and relief. Ultimately, he resolved to vacate the premises and devise a new plan, swiftly descending the stairs and emerging onto the street outside. Upon locating Tanjiro, who was concealed in the shadows, Zenitsu awkwardly admitted, "I'm sorry, I have failed." Upon hearing this, Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pressing for answers. What's wrong? Zenitsu? What has happened? Isn't there's still some of the rare blood left? Why has it failed? To this inquiry, Zenitsu found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. However, the prospect of their prior preparations potentially being in vain compelled him to muster his courage and speak. That vile demon claimed I was a hideous creature, devoid of any appeal. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro was momentarily stunned. Observing Zenitsu's distressed expression, he offered a comforting response. It's all right. This is not your fault. In response, Zenitsu's expression morphed into one of exasperation. Is that your idea of comfort? Think of a solution, Tanjiro. Yet, Tanjiro found himself at a loss. It was unthinkable to have an ordinary person attempt to entice that upper moon demon. As for him trying to seduce it, that was even more implausible. After all, his appearance was only marginally better than Zenitsu's. Amidst the swirling thoughts, a memory of Ashura Maru's previous counsel surfaced to engage his mind more actively. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He hastily queried in his mind, Ashura Maru, can you? You cannot, came the swift and unequivocal refusal from Ashura Maru before he could finish his sentence. I instructed you to think for yourself, and now you wish to rely on me? Tanjiro, you have changed. However, this time, upon facing rejection, Tanjiro appeared utterly powerless. On one side stood the poised Inosuke, while on the other lay the pivotal decision within his grasp, leaving him feeling caught in a dilemma. Although he could command Ashura Maru by virtue of his status as the swordmaster, he hesitated to do so. Should he truly let this opportunity slip away? Meanwhile, within the blade, Ashura Maru's mind echoed with the system's notification. Ding. Severe negative emotions detected in Tanjiro, earning 1,000 emotional points. Surprised by the impact he had caused, Ashura Maru contemplated that it would be prudent to minimize any potential variables. The sooner this was resolved, the better, as evidenced by the events in the Infinite Train arc. The narrative had already begun to shift. After a moment of silence, just as Tanjiro was about to rush to the Ajinomoto house, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ashura Maru, after some deliberation, finally gritted his teeth and declared, given your strong desire this time, I shall reluctantly assist you once. Really? Ashura Maru, I do not wish for you to feel compelled to do something against your will. Between us, we are equals. I am not your master. Tanjiro calmly expressed in his heart upon receiving this good news. He had never regarded Ashura Maru as his possession. Their identities had always been that of comrades and close friends. Ashura Maru, who could keenly perceive this sentiment, chuckled softly. Then consider my assistance as entirely voluntary. I truly appreciate you, Ashura Maru. Tanjiro responded with a gentle smile, then promptly made his way to a secluded alleyway. In that moment, Ashura Maru unsheathed from Tanjiro's waist, dark smoke billowing forth and transforming into an exquisite figure in the air. This time, however, the attire had changed to a simple and unadorned kimono, and even the countenance bore subtle refinements, appearing more akin to an innocent youth. Upon seeing Ashura Maru once again, Zenitsu, overwhelmed with affection, felt an irresistible urge to leap forward. Nevertheless, he restrained his excitement and, with a serious demeanor, extended his right hand. Shyly uttering, I am Zenitsu Agatsuma. May Miss Ashura Maru be my friend? His face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Tanjiro found himself momentarily taken aback. Wishing to speak, but was interrupted by Ashura Maru. Allow me to clarify. There is a detail you have misinterpreted. I am, in fact, male. The ruby-like eyes gazed upon the bewildered Zenitsu, admiring the expression that appeared on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu's complexion turned ashen, resembling the face of someone utterly shattered. In the background, a voice murmured, male? Ashura Maru is male? Seeing this, Tanjiro hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. Zenitsu, are you all right? Yet, despite his calls and attempts to gently nudge Zenitsu, there was no response. He merely stood there, frozen in a state of despair. No, it can't be. How could he be male? Tanjiro sighed at Zenitsu's reaction, apprehensive that the truth would be too much for him to bear. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to linger on Zenitsu's stupor. Tanjiro retrieved the half-empty vial of rare blood from Zenitsu. He then turned to face Ashura Maru, extending the vial towards him. "I beg you, Ashura Maru." Receiving the blood, Ashura Maru wasted no time and stepped directly out of the alley, attracting the gazes of many passers-by on the street. Where did this child come from? So adorable. Is it a boy or a girl? I want to take them home. But where are they headed? That direction is towards Kayagako House. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ashura Maru walked straight into Kayagako House, where in a discreet corner, he let a few drops of blood fall onto his arm. Acting nonchalantly, he entered one of the rooms on the third floor, where several geishas were busy preparing themselves. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I seem to have entered the wrong room," and with the astonished gazes of the geishas upon him, he turned and left. Although the commotion was slight, it caught the attention of Daki from a nearby room, who promptly opened the door to peek into the corridor. Upon catching a whiff of the rare blood, she initially assumed it was the same ugly creature, only to be taken aback by the sight of an exquisite girl she had never seen before. Compared to her, the courtesans she had previously encountered paled in comparison. Moreover, she was a rare find. With this thought, Daki stepped fully into the corridor, a subtle smile gracing her lips, drawing forth an intriguing curve. "What a delightful little one. Have you wandered into the wrong room? Why not come and sit with me for a while?" Ashura Maru, noticing the bait had taken, shyly turned away, replying, "No, no." As I took my leave, I hurriedly descended the staircase, akin to a fleeting shadow. However, Taki did not choose to act here, for across the corridor, several geishas had emerged from their chambers, casting curious glances in our direction. When Taki's gaze fell upon them, the geishas hastily retreated back into their rooms, fearful of incurring her displeasure. Yet, Taki paid them no heed. Instead, her attention shifted toward the direction in which Ashura Maru had departed. Unable to resist the temptation to lick her lips, there was no way she would allow him to escape. Meanwhile, Ashura Maru had already fled from the Kayagako house, pausing momentarily on the street before blending into the throng of the crowd. "Zenitsu, it is time for us to depart." Upon witnessing the situation, Tanjiro turned back, intending to offer a word of caution. Yet, Zenitsu remained rooted in place, lost in a daze. Time had slipped away, leaving no opportunity to rouse him from his stupor. Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro called out, "Zenitsu, take care of yourself." With that, he resolutely pursued the direction in which Ashura Maru had departed, adhering to the meticulously devised route. In the shadows, Tanjiro stealthily followed, while Ashura Maru ambled through the crowd, pausing intermittently to observe the unfolding drama. He appeared to be a mere tourist, yet his pace was anything but leisurely. In less than 15 minutes, he had successfully navigated away from the bustling city center, arriving at the secluded outskirts of the sleepless Yoshiwara. This area was sparsely populated, shrouded in darkness, where even the streetlights were a rarity, standing in stark contrast to the vibrant city that never truly slumbered. Here, few would remain indoors at night. Yet this desolation provided an ideal battleground for Tanjiro and his companions. As Ashura Maru traversed the dimly lit streets alone, he could distinctly sense that Daki had already caught up with him. In but a moment, before reaching the designated meeting point, Daki leaped from the eaves and landed on the street, obstructing Ashura Maru's path. At this moment, she was no longer adorned as a courtesan, but donned a sleek, black bodysuit, her abdomen wrapped in a delicate sakura pink sash, for tentacle-like strands extended from her back, and her exquisite face was adorned with makeup. A cherry blossom motif gracing her left cheek, while her light green eyes bore a numerical mark, upper 6. Approaching Ashura Maru, a smile that could not be contained graced her lips. "I do not feast on the frail or the grotesque, but you, my lovely little one, are a first for me. Your charm stirs within me a sense of affection." Upon encountering the upper moon demon Daki and her taunting words, Ashura Maru's expression remained as tranquil as still water. He felt no upheaval in his heart at her captivating form, and a hint of amusement flickered within him. Daki, noticing Ashura Maru's lack of fear, was unfazed and continued her playful jibes. "You are a demon slayer, are you not? You've lured me here, no doubt with other hunters lurking in the shadows, emboldened by your apparent confidence. Have the Ashura arrived? It matters not. I have personally slain 7 Ashura. I am indeed a true upper moon." No sooner had her words left her lips than a figure appeared atop the eaves to Ashura Maru's right, bearing a wooden box, Tanjiro, wearing a fox mask, backlit by the moonlight. His presence exuded an undeniable aura. Upon seeing him, Daki immediately sensed his formidable energy, Yet it was not this that caught her attention. It was his attire and the fox mask adorning his face. During the Infinity Castle meeting, Muzan had conveyed fragments of memory through his blood. The figure before her perfectly mirrored the shadow from those memories beneath the moonlight. A flicker of trepidation ignited within Daki. If this truly was the demon slayer, he would undoubtedly be beyond her capacity to conquer. Moments ago, a sense of triumph adorned his expression, but now it has vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. In the street, Ashura Maru raised his head and proclaimed, "Eliminated, Tanjiro." As the words fell, his form disintegrated, merging into the black mist that enveloped his core. Tanjiro, drawing forth Ashura Maru from his waist, leapt gracefully from the rooftop to the street below, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the upper moon 6 before him. His thoughts were straightforward. Wherever Ashura Maru points, I shall strike. With both hands gripping his blade, Tanjiro faced the formidable Daki, his feet surging with determination as he lunged forward. The Ashura Maru in his grasp ignited with fierce flames, illuminating the shadowy street. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the previous figure's disappearance, Daki realized that this was the demon slayer whom Lord Muzan sought to eliminate. Moreover, she comprehended that he was far beyond their capabilities to vanquish. Without a moment's hesitation, she commanded the numerous sashes behind her to strike forth, their swift movement creating a sound akin to the slicing of air. Yet, to Tanjiro, the world around him seemed to slow, as if time itself had paused. With a deft grip on his sword, he unleashed the fire god dance of the burning bone and flame. The whirling blade, imbued with searing flames, severed the oncoming sashes with precision. The pain was excruciating. Daki felt the searing agony at the severed ends of her sashes, a torment that proved difficult to heal, confirming her earlier intelligence. "You little brat," she exclaimed, raising her arms to continue her assault. But Tanjiro had already closed the distance between them, delivering a seemingly mundane strike as they passed each other. As Tanjiro's feet met the ground, Daki's head tumbled into her own grasp, her headless body collapsing onto the earth. What? How could this be? Daki realized only then that she had been decapitated. The piercing pain compelled her to emit a muffled groan. Meanwhile, Tanjiro slowly turned, a hint of confusion clouding his thoughts. Is this demon truly an upper moon? I sense its strength is perhaps only comparable to one of Han Tengu's manifestations. His gaze remained fixed on the decapitated Daki, his vigilance unwavering, for the example of Han Tengu lingered in his mind. This demon might simply be a mere clone. Upon witnessing her severed neck, and the fact that she had not yet perished, Tanjiro's suspicions were further solidified. He inquired within his mind, "Ashura Maru, can you sense the location of this demon's true body?" No sooner had he spoken than the headless Daki revealed a grotesque figure with ink-green hair emerging from her pristine form. It was none other than the fellow Upper Moon 6, Jotaro. Not far away, Tanjiro, witnessing the scene, summoned his strength and surged forward, his blade igniting in flames as he executed a fierce strike. Meanwhile, Kogai had completely separated from Daki, wielding 2 crimson scythes. His expression twisted with malice as he swung them forward. Bloodblade. In an instant, a multitude of blood strikes surged forth, ensnaring the retreat like a spider's web. As delicate as the wings of a cicada, Tanjiro, having encountered blood-wielding demons before, swiftly drew his sword to sever the incoming blood strikes with precision. Subsequently, these strikes transformed into mere blood droplets that fell to the ground. What a sharp blade! To incite such wrath from Lord Muzan, you must possess extraordinary talent. How enviable indeed. Observing the futility of his blood strikes, Kogai deftly maneuvered them to change direction mid-air, spinning like boomerangs around Tanjiro. Even after detaching from the body, can one still control the trajectory of blood? In his heart, Tanjiro contemplated this matter. Once again, he refrained from seeking the assistance of Ashura Maru. He yearned to vanquish an upper moon using solely his own strength. Meanwhile, Daki reattached her severed head, the wound gradually healing. Simultaneously, she commanded her scattered clones to consume all humans and return to her side without delay. In the depths below, a clone was poised to devour a human when suddenly a boar-headed creature burst forth, wielding twin blades and roaring, "Ha ha ha! Charge forward, charge forward! Remember, it is I, Inosuke, who will slay you." Within the cavern, an intricate web of sashes was strewn about, each adorned with the faint outlines of human forms. At one end of these sashes, eyes and mouths grew, fixating on the suddenly appeared Inosuke. Is that a demon slayer? Damn it. The original entity, noticing the commotion, swiftly commanded, "Eliminate that demon slayer." After consuming the humans, return to my side immediately. The clones, upon receiving the order, launched a fierce assault. Regrettably, Inosuke, possessing considerable strength, fought back fiercely with his twin blades, maintaining an equal footing in battle. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, Muzan observed the intense emotional fluctuations of Daki and her companion. As he shifted his gaze, he beheld the three engaged in fierce combat. Have they appeared so soon? But why are they here, still battling against Jotaro and the others? Chapter 84. The Self-Created Sword Technique. Why was I not informed immediately? Realizing that summoning support from the upper moons was no longer feasible, he resolved to abandon these two. He turned to Nakeheim and commanded, "Summon all upper moons at once. We must encircle and eliminate this demon slayer." "I understand, Lord Muzan." Nakeheim, resembling a specter, cradled a biwa, her long, dark hair framing a visage that appeared normal, save for her singular, enormous eye. As she struck the strings of her biwa, the Infinity Castle began to shift and transform. While Kibutsuji Muzan continued to observe the unfolding battle, with a single hand gripping his sword, Tanjiro remained composed as he swiftly severed the oncoming blood slashes. Without pausing, he charged towards the direction of Jotaro, his mind racing with speculation. Could this fiend truly be the original entity? Or must both be decapitated to achieve victory? Setting aside the uncertainty swirling in his mind, Tanjiro lunged forward, leaping into the air, invoking the fire god's dance, myriad sunlight. Jotaro, witnessing this, thrust his twin sides toward Tanjiro's neck. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tanjiro vanished. Above him, he held his blades with both hands, executing the fire god's dance, flame train. While twisting mid-air, he swung the blazing Ashura Maru with all his might towards Jotaro's throat. Trouble looms behind. Jotaro spun around, brandishing his scythes, but it was too late. Fortunately, Daki intervened, her sash striking from all angles, momentarily stalling Tanjiro's strike and granting Jotaro precious time. Nonetheless, the clash left both adversaries wounded. Tanjiro staggered back, a crimson line marring his left forearm, while Jotaro bore a gruesome gash across his neck, the flesh visibly struggling to heal at a painstakingly slow pace. Indeed, a wound inflicted by that blade proved remarkably resistant to recovery, seemingly tainted by an undetectable toxin gnawing at his body. Jotaro recalled memories conveyed through blood, each ability surfacing in his mind. Yet, the more he pondered, the greater his sense of helplessness grew. This opponent had yet to unleash a certain state. Had he done so, they would surely falter in no time. Meanwhile, Daki lamented beside him, "Brother, let us slay him together." Jotaro paid her little heed, aware that her erratic mindset was not a recent development. He continued to assess the situation, arriving at a singular conclusion. Even without that special state, this demon slayer was beyond their capacity to combat. However, escape was not an option. They faced a dead end, a grim reality that weighed heavily upon him. Despite the despair, Jotaro cast a glance at his sister, Daki, and resolutely declared, "You must go. I shall handle this." Daki opened her mouth to protest, but a mere glance from Jotaro silenced her, compelling her to flee towards the outer reaches. Upon witnessing this, Tanjiro initially intended to pursue, but upon observing the direction of its escape, he halted his steps and turned his gaze towards the formidable Jotaro before him. With unwavering conviction, he proclaimed, "I am the flame Hashira, Tanjiro Kamado, and I shall slay you here. You may certainly attempt it." Jotaro swiftly danced with his dual scythes, unleashing a flurry of crimson slashes while retreating to create distance. His intent was to delay Tanjiro as much as possible, thereby granting Daki ample time to flee. In the face of the myriad of assaults, Tanjiro harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, he drew the second Nichiren blade from his waist. Simultaneously, this blade erupted with a torrent of rushing water, invoking the third form of water breathing, flowing dance. His figure spiraled gracefully as if treading upon the currents, swiftly severing the incoming crimson strikes, and in an instant, he closed the distance to Jotaro. With a powerful strike, he brought down both blades. In contrast, Jotaro, wielding his bloodied scythes, rapidly swung them in front of him. Blood demon art, blood threads. The crimson strands unleashed by his scythes enveloped him like a web, forming a sanguine barrier. The twin swords of Tanjiro were abruptly sent flying as they struck a powerful tremor. Upon halting, Jotaro discovered that one of his blood sickles had been severed, though fortunately, it could be restored through blood. What a monster this fellow is. The most effective strategy would be to disarm him of his blade. Yet the task seemed far simpler in theory than in practice. As he turned his head, he beheld Tanjiro poised in a formidable stance, wielding his swords with both hands, the Nichiren blade radiating a resplendent flame. The fiery patterns re-emerged on his forehead. Dance of the Fire God, Ultimate technique. Purgatory Dragon. With both swords in hand. The flames erupted in full force, coalescing around him into a fearsome, giant dragon, its size magnifying exponentially beyond previous encounters. Jotaro, with a mere glance, deduced the inevitable. This move is beyond my defense. Soon, my head shall be severed. Perhaps little Nezuko has already fled far away, allowing me to face death with peace. What nonsense! Roaring, he unleashed countless blood-red slashes with his two sickles in an instant. Yet, in the end, it was merely a final struggle. Conversely, Tanjiro finally sprang into action, executing a unique footwork reminiscent of the flowing movement of life itself. Each twist of his dual blades expanded the surrounding flaming dragon, until it enveloped him entirely. He transformed into a dragon with outstretched claws, obliterating all blood-red strikes as if they were mere wisps against the blazing sun, engulfing Jotaro completely in an instant. Spinning, his sword swiftly sliced through Jotaro's neck, and after a full rotation, they gracefully descended to the ground. Behind him, Jotaro's head was utterly severed, his body collapsing helplessly, unable to heal or even maintain control. In the sword, Ashura Maru was left in stunned silence. When did Tanjiro develop such a sword technique? I have never witnessed it before. Though it bore a striking resemblance to the ultimate technique of Kaijuro Rengoku's flame breathing, there were subtle differences. Yet, there was no denying the strength of this technique. Its power could rival that of my own water-breathing's water surface slash. Truly, the protagonist is the protagonist. Meanwhile, Daki had escaped to the outskirts of Yoshiwara, on the verge of leaving the town entirely, when she found a figure blocking her path. Wielding a sword with one hand. Wind-breathing, first form, dust whirlwind slash. Chapter 85. Slaying the upper moon. The sudden apparition caught the attention of Daki, who, without hesitation, commanded the trailing ribbons of her attire to extend forward. Yet, that figure brandished a blade, transforming itself into a horizontal whirlwind that surged forth, in but a fleeting moment. It utterly shredded the ribbons, and with a single stroke, severed Daki's head completely. As her head fell to the ground, Daki's inverted gaze fell upon the retreating silhouette. And in that instant, a tempest of thoughts surged within her, her expression teetering on the brink of despair. How could this be? Is this person truly one of the Hashira? I cannot accept this. I was so close to escaping, and even my brother sacrificed for me. With such thoughts, she was overwhelmed and began to wail uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the undying Kawajiri Mitsuri turned around, glancing at the beheaded Daki, and could not help but voice his disbelief. Are you truly one of the upper moons? You are utterly pathetic. With measured steps, Tanjiro approached Jotaro, his gaze tender as he spoke to the severed head. You must deeply love your sister. Feeling immense pride and joy for her, I can sense it. Before he could finish, Jotaro's voice rang out with ruthless scorn. What do you understand? At that moment, the blood within his decapitated body surged, transforming into numerous crimson sides, resembling a harbinger of self-destruction. Clearly, Jotaro intended to explode, seeking to prolong his existence as much as possible. In response, Tanjiro promptly raised his Nichiren blade. Yet in the next instant, Jotaro faltered. Disbelief etched across his features as he cried out, "May." As he spoke, his body began to disintegrate into ashes, signifying that Daki had already met her demise. Awaiting them was nothing but death. Tanjiro, sensing this reality, did not lower his guard. Instead, he whispered, "Was it Mr. Sumiyoshi who did this?" Observing the impending self-detonation, Tanjiro refrained from striking, instead offering solace, "You must wish to see your sister one last time. I will take you to her." Upon hearing this, Jotaro's gaze shifted to Tanjiro, revealing a glimmer of something different in his eyes. Just then, a cat's meow echoed from behind them. Realizing it was Mr. Yashiro's cat, Tanjiro swiftly turned and retrieved a folding knife from his bag. Drawing blood from the headless corpse and placing it into his pack, he remarked, "Thank you for your efforts." Following another meow, the cat vanished from his sight. Meanwhile, Jotaro's body, which had once yearned for self-destruction, gradually grew calm. His eyes fixed on Tanjiro as he gritted his teeth and stated, "Take me." The words seemed difficult to utter, yet Tanjiro immediately sensed this, sheathing his Ashura Maru. Cradling Jotaro's head in his arms, he dashed toward the outskirts of the city, assuring, "Leave it to me. I will ensure you see her one last time." Jotaro emitted a series of muffled sounds, though they were barely discernible. Moments later, Tanjiro arrived at the outskirts of the town, just in time to witness Muzan Kibutsuji approaching, head of Daki in hand. Upon noticing Tanjiro, who was similarly gripping a severed head, his curiosity was piqued, particularly upon observing the numerical insignia within Tanjiro's gaze. Is that demon also one of the upper moons? Are there any others? He inquired. In response, Tanjiro recounted the events with candor, stating, "It has come to an end. As long as we sever the heads of these two, they will perish completely. For now, let them remain together." Muzan's fierce eyes narrowed, and he scolded, "You fool! Demons do not deserve your compassion." Nevertheless, he relinquished the head, which Tanjiro expertly caught. Turning away, Muzan chose to leave, while Tanjiro expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Sanemi." He then placed the two severed heads on the ground beside the street and quietly stepped aside. As he listened to their conversation and watched as the figures gradually turned to ash, dissipating from this realm, Tanjiro's thoughts drifted to his siblings. However, when he glanced back at Nezuko, nestled within the wooden crate, determination filled his gaze. "Nezuko, I will surely restore you to humanity." Meanwhile, within the confines of his blade, the voice of the system echoed in Ashura Maru's mind. Ding. Upper Moon 6 detected. Jotaro experienced intense negative emotions before demise, earning 10,000 emotional points. Upper Moon 6 detected. Daki experienced intense negative emotions before demise, earning 5,000 emotional points. Muzan Kibutsuji detected. Intense negative emotions generated, earning 5,000 emotional points. Acquired demonic power, 11,000, with 30 to be bestowed upon the wielder. As the system's notification concluded, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Tanjiro's body was once again infused with overwhelming demonic power, and his physical attributes were rapidly enhancing at a visibly astonishing pace. It is no exaggeration to state that Tanjiro's physique has been fortified to the extent that he can withstand blades and swords, his form rivaling that of steel. Strength, speed, endurance, and more have long surpassed the limits of human capability. Even without unlocking the transparent world, it is estimated that once he embraces his demon transformation, he would be on par with Muzan. If Tanjiro continues to develop, vanquishing Muzan will become inevitable. However, given that particular character's nature, he is likely to retreat into the Infinity Castle, waiting until Tanjiro ages before re-emerging. Thus, it is essential to lure him out, which requires two prerequisites. The first is his obsession with becoming the perfect being, a goal achievable only by consuming Nezuko, who has overcome sunlight. Merely having Nezuko as bait is insufficient. After all, Muzan could wait a century before emerging to devour her. Therefore, the second necessity is the elixir to revert demons back to humanity. If Muzan does not emerge, he will forfeit the opportunity to achieve perfection, and thereafter, demons will lose their foothold entirely, Muzan included. Should he choose to emerge at that moment, Tanjiro could easily dispatch him. If you were Muzan, what would you do? Even if he is cowardly, the desire to become the perfect being might compel him to take the risk of consuming Nezuko. As for the worst-case scenario, if he indeed decides to remain in hiding, there would be no recourse but to accumulate emotional energy and place hope in the system. At that moment, the system spoke up. Ding. Provide me with 100,000 emotional energy points, and I shall open the pathway to the Infinity Castle, directly transporting you before Kibutsuji Muzan. Upon hearing this, Ashura Maru was taken aback. You certainly know how to market. Chapter 86. Not a single point less. System, I appreciate your offer, but I find your price quite unappealing. Ding. 100,000, not a single point less, if you wish for my assistance in transportation. With that, the system fell silent. So, you have me all figured out. Do you? The corners of Ashura Maru's mouth twitched slightly. In the outside world, after the enhancement concluded, Tanjiro clenched his fist and gazed at the dissipating forms of the two demons, softly uttering a word of gratitude. He then turned and found the nearby Mitsuri Kanroji, who appeared fierce yet exuded an unspoken excitement. Yes, Mr. Kanroji. Including these two, there are a total of 6 positions in the upper moons, and now only 4 remain. Well done, Tanjiro. Mitsuri Kanroji praised unabashedly, adding that this encounter would undoubtedly strengthen Tanjiro further. To vanquish Muzan Kibutsuji is but a matter of time. Let us summon those 2 companions. It is time for us to depart from this place. Very well, Tanjiro promptly replied, and the 2 returned to the flower district. Zenitsu remained in that alley, consumed by his sorrow. Why should it be so? This was simply not right. One might think that Ashura Maru had inflicted some grievous harm upon him. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro found himself at a loss for words to offer solace. Ultimately, it was Shinazugawa Sanemi who stepped forward and delivered a forceful punch, forcibly rebooting the situation. You little brat. Do not provoke me to strike you down when I am in the best of spirits. What are you doing? That hurt, you know. After receiving the blow, Zenitsu clutched his abdomen and turned away, revealing tear stains at the corners of his eyes, his gaze slightly unfocused. It appeared that this time, he had been deeply affected. In the blade, Ashura Maru curiously inquired, "System, how much emotional value has this fellow provided me?" Ding. My beloved Zenitsu has contributed a total of 600 emotional points this time. The system's response took Ashura Maru by surprise. Even the Hashira typically contributed around 300 points. How could this individual reach 600? However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, discovering that the girl one has long admired possesses attributes surpassing one's own would likely lead any normal person to despair. At the entrance of the alley, Inosuke made his appearance. Upon spotting the three, he immediately exclaimed, "That woman has died, and the others have fallen out. They are now underground. I cannot retrieve them. Hurry and help me dig them out." In response, Tanjiro promptly replied, "All right." Yet, Shinazugawa's Sanemi turned to him and coldly stated, "This small matter can be left to the insect Hashira to handle. They are likely already on their way." This was not mere conjecture. He had already dispatched a crow to report the situation, and the master would undoubtedly send reinforcements upon receiving the news. Tanjiro, however, could not wait and expressed his opinion. "But the insect Hashira has yet to arrive. We should rescue them ourselves in the meantime." Sanemi, who was not particularly skilled in communication, understood he could not resist Tanjiro's determination and reluctantly agreed. The four of them arrived at the Ajimoto house. At that moment, in the corridor, numerous geishas along with the brothel keeper were gathered, discussing the hole that had been broken in the floor. "I just saw a pig-headed monster descend from here. It seems to have resurfaced, but I wonder where it has gone now. Has this hole always been here? Where does it lead? Is it the monster's lair?" One geisha remarked, "That pig-headed monster is truly terrifying." As she turned to share her recent encounter with her companion, she instead caught sight of a wild boar's head, which exhaled a gust of breath that tousled her hair. "Ah, the pig-headed monster is back." With a piercing scream, all the geishas scattered in panic. Only the brothel keeper remained rooted in place, though the sudden appearance of Inosuke and his companions filled her with unease. "Who on earth are you?" Upon hearing this, Tanjiro promptly stepped forward and spoke earnestly. "I apologize. We are demon slayers, and the opening you see below is a place where the malevolent spirits store their food. We intend to clear this area, and we kindly request your permission." The mention of demons made the brothel keeper suddenly realize something. The figure of Wajiheim in the neighboring Kayagako house, with characteristics reminiscent of the legendary courtesans described by the elders, was unmistakable. Moreover, the geishas often vanished, which was evidently suspicious. In the past, it had not seemed significant, but now, upon reflection, it was truly chilling. Could it be that Wajiheim is the demon you speak of? In response to the brothel keeper's inquiry, Tanjiro slightly nodded, then smiled gently as he explained, "Please rest assured. The demon has been dealt with. Our purpose here is solely to rescue those trapped beneath." The brothel keeper, no longer inclined to resist, instead offered her full support. "As long as you do not collapse my establishment, feel free to dig as you wish. I shall fetch you some shovels. Thank you so much." After Tanjiro concluded his conversation, the group began to excavate downwards through the opening below. Meanwhile, in the infinite castle, Muzan was teetering on the brink of madness. With yet another upper moon perishing, even the weakest among them could not be adequately replaced by any sufficiently powerful demon. Truly, these useless kindred ought to be eradicated. Just as his fury reached its zenith, Doma materialized within the infinite castle, bowing slightly as he reported, "My lord Muzan, the information is indeed accurate. I have located the position of the Demon Slayer Corps Swordsmith Village. This was the sole piece of good news in recent times. You still possess some utility." Muzan, seething with contempt, commanded all upper moons through their blood. With Kazuki Taro now deceased, all upper moons were ordered to return to the infinite castle, led by Doma. Annihilate the swordsmith village of the Demon Slayer Corps. Across distant lands, the upper moons sensed the information conveyed through the blood, and some could even faintly hear Muzan's voice. The first to receive this news was Kokushibo. At that moment, he stood on a street, surrounded by the fallen forms of several demon slayers. In the pitch-black night, severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. Life had long since departed from all but one, who knelt before him. Kokushibo's blade hovered ominously above the kneeling figure, poised for execution, with life and death hanging by a mere thought. Chapter 87. Swordsmith Village Arc. The remaining warrior was fervently bowing, his forehead streaming with blood. "I beseech you, spare me. I am willing to do anything, to serve you like a beast, even if it means eternal servitude." The swordsman with short black hair continued to plead for mercy. Initially intent on slaying him and returning to the infinite castle to report, Kokushibo hesitated slightly, sheathing his blade. His 6 eyes coldly regarded the supplicant. Kokushibo could sense the intense desire emanating from this individual, reminiscent of his own past. Although lacking the power of a Hashira, this swordsman was nonetheless formidable among demon slayers. Furthermore, with a vacancy among the upper moons, Kokushibo felt a flicker of compassion. "Tell me your name." Upon hearing this, the swordsman, as if granted a reprieve, immediately replied, "My name is Kaigaku." Upon hearing this name, Kokushibo felt no particular interest and calmly responded, "Very well, I can share my blood with you, transforming you into a demon." Before his words could fully settle, a glimmer of joy appeared on Kaigaku's face. However, Kokushibo, keenly perceptive, continued, "Do not rejoice too soon, the more powerful the swordsman, the longer the transformation into a demon takes. If you possess breathing techniques, you will also require Lord Muzan's approval. Certainly, there exists a scant few who, due to their inherent constitution, are incapable of transforming into a demon. Raise your hand." As the words were spoken, a blade was drawn, and a wound was inflicted upon the left hand, from which blood began to flow languidly, pooling into the hands of Koyuki. "The blood upon your hands is exceedingly precious. You must consume every drop. Should a single drop dare to fall, I shall not hesitate to take your life." Koyuki, filled with trepidation, complied immediately, drinking the blood that filled his hands. What followed was an onslaught of excruciating pain as the cells within him proliferated at an alarming rate. Gradually, dark patterns began to emerge upon his visage, his eyes turned obsidian, and fangs sprouted forth. Kikuchi looked upon this scene with an unperturbed heart. Such a being, even upon becoming a demon, remains frail and insignificant, utterly unremarkable. Were it not for the lack of manpower, he would have dispatched him with a single stroke long ago. However, witnessing this transformation, it appeared that the demonization was indeed successful, and with that, he grasped Koyuki by the neck, leading him away from this place. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, within the confines of the Hanamachi, at the Ajinomoto establishment, as Tanjiro and his companions had scarcely excavated half the area, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps had already arrived, accompanied by the Flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku. Upon confirming that all was well and after vanquishing the Upper Moon 6, he immediately cast a fervent gaze upon Tanjiro, exclaiming, "You have slain yet another Upper Moon. You have grown even stronger, young one. I shall continue to strive forward." Tanjiro responded loudly. As for the task of recruiting individuals here, it was entirely entrusted to the shinobi behind him. Moreover, Kaijuro Rengoku continued, "So, will you proceed to hunt down the demons, or will you return with us to the Demon Slayer Corps?" Regarding this inquiry, Tanjiro turned to inquire about Ashura Maru's opinion. "Shall we return?" Upon hearing this, Ashura Maru fell into contemplation, reflecting on the narrative. It was evident that the next course of action would typically involve an incursion into the swordsmith village. However, given the numerous alterations to the storyline, it was reasonable to expect some changes. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to return to headquarters first. With this thought in mind, Ashura Maru communicated through the blade, "Then let us return to headquarters." "I understand," Tanjiro replied, nodding slightly before turning to express their decision to Kaijuro Rengoku. The night passed without further discourse. The Hidden Corps labored tirelessly throughout the night, successfully rescuing the geishas from the depths below. They then accompanied Tanjiro and the others back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Within the headquarters, Yoya Shinju remained exhilarated, having not slept a wink all night. After several days, yet another Upper Moon had been slain, indeed. "Kibutsuji Muzan, your reign of terror shall be brought to an end in my generation." However, alongside this thrilling news, reports of fallen demon slayers from various locales surfaced, each having encountered formidable demons. All he could do was document their names and deeds, conveying the sorrowful news of their demise to their friends and families. Among these, as Tanjiro and his companions returned to the Butterfly Mansion, Zenitsu's despondency had begun to wane. He had come to a realization. Although he had lost his chance with the unfortunate Akazamaru, there remained Nezuko, who surely could not also be male. His spirits were somewhat lifted, to the extent that Tanjiro did not overly intervene. However, his joy was short-lived. A raven landed upon his shoulder and opened its beak, proclaiming, "Kagaya has fallen! Kagaya has fallen! The body remains undiscovered. It is feared he has been devoured by a demon." At this news, Zenitsu was momentarily stunned. Had that insufferable senior of his truly perished? He did not feel an overwhelming sorrow, but rather a deep concern for whether the old man could bear the weight of such news. Burdened by worry, he redoubled his training, resolute in his determination not to let the old man hear of his own demise. Inside the room, upon witnessing Zenitsu's diligent training, Tanjiro momentarily questioned his own perception. Could it be that Zenitsu had actually fallen asleep? How could he possibly be exerting himself so? Inosuke, too, found himself doubting his senses. Yet, Akazumaru, observing the scene, keenly sensed something amiss. Could it be that Kagaya had transformed into a demon? Would the elder, who had guided Zenitsu, now resort to seppuku in atonement? However, noticing Zenitsu's lack of anguish, it seemed likely that the news of Kagaya's transformation had not yet reached them, or perhaps he had already been slain. When Tanjiro approached to inquire, Akazumaru's suspicions were validated. Yet, the likelihood of transformation into a demon appeared greater than that of death, as no body had been found. The narrative continued as expected, suggesting that the swordsmith village would soon face an assault. Contemplating this, Akazumaru no longer hesitated and promptly advised Tanjiro, seek out Yoya at Tsujikuni at once and have him mobilize as many personnel as possible to the swordsmith village. Taken aback, Tanjiro inquired, what has transpired? In response, Akazumaru candidly fabricated, my strength has partially returned, allowing me to foresee potential future events. I have foreseen that the swordsmith village will be attacked by demons. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro wasted no time and hastened towards the residence of their lord. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, the Upper Moons had gathered, with Kagaya being exceptionally promoted to the new Upper Moon too. Muzan Kibutsuji regarded him with palpable disdain, yet commanded, tonight, obliterate the swordsmith village entirely. In the midst of this, Nakheim dispatched her ocular clones to the periphery of the swordsmith village, establishing a conduit to the Infinity Castle, poised to strike at nightfall and eradicate it in one fell swoop. Tanjiro had already arrived at the residence of his esteemed lord, where he found Kanroji Ayako seated in a room, diligently analyzing intelligence. Upon noticing Tanjiro's arrival, Kanroji greeted him with a warm smile and calmly inquired, what brings you to me, Tanjiro? In response, Tanjiro humbly knelt on the ground and respectfully replied, it is as follows, my lord. Azurumaru has reported that he has regained some of his strength and can foresee certain potential future events. At this juncture, Kanroji's gentle eyes turned serious, clearly having sensed the gravity of the matter. Yet, he patiently asked, so what did Mr. Azurumaru foresee? In response to his lord's inquiry, Tanjiro maintained a solemn expression and continued, indeed, Azurumaru has foreseen a possible invasion of demons upon the swordsmith village, thus imploring you to dispatch as many personnel as possible to the village. An attack on the swordsmith village? Kanroji mused. For the village held paramount importance to the demon slayer core, and it was imperative that no harm befall it. Moreover, this warning came from Azurumaru himself, compelling him to approach the matter with utmost seriousness. He swiftly made a decision. In that case, I shall send as many members as possible. However, considering the Hashira, even with you, Tanjiro, we can only muster 4 individuals from headquarters. Then we must act without delay. I shall issue the orders immediately. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Tanjiro suddenly interjected with unwavering determination, questioning, what will happen to your safety if all the Hashira leave? In response, Yoya Shinjuro had his own rationale. Fear not. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps is even more concealed than the Swordsmith Village, and Mitsuri Kanroji is on her way back after completing her mission. Rest assured. With that, he promptly summoned the messenger crow and began issuing commands. Once the crow departed the courtyard, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps within the headquarters received their respective orders, including Zenitsu and Inosuke. Moreover, the Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku, the Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa, and the Love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji also received the messages relayed by the crow. The crow, caught in midair, proceed to the Swordsmith Village. All of you must prepare for battle. Is something amiss at the Swordsmith Village? Sanemi looked up at the crow before hastening towards the residence of the corps leader, eager to clarify the situation. Rengoku and Kanroji quickly followed suit. Upon their arrival, Tanjiro reiterated the explanation to them, and without further ado, they gathered their comrades. Under the guidance of the stealthy members, they covered the eyes of the lower-ranked fighters and made their way straight to the location of Swordsmith Village. It was only by afternoon that they reached the entrance, revealing an ancient village nestled amidst the mountains. The stealthy members stepped aside, saying, please explain the situation to the village chief. His home is just at the end of this road on the left. After delivering this message, they turned and retraced their steps without looking back. Ah, we're here again. It's been so long since I soaked in a hot spring, Mitsuri exclaimed, spreading her arms wide. her excitement palpable. Beside her, Sanemi shot her a fierce glare and admonished, "Do not forget our purpose for being here. Take this seriously." Even Rengoku chimed in, "Indeed, we must approach this night with utmost gravity." Observing their banter, Tanjiro interjected, "Let us first seek out the village chief to explain our situation." This suggestion was met with agreement from the group. Sanemi turned to the few members trailing behind and instructed, "You will remain in the village on standby until we return." Although the number of these members was limited, each was of at least B rank caliber. Among them were Inosuke and Zenitsu, while Tanjiro followed the trio into the village, making his way toward the home of the village chief. However, along the path, Kenroji Mitsuri's gaze remained fixated on the Ashura Maru at Tanjiro's waist. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she mused to herself. "It has been quite some time since I last saw Ashura Maru. I would love to greet it once more." Before long, the group arrived at the village chief's residence. The chief was a diminutive, sparsely haired old man with a pallid complexion. As he knelt on the ground and gazed at the Ashura Maru at Tanjiro's waist, his eyes seemed unable to divert from it, even though he wore a mask. The intensity of his gaze was palpable. Nevertheless, he spoke, "I am the village chief here, Tetsahara Tetsujin. It is a pleasure to meet you. And you must be the new Hashira, Tanjiro Kamado? To attain such a rank at such a young age is truly remarkable. And that blade, could it be the legendary Ashura Maru?" "Indeed," Tanjiro affirmed. Tanjiro responded with utmost respect, which only heightened the excitement of the village elder. "May I have a glimpse?" Upon hearing this, Tanjiro recalled that Ashura Maru was quite averse to being touched by others. Without hesitation, he replied directly, "I apologize, but Ashura Maru does not wish to be touched by anyone." "I am truly sorry. No need to concern yourself. It was my rudeness." The elder waved his hand dismissively, then spoke earnestly. "I am aware of the reason for your visit. The blacksmiths have begun an orderly retreat from this place, and from here on, the responsibility lies with you. I too shall depart from the village shortly, and I hope we meet again within the Demon Slayer Corps." His gaze lingered on Ashura Maru as he spoke. Since entering the Forge village, Ashura Maru had felt countless eyes upon him, a sensation that was truly beyond words. In response to this, Tanjiro looked at the frail, elderly figure of the village elder and smiled, assuring him, "We certainly will. I shall not disturb you any longer. I take my leave now." The elder rose, accompanied by the two blacksmiths behind him, departing and leaving Tanjiro and his companions to discuss the arrangement of personnel. Time passed swiftly until dusk faded away and night descended. At this moment, Infinity Castle opened a passageway to the Forge village, heralded by the sound of the biwa played by the mourning woman as the upper moons surged forth. This passage lay within the forest outside the Forge village, still a distance from the settlement. Among the upper moons, Doma turned to his companion, Kokushibo, his folding fan swaying gently as he cheerfully inquired, "Shall we go together, Akaza?" Chapter 89. The great battle approaches. Get away from me. Akaza's fist hardened. Spending even a second longer with this individual filled him with rage. Fortunately, at that moment, Kokushibo intervened. "Akaza, you have overstepped your bounds." In response to this lofty reprimand, veins bulged on Akaza's forehead, his gaze directed at Kokushibo brimming with fury. "One day, I shall kill you." To Kokushibo, this threat elicited nothing more than a dismissive response. "Then do your best." The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Meanwhile, Jotaro swayed beside them, his numerous arms also dancing in rhythm. A wicked smile gracing his face as he declared, "I was the one who discovered this place first, so follow me, everyone." The four demons led the way, with Kaigaku trailing closely behind, careful not to make a sound, lest he provoke the displeasure of one of those four ahead. Meanwhile, within the Forge village, Ashura Maru distinctly sensed the approach of demons, 5 in total, and among them was the familiar Akaza, accompanied by 2 others whose strength surpassed his own. In an instant, as Aramaru deduced the situation, it was likely that both Kokushibo and Doma had also arrived, and those 2 presences were upper moons, presumably Gyako. As for the other one, who seemed somewhat weaker, perhaps even inferior to Daki, it could very well be that scoundrel Kaigaku. He succinctly analyzed the circumstances. In the face of such a formidable lineup, Azuramaru remained entirely unperturbed. With the current configuration, even Muzan could be confronted. What significance did a few upper moons hold? Nonetheless, he felt it prudent to issue a warning. "Tanjiro, there are 5 upper moons approaching from the forest directly ahead." 5 upper moons. Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback, his astonishment eliciting the attention of those around him, yet there was no time for inquiries. From the pitch black woods before him emerged several figures. At the forefront was Muzan Kibutsuji, clad in samurai attire, with a katana at his waist and 6 eyes, complemented by long crimson hair. Following closely was Kokushibo, adorned in the garb of the colorful-eyed cult leader, wielding a folding fan, along with Akaza. Behind them trailed Tamayo, but the most infuriating sight was that of Kaigaku. Upon witnessing him, Zenitsu's forehead bulged with veins, and his hand trembled around the hilt of his sword. Inosuke, standing nearby, was bewildered. "Are you all right?" he inquired. But Zenitsu offered no reply, his gaze fixated on Kaigaku's figure, his eyes almost bursting with rage. If the old man were to see him like this, he would likely resort to self-termination and remorse. Opposite them, Muzan's 6 eyes simultaneously locked onto Tanjiro, his focus narrowing to this boy who might be the reincarnation of Yoriichi or perhaps a spirit possessed. After a long period of stillness, his heart began to race once more. "You are Tanjiro Kamado, are you not?" he inquired. Tanjiro responded without hesitation, "Yes." This revelation left everyone present in bewilderment. Muzan wished to say more, but the urgency of Kibutsuji's voice echoed in his mind, and just as words were on the tip of his tongue, he abandoned them instead, declaring, "Let me personally assess the proficiency of your sun breathing." With that, he vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Tanjiro, executing the first form of moon breathing, Dark Moon, Night's Palace. The swift and fierce horizontal slash of his blade sliced through the air, accompanied by luminous crescents of light. So fast, Tanjiro thought, drawing his own sword, the Nichiren blade, with both hands. Fire God Dance, Fiery Sun Mirror. He unleashed a powerful arc of a strike, the searing flames tearing through the air, soothing the hearts of those who beheld it. Indeed, it was the sun breathing. Muzan was completely convinced of this. As their blades clashed, Muzan's sword was immediately marked with a deep gash. Had it not been for his adept maneuvering, he would have surely lost his weapon. He staggered back a few steps, gazing at the damaged blade, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You could easily sever my Kokushibo, could you?" As he spoke, the blade in his hand began to slowly mend, and he turned his gaze back to Tanjiro, continuing, "Although you wield the sun breathing as well, your swordsmanship pales in comparison to Yoriichi's. However, your physical strength is unprecedented, even surpassing that of a demon. Is this the result of the blade you wield?" This question ultimately remained unanswered by Tanjiro. However, not far away, Doma, with his kaleidoscopic eyes, gazed at the Ashura Maru in Tanjiro's hand and inquired with a smile, "Oh, does that blade harbor a deity within? If so, does that not imply the existence of both heaven and hell?" "Silence, you fool!" Akaza interjected angrily, then turned his fierce gaze towards Tanjiro, bellowing, "Let us continue the battle we left unfinished." Beside him, Doma chuckled and pressed, "Are you so eager, Akaza?" Observing the verbal sparring between the two, Muzan was nearly beside himself with rage and communicated through the blood, "Do not waste any more time. Eliminate this demon slayer at once." "Lord Muzan, when have I ever disappointed you?" "I shall take care of this demon slayer," Doma declared, raising his folding fan, ice crystals gathering before him. "Blood demon art, crystal child." As he spoke, an ice doll identical to him, albeit merely several decimeters in height, formed upon the fan. After it landed, Doma continued his motions, conjuring one doll after another that appeared before the onlookers. "Do not underestimate their size. The power of my blood demon art is formidable enough to rival mine." Meanwhile, Akaza had assumed his battle stance. Destruction killing, Rajan. The Upper Moon 3 readied their attacks, targeting Tanjiro with unwavering determination. Even Tanjiro felt an immense pressure. Even Tamayo desired to join the fray. However, the likes of Mitsuri Kanroji and others swiftly arrived. Their strength is Hashira not to be underestimated at this critical moment. Observing this, Kokushibo commanded without looking back, "Tamayo, Kaigaku, eliminate these 3 Hashira with utmost speed." 3 Hashira? What kind of art would suit them? Tamayo licked her lips with excitement, while Kaigaku appeared somewhat hesitant. Confronting the Hashira was no small task for him. But just then, Zenitsu stepped forward. This time, he bore no childish antics, only a resolute and furious expression, pointing at Kaigaku and addressing the 3 Hashira, "Leave that demon to me." Chapter 90, Confronting the Upper Moon 3, "Can you handle it, little brat?" Mitsuri Kanroji questioned coldly, harboring little hope for this individual. Yet this time, Zenitsu seemed resolute. "Silence. I told you, this demon is mine to slay." As he spoke, he advanced, his gaze locked onto Kaigaku. It was evident to all that there existed some unspoken bond between the two. Kaigaku, feeling a surge of excitement, stepped forward and mocked, "You, a mere whimpering fool. Now dare to challenge me?" Confronted with derision, Zenitsu still harbored a glimmer of reason within his heart. "Why have you turned into a demon? Are you not aware that grandfather would take his own life to atone for your sins? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Kaigaku erupted into mockery, his face twisted with resentment. And what of it? His death is well-deserved. Who compelled him to allow a worthless wretch like you to inherit the thunder breathing alongside me? At this revelation, Zenitsu comprehended everything, and a singular thought consumed him. He must annihilate this being right here, ensuring that the old man remained oblivious to this news. For this purpose, he would willingly sacrifice his own life. The others merely observed the spectacle, and even the steadfast Mitsuri Shinozuki recognized the tenacity in this young demon, which shifted her perception of him. Given that it was a personal vendetta, and he was so fervently resolute, the trio decided to refrain from intervening, allowing him to unleash his fury. However, Tamayo was not inclined to agree. You take on a mere underling while I face 3 Hashira, is that it? Yet. The situation had escalated to such a point that there was no turning back. After a brief moment of silence, both sides decisively engaged in combat. The clash commenced. But right from the outset, Tamayo found herself overwhelmed by the relentless assault of 3 Hashira. On the other hand, Tanjiro also faced considerable challenges. Wielding his blade against the incoming shockwaves, he unleashed flames that erupted from the sword, cleaving through the onslaught. Ashura Maru, assist me in awakening my demon form. As the words left his mouth, he received an immediate response from the spirit within his blade. I have awaited your command. With that, demonic energy surged through his limbs. And once more, purple markings invaded the contours of his profile, his eyes transforming into a pale violet, while his aura swelled with unprecedented might. Now, let us see what you can do. With a smile gracing his lips, Tanjiro unsheathed the Nichiren blade from his waist. Gripping his twin swords as he gazed intently at the 3 demons before him, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. At this moment, he had undeniably surpassed the trio in sheer strength. Is this the peculiar state of power? Indeed, it is formidable. Muzan Kibutsuji maintained his calm demeanor, offering an assessment. Before grasping his own blades, which began to transform, the sword sprouted intricate tendrils, resembling the curved scythe-like edges of a harvest tool. Do not draw too close. 7th form of the moon breathing. Moon reflection. He lunged forward, unleashing 5 crescent waves of slashing energy, accompanied by a multitude of crescent moon blades surging forth in a formidable assault. In the face of this technique, with a single-handed exertion of strength, Tanjiro directed his demonic energy upward in a formidable thrust. Crescent moon flash. The pitch-black sword energy swiftly tore through the air, aiming directly at the formidable Kibutsuji Muzan. In response, Muzan leaped into the air, seemingly impervious to defense. Breath of the Moon, 8th form, Moon Dragon S-Tail. He swung his evolved blade forward, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy akin to a dragon's tail, adorned with numerous crescent blades of varying sizes. Simultaneously, the ice puppets created by Doma advanced to initiate their assault. Blood Demon Art, Cold and Fierce White Princess. The ice puppets released their blood demon arts from all directions, coalescing into 2 massive ice lotuses in the shape of young maidens, who opened their cherry-red mouths to exhale freezing air. All that fell within the icy breath was encased in frost, compounded by a unique toxin that could induce dire consequences if inhaled. Fortunately, under the careful manipulation of Ashura Maru, a thin layer of demonic energy enveloped Tanjiro, rendering the chilling air ineffective against him. In the next moment, several dark slashes struck, severing some of the ice puppets in half, causing them to shatter. Meanwhile, Akaza seized the opportunity to leap into the air, fist clenched. Destruction-killing method. With rapid movement of his fists, an onslaught of shockwaves surged forth. However, he was met with 3 razor-sharp blades. Ashura Cannon, 3 blades. The 3 blades, akin to arrows, bypassed the chaos and pierced through his body, transforming into a demonic curse that invaded his very being. Such speed, and my body as he spoke. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, immediately shattering the flesh at the wound to prevent the curse from further infiltrating. Be cautious, Akaza. Should you perish, I would be quite sorrowful. Doma offered his usual concern. Silence. Akaza retorted, his voice laced with anger. Meanwhile, Kibutsuji Muzan remained unfazed by the exchange, continuing his fierce battle with Tanjiro. Though Muzan's swordsmanship was more refined and mature, Tanjiro's prowess in every aspect far surpassed his own. In mere moments, he bore numerous wounds of varying severity. Breath of the Moon, 14th form, catastrophic change, full moon. With both hands gripping his sword, Tanjiro unleashed a powerful strike, releasing overlapping, swirling blades of wind, each accompanied by crescent blades, effectively sealing all avenues of escape. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Tanjiro grasped his sword with both hands and once again entered a mysterious state. The markings upon his forehead ignited, and his aura surged dramatically. Fire God Dance, Ultimate Technique. Dragon of Purgatory. The flames enveloping his blade erupted in a breathtaking display, coalescing around him to form a fearsome dragon. With each turn, its power and size intensified, ultimately enveloping him entirely, transforming him into a colossal dragon with outstretched claws. Unfazed by the incoming slashes, he effortlessly breached numerous obstacles and found himself before Kakushibu. Striking down with both hands, Kakushibu, perceiving the threat, swiftly raised his own blade to defend, evading with remarkable agility. Yet, amidst the flurry of blades, their positions misaligned. And in that moment, Kakushibu lost an entire arm, a gaping wound now marring his abdomen. Remarkably composed, he severed the injured area along with the surrounding flesh, discarding it onto the ground. As he glanced at his recovering body, he turned his gaze toward Tanjiro. Is this your unique sword technique? Its potency is formidable. In unison, the three demons unleashed their power, surrounding Tanjiro in a relentless assault, denying him any respite, and focusing their efforts on the Ashura Maru in his grasp, attempting to dislodge it. Even if they could not succeed, they aimed to delay him as much as possible. They had meticulously studied Tanjiro, surmising that this state of his could not be sustained for long. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tamayo was beginning to question her existence, reluctantly acknowledging the strength of these three Hashira, among the most elite she had encountered in her long years. Chapter 91. I truly detest you. The battle raged on without pause. However, unlike the fierce skirmish nearby, Zenitsu stood with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, wide awake and observing the so-called senior brother before him. Suppressing the fury within, he spoke in a low voice. I will do everything in my power here to sever your head. In response, Kaigaku laughed, his face, twisted by demonification, contorted into a menacing grin. He unabashedly taunted, You? Are you afraid that old man will commit seppuku after seeing me? Ahahaha. I will personally remove your head, and let that damned old fool do it before your very eyes. Surprisingly, instead of anger, Zenitsu found a calmness washing over him, dissipating the anger he had previously suppressed. A serene resolve settled within him, a singular desire to eliminate the wretch before him. Indeed, I truly detest you. With muscles taut in his arm and legs, he readied himself. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. A burst of lightning enveloped him as he surged forward in an instant. Observing this, Kaigaku's pupils narrowed, and he too drew his Nichiren blade, bellowing in rage, Die! You wretched creature. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. In an instant, centered around himself, he unleashed a torrent of black lightning and struck forward with a fierce slash. The two figures clashed head-on, their shadows flitting past one another. Immediately, Zenitsu turned his head and coldly declared, You were too slow. Even after becoming an upper moon, you merely serve as a number. At the end of the day, you are but a trivial character. As the words fell, Koyuki attempted to turn his head, only to have a copious amount of blood erupt from his neck, revealing a grotesque gash. Yet, it quickly healed at a visible speed. However, an unprecedented fury consumed him, perhaps provoked by Zenitsu's words that tore at the fabric of his true self. Clutching his sword with both hands, he unleashed the second form of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash. In an instant, a barrage of 5 black lightning strikes surged forth. Zenitsu, gripping his blade, swiftly defended himself, but several wounds still marred his body. As he retreated to the side and beheld Koyuki's loathsome face, memories of the past flooded his mind. Simultaneously, dazzling patterns of lightning began to emerge near his temples. Inosuke watched in astonishment, as he developed patterns akin to Tanjiro's. At that moment, Zenitsu regained his focus, murmuring, I'm sorry, Grandpa, but we must part ways here. Leaning forward, he grasped the hilt of his sword. First form, thunderclap. Meanwhile, Koyuki laughed maniacally, as if victory was within his grasp, taunting, You are merely a crying clown. Let me send you to hell. He unleashed the 6th form of thunder breathing, electric thunder. A deluge of pitch-black lightning surged forth, sealing all avenues of escape. Yet, Zenitsu uttered only 2 words, Godspeed. Instantly, golden lightning ruptured the earth, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. What followed was a swift slash. Koyuki's pupils expanded in shock as he realized too late that his head had been severed. So fast, I couldn't even see it. Is this also the first form? Why can't I learn the first form? Damn it. In a final, defiant roar, Koyuki was reduced to ashes. Zenitsu simply turned away, Sheathing his Nichiren blade with a sigh of relief, our confrontation has come to an end, Koyuki. He then glanced toward the ongoing battle featuring Tanjiro, only to realize that he could not intervene in that skirmish. Instead, he redirected his focus toward Yoruichi, where Inosuke and the others were vehemently assaulting her. Now, with the patterns activated, Zenitsu had reached a level comparable to that of a Hashira. Presently, Yoruichi faced a lone fighter against 4 Hashira, alongside several Class A members. It can be said that he was in a state of utter panic, desperately trying to escape. Had it not been for his reliance on the flexibility of the jar to maneuver, he would have likely been slain by that group long ago. What on earth is wrong with that cursed fellow? Why is it that he loses even when confronting a minor demon who is not a pillar? Moreover, that little demon suffered no injuries and effortlessly dispatched him. Yushu found himself in a dire predicament. It was already challenging enough, and now another complication arose. Perhaps he was the most unfortunate of them all. On another front, Kokushibo and his companions were frantically biding their time, attempting to prolong Tanjiro's current state until its conclusion. However, upon observing the situation unfolding elsewhere, he decisively commanded, Akaza, go assist Yushu and eliminate those demon slayers. Upon hearing this, Akaza, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to comply. After all, Tanjiro was indeed a formidable opponent for him. Furthermore, Kibutsuji Muzan was also pressing for action. If Yushu were to perish in battle, their plan to eradicate Tanjiro would be rendered nearly impossible. Before departing, Doma expressed his concern, saying, Akaza, do take care. Hearing this, Akaza almost turned back with the intention of striking down Doma, but he managed to restrain himself. Upon reaching Yushu's side, Akaza remarked, I find myself eagerly anticipating your arrival. That newly appointed Upper Moon 6 is pathetically weak. Enough of this idle chatter, eliminate them. Leave the Wind Pillar and Flame Pillar to me. With his sights set, Akaza charged directly towards Takatu Mwichiru and Rengoku Kyujiro, intent on finishing the unfinished battle from before. Finally, a worthy adversary had appeared. Last time, he escaped, but this time, there would be no escape. Takatu Mwichiru grinned menacingly, the scars on his face contorting as he wielded a blade entwined with a tempest. The two sides engaged in fierce combat without further ado, and at last, they were evenly matched. As time progressed, the duration of the battle elongated infinitely. Kokushibo and Doma continued to draw Tanjiro deeper into the woods until, after 2 hours, the limits of his demonization were reached. The sword, Ashura Maru, observed the horns that had sprouted on Tanjiro's head, along with his pale violet eyes, and could not help but caution, you can no longer continue. You have reached the zenith of demonization. If you persist, you will forsake your humanity and become a demon entirely. With that, it forcefully retracted the demonization. On the opposite side, Kokushibo and Doma witnessed Tanjiro reverting to his normal state, both realizing that this individual as special condition had reached its limit. Chapter 92. You have successfully provoked my wrath. With 6 piercing eyes, Kokushibo simultaneously locked onto the Ashura Maru in Tanjiro's grasp, solemnly advising, you distract him. I shall send his blade flying. Leave it to me. Tanjiro responded confidently. Without further ado, Doma clasped his hands together. Blood Demon Art, Misty Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. As he spoke, icy mist enveloped the area. A towering ice bodhisattva, standing at an impressive 15 meters, erupted from the ground, with Doma perched upon the outstretched ice lotus on its shoulder, gazing down at Tanjiro. The chilling aura radiating from this ice deity was sufficient to freeze everything in its vicinity. Doma controlled this colossal figure. Wielding no extraordinary blood demon art, only a swift hand strike descended upon Tanjiro. In a moment of urgency, Tanjiro swiftly evaded. Yet the ground where he had just stood was left deeply cratered and cracked by the bodhisattva's powerful blow. Observing this, Doma couldn't help but commend, oh dear. You managed to dodge. Even without entering that state, your strength is indeed formidable. Just as he narrowly escaped the hand strike, an onslaught of relentless attacks followed from Kokushibo, who unleashed the moon-breathing's 6th form, Long Night, Solitary Moon, Abyss. The intricate slashes came forth with astonishing density, featuring crescent blades of varying sizes, rendering defense nearly impossible against their lethal force. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro unleashed a torrent of water with his dual blades, executing the 6th form of water breathing, the whirling vortex. He spun, gathering the flowing water into a swirling maelstrom. Yet, he was unable to achieve complete defense. After a single exchange, the two combatants parted ways. At that moment, several fine cuts appeared on Tanjiro's body, but there was no respite to be found. The Ice Buddha, under Doma's control, opened its mouth and exhaled a tremendous wave of frigid air, intent on freezing the entire area. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro summoned his demonic power. Executing the technique Mufang Heavenly Charge, he unleashed a series of crescent-shaped, jet-black slashes, effectively partitioning the frigid air and hindering its expansion. The two demons sensed the mounting pressure. Even though they had reverted from their demonized forms, securing a victory was no trivial task. Had Muzan been present, perhaps the circumstances would have shifted dramatically. The confrontation grew increasingly intense, and the duration of their battle became lost to both parties. At this moment, countless wounds marred Kokushibo's body, rendering him unable to heal. Had it not been for the necessity of severing flesh to prevent the encroachment of demonic curses, he might have already succumbed to Tanjiro's blade. Meanwhile, Doma remained relatively intact. Yet his strength was severely depleted, his crafted Ice Buddha having already lost its arms. His body was riddled with scars that resisted healing, a stark contrast to the situation at hand. Although Tanjiro received treatment from Ashura Maru for his injuries, his spirit had begun to wane. He stood on the plain, dual blades in hand, gazing resolutely ahead. Behind him, the wooden box had long since been concealed behind an inconspicuous rock from which Nezuko emerged, her form gradually expanding as she ran. Eventually, she transformed into a stunning young woman, her forehead sprouting demonic horns and sharp fangs bared, yet she clearly retained her sanity. When she looked at Tanjiro, her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Conversely, Tanjiro's immediate instinct was to urge her to retreat, saying, "Nezuko, return. I can handle this." However, Nezuko remained steadfast, stepping forward to grasp the two blades in Tanjiro's hands, blood trickling from her palms onto the blades. "Nezuko, what are you doing?" Tanjiro exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm as he attempted to retract his weapons. Yet in the next moment, the blood that flowed was engulfed by vibrant cherry blossom flames. This was Nezuko's blood demon art. Tanjiro swiftly grasped the situation, feeling the warmth of the blade's fiery embrace, and his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Is this the demon that has liberated itself from the grasp of Muzan?